Chapter 1, The Rich Sign-In System. Lu Yang, let's break up.
Chen Yao slammed the suitcase heavily onto the stained floor, and the sharp sound echoed in the small and dim rental house. The peeling paint on the wall looked like rotten scales under the dim light, and the pungent smell of mildew seemed to add fuel to the quarrel. Lu Yang had just finished a tiring day of interviews and was slumped on a creaking old sofa. When he heard this, his tired eyes were filled with astonishment.
Yao Yao, what do you mean?
Chen Yao crossed her arms and stomped the ground impatiently with her high heels.
It's like, we've been together for 2 years, and I feel like I can't see any hope.
Lu Yang opened his mouth, but didn't know how to refute.
Because his previous company went bankrupt, he had to find a new job after losing his job. However, he went to interviews everywhere these days but was repeatedly rejected.
The collection messages on his mobile phone were like a swarm of buzzing flies, making him feel upset.
Yao Yao, give me some more time, I will definitely find a job and our lives will get better.
His voice was hoarse with a hint of pleading.
Give you some time?
Lu Yang, I'm already 26 and I can't wait any longer.
Chen Yao didn't look at Lu Yang, and there was no trace of nostalgia in her eyes. My family has introduced me to a blind date.
He is a senior executive of a company in my hometown.
We plan to get married at the end of the year. Yao Yao, is our 2-year relationship going to end just like that?
His voice was tearful and his eyes were filled with tears.
Chen Yao turned her face away and bit her lip. I'm sorry, you can't give me the life I want.
After saying that, she grabbed her suitcase and rushed out the door without looking back. The sound of the door closing with a bang was like a heavy hammer hitting Lu Yang's heart. He looked at the empty room, unable to hold back his tears any longer. Outside the window, the rain was getting heavier, and the raindrops hit the glass hard, as if they were also mocking his incompetence. After an unknown amount of time, a rapid knock on the door brought Lu Yang back to reality from his pain.
Lu Yang, are you home? The landlord, Sister Wang's loud voice penetrated the wooden door. It's the end of the month, when is the rent due?
Lu Yang hurriedly wiped the tears from her face, stood up and opened the door. Sister Wang put her hands on her hips, her fat body almost blocking the entire doorframe. After scanning the room, her eyes fell on Lu Yang's red and swollen eyes, and her brows wrinkled into a lump. What's wrong? Your eyes are like rabbits.
Lu Yang stammered, Sister Wang, I'm short of money lately, can you give it a few more days? When Sister Wang heard this, her face darkened instantly. How many days?
You've been dragging it out for several days. This is not a charity, I still have to pay my mortgage.
If you can't come up with the money today, I'll pack up and leave tomorrow. Lu Yang's heart tightened, and his voice trembled. Sister Wang, I will soon find a job, can you give me a few more days? Sister Wang crossed her arms and snorted, how many times have you said this? If you weren't so honest, I would have kicked you out long ago. I'll give you 3 more days. If you still can't pay the rent, don't blame me for being rude.
After saying that, Sister Wang turned and left. The sound of her high heels stepping on the corridor was like a death warrant, knocking at Lu Yang's heart. Lu Yang closed the door helplessly, slumped on the floor, and stared at the ceiling, feeling mixed emotions. The pain of breaking up, the pressure of losing his job, and the demand for rent were like 3 huge mountains, weighing heavily on his heart. In the darkness, his eyes were empty and confused, not knowing where his future would lie. Suddenly, a ding-dong sound in my mind broke the silence. Lu Yang frowned and looked around vigilantly. Who? Then a mechanical female voice sounded in my mind. A life loser has been detected, and the rich sign-in system has started binding. The sign-in system for the super rich has been successfully bound. Bound host, Lu Yang. System rules, sign in once a day to get a random reward. Does the host sign in today? Lu Yang was stunned with disbelief written all over his face. He pinched his thigh and felt the pain clearly. This was not a dream. Just as he was stunned, the system prompt sounded again. Does the host need to sign in today? Lu Yang thought of the system novels he had read before. Could it be that such a good thing would really happen to him? Anyway, I have nothing, so why not give it a try? So he took a deep breath and shouted into the void. Sign in. Instantly, a bright light flashed through my mind, and the system prompt sounded. Successful sign in today. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a set of junior intelligent top-floor duplex property in Emperor Mansion. Lu Yang's eyes widened. This is not a dream? The female voice of the system continued. All items including property certificates, keys, access control, etc. have been distributed to the system space, and the host can retrieve them at any time through thoughts. Also, the host and I don't need to speak in the future, we just need to recite silently in our hearts.
Chapter 2, Living in a Luxury House.
In Jiangcheng, everyone knows about the Dizuan housing community located next to the financial center.
As the highest-end luxury residence in Jiangcheng City, it is the dream home of countless people. Lu Yang was curled up in the small sofa in the rental house.
When the mysterious file bag appeared in the system interface space, his heart suddenly beat violently as if it was going to burst through his chest.
Is it that simple? It really belongs to me? Lu Yang murmured to himself in disbelief.
As soon as the thought came to his mind, the file bag fell steadily into his hands. When he opened the bag, the property certificate and access key came into view.
His name was clearly written on the documents. Lu Yang
took out the property certificate, which showed that this large duplex apartment on the 33rd floor of Dizuan Mansion had an area of 845 square meters and a market value of nearly 50 million.
50 million.
Lu Yang took a deep breath, his legs went weak, and he almost collapsed on the ground.
Wow, if this were in my hometown, I could buy a building.
Lu Yang, who had originally planned to just make a bowl of batter for lunch, had no appetite at this moment.
He just wanted to rush to the mansion to find out what was going on.
He first picked out the most formal suit, stood in front of the mirror and looked left and right, and always felt like a salesman.
Forget it, it's better to wear casual clothes.
Lu Yang muttered, quickly changed into his usual clothes, carefully put the file bag into his backpack, and quickly walked out of the house.
Lu Yang came to the road and stopped a taxi. Master, let's go to the Emperor's mansion.
Lu Yang tried his best to make his tone sound calm.
When the driver heard the destination, he couldn't help but look Lu Yang up and down through the rearview mirror, wondering in his heart, why is this young man in ordinary clothes going to Dizuan Mansion?
On the way, the driver tried to strike up a conversation, but Lu Yang had no intention of responding. His mind was filled with thoughts of the luxury house he was about to see, and the atmosphere in the car was depressing. More than an hour later, the taxi slowly stopped near Dizuan Mansion. After paying, Lu Yang got off the car, took a deep breath, calmed his nervous mood, and strode towards the gate of the community. When the property staff member Xiaoli saw Lu Yang in ordinary clothes, he instinctively tried to stop her. "Hello, this is not a place." Before he finished speaking, Lu Yang took out his access card. With a ding sound, the green light came on and the pedestrian access slowly opened. Xiaoli was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. He quickly adjusted his attitude and said respectfully, "Sir, I'm so sorry, please come this way."
Lu Yang responded with a smile, "It's okay."
When I entered the building, the butler in a neat suit came up to me with a smile on his face.
He bowed slightly and said, "Sir, welcome home.
I am Sun Jiqiang, the butler of this building.
If you need anything, you can always tell me. I'm going to the 33rd floor." Lu Yang said, pretending to be calm.
Sun Jiqiang couldn't help but be surprised, thinking, the top-floor duplex on the 33rd floor was just sold today.
Could it be that this unremarkable young man in front of him had bought this mansion worth about 50 million yuan?
But his good professional ethics made him calm down quickly.
He led Lu Yang into the elevator and considerately pressed the button for the 33rd floor.
In the elevator, Sun Jiqiang introduced, "Sir, our property provides 24-hour concierge security services, as well as personalized butler services. Whether it is leisure and fitness or business activities, we can arrange it for you." As he handed over his business card, Lu Yang took it and put it in his pocket, responding, "Okay, I'll contact you if I need anything." Soon, the elevator reached the 33rd floor.
The elevator door opened and Lu Yang walked out first.
In front of him was a hallway of about 30 square meters. The floor is paved with natural marble imported from Italy, which has a unique texture and emits a warm luster when the light shines on it. A priceless abstract art painting hangs on the wall, adding an artistic atmosphere to the space.
As the highest-end residential area in Jiangcheng, Dizuan Mansion adopts a one-elevator, one-household design. As soon as Lu Yang walked to the door, it opened automatically, and then a charming electronic synthesized female voice sounded, "Welcome back, master."
As the door opened, the light in the room gradually brightened, soft and warm, and the electric curtain slowly opened, revealing the prosperity of the river city outside the window.
"Damn! This is so smart!" Lu Yang couldn't help but exclaim.
At this time, the electronic synthesized female voice sounded again, "Hello, master.
I am your intelligent housekeeper Daji.
Please feel free to tell me if you need anything." Lu Yang tried to say, "I want to drink some water." As soon as he finished speaking, the roller at the bottom of the water dispenser in the corner started moving and came to Lu Yang smoothly and quickly. At the same time, Daji's voice came, "Master, 45 warm water has been prepared for you, please drink it." Liu Yang began to tour the house. The living room has a 6-meter-high ceiling, and a crystal chandelier hangs from the ceiling, reflecting brilliant light.
The leather sofas from top Italian brands are soft and elastic. The background wall is made of rare wood with exquisite texture. The restaurant is furnished with a solid wood dining table that can accommodate 12 people.
The matching chairs are uniquely designed, comfortable and beautiful. The kitchen is equipped with top-grade German kitchenware, including built-in refrigerator, oven and dishwasher.
The smart control screen can easily set the cooking mode. After visiting the house, it was already evening.
Liu Yang, who had not eaten lunch, felt very hungry, so he shouted, "Daji, I'm hungry.
I want to eat braised chicken." "Okay, master. I will place an order for takeout for you now." Daji responded immediately.
Soon the doorbell rang, and the delivery guy went through a double and strict check at the door and downstairs before delivering the takeaway to Liu Yang. After dinner, Liu Yang came to the esports room. There are several top-level gaming computers in the room, along with mechanical keyboards and professional gaming mice. He tried to download the large-scale game League of Legends, but unexpectedly the network speed was so fast that the download was completed in just a few minutes.
With this configuration and this internet speed, playing games is so fun. Liu Yang started playing excitedly.
Tired of playing, Liu Yang snapped his fingers and shouted, "Daji, I want to take a bath."
In less than 10 seconds, Daji responded, "Okay. Master, I have prepared the bath water for you, and the water temperature is set to 40. Liu Yang walked into the bathroom.
The spacious bathroom floor was paved with non-slip marble, and the embedded speakers on the wall played soothing music. The large bathtub is surrounded by colorful light strips, which can adjust the color according to your mood. Liu Yang stretched out his hand to test the water temperature and couldn't help but exclaim, "The water temperature is just right, so comfortable." After taking a bath, Liu Yang went to the bedroom to prepare for bed. He pushed open the heavy but silent solid wood door, and the first thing that caught his eye was the panoramic floor-to-ceiling window that occupied the entire wall. In the center of the room is a custom-made oversized bed, made of top-grade solid wood and with its headboard upholstered in fine Italian imported leather that feels as soft as baby skin.
The mattress is a high-end model designed according to ergonomics, with thousands of independent springs built in.
It can not only fit the body curve accurately, but also effectively disperse pressure to ensure that every moment of sleep is extremely comfortable. The bedding is made of top-grade Egyptian long staple cotton. The fabric is delicate and silky, cool and breathable to the touch. Every touch is like embracing luxury. Opposite the bed is a whole row of built-in wardrobes. The cabinet door uses intelligent sensing technology. Just approach it gently and the door will slide open automatically. The interior of the wardrobe is carefully divided into sections according to clothing types and is equipped with hidden LED light strips. When opened, soft light illuminates each piece of clothing. In addition to the regular hanging and stacking areas, there are also special areas for shoes and accessories, and even a constant temperature and humidity safe to store precious jewelry. There is a small seating area in the corner of the bedroom. Two uniquely shaped single sofas and a glass coffee table create a warm leisure space. The sofa is filled with high-density sponge, which feels soft and supportive. The surface fabric has been specially treated, which is not only waterproof and stain-resistant, but also has excellent breathability. The floor lamp next to it has a simple and stylish design, and the lampshade is made of hand-blown glass. The light shines through the lampshade, emitting a soft and warm glow. The walls are covered with imported environmentally friendly wallcloth with simple colors and exquisite textures, giving people a sense of tranquility and elegance. There are several art paintings hanging on the wall, adding a strong artistic atmosphere to the entire space. In addition, the room is equipped with an intelligent air purification system and aromatherapy equipment, which can automatically adjust the purification mode according to the indoor air quality and release a light lavender scent to help soothe the body and mind and promote sleep. Liu Yang lay on this comfortable big bed, feeling everything around him, his heart full of emotion. Chapter 3: Sign and Reward 10 million. The next morning, sunlight filtered through the panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows on the 33rd floor of Emperor Mansion and poured into the luxurious master bedroom like a golden veil. The smart curtains opened slowly and silently at the preset time, bringing the magnificent scenery on both sides of the Huangpu River into the room without reservation. At the same time, the hidden speakers began to play soothing bird songs. The clear and pleasant sounds seemed to bring the early morning forest into the room. This is the natural wake-up mode tailored for Liu Yang by the smart home system. Liu Yang woke up slowly on the soft oversized custom-made bed, his fingertips caressing the Egyptian long staple cotton bedding. The silky touch reminded him of the wonderful experience of staying in the mansion last night, and he still found it unbelievable. To make sure this wasn't a dream, he twisted his arm hard. Hiss. Feeling the clear pain, Liu Yang couldn't help but smile. It seemed that everything was real. Thinking that today was another new day and he could sign in again, Liu Yang immediately called the system in his mind. In an instant, the Azure system interface unfolded before his eyes like a vast galaxy, with mysterious runes flashing and emitting faint light. Liu Yang silently recited with a feeling of trepidation and anticipation. Sign in. Then, the system prompt sounded like thunder in my mind. Successful sign in today. Congratulations to the host for winning a cash reward of 10 million. Hearing this voice, Liu Yang's heart suddenly shrank. Ecstasy instantly surged into his heart like a surging tide, and his body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Just at this moment, the mobile phone on the bedside table vibrated. He grabbed his phone and saw a message from the Agricultural Bank of China. Your bank card account with the last digit 4417 received 10 million yuan at 8:10 a.m. on March 10, 2025, and the balance is 10,986.46 yuan, Agricultural Bank of China. Liu Yang read the text message word by word, and read it several times in a row. When he confirmed that it was exactly 10 million, he was so excited that his mouth stretched to his ears. This is 10 million. I used to work hard every day and only earned 8,000 yuan a month, and I could never earn 10 million in my entire life. Now I can get 10 million just by signing in. It feels so good. However, after a moment, Liu Yang became worried again. Would this sudden huge amount of money arouse the suspicion of the relevant departments and be considered as a huge amount of property with unknown sources? If it caused trouble, it would be terrible. Just when Liu Yang was filled with anxiety, the system seemed to sense his thoughts and responded directly. Host does not need to worry about the source of funds. All sign-in rewards obtained by the host will be rationalized. With the current level of technology in the world, it is impossible to find any problems. After hearing this, Liu Yang's heart finally settled down and he felt instantly relieved. Liu Yang looked at the time and decided to take a shower first. Last night, he had some unspeakable dreams, and now he felt sticky and uncomfortable. Walking into the spacious bathroom, the smart device automatically starts sensing and the multifunctional shower head sprays out warm water. The perfect water pressure is like a gentle masseur, soothing his body. The air was filled with the delicate scent of lavender, which made him feel refreshed. After washing up, Liu Yang went to the cloakroom. As soon as he stepped into the cloakroom, the intelligent lighting system automatically adjusted the brightness to provide him with the best visual effect. Liu Yang was dazzled by the huge array of brand-name clothes in front of him. In the end, he chose a simple and comfortable set of casual clothes that was low-key yet high quality. Liu Yang took the elevator downstairs, and the corridor manager Sun Jiqiang was waiting at the entrance of the corridor. Sun Jiqiang was wearing a neat suit, his leather shoes were polished to a shine, and he exuded a faint scent of perfume. He bowed slightly respectfully with a professional smile on his face. Good morning, Mr. Liu. Are you going out today? Liu Yang nodded in response. Do you need help arranging a vehicle? We can provide you with a luxury car pickup service that guarantees safety and comfort. Sun Jiqiang continued to ask. Liu Yang smiled and waved his hand. No need, butler Sun, I can just take a taxi myself, it's simple and convenient. Sun Jiqiang watched Liu Yang leave, and couldn't help but feel curious about the new owner. Liu Yang dresses simply and behaves in a low-key manner, and does not look like a wealthy man who owns a mansion worth 50 million yuan at all. In Sun Jiqiang's opinion, most owners living in Dizuan Mansion are keen on showing off their wealth. They only travel in luxury cars and wear famous brands. Liu Yang's uniqueness made Sun Jiqiang respect him even more. Liu Yang arrived at the gate of the community, hailed a taxi, and headed straight to the suburban rental house where he used to live. Along the way, the street scenes outside the window kept changing, and the bustling urban scenes were gradually replaced by low-rise houses. The taxi stopped at the gate of the rental community. Liu Yang paid the fare and walked into the community. The rental house was simply furnished, with some peeling paint on the walls, revealing a mottled surface, and the furniture was also shabby, forming a sharp contrast with the luxury of the emperor's mansion. His eyes fell on the old laptop on the desk. Although the computer had low configuration and a somewhat worn appearance, it stored the study materials he had collected over the years and some treasured high-definition short films, which meant a lot to him. Liu Yang carefully put his laptop into his computer bag, packed up some other personal belongings, and left the rental house carrying his backpack.
Back at the emperor's mansion, Lu Yang stepped into the elevator and pressed the button for the 33rd floor. Just as the elevator door slowly closed, a sweet voice came from outside the door. "Please wait a moment." Lu Yang heard the voice and quickly pressed the door opening button. A beautiful lady with a graceful figure walked into the elevator with elegant steps. She was wearing a pair of large sunglasses, and her long, shiny black hair was casually draped over her shoulders. A few strands of hair fell beside her fair cheeks, making her skin look even whiter than snow. She was wearing a black slim-fit suit. The top perfectly outlined her slender waist, and the padded shoulder design made her look very imposing. She wore a white silk shirt underneath with the collar slightly open, revealing her charming collarbone. She paired it with a hip-hugging miniskirt, which perfectly showed off her straight and slender legs. This seems to be the national goddess Song-Yi? She lives here too? Lu Yang was shocked. After the beauty walked into the elevator, she pressed the button for the 30th floor. Then he turned to Lu Yang, smiled slightly, and said softly, "Thank you." This smile, like the warm sunshine in spring, instantly dispelled the tension in Lu Yang's heart. Lu Yang's cheeks flushed slightly, and he stammered, "No. It's okay." He never dreamed that he would be able to have close contact with the national goddess Song-Yi in the elevator. The elevator slowly rose, and the small space was filled with the scent of Song-Yi's high-end perfume, a unique mixture of rose and sandalwood. Lu Yang secretly glanced at Song-Yi and swallowed his saliva unconsciously. Song-Yi's sexy buttocks and slender long legs made him unconsciously have a physiological reaction. Fortunately, Song-Yi was facing the elevator door and did not notice Lu Yang's embarrassment, otherwise, she would probably shout, "Rogue." Soon, the elevator stopped on the 30th floor. Song-Yi walked out of the elevator with a sexy step, turned around and smiled and thanked Lu Yang again. Lu Yang also smiled back. It was not until the elevator door slowly closed that he finally breathed a sigh of relief and the tension gradually dissipated. Back on the 33rd floor, Lu Yang asked Daji to help him order a seafood set meal, and then went to the esports room to play games. The ultimate experience brought by the top esports equipment made him immersed in it. A day passes in a flash. At night, Lu Yang lay on the bed and quickly fell asleep. As expected, he had another dream. In the dream, there was a beautiful woman with a graceful figure interacting with him, and the figure of the beautiful woman was very similar to Song-Yi. Chapter 4, Signing for the Lamborghini. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the smart housekeeper Daji opened the bedroom curtains on time and started playing soothing bird songs. Lu Yang woke up slowly on the soft bed, looking a little dazed. He had another dream last night, and the scenes in the dream kept replaying in his mind like a movie, making his cheeks slightly red. "It seems like you haven't been around women for a while. Why do you always have erotic dreams?" Lu Yang shook his head, trying to get rid of those beautiful images from his mind, then he stretched and decided to take a shower first. He walked into the spacious bathroom, and as soon as he stepped in, the smart device automatically sensed and started. The multifunctional shower head instantly sprayed out warm water, and the perfect water pressure was like gentle hands, gently massaging his body. The air was filled with the elegant scent of lavender, which was automatically released by the aromatherapy equipment, making him feel refreshed. Lu Yang stood under the shower head, letting the water wash over him. After taking a shower, Lu Yang came to the cloakroom wrapped in a bath towel. The intelligent lighting system sensed his arrival and automatically adjusted the brightness. The soft light made the cloakroom full of big-name clothes sparkle. He chose a simple white t-shirt and a pair of dark blue jeans, paired with a pair of white sneakers, and he looked refreshing and comfortable. After getting dressed, Lu Yang sat on the bed, took a deep breath, and said silently in his mind, "Sign in." Then, the system prompt sounded like thunder in his mind. "Successful sign in today. Congratulations to the host for winning a Lamborghini Aventador. At the same time, you will also receive additional top-level driving proficiency skills." Lu Yang's eyes widened, his face filled with surprise and disbelief. What a Lamborghini! And top-notch driving skills. He was so excited that he almost shouted out loud, his hands clenched into fists, and his body trembled slightly. This is the super sports car that countless men dream of, and now I am about to own it. Before he could recover from his excitement, the cell phone on the bedside table started vibrating. Lu Yang picked up the phone and saw an unfamiliar number on the screen. He pressed the answer button, and a calm and polite voice came from the other end of the phone. "Hello, is this Mr. Lu Yang?" Lu Yang quickly responded, "Yes, I am. May I ask who you are?" The other party smiled and said, "Hello, Mr. Lu. I am Wang Yu, the sales manager of Lamborghini Asia Pacific. Congratulations on ordering our Lamborghini Aventador.
The vehicle has been arranged for delivery by the Jiangcheng branch and is expected to be delivered this afternoon. I would like to confirm the specific receiving address with you.
Lu Yang couldn't contain his joy and said, I live in the Imperial Court.
I can just be dropped off at the gate of the community. Wang Yu replied respectfully, Okay, Mr. Lu, we will deliver it on time.
If you have any other needs, you can always contact me.
After hanging up the phone, Lu Yang paced back and forth in the room excitedly. He imagined the handsome Lamborghini parked in front of him, his heart full of anticipation.
Finally, it was afternoon. An unfamiliar phone call came in and Lu Yang answered it casually. A young male voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello, is this Mr. Lu Yang? Lu Yang quickly responded, It's me.
After confirming the identity, the person on the other end of the phone continued, Mr. Lu, we have delivered the Lamborghini Aventador you ordered to the entrance of the Dizuanhaoding community.
Please come and sign for it.
Okay, I'll be there right away.
Lu Yang suppressed his inner excitement and pretended to be calm.
Soon Lu Yang arrived at the gate of the community. A large trailer was parked on the side of the road. On the flatbed of the trailer, a black Lamborghini Aventador was parked there quietly, like a black beast ready to go. The body lines are smooth and sharp, the exaggerated shape is very aggressive, and the iconic scissor doors exude a unique charm that makes people fall in love with it at first sight. At this time, there were already many passers-by gathered on the roadside, and many of them were holding up their mobile phones to take pictures.
Wow, this is a Lamborghini. So cool.
It seems that this is not an ordinary Aventador, but an SVJ. Exclaimed a man with glasses who seemed to know a lot about cars.
What is SVJ? Isn't this Daniel? The full name of this car should be Lamborghini Aventador SVJ. Unlike ordinary Lamborghinis, this car is limited to only 63 units worldwide.
The man with glasses thought for a moment, then continued, the SCJ costs more than 7 million yuan. It is equipped with a 6.5-liter V12 engine with 770 horsepower. It can accelerate from 0 to 100 kilometers in just 2.8 seconds. It is known as an air cutter. As the man with glasses explained the facts, the passers-by around him were amazed again. Lu Yang came to the staff member wearing Lamborghini work clothes, took out the purchase record prepared by the system and handed it over, saying, I'm here to receive the car. After looking at the purchase record, one of the staff members politely asked, Hello, Mr. Lu Yang, this is the Lamborghini Aventador you ordered. Please check if there is any damage to the exterior of the vehicle. Okay. Lu Yang agreed, then walked forward and inspected the vehicle carefully. The car body paint is as bright as new without a single scratch, and every detail demonstrates Lamborghini's top craftsmanship.
After the inspection, Lu Yang nodded with satisfaction.
The staff handed over a document and said, Mr. Lu, please sign here to confirm receipt. Lu Yang took the document, picked up the pen, and signed his name on it. Afterwards, the staff handed the car keys to Lu Yang and said with a smile, Mr. Lu, congratulations on becoming the owner of a Lamborghini. This car is equipped with the most advanced intelligent driving system, but you can also enjoy the fun of manual driving.
If you have any questions during use, feel free to contact us.
Lu Yang took the key, his palms full of sweat from nervousness. He took a deep breath, walked to the driver's seat, pressed the button on the key, and the scissor door slowly rose, making a unique mechanical sound. After getting into the car, the interior was filled with the aroma of high-grade leather.
The seats had excellent wrapping and fit Lu Yang's body perfectly.
Various high-tech dashboards and control buttons came into view, exuding the charm of a fusion of technology and luxury. Lu Yang started the car, and the engine instantly emitted a low and powerful roar, like the roar of a wild beast, shaking the surrounding air slightly. His top driving skills made it easy for him to learn how to drive this car. He just stepped on the accelerator and the Lamborghini Bull instantly shot out, leaving a group of passers-by amazed. This also surprised the Lamborghini staff a little. After all, people who have never touched a supercar may not even know how to start the vehicle, let alone start so smoothly. Looking at Mr. Lu's appearance, he should be an experienced supercar driver.
Daniel was speeding on the road.
The wind blew in through the open window, ruffling his hair but failing to blow away the smile on his face.
Chapter 5, Gym Encounter.
For the next few days, Lu Yang stayed in his mansion and did not go out. The system rewarded him with tens of millions of dollars for signing in, which made him a little numb. I sleep until I wake up naturally every day.
When I'm hungry, I ask Daji to order takeout. When I'm bored, I stay in the e-sports room and play games. This kind of life where everything is provided for him makes him sigh. The life of rich people is so boring. It was not until this day when he was taking a bath that Lu Yang looked down at his slightly bulging belly and his brows instantly frowned. He reached out and pinched it, and the soft touch made his heart sink. I'm only 26 years old, I can't become a greasy uncle. He stood up from the bathtub suddenly, splashing water everywhere, and was determined to change the status quo. After drying his body, Lu Yang picked up his mobile phone and called the housekeeper Sun Jiqiang. Mr. Lu, how can I help you? Sun Jiqiang's voice was still respectful. Butler Sun, I'd like to ask if there is any high-end gym nearby? Lu Yang went straight to the point. Mr. Lu, you are too polite. There is a Haoding fitness club in the Dizuan Haoding community, which specializes in serving the owners. If you need, I can help you make an appointment with a private trainer, and you can go there directly tomorrow. Sun Jiqiang said with a smile. That's great. Please arrange it. Lu Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, I'll connect you with an experienced trainer. Is 9 o'clock tomorrow morning okay? No problem, thank you. After hanging up the phone, Lu Yang felt much more relaxed. He stood in front of the mirror, looking at himself in the mirror, and murmured, starting tomorrow, I will get back to my best form. Lu Yang got up early the next morning. After washing up, he opened the cloakroom and picked out a black Adidas sports suit from the dazzling array of sportswear. He paired it with a pair of white sneakers, and looked refreshed. Daji, please prepare a glass of warm water for me. Lu Yang ordered while tying his shoelaces. Okay, master. Daji's voice sounded gently. After a moment, the water dispenser slowly slid in front of Lu Yang and handed him a cup of warm water at just the right temperature. Lu Yang drank it in one breath, wiped the corner of his mouth, and then strode out the door. The elevator quickly reached the first floor. As Lu Yang walked out of the elevator, he saw Sun Jiqiang already waiting at the door. Good morning, Mr. Lu. I have arranged the gym for you, and the coach is waiting for you. Sun Jiqiang bowed slightly with a professional smile on his face. Thank you, I can go there by myself. Lu Yang nodded. Okay, I wish you a happy exercise. Sun Jiqiang watched Lu Yang leave, a hint of curiosity flashing in his eyes. Haoding Fitness Club is located in the center of the community, with a simple yet luxurious decoration style. Lu Yang pushed open the glass door and was greeted by a spacious and bright lobby. Two receptionists in OL uniforms were standing behind the counter. Welcome. When the two receptionists saw Lu Yang, they immediately smiled and bowed to greet him. Lu Yang nodded and walked to the front desk. My last name is Lu, and I have already made an appointment with the coach. The receptionist on the left's eyes lit up, and she immediately remembered the young owner named Lu who Butler Sun came to greet yesterday, and hurriedly said respectfully, Hello, Mr. Lu. Coach Sun is waiting for you. As soon as he finished speaking, a young woman wearing a tight sports vest and yoga pants walked quickly over from the rest area next to him. She is tall and has a curvy figure, especially her proud bust and long legs, which make people want to take a second look. Hello, Mr. Lu. I am Sun Ming, your personal trainer. She smiled and extended her hand. Lu Yang was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that the coach arranged by Sun Jiqiang for him would be such a beautiful woman. He shook Sun Mingting's hand, which felt soft but strong. Hello, Coach Sun. Sun Mingting's eyes quickly swept over Lu Yang, secretly assessing the physical condition of this new customer in her mind. She noticed that although Lu Yang had a small belly, his overall frame was well proportioned. As long as he kept exercising, he would soon be able to get back into good shape. Mr. Lu. Please follow me. Sun Mingting smiled and raised her hand to signal Lu Yang. Mr. Lu, please follow me. Sun Mingting turned sideways and motioned Lu Yang to follow her into the gym. Lu Yang followed behind Sun Mingting, his eyes inadvertently falling on her back. Her yoga pants perfectly outlined the curve of her hips, swaying gently with her steps, full of vitality and sexiness. Sun Mingting seemed to feel Lu Yang's gaze, but she did not feel shy at all. Instead, she boldly stuck out her chest and buttocks to make her figure more obvious, as if she was intentionally showing her proud figure to Lu Yang. Lu Yang quickly looked away, muttering to himself, I'm here to exercise, I'm here to exercise. The gym is well equipped and has a clean environment, but there don't seem to be many people exercising. It's normal when you think about it. It's only a little after 8 o'clock. How can rich people get up so early? Sun Ming took Lu Yang to a relatively quiet area and asked, Mr. Lu, did you have the habit of exercising before? Lu Yang shook his head, no, this is the first time. Sun Ming smiled slightly, it's okay, we can start with the basics. Is there any part of your body you want to exercise in particular? Lu Yang thought for a moment and pointed to his stomach, let's solve this little problem first. Sun Ming nodded, okay, then let's start with core training today. She took Lu Yang to a seated chest press machine and patiently explained how to use it. Mr. Lu, please sit here, hold the handles with both hands, keep your back close to the cushion, and then slowly push forward to feel the force in your chest. Lu Yang sat down according to her instructions, adjusted his posture, and tried a set of pushes. It was a bit difficult at first, but he soon found the feeling. Sun Ming stood aside, carefully observing Lu Yang's movements, and corrected his posture from time to time. Yes, that's it, go slower, and pay attention to your breathing. While exercising, Lu Yang glanced at Sun Ming out of the corner of his eye. She has soft profile lines, a high nose bridge, and her eyes are particularly bright when she is concentrating. Lu Yang suddenly felt that with the guidance of such a beautiful coach, fitness didn't seem so boring anymore. After completing several sets of exercises, Lu Yang sat on the leather sofa in the rest area, breathing heavily, sweat dripping down his forehead and soaking the front of his sportswear. He picked up the towel and wiped his face, feeling the slight soreness in his muscles. Sun Ming came over with a sports drink and sat down next to him. The couch sank slightly from her weight, and a faint citrus scent wafted over. Mr. Lu, how do you feel? Are you used to the intensity of your first training session? She handed the drink to Lu Yang and asked with concern. Lu Yang took the drink and the cool touch made him sigh comfortably. To be honest, it's much more tiring than I imagined. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. But it feels very refreshing. I haven't felt this kind of exhilaration after exercise in a long time. Sun Ming laughed when she heard that, and her eyes curved into crescents. This shows that your physical fitness is actually quite good. Many people collapse to the ground and cannot get up after their first training session. Yeah? Lu Yang raised his eyebrows. So I did pretty well? Pretty good. Sun Ming nodded, with approval in her eyes. You have good coordination and a strong learning ability. If you keep doing this, you will see results soon. Lu Yang took a sip of his drink and suddenly seemed to remember something and asked. By the way, how long has Coach Sun been in this business? More than 3 years. Sun Ming adjusted her sitting position. I majored in physical education in college and went straight into the fitness industry after graduation. No wonder it's so professional. Lu Yang said sincerely. I see that you know exactly how to use each piece of equipment. A hint of pride appeared on Sun Ming's face. This is my job. And... She paused, lowered her voice and said. In fact, the owners here have very high demands, and it will be difficult to cope with them without professionalism. Lu Yang smiled knowingly. It seems that rich people are hard to serve? Nor. Sun Ming waved her hands quickly. It's just that everyone has high requirements for details. For example, some customers will ask for the exact number of calories burned in each set of movements, and some will ask for a very detailed diet plan. So what do you think of a client like me? Lu Yang suddenly asked with a mischievous smile in his eyes. Sun Ming was stunned for a moment, then reacted. Mr. Lu is of course the best kind of customer. She winked playfully. He is young, handsome, and cooperates well with training. Lu Yang was amused by her. I like to hear that. But to be honest, I really know nothing about fitness, so I may have to trouble you more often in the future. Sun Ming smiled and said, this is what I should do. By the way, Mr. Lu, you performed very well today. If you are interested, we can work out a long-term training plan. Lu Yang took the towel and wiped his sweat. Of course I'm interested. I'll trouble Coach Sun in the future. Sun Ming nodded, a hint of joy flashed in her eyes. Then I'll add you on WeChat, and you can make an appointment with me in advance when you come to work out. Okay. Lu Yang took out his phone, pulled out his WeChat QR code business card, and said, scan me. After the two added each other on WeChat, Lu Yang walked out of the gym with tired steps. Sun Ming watched Lu Yang leave with a smile on her face, and a ripple of emotion arose in her heart. The customers who come to this gym are basically the owners of Dizuan Mansion, mostly female customers. There are male customers, but very few, most of them are older. It is the first time she has met a customer like Lu Yang who is young, handsome, and easy to get along with. Chapter 6 100% Equity of Huayao Group.
The next morning, the sunlight shone through the soft curtains, casting mottled shadows on the ground. Lu Yang slowly woke up from his sleep, and just as he was about to move his body, a feeling of soreness instantly attacked all his limbs. Especially the arms, upper arms and thighs, which felt as if they were pierced by countless small needles at the same time, and the back of the head even trembled. He then remembered the intense training at the gym yesterday and couldn't help cursing under his breath. Exciting, too damn exciting.
It seems like I over-exercised yesterday.
Lu Yang sat up from the bed with great effort, and every movement was extremely slow, for fear that the slightest force would cause more severe pain. He wore loose home clothes, washed up simply, and dragged his aching body towards the refrigerator. He took out a few slices of bread and a box of milk, sat at the dining table, and ate them bite by bite, with a look of helplessness and fatigue in his eyes.
At around 9 o'clock, Lu Yang went out to the gym. He was wearing a black sports suit.
The slim design outlined the lines he had initially worked out. Although he had not yet achieved a perfect body, he had already achieved some basic shape. She wore a pair of white sneakers with the brand logo on them, showing low-key luxury. Because he ached all over, his steps were slow and heavy, and he frowned slightly with every step.
When Lu Yang finally arrived at the gym, Sun Ming, who was arranging the equipment, saw him at a glance.
Today, Sun Ming is wearing a light blue tight sports suit with a short top that just reveals a little bit of her fair skin around her slender waist. Paired with sports shorts in the same color, it perfectly shows off her long and straight legs. The fabric of the clothes is elastic and fits her body tightly, outlining her curvy figure to the fullest. She was wearing a pair of white professional sports running shoes, and the colorful lines on the uppers added a bit of liveliness to the overall look. Her neat ponytail swayed gently with her movements, and a few strands of hair fell beside her fair cheeks, making her skin look even whiter than snow.
Seeing Lu Yang's slightly funny and difficult walking posture, Sun Ming couldn't help but burst out laughing.
She quickly covered her mouth with her hands, but her eyes turned into crescent moons due to smiling. That charming look made Lu Yang a little dazed, and his eyes unconsciously stayed on her for a few more seconds.
Lu Yang pretended to be angry, glared at Sun Ming, and said, "What are you laughing at?"
Sun Ming then realized her own gaffe. She coughed twice and tried to make herself look more serious. He said, "It seems that the amount of training yesterday was just right, Mr. Lu, let's do it according to yesterday's training today." When Lu Yang heard this, his eyes widened, his face full of fear, and he quickly waved his hands.
"Coach Sun, please don't. Look at my condition today. I trained too hard yesterday and I can't handle it today. I have something important to do tomorrow. Can you reduce the amount of training today?"
As he spoke, he gently rubbed his sore arm with his hand, with a pleading look in his eyes. Sun Ming originally thought that Lu Yang was just trying to be lazy, until she saw how hard he was training, and then she believed that he was indeed unwell.
Today, every movement for Lu Yang was much more difficult than yesterday, and beads of sweat gradually appeared on his forehead.
While training with bench press, push-ups and dumbbells, Lu Yang gritted his teeth and persevered. During the break, Sun Ming kindly handed over a bottle of pulse and said, "Drink some of this to replenish your energy." Lu Yang took the bottle, and just after taking a sip, he felt a delicate and warm touch on his arm. He turned his head and found that Sun Ming was gently massaging his arms with both hands. Sun Ming lowered her head slightly, her long eyelashes cast a faint shadow on her eyelids, and her focused expression made her look even more charming. Her hands massaged Lu Yang's arms rhythmically with just the right amount of force. Lu Yang's heartbeat suddenly quickened, and a strange feeling came over him.
He thought to himself, "Is she caring about me? Could it be that she is attracted by my handsomeness?"
He stared at Sun Ming with wide eyes, his face slightly flushed.
He hesitated for a moment and asked stutteringly, "Coach Sun, this is?"
Sun Ming raised her head and met Lu Yang's eyes. A trace of panic flashed in her eyes and her cheeks quickly flushed. She secretly regretted in her heart why she was so impulsive to give him a massage.
What if he misunderstood her as being casual?
I quickly explained, "A massage after exercise can relieve fatigue and soreness." After saying that, as if afraid that Lu Yang might misunderstand him, he quickly added, "Don't let your imagination run wild." After saying that, she quickly lowered her head and continued with her hand movements, but her slightly red ears revealed her nervousness.
Lu Yang's face turned even redder.
He didn't know what to say, so he had to look away and pretend to look away, but his heart was beating like a little rabbit. He secretly glanced at Sun Ming, feeling the warmth from her hands, and was intoxicated by it for a moment. While massaging, Sun Ming reminded herself to remain professional, but her heartbeat quickened uncontrollably. She secretly glanced at Lu Yang, seeing his red ears, and he was actually looking at her. Her heart was moved, and she thought, he looks quite cute, unlike those other arrogant owners.
At 11:10, the exercise ended. Lu Yang enjoyed Sun Ming's massage again.
This time, the soreness was relieved a lot and his body felt much more relaxed.
He said to Sun Ming, "Coach Sun, thanks to you today, otherwise I would be so sore all over and I really don't know what to do."
Sun Ming smiled and responded, "You're welcome, this is what I should do.
You should pay attention to rest these days, and don't train so hard next time."
Sun Ming felt a little reluctant. She had a great time every time she got along with Lu Yang and really hoped that he could come more often in the future. Lu Yang left the gym and was on his way home. As the pain in his body gradually eased, his steps became lighter than when he came. As he was walking, he suddenly slapped his head and said, "Oh no, I was so busy today that I forgot to sign in."
He quickly said in his mind, "Sign in."
Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 100% of the shares of Jiangqing's large enterprise Huayao Group. Relevant equity certificates and legal documents have been stored in the system space and can be retrieved and reviewed at any time. At the same time, the system has automatically arranged a professional lawyer team for the host to assist in handling equity-related matters.
100% of the shares of Huayao Group?
What the hell is this Huayao Group? Lu Yang was a little surprised, then he took out his mobile phone and searched Baidu for Huayao Group, and soon the detailed information came out.
Huayao Group is a trading company in Jiangqing City. The company's market value is about 1 billion.
It mainly sells various types of high-end imported cars and also involves some investments.
After reading the introduction of Huayao Group, Lu Yang couldn't help but feel excited.
It seemed that he would become the boss too.
Chapter 7 Ferrari LaFerrari arrives. In the past week, Lu Yang's life has been going back and forth between home and the gym.
Since acquiring 100% of the shares of Huayao Group, he has not been in a hurry to deal with related matters. His busy fitness routine has made him put this matter behind him temporarily. In the past few days, with the help of the rich man sign-in system, he has successively won a Ferrari LaFerrari in generous cash rewards. The accumulation of wealth has made him more confident. With regular fitness exercises for many consecutive days, Lu Yang's body gradually adapted to the high-intensity training rhythm, and the feeling of soreness all over the body has long disappeared. But in order to spend more time with Sun Ming and enjoy her thoughtful free massage, Lu Yang would pretend to be exhausted after every training session. At this moment, in the fitness club, Lu Yang was lying on the bench press, pretending to push the barbell with great effort, and humming.
"Coach Sun, I feel like I'm going to be worn out from training today. My arms don't even belong to me anymore."
Sun Ming looked at him from the side, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised, and deliberately exposed.
"Hey, Mr. Lu, I see you're quite strong. You were able to secretly do an extra set yesterday, but you can't do it today?"
When Lu Yang heard this, he quickly put down the barbell, sat up, and said with a look of grievance,
"Coach Sun, you are really wronging me.
I was in good shape yesterday.
Today I really reached my limit. If you don't believe me, why don't you try it?"
As he said this, he moved to the side. Sun Ming rolled her eyes at him and said unhappily, "I won't fall for your trick.
If I tried, you would be secretly happy beside me."
Lu Yang chuckled and started to talk again. "Coach Sun, you are so beautiful and have such a good figure. Why do you hang out with a rookie like me every day?
Don't you have any other suitors?"
Sun Ming's cheeks flushed slightly, and she said angrily, "Why do you care so much?
Just do your training well. But you keep complaining about being tired every day. Are you trying to be lazy?"
Lu Yang waved his hands quickly. "How dare I?
I just want to chat with Coach Sun more.
And I think I have made great progress, thanks to such a professional and beautiful coach like you." Sun Ming felt a little embarrassed by his praise and patted his shoulder lightly. "You are just sweet talking, but you have made great progress recently.
If you persist for a while, your figure will definitely be more perfect."
Lu Yang rolled his eyes and said with a wicked smile, "Coach Sun, when I get in shape, will there be a lot of beautiful women chasing after me?
What do you think I should do?"
Sun Ming pretended to be angry and glared at him. "That's your business. What does it have to do with me? If you only think about these things and don't train well, don't expect to have a good figure."
Lu Yang quickly corrected his attitude. Yes, Coach Sun is right. I will definitely practice hard, but Coach Sun, aren't you curious about what kind of girlfriend I will find in the future?"
Sun Ming turned her head away and muttered softly, "Who is curious?"
But I couldn't help but feel a ripple in my heart. At this moment, Lu Yang's cell phone suddenly rang, and an unfamiliar number appeared on the screen. Lu Yang looked at the unfamiliar number and picked up the phone. Hello.
On the other end of the phone, Deng Yulian, the general manager of Huayao Group, was startled when she heard a young voice coming from the other end of the phone. Last month, Deng Yulian's boss suddenly announced that the company had been acquired by a mysterious tycoon.
The boss originally didn't want to sell the company, but the acquisition price offered by the other party was too tempting to refuse, so the company's CEO was replaced.
As the general manager, Deng Yulian thought that with the change of the new boss, her position as general manager would also be lost.
However, the mysterious boss did not take any follow-up action after acquiring the company. He neither showed up nor made any adjustments to the company's management.
As time went by, Deng Yulian gradually relaxed her vigilance and felt that everything seemed to be the same as usual. But it wasn't until yesterday that she received an email from a mysterious boss with contact information.
So today, Deng Yulian tried to make this call.
Deng Yulian's thoughts raced through her mind, but she didn't hesitate at all. She asked softly,
"Hello? Is this Mr. Lu Yang?"
When Lu Yang heard this, a big question mark popped up in his mind.
However, when he heard the name Mr. Lu, he wondered if it was related to Huayao Group. So Lu Yang tried to ask back, "Hello? I'm Lu Yang."
On the other end of the phone, Deng Yulian smiled and replied, "Hello, Mr. Lu, I am Deng Yulian, the general manager of Huayao Group."
"Hello, Manager Deng. Is there anything I can help you with?" Lu Yang asked while wiping his sweat.
Deng Yulian on the other end of the phone didn't waste any words and asked, "Mr. Lu, the Ferrari you ordered some time ago has arrived.
I have now delivered it to the imperial court for you. Please come out and receive it."
When Lu Yang heard her mention the Ferrari supercar, he suddenly remembered that a few days ago he seemed to have thought of choosing Huayao Group as the method to cash out the sports car.
Thinking of this, Lu Yang reacted instantly. He smiled and said, "Has it been shipped here now?" Deng Yulian responded, "That's right." "Okay, wait for me for a moment, I'll come over first." After Lu Yang said that, he looked up and prepared to say hello to Sun Ming and leave. But he found her standing beside him as if in a daze. It turned out that the volume of Lu Yang's mobile phone conversation was not low, and Sun Ming roughly heard a lot of what was said. A woman on the phone called Lu Yang Mr. Lu and said that she had sent a Ferrari supercar to the door of Dizuan Houding, which made Sun Ming so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth. It seems that Lu Yang already has a Lamborghini Neo, and now he has bought a LaFerrari. Does he want to drive two supercars alternately? The world of the rich is really hard to understand. Instantly, a romantic scene emerged in her mind of herself and Lu Yang driving a supercar, taking a ride on the beach, and being affectionate with each other. If Lu Yang had called her later, she would probably have already thought of a name for their child. "Coach Sun! Coach Sun!" Lu Yang raised his hand and waved it in front of Sun Ming. "Oh." Sun Ming came back to her senses and subconsciously said, "Director Lu. What did you say?" Lu Yang looked at her rosy little mouth pouting into a round arc, and found it very interesting. He smiled and said, "Coach Sun, you don't have to call me that." After a short pause, Lu Yang continued, "Coach Sun, you've seen it too. I have something to deal with. Can I ask for a leave?" Sun Ming hurriedly said, "Of course. Isn't it just to take over the Ferrari?" When Lu Yang heard this, he glanced at her and said, "Yes, you heard it all." As a girl, Sun Ming actually has a strong interest in supercars, and Lu Yang keenly captured the curiosity and eagerness in her eyes. So Lu Yang casually invited, "Coach Sun, if you are also interested in Ferrari, why not go with me to have a look?" When Sun Ming heard this, she really wanted to agree. She was very excited to imagine that she could get close to the LaFerrari she had always dreamed of, and maybe even sit in it to experience it. But she is a coach at a fitness club after all, and it is working hours now, so she can't skip work. After a struggle, she shook her head and refused, "Mr. Lu, I still have to work." Upon hearing this, Lu Yang felt a little disappointed, but he also expressed his understanding and nodded. "Okay then. I'll go out first." After saying that, Lu Yang walked straight out the door. Chapter 8: Deng Yulian's Request. Lu Yang walked out of the gym, the sun shone on his body, and the breeze blew, bringing a touch of freshness. As he walked, he imagined the LaFerrari that he was about to get, and a smile unconsciously appeared on the corner of his mouth. As a top supercar limited to 499 units worldwide, LaFerrari is not only Ferrari's flagship model, but also a god car in the hearts of countless car fans.
It is equipped with a 6.3-liter V12 naturally aspirated engine and a HY-KERS hybrid system, with a total horsepower of 963. It can accelerate from 0 to 100 km/h in just 2.4 seconds and reach a top speed of over 350 km/h. Such a performance monster, coupled with its carbon fiber monocoque body, active aerodynamic design and control system derived from F1 racing technology, makes it a true road F1.
And I will soon become its owner. It's exciting just to think about it.
From a distance, Lu Yang saw a large group of people gathered in front of the entrance of the Dizuanhaoding community. A large trailer was parked in the middle. The Rosso Corsa Ferrari red LaFerrari on the trailer was shining in the sun, like a work of art. The lines of the car body are sharp and smooth, and the low posture and exaggerated aerodynamic kit all demonstrate its extraordinariness. The scissor door was slightly open, as if paying tribute to its new owner.
Fuck. Ferrari LaFerrari. This car is limited to 499 units worldwide. The domestic price will be at least 40 million. Who is the owner of this car? It's amazing. If I could go for a ride in this car, I would give birth to a baby for him. Passers-by raised their mobile phones to take pictures, and exclamations of exclamations were heard one after another. Several security guards stood aside to maintain order, but their eyes were attracted by the red beast from time to time, and their eyes were full of envy. When Lu Yang approached, someone in the crowd shouted, "The owner of the car is here." Everyone's eyes turned to him. Lu Yang smiled slightly and walked towards the trailer calmly.
At this time, a woman in a black business suit walked over from the trailer. She is tall, with long black hair tied into a neat bun, and exquisite makeup makes her look no more than 30 years old, but her every move reveals the elegance and confidence of a mature woman. She walked in black high heels, her steps steady and calm, and her long legs looked even more elegant against the professional skirt. Her skin is well maintained, fair and delicate, with slightly upturned corners of her eyes, exuding a shrewd and capable temperament.
You must be Mr. Lu, right? Hello?
She smiled and extended her hand, her voice soft but capable. "I am Deng Yulian, the general manager of Huayao Group.
I am very happy to finally meet you today."
Lu Yang held her hand, feeling the warmth and strength from her fingertips, and politely responded, "Manager Deng, thank you for coming here in person." Deng Yulian smiled slightly, with a hint of inquiry in her eyes. "This is as it should be.
After all, this is your first time receiving a company car.
I want to personally confirm that everything is going well, and I also want to meet the mysterious company boss." She turned and pointed to the Ferrari LaFerrari and introduced it. "This car is the one you ordered a few days ago. We have completed all the formalities, including license plate and insurance.
You can drive it away anytime now."
Lu Yang nodded, walked to the front of the car, reached out and gently stroked the body of the car. The touch of the cold carbon fiber made him feel excited. He pressed the key, and Rafa's iconic scissor doors slowly rose up, causing exclamations from the surroundings.
"This is so fucking cool. This car door is so cool. This is the first time I've seen this car."
Once upon a time, Lu Yang was also one of this group of passers-by, and could only look at other people's luxury cars in amazement and envy. Fortunately, God treated him well and gave him a super-rich system, which allowed him to make a brilliant transformation and become a superior person. Putting aside all distractions, Lu Yang sat in the driver's seat. The interior was made of top-quality leather and carbon fiber, and felt delicate and luxurious. The steering wheel adopts an F1 racing-style design, and the shift paddles are directly fixed on the steering column, giving it a full sense of combat.
He started the engine, and the deep roar of the V12 engine instantly ignited the surrounding air, like an awakening beast. Deng Yulian stood aside, a hint of admiration flashing in her eyes. She said softly, "Director Lu, if your time is convenient, I want to talk to you about some company matters." Lu Yang turned off the engine, got out of the car, then looked at Deng Yulian and motioned for her to continue.
Deng Yulian lowered her voice slightly and said, "Since you acquired Huayao Group last month, you have not shown up.
Now all employees in the company have not seen you, so it is inevitable that some people will be uneasy."
Everyone is curious but also nervous about the new boss, especially the management, who are worried that there will be major changes in their positions. "So, I hope you can take some time to come to the company and calm everyone down." Lu Yang thought for a moment and nodded. "Okay, I'll go there tomorrow morning."
Deng Yulian's eyes flashed with joy. "Great. I will arrange everything and wait for your arrival." Lu Yang smiled and said, "Okay, see you tomorrow."
Deng Yulian nodded slightly, then took out a business card from her bag and handed it to Lu Yang. "This is my contact information. If you need anything, you can contact me at any time." Lu Yang took the business card, took a look at it and put it in his pocket. He looked at the Ferrari LaFerrari again, his heart full of anticipation. Deng Yulian seemed to see through his thoughts and smiled. Director Lu, I won't disturb you from testing the car.
I wish you a happy driving. Lu Yang nodded, thank you, see you tomorrow. After watching Deng Yulian leave, Lu Yang got back into the car. He took a deep breath, stepped on the accelerator, and the Ferrari LaFerrari drove out of the community like an arrow from a bow. The roar of the V12 engine shook the entire street, leaving behind a sea of astonished eyes. Among the crowd on the roadside, someone exclaimed, "This is the winner in life."
The security guards looked at the car going away and murmured to themselves, when will I be able to drive a car like this?
So it's him. He's such a low-key owner.
Security guard Xiao Chen murmured to himself. Lu Yang drove the Ferrari LaFerrari, feeling the pleasure of the wind whistling past his ears. He glanced at the emperor's mansion gradually receding in the rearview mirror, thinking to himself,
tomorrow, it's time to meet my company. I hope to have a good day. Chapter 9, my old classmate is actually a hidden beauty.
Lu Yang drove the Ferrari LaFerrari on the ring road, the deep roar of the V12 engine echoing in his ears like a passionate war song. The scenery outside the car window was like a fast-forwarded movie, rapidly receding backwards. Every time the car accelerated, Lu Yang could feel the wind whistling past his ears. The corners of his mouth unconsciously rose as he immersed himself in the extreme pleasure brought by this speed.
However, God suddenly got angry.
The sky, which was originally as blue as a gem, was covered by layers of dark clouds in the blink of an eye, becoming gloomy and depressing. Then, without any warning, raindrops as big as beans hit the windshield with a crackling sound, making a dense and noisy sound.
This damn weather changes so suddenly.
Lu Yang couldn't help but frown, muttering to himself, and reached out to turn on the wipers. As the wipers swung rhythmically, the car speed gradually slowed down, and he had to reduce speed to cope with the increasingly severe weather. The rain was getting heavier and heavier, pouring down like a river in the sky bursting its dam. The rain quickly gathered on the ground, forming fast-flowing streams. When the wheels rolled over them, large splashes of water were created, like blooming crystal flowers. The pedestrians on the street were caught off guard by this sudden rainstorm. They hurriedly opened their umbrellas or took shelter under the eaves of the street. The originally bustling streets suddenly became a little messy. Lu Yang weighed the matter in his mind and decided to go home, so he skillfully drove out of the ring road and turned into the urban road. The roads in the city became slippery and difficult to travel on due to the rain, and there were many more vehicles. Lu Yang drove the car carefully and moved slowly in the congested traffic. At an intersection, Lu Yang's car slowly stopped and waited for the red light. The rain slid down the car window, making the outside world blurry and hazy, as if covered by a layer of gauze. At this moment, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a figure rushing out from the sidewalk in a hurry, and then with a thump, he fell heavily in the middle of the road.
A scammer?
Lu Yang's heart skipped a beat, his nerves instantly tensed up, and he subconsciously tightened his grip on the steering wheel. Looking closely, I found that it was a girl wearing a loose gray sweatshirt and a pair of large black-framed glasses. At this moment, she was lying on the ground in a mess. The rain kept hitting her, soon soaking her whole body. Her wet hair stuck to her face, making her look particularly miserable. She seemed to want to struggle to get up, but as soon as she moved, she frowned in pain. It was obvious that she sprained her foot. She tried several times but failed and fell back heavily. Passers-by stopped and watched, but no one was willing to step forward to help. Some people took out their mobile phones to take pictures, as if they were capturing some novel news material. Others were pointing and talking in low voices. Some people even said with a mocking tone, "These days, the scammers are too hard-working. They still come out to work in such heavy rain." Lu Yang glanced at the rearview mirror and saw a long line of cars behind him. Impatient horns honked one after another, sounding particularly harsh in the rain.
He was a little hesitant, his eyes moving back and forth between the rearview mirror and the girl. What if I really need help?
After struggling for a moment, he sighed, finally unbuckled his seatbelt, pushed open the car door without hesitation, and rushed into the rain.
The rain instantly wet Lu Yang's clothes, and the cold raindrops slid down his cheeks. He walked quickly to the girl, squatted down, and asked with concern, "Are you okay?"
The girl raised her head, her glasses were covered with water droplets and her vision became blurry. She wiped the rain off her face with her hand, revealing a pretty face. When she saw Lu Yang clearly, her eyes suddenly widened, and her voice was filled with surprise. Lu
Yang?
Lu Yang was stunned, and looked at her carefully, trying to search for memories about her in his mind. "Who are you?"
I'm Chao Xiaoyu. My high school classmate, the one who sat behind you.
The girl raised her voice with a hint of urgency in her tone, as if she was afraid that Liu Yang would not remember.
Chao Xiaoyu?
Liu Yang's memory was instantly awakened, and the image of a quiet girl who always wore a loose school uniform and black-framed glasses slowly emerged in his mind. At that time, she always sat quietly in the corner of the classroom and rarely took the initiative to communicate with her classmates.
Thinking of this, Liu Yang couldn't help but laugh. It's really you. Why are you here?
Chao Xiaoyu pointed at her feet awkwardly, with a look of pain on her face. I was rushing to the company to get some documents, but I ran too fast and accidentally slipped.
I think I twisted my foot. Only then did Liu Yang notice that her ankle was swollen and looked very serious.
Without any hesitation, he helped her up and said, "Get in the car first.
The rain is too heavy."
As he spoke, Liu Yang supported Chao Xiaoyu and walked carefully towards the Ferrari. Along the way, passers-by cast surprised glances at them, and all kinds of whispered discussions reached their ears.
People who drive supercars are also afraid of scams? There are all kinds of people these days.
After hearing these words, Liu Yang and Chao Xiaoyu ignored them. At this moment, they only wanted to help Chao Xiaoyu get out of this bad situation as soon as possible. Chao Xiaoyu sat in the passenger seat, her wet clothes leaving water stains on the leather seat.
She felt a little uneasy, her face full of apology. "I'm sorry, I got your car wet." Liu Yang smiled and waved his hands, looking nonchalant. "It's okay, it's just the car."
"But you are soaked all over, be careful not to catch a cold." As he spoke, he took out a pack of tissues from the storage box beside him and handed it to Chao Xiaoyu. "Wipe it first."
Chao Xiaoyu took the tissue and thanked him in a low voice.
She took off her glasses and carefully wiped the rain off her face with a towel. Without the obstruction of glasses, her eyes appeared particularly bright, with crystal drops of water hanging on her long eyelashes, like dewdrops on lotus leaves in the early morning, looking very charming. Only then did Liu Yang realize that Chao Xiaoyu's facial features were actually very delicate, and the pair of heavy glasses she had worn before really concealed a lot of her beauty. Realizing that he had been staring at the person for too long, Liu Yang felt a little embarrassed.
He coughed lightly and changed the subject. "Where is your home?" "I'll take you home."
Chao Xiaoyu shook her head, with a hint of worry in her eyes. "No, I can just take a taxi later."
"Don't you have something else to do?"
Liu Yang looked at the heavy rain outside the window, then looked down at her wet clothes and swollen ankles. He insisted firmly, "It's hard to get a taxi in this weather, and your foot is injured, so it's not convenient for you to move.
I'll take you to a nearby mall to buy some clothes to change into. You'll definitely get sick if you keep wearing wet clothes like this."
Chao Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment, thinking of her current miserable state, and finally nodded. "Then, thank you for your help." Liu Yang drove to a nearby high-end shopping mall. After parking the car, he helped Chao Xiaoyu into a women's clothing store. The clerk was slightly stunned when she saw the two people's wet appearance, but her good professionalism allowed her to quickly adjust and put on a warm smile on her face.
"Welcome, do you need any help?"
Liu Yang said directly, "Help her pick out a suitable set of clothes, from inside to outside." Hearing this, Chao Xiaoyu's face instantly turned red, and she protested in a low voice, "No, there's no need to go through so much trouble." Liu Yang smiled and said softly, "You'll catch a cold if you wear wet clothes for too long.
Don't be polite with me."
The clerk understood what he meant and quickly took out a set of clothes according to Chao Xiaoyu's body shape, including underwear, sweatshirt and jeans. Chao Xiaoyu took the clothes with a red face and hurried into the fitting room. Liu Yang sat on the sofa in the store waiting. With nothing to do, he casually flipped through his phone. Not long after, the door of the fitting room slowly opened and Chao Xiaoyu walked out. Liu Yang looked up subconsciously and was stunned. The Chao Xiaoyu in front of me seemed like a different person. The fitted white sweatshirt perfectly outlines her slender waist, while the jeans perfectly wrap around her long legs, showing off her graceful leg lines. What is most surprising is that such a proud figure is hidden under that wide sweater. She didn't wear her black-framed glasses because they were fogged up, so she looked fresh and beautiful, like a flower that had just bloomed, exuding a charming scent.
"What's wrong? Is it weird?"
Chao Xiaoyu pulled the corner of her clothes uncomfortably, with a hint of nervousness and shyness in her eyes. Liu Yang came back to his senses and quickly shook his head. "No, it looks good, but
I didn't expect you to have such a good figure." Chao Xiaoyu's face turned even redder.
She lowered her head and muttered softly, "I'm used to wearing loose clothes."
After changing his clothes, Liu Yang looked at the time and suggested, "It's getting late, let's have a meal together. I remember you used to love hot pot."
Chao Xiaoyu was a little surprised, with a hint of surprise in her eyes. "You still remember this?" Lu Yang smiled and joked, of course, during the spring outing in high school, you ate 2 plates of beef by yourself, and we were all stunned. At that time, I was wondering, how could such a quiet girl eat beef so fiercely? After hearing this, Xiao Xiaoyu covered her face and pretended to be angry. Don't mention it, that was one of the most embarrassing moments in my life.
You must have been laughing at me at the time.
The two smiled at each other, and their laughter echoed in the store. The atmosphere suddenly became much more relaxed, as if they had returned to the carefree days of high school.
Chapter 10: The Temptation of Beauty. Lu Yang took Xiao Xiaoyu to a hot pot restaurant with a quiet atmosphere.
A table full of dishes was soon served with steam rising.
By the way, how much did you spend on the clothes just now? I'll transfer it to you. Xiao Xiaoyu suddenly remembered that she didn't pay when she bought the clothes, and asked quickly. Hearing this, Lu Yang raised his lips and smiled. Not much. We have been classmates for many years, it would be awkward to mention money. Xiao Xiaoyu has a free and easy personality. She laughed heartily and said, then I won't be polite.
You don't need this little money now, so just consider it as supporting your old classmates. As she spoke, her eyebrows were curved and her laughter was crisp. Lu Yang was a little dazed for a moment when he saw her like this. During the meal, the two recalled the interesting things in high school and laughed a lot.
Do you still remember Teacher Zhang?
The math teacher who always likes to wear flowery shirts. Xiao Xiaoyu picked up a piece of beef and asked with a smile on her face.
Lu Yang nodded and couldn't help laughing. I remember.
He always said in class, students, mathematics is beautiful, but no one in the class could understand what he meant. Xiao Xiaoyu smiled so much that his eyes curved into crescents, and joked, once, you fell asleep in his class, and he asked you to go up and solve a problem.
Unexpectedly, you guessed it right, and he was so angry that he stamped his feet.
Lu Yang shrugged and joked, that was one of the few highlights in my life.
As they chatted, Lu Yang changed the subject. By the way, what do you do now?
Xiao Xiaoyu's smile froze slightly. I work as a designer in a small advertising company. The salary is not high, and I often work overtime.
I was going to the company to get some documents today, but... She pointed to her ankle. Lu Yang nodded thoughtfully. If there is a better opportunity, would you consider changing jobs? Xiao Xiaoyu was slightly stunned. Of course. It's just that it's hard to find a job now. Lu Yang didn't say much, just smiled and reminded, eat quickly, the meat is overcooked.
After dinner, the rain stopped.
Lu Yang insisted on sending Xiao Xiaoyu home, and Xiao Xiaoyu had no choice but to agree.
Xiao Xiaoyu lives in an old apartment building in the suburbs, sharing the rent with her best friend Yu Jiaojiao. The two of them share the rent, which reduces the pressure. The corridor was dimly lit, with large flakes of paint peeling off the walls, giving off an old smell. Lu Yang carefully helped her up the stairs and came to the door of the room on the 5th floor. Just as Xiao Xiaoyu took out the key and opened the door, a clear female voice came from inside the house. Xiaoyu.
Why did you come back just now? No one answered my phone call.
Yu Jiaojiao, wearing a ponytail and cartoon pajamas, rushed out in a hurry. Seeing Lu Yang, she suddenly stopped in her tracks, her eyes wide open. Who is this?
Xiaoyu, we agreed that you can't bring men back to spend the night.
Xiao Xiaoyu's cheeks flushed slightly.
She pushed Yu Jiaojiao and said angrily, Jiaojiao, what are you thinking about? This is my high school classmate Lu Yang. I fell and sprained my ankle today. Thanks to him for sending me back. Then, she blushed and introduced Lu Yang. Lu Yang, this is my roommate Yu Jiaojiao.
Yu Jiaojiao looked Lu Yang up and down, a sly look flashing in her eyes. Oh, a hero saving a beauty. Xiao Xiaoyu blushed and pushed her again. Jiaojiao, don't talk nonsense. I'm going to take a shower first, you help me entertain. After saying that, she hurried into the bathroom.
Yu Jiaojiao warmly invited Lu Yang to sit down, poured him a glass of water, and asked with her head tilted, handsome guy, you came here in a supercar, right? I just saw from the window, is that red Ferrari downstairs yours?
Lu Yang looked calm and said with a smile, it's just a means of transportation.
TSK, so low-key.
Yu Jiaojiao curled her lips. Suddenly he leaned closer and lowered his voice and said, but, our Xiaoyu is a good girl. She has never brought a boy back home.
You are the first one.
As she spoke, the sweet scent of Yu Jiaojiao's perfume wafted over. She pretended to be unsteady and leaned towards Lu Yang, her soft body almost touching him.
Oh, sorry.
She apologized, but her hand gently pressed on Lu Yang's chest, her fingertips brushed across it vaguely, and she winked at him.
Lu Yang's throat tightened and his heartbeat inexplicably quickened.
Yu Jiaojiao has a bright and attractive appearance, skin as white as jade, big and lively eyes, and a playful and charming smile. The collar of the loose pajamas is slightly open, revealing the delicate collarbone and deep cleavage.
Ahem. Lu Yang straightened her up awkwardly. It's okay.
Yu Jiaojiao pushed the issue further and sat directly next to Lu Yang, holding her chin and asked, "Hey, are you and Xiaoyu really just high school classmates?
You have no other relationship?
We're really just classmates."
Lu Yang responded helplessly.
Oh, Yu Jiaojiao stretched out her tone and rolled her eyes. So what do you do now?
It must be something special to be able to afford a Ferrari, right?
Lu Yang casually replied, I made some investments and traded stocks.
I was lucky enough to make some money. Investment.
Yu Jiaojiao seemed to be thinking about something, then suddenly took out her phone and smiled brightly. How about adding WeChat?
What if I need investment advice in the future?
Lu Yang hesitated for a moment, looking at Yu Jiaojiao's expectant expression. He took out his mobile phone and scanned the QR code.
Ding, friend added successfully.
Yu Jiaojiao shook her phone with satisfaction, a sly smile on her lips. Let's keep in touch in the future. At this time, the bathroom door opened and Chao Xiaoyu came out wiping her wet hair.
Seeing the two of them sitting close to each other, she was slightly startled. What are you talking about?
Yu Jiaojiao immediately sat up straight, looking innocent. Nothing, I just talked to Lu Yang about your embarrassing story.
Chao Xiaoyu suddenly became anxious. Yu Jiaojiao. How dare you say that? Lu Yang couldn't help laughing as he watched the two of them playing around.
Yu Jiaojiao blinked at him, her eyes carrying an ambiguous hint that caused ripples in his heart.
Lu Yang checked the time and stood up to say goodbye. It's getting late, I should go now.
I'll take you there. Just as Chao Xiaoyu was about to stand up, Yu Jiaojiao held her down.
Your feet are inconvenient, I'll go and take you there.
Yu Jiaojiao jumped to the door and winked at Lu Yang. Handsome boy, take care.
Come and play with me next time.
She leaned against the doorframe, and the hem of her pajamas moved up as she moved, revealing her white thighs.
Lu Yang coughed lightly and walked down the stairs quickly. Yu Jiaojiao's suppressed laughter came from behind him.
After closing the door, Yu Jiaojiao jumped onto the sofa and said, Xiaoyu,
this classmate of yours is not an ordinary one. Chao Xiaoyu was combing her wet hair. What's wrong? He is driving a Ferrari.
And Yu Jiaojiao leaned closer mysteriously. I just tried to test him, and the way he looked at me tsk.
What did you do?
Chao Xiaoyu paused.
Just add WeChat.
Yu Jiaojiao shook her phone and suddenly lowered her voice. Tell me.
Is he interested in you? Just now in the car. Nothing happened, right? Chao Xiaoyu's ears burned. What nonsense. I just happened to meet. Really?
Yu Jiaojiao stretched out her voice. Then, can I pursue him?
Chao Xiaoyu paused while wiping her hair. It's up to you.
Yu Jiaojiao keenly caught her best friend's momentary stiffness, and a hint of cunning flashed in her eyes. She suddenly rushed over and hugged Chao Xiaoyu. I was just kidding.
But?
She lowered her voice and said, he was just peeking at my legs, man.
Yu Jiaojiao.
Chao Xiaoyu blushed and grabbed the pillow and threw it at her. The two girls rolled into a ball with laughter. Outside the window, the sound of the Ferrari's engine gradually faded away and disappeared into the night after the rain.
Chapter 11. It's my first time too. Chapter 11. Encounter at the footbath city.
Lu Yang was driving his Ferrari LaFerrari on the way back to the city, but Yu Jiaojiao's seductive eyes and looming figure kept appearing in his mind. The neon lights outside the car window cast mottled shadows on the street after the rain, but they could not dispel the fire in his heart. This girl is so good at teasing. Lu Yang muttered, his fingers tapping the steering wheel unconsciously. He glanced at himself in the rearview mirror, and Yu Jiaojiao's sly smile seemed to still remain in his eyes. At this moment, a luxuriously decorated restaurant on the roadside,
Jinyu Foot Bath City, attracted his attention. The colorful neon lights are particularly eye-catching in the night.
Two receptionists in Cheongsam are standing at the door, warmly greeting the guests.
How about going and experiencing it? A bold idea popped up in Lu Yang's mind.
Although he no longer lacked money after owning the godly rich system, he had never been to such a place.
After much hesitation, Lu Yang finally found a parking space.
Before getting out of the car, he adjusted his hair in the rearview mirror and took a deep breath.
Just a regular massage, just to relax.
Pushing open the glass door of the footbath city, a warm breeze mixed with the aroma of essential oils blows towards you. The hall was decorated magnificently.
Under the crystal chandelier, several young girls in uniform were busy at the front desk. Good evening, sir. How many people are there? A female receptionist with exquisite makeup came up quickly, and her eyes brightened up when she saw Lu Yang's dress. Lu Yang cleared his throat slightly embarrassedly. Just me. Okay, sir, what kind of service do you need? We have Thai massage, essential oil spa, foot reflexology. The receptionist introduced the items skillfully, her fingers painted with red nail polish sliding lightly across the price list. Lu Yang glanced at the price list and pointed at one at random. It's the Imperial Foot Bath. Okay, sir, please wait a moment, I will arrange a technician for you right away. The receptionist picked up the intercom, whispered a few words, and then gave Lu Yang a professional smile. Excuse me, sir. It's peak season now. All our top technicians are on duty. Can we arrange a new technician for you? Although he doesn't have much experience, his technique is very serious. Lu Yang shrugged indifferently. Okay, just relax. Thank you for your understanding. Please follow me and I will take you to the box. Following the receptionist through a corridor covered with thick carpet, Lu Yang was led into a small private room with soft lighting. There is a massage bed in the middle of the room, next to it is a wooden tub for foot soaking, and a faint scent of lavender wafts in the air. Please change into your slippers first, the technician will be here soon. The receptionist left the room and closed the door gently. Lu Yang had just changed into slippers and sat down when there was a knock on the door. Come in. He adjusted his collar subconsciously. The door was gently pushed open, and a girl in a pink uniform walked in with her head lowered. She has a slim figure, wears her hair in a simple ponytail, and wears almost no makeup on her face. Good evening, sir. I am technician number 75, Han Huihui. It's my pleasure to serve you. The girl's voice was very soft, with a barely perceptible tremor. Lu Yang was stunned for a moment. This was completely different from what he had imagined the technicians in a foot massage parlor to be like. He thought the technicians in places like foot massage parlors should all be wearing heavy makeup and revealing clothes. The girl in front of me looked more like a college student, so pure that it didn't fit in with this environment. Are you new here? Lu Yang couldn't help but ask. Han Huihui nodded, still not daring to look up at the guest. Yes, sir, today is my third day at work and you are my first customer. If you are not satisfied, you can change to another technician. No need, it's you. Lu Yang didn't know why he said that. Perhaps it was the girl's temperament that was out of tune with the surroundings that aroused his curiosity. Thank you, sir. Han Huihui heaved a sigh of relief and began to prepare water for foot bathing with clumsy movements. Is the water temperature suitable? Lu Yang put his feet into the wooden barrel. The warm water was just right. Can. For the next 10 minutes or so, the only sounds in the box were the sound of water and the occasional clatter of tools. Han Huihui's technique was indeed clumsy, and she would make some small noises from time to time due to nervousness. Sorry, sir. When she accidentally dropped massage oil on Lu Yang's pants, her face turned pale with panic. Lu Yang looked at the girl frantically picking up the tissue and suddenly laughed. It's okay, you don't have to be so nervous. It's my first time too and I was also very nervous. This joke seemed to break the deadlock. Han Huihui finally raised her head and smiled faintly. The gentleman doesn't look like a nervous person. Under the soft light, Lu Yang could finally see her appearance clearly. She has a delicate oval face, fair skin, a pair of clear almond-shaped eyes, and a small teardrop mole at the left corner of her eye. There is no heavy makeup, but there is a natural and pure beauty. What's your name? I didn't hear it clearly. Lu Yang asked. Han Huihui, sir. She answered softly, her hands still moving. Don't keep calling me mister, it sounds weird. My name is Lu Yang. Okay, Mr. Lu. Han Huihui still added the honorific, but her tone was much more natural. Lu Yang noticed that she was wearing a faded student watch on her slender wrist, and there were faint red marks under the strap, as if it was left by something. Are you still in school? Lu Yang suddenly asked. Han Huihui's hand paused for a moment, her eyes flickering. No. No. Lu Yang didn't ask any further questions, but he already had a guess in his mind. When Han Huihui turned around to get the tools, a card slipped out of her pocket. Lu Yang bent down to pick it up and found that it was a student ID card at Shanghai University of Finance and Economics. Han Huihui in the photo had a ponytail and a bright smile. Is this yours? Lu Yang waved his student ID. Han Huihui turned around and her face turned pale instantly. She reached out in a panic to get her student ID back, but accidentally knocked over the essential oil bottle next to her. The sound of broken glass was particularly harsh in the quiet box. Sorry. I'll clean it up right away. She squatted down to pick up the broken glass, her hands shaking violently. Lu Yang also squatted down to help her. Be careful not to cut your hands. He handed over his student ID. Are you a student of the University of Finance and Economics? Why? Before she finished speaking, Han Huihui's tears had already fallen. She bit her lip, her voice almost inaudible. Please don't tell the manager, I need this job. Lu Yang was stunned. He didn't expect that his casual question would cause such a big reaction. Just as he was about to say something, Han Huihui's cell phone suddenly vibrated. She hesitated for a moment, then took out her cell phone and looked at it, her face becoming even paler. What's wrong? Lu Yang asked. No. Nothing. Han Huihui hurriedly hung up the phone, but Lu Yang had already caught a glimpse of the screen. Hospital. 2 words. Is someone in the family sick? Han Huihui was silent for a moment, and finally covered her face in a state of collapse. It's my father, late-stage liver cancer, needs surgery. Her shoulders trembled slightly. The surgery will cost $1 million. I have tried everything. Lu Yang didn't know what to say for a moment. He recalled his predicament before he obtained the godly rich system, and could fully understand this despair. So you come here to work. The salary here is high, and I got 3 months' salary in advance. Han Huihui wiped away her tears and forced a smile. I'm sorry, Mr. Lu, I shouldn't have said that. Shall we continue? Lu Yang looked at her, forcing a smile, and suddenly an impulse surged in his heart. I can help you with your father's medical expenses. Han Huihui raised her head suddenly, a glimmer of hope flashed in her eyes, but soon dimmed again. What did you say? I said, I can take care of your father's medical expenses. Lu Yang said in a firm tone. Han Huihui's expression became complicated, and she bit her lip. Mr. Lu, I know what customers like you want. Her voice became weaker and weaker. I can promise you, but only tonight. After that, please. Lu Yang then realized that she had misunderstood his meaning and quickly waved his hand. You misunderstood. That's not what I meant. Han Huihui looked at him in confusion. Then why are you helping me? Because. Lu Yang was speechless for a moment. He couldn't say that he had a super rich system and had too much money to spend. Because I've been through hard times before and I know what that feels like. Han Huihui was still skeptical. 1 million is not a small amount. Lu Yang took out his cell phone directly. Give me your bank account number and I'll transfer the money now. Looking at Lu Yang's serious expression, Han Huihui's eyes became moist again. She tremblingly found her bank card information on her phone, and her hands were still shaking as she handed it to Lu Yang. Lu Yang operated his phone for a few times, and in less than a minute, Han Huihui received a text message about the bank card payment. Really, it's really turned around? She stared at the phone screen in disbelief, tears streaming down her face. Why are you doing this? Lu Yang smiled. Let's just call it fate. By the way, which hospital is your father in? Jiancheng First People's Hospital. But Mr. Lu, I don't know how to repay you. Han Huihui stood there at a loss, feeling both moved and terrified. I don't need your repayment, go back and study hard. This place is not suitable for you. Lu Yang waved his hand, then changed the subject and said with a smile. That's it, the water is getting cold. Oh, sorry, Mr. Lu, I'll go change the water for you now. Han Huihui said while wiping her tears. Lu Yan looked at the tearful face and smiled gently. Don't bother yourself anymore, just help me clean it up. Chapter 12 Han Huihui's Initiative. Mr. Lu, do you really not need my service anymore? Han Huihui was holding a towel in her hand, her eyes were still a little red, and her voice was so soft as if she was afraid of disturbing this sudden kindness. Lu Yang stood up from the massage chair and stretched his shoulders. No, you really need to practice this technique more. He deliberately kept a straight face, but when he saw Han Huihui's face fall instantly, he couldn't help laughing. I'm kidding, I mean, you should quit your job now. Now.
Han Huihui widened her eyes. But the manager said it should be at least a week in advance. Call your manager. Lu Yang took out his cell phone and shook it.
I think he would be happy to see you, his employee, leave early.
5 minutes later, a middle-aged man with oily hair and powdered face bowed and sent them to the door.
Miss Han can leave at any time and her salary will be paid immediately. Mr. Lu, please come often in the future.
Walking out of the footbath city, the night wind brushed across her cheeks, and Han Huihui was still holding her small bag as if in a dream.
Mr. Lu, what did you show the manager just now?
Why did he suddenly?
Nothing much, just let him check my bank card balance.
Lu Yang shrugged.
This kind of place recognizes this the most.
Han Huihui burst out laughing, then felt it was impolite and quickly covered her mouth. Under the streetlight, the teardrop mole at the corner of her eye trembled slightly as she smiled, which made her look inexplicably cute.
Let us go, I'll take you back to school. Lu Yang opened the door of the Ferrari. Ha? No thanks. Han Huihui waved her hands repeatedly.
I can take the subway by myself.
I'm sorry to bother you.
The subway stopped early at this time.
Lu Yang glanced at his watch. Or do you think my car is not as good as the subway? No.
Han Huihui was so anxious that her face turned red. She hurriedly got into the passenger seat, but her hair got caught in the seatbelt.
Oops.
Lu Yang held back his laughter and helped her solve it.
First time riding a supercar?
Han Huihui was so embarrassed that the tips of her ears turned red. There are often luxury cars at the gate of our school, but they are all there to pick up those. She suddenly stopped talking in the middle of the sentence, but Lu Yang already understood what she meant.
Campus beauty? Department beauty? He teased her on purpose.
Han Huihui lowered her head and played with her fingers.
Some of the more popular girls. Amid the roar of its engine, the Ferrari cuts through the night.
Lu Yang glanced at the reserved girl beside him.
What kind of flower are you in school? The top student? I'm not.
Han Huihui refuted in a low voice.
Just an ordinary student. Ordinary students from the University of Finance and Economics would not work in a foot massage parlor. Lu Yang joked.
Han Huihui suddenly raised her head.
Mr. Lu, do you really not have a girlfriend? Ahem. Lu Yang almost choked on his own saliva. Why are you asking this suddenly?
Just now in the store, they all said. Han Huihui's voice became smaller and smaller. It is said that men who drive this kind of car have many girlfriends.
Lu Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Who are they?
That is, other technician sisters?
Han Huihui twisted her fingers.
They also said that a customer like you who ordered a new person must want to.
What are you thinking about?
Lu Yang raised his eyebrows.
Want to take advantage. Han Huihui's voice was as thin as a mosquito.
Lu Yang holds his forehead.
Looks like I should give that store a bad review. No.
Han Huihui hurriedly explained. They are actually very nice people, but they are just too experienced. After saying this, the atmosphere in the car became even more awkward.
To ease the atmosphere, Lu Yang turned on the music.
As a result, an ambiguous R&B song came from the speakers, which scared him so much that he quickly changed the song.
What do you like to listen to? He asked in a calm manner. All can. Han Huihui stared at her knees.
At this time, the car had already entered the campus of the University of Finance and Economics. In the night, groups of students in the campus cast curious glances.
Stop at the building in front. Han Huihui pointed to a dormitory building. As soon as the car stopped, several girls passing by exclaimed in exaggeration. Wow! Ferrari! Who are you here to pick up again? It must be the departmental Huabei of the School of Economics and Management. Didn't she show off last week?
The discussion stopped abruptly when Han Huihui got off the car.
Isn't that Han Huihui? How does she get out of a car like this? Usually pretending to be so noble. The harsh sound of discussion drifted into the car, and Han Huihui's body visibly stiffened.
Lu Yang frowned and was about to get off the car, but was stopped by Han Huihui.
Don't, they just love to talk nonsense. She lowered her head and quickly packed her backpack.
Suddenly, as if she had made up her mind, she leaned over and kissed Lu Yang on the face.
I will treat you to dinner again when my father recovers.
After saying that, he ran into the dormitory building like a frightened rabbit without looking back. Lu Yang touched the place on his face where he was kissed, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. In the rearview mirror, the girls were already shocked. Holy shit! Han Huihui kissed that rich guy. Doesn't she say all day that she wants to concentrate on her studies? Why pretend to be pure? Lu Yang got angry and rolled down the car window. Dear classmates, it's not good to talk about people behind their backs, right? The girls were startled, but then they pretended to be calm. What's it to you? We can say whatever we want. That is, Han Huihui usually pretends to be so noble, but in the end she still. Say it again? After saying that, Lu Yang prepared to get off the car and talk to these girls. The girls' faces changed instantly and they walked away in dismay. Just kidding, they couldn't afford to offend the rich second generation who could afford a Ferrari. On the other side, Han Huihui just rushed into the dormitory and was blocked by her roommate Lin Xiaoyu. Huihui. What's going on with that Ferrari downstairs? Lin Xiaoyu widened her eyes. The whole dormitory was blown up. Someone said they saw you getting out of a luxury car. Han Huihui buried her face in the pillow. Just a friend. Friend? Lin Xiaoyu approached suspiciously. Wait, why are your lips so red? Could it be? I don't. Han Huihui sat up suddenly. Lin Xiaoyu asked with a smirk, I haven't said anything yet, you don't have anything? Tell me the truth, when did you hook up with him? Today? Han Huihui hesitated. Today? Lin Xiaoyu's voice rose an octave. Are you developing so fast? It's not what you think. Han Huihui stamped her feet anxiously. He just when I didn't know how to explain, the dormitory door was suddenly pushed open. Li Wen from the same class rushed in angrily. Han Huihui. What do you mean? Li Wen pointed at her nose. You usually act like a saint, but you secretly hook up with a rich man? Senior Wang Ming has been pursuing you for half a year, but you didn't agree. So you think he's poor? I don't. Han Huihui was so angry that she was shaking. Mr. Lu and I don't have that kind of relationship at all. Come on. Li Wen sneered. Many people in the dormitory saw you kissing someone. Lin Xiaoyu looked at Han Huihui in shock. Did you initiate the kiss? Han Huihui was so embarrassed that she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. At this moment, her cell phone rang. The caller ID showed, Mr. Lu. Li Wen saw it with sharp eyes and said sarcastically. Wow, you called so soon? Your business is quite busy. Han Huihui answered the phone in a panic. Hello, Mr. Lu. Have you arrived at the dormitory? On the other end of the phone, Lu Yang's voice was filled with smiles. Here we are. Han Huihui turned her back to avoid her roommate's inquiring gaze. Lu Yang paused and asked. By the way, those few people who were gossiping just now. It doesn't matter. Han Huihui said hurriedly. I'm used to. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds. Han Huihui. Hold your head up. Lu Yang's voice suddenly became serious. You have nothing to be ashamed of. Han Huihui was startled and subconsciously straightened her back. After hanging up the phone, she found that Li Wen and Lin Xiaoyu were both staring at her. What are you looking at? Han Huihui suddenly found the courage. I just kissed him, what's wrong? Li Wen was shocked by this sudden counterattack. You are shameless. Compared to some people who talk bad about others behind their backs, I think I have a lot of dignity. After Han Huihui finished speaking, she was surprised at her sudden courage. Lin Xiaoyu burst out laughing. Sure, Huihui, you got irritable after going to a foot massage parlor? Foot massage shop? Li Wen captured the key words. Han Huihui, why are you going to a place like that? Han Huihui then realized that she had let the cat out of the bag, but surprisingly, she was not panicked at all. I want to work. My dad is sick and needs money. Is that okay? Li Wen was speechless and could only leave in disappointment. After she left, Lin Xiaoyu hugged Han Huihui. So cool. You were so cool just now. Han Huihui let out a long sigh, but her legs felt a little weak. Was I too fierce just now? Why are you so fierce? Lin Xiaoyu said excitedly.
Do you know why Li Wan is targeting you? It's because Senior Wang Ming likes you.
She has been secretly in love with Wang Ming for 2 years.
Han Huihui didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What the hell is going on here? But Lin Xiaoyu approached with gossip. That Mr. Liu, is he really just an ordinary friend?
Han Huihui blushed again when she thought of the sudden kiss.
Just helped me a lot. Did you help me so much that I kissed her? Lin Xiaoyu winked and made eyes. Sure enough, Han Huihui, if you don't make a sound, you will make a big splash. Don't talk nonsense.
Han Huihui grabbed the pillow and threw it at him, but the corners of her mouth rose unconsciously.
Outside the window, the sound of the Ferrari's engine gradually faded away. Han Huihui lay by the window until the red color completely disappeared into the night.
She touched her lips, which seemed to still retain the warmth from when she touched his cheek.
When my father recovers.
She repeated her promise quietly, her heart suddenly filled with anticipation.
Chapter 13 I only do 3 things today. Chapter 13 I only do 3 things today.
The morning sun shone through the floor-to-ceiling windows on the 33rd floor of Emperor Mansion. Lu Yang stretched himself and climbed out of bed.
System, sign in.
He repeated this to himself while brushing his teeth.
Ding. Sign in successful.
Congratulations to the host for winning a 10 million cash reward.
Lu Yang looked at the arrival information displayed on the text message on his mobile phone, and foam almost burst out of his mouth. Another 10 million? I'm almost losing my sense of money.
He casually threw his phone on the bed, opened the closet and started picking out clothes. His fingers slid across a row of high-end suits, but finally stopped at a casual suit. When you go to a company for the first time, it is better not to be too formal so as not to put pressure on the employees. Lu Yang muttered to himself, putting on a dark blue casual shirt and beige trousers. Before going out, he scratched his hair in front of the mirror.
Well, handsome in a low-key way.
In the underground garage, Lu Yang hesitated for 3 seconds in front of the Lamborghini Aventador and the Ferrari LaFerrari.
Let's drive the Bull today, Rafa is too flamboyant.
He pressed the key, and the scissor doors of the big Bull slowly rose up like a black eagle spreading its wings. As the car drove out of the community, security guard Xiao Chen saluted in a standard manner, muttering to himself. This owner is really strange, he drove a red Ferrari yesterday and changed to a black Bull today.
Lu Yang opened the navigation and typed Huayao Group.
The navigation shows that the company is located on Longdong Avenue, about 40 minutes drive from Dizuan Mansion. Huayao Group sells luxury cars. While driving, Lu Yang recalled the information he had found before.
I wonder how the employees will react when they see the new boss. In front of the Huayao Group's headquarters building, Deng Yulian and a dozen senior executives stood neatly at the door.
She deliberately wore a navy blue business suit today, with the hem just 3 centimeters above her knees, which made her look both professional and feminine.
Mr. Deng, who is the new boss? Sales Director Wang Lei asked in a low voice. I heard that the company was acquired in full? Deng Yulian straightened her collar. You'll know when you meet me later. I heard he is a rich second generation. Financial Director Li Fong came over. Will there be a major blood change as soon as they arrive?
I haven't slept well these past few days. As he was speaking, a low roar of an engine came from afar. Everyone looked up and saw a black Lamborghini slowly driving over and stopping steadily in front of everyone.
The scissor door rose and Lu Yang walked out leisurely. Wow! Great SVJ. Sales Director Wang Lei almost shouted out loud, but was glared back by Deng Yulian. Deng Yulian stepped forward quickly and bowed slightly. Chairman, you are here.
All the senior executives of Huayao Group have been waiting here for a long time. Lu Yang glanced at the executives standing upright and scratched his head a little embarrassedly.
There's no need to be so formal, I'm just here to take a look. Hello, Chairman.
More than a dozen people shouted in unison, which scared Lu Yang.
This is the Sales Director Wang Lei, and this is the Financial Director Li Fong.
Deng Yulian introduced them one by one, and Lu Yang nodded to each of them.
When she came to a young man wearing glasses, Deng Yulian introduced him.
This is Zhang Wei, the head of the IT department and the youngest executive in our company.
Lu Yang's eyes lit up. Zhang Wei? That's a good name.
It sounds like he is going to do great things.
Zhang Wei pushed up his glasses, looking confused. Thank you for the compliment, Chairman.
After a round of introductions, Lu Yang only remembered the names and positions of less than half of the people. He leaned close to Deng Yulian's ear and whispered, "Manager Deng, can we have a meeting first? I have face blindness." Deng Yulian's ears felt hot, and she quickly took a half step back. "Of course, the meeting room is ready, please follow me." In the conference room, Lu Yang sat in the main seat, looking at the executives sitting upright below, and suddenly felt a little funny. "Don't be so nervous." He leaned back in his chair and relaxed. "I came here today for 3 things. First, I announce that all existing management will remain in office, without a single one changing hands." There was a sudden sigh of relief in the conference room, and the shoulders of several directors visibly relaxed. Second, all management's salaries will be increased by 10%. What? The pen in the hand of Financial Director Li Fong fell to the ground. Third, the base salary of grassroots employees will all be increased by 1,000 yuan. The whole conference room exploded. "Chairman, this will greatly increase the company's operating costs." Li Fong stuttered. Lu Yang waved his hand. "Money is not a problem. I have read the financial report. Huayao had a good profit last year, but the salary level of its employees is relatively low in the same industry. If you want to retain talents, you have to show sincerity." He turned to Deng Yulian. "Manager Deng, let's implement this adjustment today, is that okay?" Deng Yulian was still in shock, and only came to her senses when she heard her name being called. "No. No problem, Chairman, I will send the notice later." "Okay, that's enough business." Lu Yang stood up. "Everyone should just go about their business. Manager Deng can just take me to the office to have a look." The executives looked at each other in bewilderment. They had not expected the meeting to be so short. After Lu Yang and Deng Yulian left, the conference room immediately turned into a vegetable market. "Wow! 10% pay raise? This new boss is so generous." Wang Lei slammed the table. "Li Fong is still settling accounts. Adding 1,000 to the grassroots level, and with more than 200 people in the company, that means an additional 200,000 in expenses per month. Did you notice?" Zhang Wei pushed up his glasses. The new chairman wore casual clothes, drove a big car, and spoke without any airs. He was completely different from the rich man I had imagined. Marketing Director Zhou Min lowered his voice mysteriously. "And did you notice? The way Mr. Deng looked at the chairman, tsk. "Shut up." Li Fong patted Zhou Min. "Be careful that President Deng hears it, or your salary increase will be turned into a salary deduction." Everyone burst into laughter, and the atmosphere became more relaxed than ever before. Deng Yulian took Lu Yang to the chairman's office at the innermost part of the top floor. Pushing open the door, a luxurious office of nearly 100 square meters appears before your eyes. "Wow! This is a great view." Lu Yang walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and had a panoramic view of the entire financial district. Deng Yulian stood half a step behind him. "This is decorated according to the preferences of the former chairman. If you are not satisfied, we can redo it." "No, it's fine." Lu Yang turned around and suddenly found Deng Yulian standing very close to him, almost bumping into her. The two of them took a step back at the same time, and the atmosphere became a little awkward. Chairman, would you like something to drink? Coffee or tea?" Deng Yulian quickly changed the subject. "Coffee, please." Lu Yang walked to the desk and sat down, testing the comfort of the leather boss chair. "Well, not bad, more comfortable than my gaming chair." Deng Yulian pressed the intercom and asked her secretary to bring coffee. She then stood in front of the desk, folded her hands in front of her abdomen, and looked ready to go at any time. Lu Yang looked at her tense expression and couldn't help laughing. "Manager Deng, relax a little. You make me feel like a harsh boss." Deng Yulian forced a smile, but her shoulders were still stiff. The boss joked. Lu Yang smiled and didn't dwell on the topic. "Manager Deng, to be honest, I know nothing about company management, so I would like to ask you, what plans do you have for the company's development?" Deng Yulian hesitated for a moment, then finally relaxed and pulled a chair over to sit opposite Lu Yang. "Chairman, Huayao's market share in the luxury car market in East China is close to saturation. If we want to develop further." For the next half hour, Deng Yulian talked non-stop about her plans and ideas for the company. Lu Yang was surprised to find that this woman's insights into the automotive industry far exceeded his imagination. So I think we should enter the new energy vehicle field, especially the high-end electric sports car market.
Deng Yulian's eyes sparkled. Although the risk is great. But the profit is higher, right? Lu Yang replied, okay, let's do as you think. Deng Yulian was stunned. You just agree to this? Lu Yang shrugged. Otherwise? I trust the judgment of professionals. Thank you for your trust, boss. Deng Yulian replied excitedly.
In fact, she had this idea a long time ago, but the original boss was too conservative and unwilling to take risks, so this idea was shelved. Now that her new boss agreed with her idea, she was eager to draft a plan and execute it immediately.
Chairman, if there is nothing else, I'll go get busy first. Deng Yulian looked at Lu Yang and asked in a low voice.
Lu Yang waved his hand at this moment. Okay, go ahead. Deng Yulian stood up and prepared to leave, but she didn't notice that her skirt was caught on the corner of the table. She stumbled and fell backwards.
Careful. Lu Yang quickly stood up and caught her. Deng Yulian fell heavily into Lu Yang's arms, and their postures were extremely ambiguous. Yes, I'm sorry. Deng Yulian tried to stand up in a hurry, but accidentally stepped on Lu Yang's foot. Lu Yang took a breath. Hiss, Manager Deng, are you trying to murder the new boss? Sorry, I didn't mean it. Deng Yulian's ears turned red with shame. She finally stood firm and took several steps back. Lu Yang looked at her flustered look and couldn't help laughing. Okay, get busy. Deng Yulian nodded and almost ran out of the office.
After closing the door, she leaned against the wall and took a deep breath, her heart beating so fast that it seemed like it was going to jump out of her chest.
Mr. Deng? Are you okay? A passing employee asked curiously. Fine.
Deng Yulian straightened her clothes and regained her professional expression.
Go to work.
After the employee walked away, she couldn't help but touch her hot cheeks and muttered softly.
It's over, I'm really going to fall. Chapter 14. It's okay, I have a lot of money anyway. The moment the office door closed, Lu Yang's gaze was still on the direction where Deng Yulian left.
He subconsciously touched his chin, and there seemed to be still the touch of Deng Yulian's hair brushing against his chin. 30-year-old women are really different. He muttered to himself, and the graceful curves of Deng Yulian when she fell involuntarily emerged in his mind.
Ding dong. The WeChat notification sound interrupted his reverie. A red dot popped up on Sun Ming's profile picture. Mr. Lu, are you free tonight? Lu Yang raised his eyebrows and tapped his fingers quickly on the screen. Is there something wrong with Coach Sun? Is there going to be extra practice again? Smiley face. The message is displayed as soon as it is sent. The other party is typing. Sun Ming replied very quickly, it's hard to explain over the phone. Can we meet and talk? I'll treat you to lunch at noon.
Lu Yang's lips curled up slightly. Okay, you decide the location.
Sun Ming sent a restaurant location, which was a Japanese restaurant with an average consumption of nearly 1,000 yuan per person. Lu Yang chuckled. It seemed that this girl really wanted to ask for something.
The midday sun shone through the French windows onto the sushi on the cooking table.
Lu Yang looked at Sun Ming, who was sitting restlessly opposite him, and couldn't help but teasing.
Coach Sun, if you keep twisting like this, you're going to wear holes in the chair.
Sun Ming wore a light pink sweater today, which made her skin look as white as snow.
Hearing the teasing, her ears instantly turned red, and her hands unconsciously twisted together.
Mr. Lu, I have a request. Just call me Lu Yang.
Lu Yang picked up a piece of tuna belly and put it into his mouth.
Tell me, what could make our Coach Sun so nervous?
Sun Ming took a deep breath and raised her head as if she had made up her mind.
My aunt introduced me to a blind date who will come to my house tonight, so I want to. Her voice became weaker and weaker. I want you to pretend to be my boyfriend. Puff. Lu Yang almost spit out the tea in his mouth. What?
I know this is a bit of an abrupt request. Sun Ming hurriedly explained, her cheeks flushed.
But I really can't find the right person.
The blind date was a returned overseas PhD student, and my parents were very satisfied with him, but I really didn't feel anything.
Lu Yang looked at her flustered look with interest. Why choose me? Because. Sun Ming's eyes wandered. You look like the type who would please the elders.
This answer was obviously reserved.
Lu Yang smiled secretly in his heart.
During the private fitness classes in the past few days, Sun Mingting's slightly trembling fingers every time she gave him a massage, and her eyes that stole glances at him from time to time, had already betrayed this girl's thoughts.
Now it's good, I just found one. Pretend to be a boyfriend. Excuse. Okay.
Lu Yang readily agreed, but just as Sun Mingting showed her joy, he changed the subject.
But I have a condition. What conditions?
Sun Mingting swallowed nervously.
Lu Yang leaned forward and deliberately lowered his voice. Since he's pretending to be your boyfriend, there should be some boyfriend benefits, right?
Sun Mingting's ears instantly turned red, and she hurriedly picked up the water cup to cover up.
For example, what? For example.
Lu Yang deliberately dragged out the tone, admiring her helpless look.
You have to tell me what your parents like so I can prepare a gift for them. Ah.
Sun Mingting was obviously stunned for a moment, then realized that she was fooled, and grabbed the napkin and threw it over in embarrassment.
You scared me to death. Lu Yang laughed and caught it. Hidden weapon. I thought this shy girl was much cuter than the professional coach in the gym.
After lunch, Sun Mingting wanted to go home directly, but Lu Yang insisted on going to the mall to buy a gift.
It really doesn't cost a thing. Sun Mingting pulled his sleeve. It's just a play. Lu Yang has already walked towards the parking lot. How can you go to meet your parents-in-law empty-handed when you meet them for the first time? Does your dad drink? Drinking is drinking, but what does your mother like? Jewelry? Bags?
Sun Mingting trotted to keep up with his pace, feeling both moved and nervous. She originally just wanted to give it a try when she invited him, but she didn't expect Lu Yang to not only agree, but also take it so seriously. This feeling of being valued made her feel warm in her chest. When the Lamborghini drove into the underground garage of the IFC, Sun Mingting was still making her final struggle.
Just buy some fruit, really?
Lu Yang turned off the engine and turned around, suddenly reaching out to ruffle her hair.
Silly girl, you have to act the whole thing.
This intimate gesture stunned both of them. Sun Mingting's hair is softer than expected, with a faint scent of shampoo. Lu Yang coughed lightly and withdrew his hand.
Let's go. The elevator goes directly to the luxury area on the 3rd floor.
Sun Mingting looked at the shockingly priced items in the window and became more and more hesitant.
Things here are too expensive.
Don't worry, I'm so poor now that I only have money left. Lu Yang teased, naturally taking her hand. Sun Mingting's hand trembled slightly, but she did not struggle. They first walked into a mutai store.
Lu Yang pointed to a wine in the glass cabinet and asked, "How about this?" Sun Mingting glanced at the price tag and took a breath. 88,000? No way. That's it, then.
Lu Yang said to the clerk, completely ignoring her objection. The clerk was a young girl in her early 20s. She was initially indifferent to Lu Yang's appearance until she noticed the Patek Philippe on his wrist. Her attitude immediately became enthusiastic. "Good vision, sir. This is the 2015 collector's edition, and there is not much stock left now." When swiping the card, the clerk glanced at Sun Mingting, who was standing uncomfortably next to Lu Yang, and a hint of contempt flashed in his eyes. She has seen this kind of scene many times. Rich men bring their petite female companions to shop, usually just for fun.
Next, buy a gift for your mother.
Lu Yang walked out of the store carrying the wine box, completely unaware of the clerk's gaze. Sun Mingting followed closely, muttering softly.
If my mother received luxury goods, she would definitely faint. Then buy a scarf, low-key and practical. Lu Yang pointed to the Hermes store.
Just as they were about to enter the store, a sharp female voice came from behind.
Wow, isn't this our Sun University campus beauty?
Sun Mingting's body froze, and she slowly turned around. A young woman wearing heavy makeup and designer clothes was standing not far away with a middle-aged man, a fake smile on her face.
Maggie Lin. Sun Mingting forced a smile. Haven't seen you for a long time.
The woman named Lin Meichi was wearing a tight dress. Her 10-centimeter high heels made her steps look artificial. The Van Cleef Arpels necklace on her neck sparkled under the light, but it couldn't hide the harshness in her eyes. "I haven't seen you since you graduated from college.
I heard that you are a fitness coach?"
Lin Meichi looked up and down at Sun Mingting's plain clothes, with a sneer on her face.
"Is this your client?"
Sun Mingting opened her mouth, but before she could answer, Lu Yang naturally put his arm around her waist.
I am her boyfriend.
Lin Meiqi was obviously stunned for a moment, and then her smile became more exaggerated.
Oh, what a coincidence. This is my fiancé Mr. Wang, who works in real estate.
She swung the 3-carat diamond ring on her hand to show off.
We just got engaged downstairs and came up to hang out. That. Mr. Wang.
He looked to be at least 50 years old, with a slightly bulging belly and his sparse hair was neatly combed.
He nodded perfunctorily, but his gaze lingered on Sun Ming for a few more seconds. Honey, didn't you say you would buy me that Himalaya bag?
Lin Meiqi coquettishly shook her fiancé's arm.
Sun Ming, do you want to go and take a look together?
Lu Yang clearly felt that Sun Ming's body stiffened. He gently squeezed her palm and whispered.
If you don't want to go, we can leave. Sun Ming took a deep breath and straightened her back. Great, we're going to Hermes too.
Inside the Hermes store, the crystal chandeliers make the leather goods on display sparkle. Lin Meiqi is wearing 10 centimeters high heels.
Dog day.
She walked to the counter quietly, her nails tapping on the glass surface.
Bring out your latest bags and let us see them.
She glanced at Sun Ming, who followed in and deliberately raised her voice.
I want a limited edition. I don't like the regular ones.
Madam, limited editions need to be booked in advance. Before the clerk finished speaking, Lin Meiqi interrupted.
Do you know who my fiancé is? She pulled Wang Jiangwo's arm. Chairman of Wang's real estate.
Call your store manager.
Lu Yang took Sun Ming's hand and walked to the counter on the other side. He casually pointed at a light blue scarf under the glass cabinet. Take this out and have a look. Sir, you have a good eye.
This is a new product this spring. The clerk took out the scarf and handed it to Lu Yang with a smile. Lu Yang took the scarf, suddenly turned around and tied a knot around Sun Ming's neck. It suits your skin tone.
This sudden intimate gesture made Sun Ming's ears hot. Wrap it up. Lu Yang took out his bank card. Get another bag that matches this color. On Lin Meiqi's side, Wang Jiangwo was coughing awkwardly. Meiqi, how about we do it some other time? No.
Lin Meiqi's voice was sharp.
You promised me. She suddenly pointed to the silk scarf around Sun Ming's neck. I want a bag in that color. Lu Yang looked at the clerk and asked. How many bags of this color are there in the store? I want them all. The whole store fell silent in an instant.
Lin Meiqi's expression froze on her face, and beads of sweat oozed from Wang Jiangwo's forehead. The store manager's expression immediately became respectful.
Sir, we currently have 3 different styles of blue bags in stock. Wrap them all up.
Lu Yang said casually, then turned to ask Sun Ming.
What color does your mother like?
Sun Ming was still in shock and stammered.
Purple. Take 1 each of the purple ones.
Lu Yang said to the store manager, then he seemed to suddenly remember something and looked at Lin Meiqi.
Oh, and that doesn't include what this lady wants.
Lin Meiqi's face turned red, and she pulled Wang Jiangwo's sleeve.
Husband. Look at them. Wang Jiangwo shook her hand off and wiped his sweat with a handkerchief. Stop it. Isn't it embarrassing enough?
He secretly glanced at Lu Yang, wondering which family this young man came from. Sun Ming quietly pulled the corner of Lu Yang's clothes and whispered.
Too expensive.
Lu Yang leaned over and whispered in her ear.
It's okay, I have plenty of money anyway.
The warm breath sprayed on her ears, causing Sun Ming's heart to skip a beat. When the clerk came over with 5 exquisite gift boxes, Lin Meiqi finally couldn't help it.
Sun Ming, don't be so proud. Isn't it just a few stinky money? Who knows what he does? Maybe. Wang Jiangwo, right?
Lu Yang suddenly interrupted her and looked at the middle-aged man who had been silent.
Wang's real estate, the one whose net profit fell 37% last year?
Wang Jiangwo raised his head suddenly, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes.
How do you know?
Lu Yang took out his phone and swiped a few times.
Coincidentally, I have a friend who works at the China Securities Regulatory Commission. I heard that your company is applying for listing? He smiled meaningfully. Hope all goes well. Wang Jiangwo's face turned pale in an instant. He grabbed Lin Meiqi, who was still shouting. Shut up. Let's go.
Watching the 2 people leaving in a panic, Sun Ming breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at Lu Yang worriedly.
What you just said won't cause trouble for your friend, right?
Lu Yang blinked mysteriously. I don't have any friends in the China Securities Regulatory Commission. You can find out by searching on Baidu.
Sun Ming was stunned at first, then she couldn't help laughing out loud. Chapter 15, Drink Too Much and Sleep Here. As the sun sets, Lu Yang drives a Lamborghini Termini and takes Sun Ming to her parents' home.
Sun Ming sat in the passenger seat, her fingers constantly twisting the seatbelt, and occasionally stealing glances at Lu Yang, feeling both nervous and expectant. Lu Yang, later, you have to act more realistically, she said in a low voice.
Lu Yang raised his lips slightly and teased her deliberately. Why, are you afraid that I will reveal the truth?
No. Sun Ming quickly shook her head, her cheeks slightly red. It's just, my parents are very strict, especially my dad. He used to be a soldier, and he is very good at judging people. Lu Yang chuckled and said, Don't worry, I have acting skills at the level of an award-winning actor. Sun Ming was amused by him and her nervousness eased a little.
The car drove into a mid-range residential area and stopped downstairs of an apartment building.
Lu Yang got out of the car and took out Matai and Hermes shopping bags from the trunk. When Sun Ming saw the pile of luxury goods, she couldn't help but muttered, This is too exaggerated.
Lu Yang shrugged, Since it's acting, we have to act it out.
As the two walked to the door, they heard laughter coming from inside the house. Sun Ming took a deep breath, took out the key and opened the door. As soon as the door opened, the laughter and conversation in the living room stopped abruptly. The four people sitting on the sofa turned their eyes at the same time.
Dad, Mom, I'm back.
Hello, Auntie. Sun Ming said a little awkwardly.
Ming, who is this?
Father Sun frowned and looked at Lu Yang sharply.
Sun Ming took a deep breath and took Lu Yang's arm. This is my boyfriend, Lu Yang.
The aunt's expression froze instantly, and the smile of the man with glasses also froze. Mother Sun was the first to react.
She forced a smile and said, Ming, when did you get a boyfriend? Why didn't you tell me earlier?
Sun Ming laughed dryly, It was only recently confirmed.
I wanted to tell you after it stabilized.
The man with glasses pushed his glasses up, stood up, and took the initiative to extend his hand. Hello, I'm Zhang Ming, Miss Sun's blind date. Lu Yang smiled and shook hands with him. Lu Yang. When the two shook hands, Zhang Ming deliberately used force to test Lu Yang, but Lu Yang didn't move at all, which made him almost lose his balance. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, the aunt hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Oh, Ming, you brought your boyfriend home without telling me in advance, so I had to specially introduce Zhang Ming to you. He is a returned overseas PhD with an annual salary of 1 million.
Zhang Ming smiled modestly and said, Thank you for the compliment, Auntie.
I am just a small supervisor in an investment bank, and my annual salary is only about 2 million. After saying that, he deliberately glanced at Lu Yang, as if waiting for his reaction. Lu Yang didn't say anything, just smiled slightly, and put the Mutai and Hermes shopping bag on the table. Uncle and Aunt, it's our first meeting, a little gift. When Sun's father saw Maotai, he raised his eyebrows and said, This wine is not cheap.
The aunt came over to take a look and exclaimed, Oh my! This wine must be worth 70,000 or 80,000 yuan, right?
Zhang Ming's expression changed slightly. Mother Sun opened the Hermes shopping bag and saw the scarves and bags inside. She was surprised and said, This is too expensive.
The aunt had sharp eyes and immediately recognized the brand, a Hermes bag. This must be worth hundreds of thousands, right? Zhang Ming's expression was already a little tense. The aunt was unwilling to give up and continued to ask, Xiao Lu, what do you do for a living? Lu Yang smiled and said, Make some small investments. Zhang Ming immediately seized the opportunity when he heard this. Oh? What industry do you want to invest in? I work in an investment bank, maybe I can give you some advice.
Lu Yang smiled faintly, Nothing much, just bought some stocks and invested in a company.
The aunt asked, So how much assets do you have now?
Lu Yang thought for a moment and said, I haven't calculated the exact amount, but probably several billion.
Zhang Ming's mouth twitched. Billions? Ha, Mr. Lu is really a joker.
Lu Yang shrugged, If you don't believe it, you can check the equity structure of Huayao Group.
Father Sun frowned and took out his phone to search for Huayao Group. Soon, his expression became shocked. Huayao Group chairman. Lu Yang? Lu Yang nodded. Yes, it was acquired not long ago. Zhang Ming's face turned pale in an instant. The aunt was also dumbfounded and stammered, Huayao Group? Is it big?
Zhang Ming was unwilling to accept this and still wanted to struggle. Mr. Liu is so young and has a net worth of billions.
It's really admirable. Lu Yang smiled and said, "It's okay. I'm just lucky."
Zhang Ming gritted his teeth and pretended to be calm as he looked at Sun Mengting. "Miss Sun, I didn't expect your boyfriend to be so outstanding.
It seems that I have done too much."
Sun Mengting smiled slightly. "Mr. Zhang, you are too polite.
You are also very good, but I already have a boyfriend."
Zhang Ming forced a smile and stood up to say goodbye. "Uncle and aunt, I suddenly remembered that I have something else to do at the company, so I'm leaving first." The aunt wanted to persuade him to stay. "Hey, Zhang Ming, the meal is ready, eat first." Zhang Ming walked away quickly without looking back, his back looking as if he was fleeing from a disaster.
After the door closed, father-son stared at Lu Yang with sharp eyes. "Xiao Lu, are you really the boss of Huayao Group?" Lu Yang nodded. "Yes, uncle." Father-son was silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, "Are you serious about Mengting?"
Lu Yang glanced at Sun Mengting and saw that her fingers were white from nervousness. He smiled and said, "Of course I am serious." Father-son stared at him for a few seconds, then suddenly laughed. "Okay, you're not bad, much better than the one who was just pretending." Mother-son also breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, come on, let's eat first."
My aunt sat aside awkwardly and never dared to mention the blind date again. At the dinner table, Sun's father opened the bottle of mitai and poured a glass for Lu Yang. "Young man, how can you drink?" Lu Yang smiled and said, "I can drink a little." Father-son waved his hand generously. "Then don't go home until you are drunk tonight."
Sun Mingting kicked Lu Yang under the table and whispered, "Don't drink too much." Lu Yang winked at her and whispered, "Don't worry, I know my limits."
2 hours later.
Lu Yang's cheeks were flushed and his eyes were slightly drunk, but he was still sober.
Father-son was already drunk. He patted Lu Yang on the shoulder and said with a thick tongue, "Xiao Lu, my daughter has always been stubborn, but she has a good heart, you have to treat her well." "Dad, you've drunk too much."
Sun Mengting quickly supported him. Sun's mother also came to help, and said helplessly, "Old son, drink less."
Father-son waved his hand and pointed at Lu Yang drunkenly. "Tonight, don't leave. Stay." Sun Mengting was stunned. "Ah?" Mother-son looked at the time. It was almost 11 o'clock and it was raining outside. She nodded and said, "It's really too late. Xiao Lu, why don't you stay here?" Before Lu Yang could answer, Sun's father slammed the table and said, "You must stay here. Is the guest room, is it ready?"
Mother-son smiled awkwardly. "The guest room is piled with clutter and hasn't been cleaned up yet." The air suddenly became quiet.
Sun Mingting's face turned red. Father-son was drunk and waved his hand. "Then, isn't there a double bed in Mingting's room? Let them stay together for one night." Lu Yang. Sun Mingting. Chapter 16, The Ambiguity of Sharing Bed.
The sound of rain outside the window was getting heavier, hitting the glass with a crackling sound. Sun's father's drunken words echoed in the living room, making Sun Mingting's face instantly red to her ears.
"Dad, what nonsense are you talking about?"
She stamped her feet anxiously, and her chest under her pink sweater heaved violently. Mother-son looked at the clock, then looked at the rain outside the window which was getting heavier, and said hesitantly, "It's so late, and it's raining heavily outside." She suddenly lowered her voice and whispered in her daughter's ear,
"Anyway, you are boyfriend and girlfriend, so what's wrong with sleeping together?" "Mom."
Sun Mingting's eyes turned red with anxiety.
"We've only been dating for a month."
Lu Yang stood aside, his ears slightly hot from the alcohol.
He cleared his throat. That's it." Father-son waved his hand and interrupted Lu Yang. "Mengting, take your boyfriend to your room to rest."
After saying that, he burped. Sun Mengting bit her lower lip, twisting the corner of her clothes unconsciously with her fingers.
She secretly glanced at Lu Yang, and saw that he also had a bit of embarrassment on his face, and she felt a little relieved. "Come with me." She lowered her head and her voice was as soft as a mosquito's. Lu Yang followed Sun Mengting through the corridor, the faint scent of shampoo lingering in her hair.
There were a few yellowed cartoon stickers on the door at the end of the corridor, which was obviously the boudoir where Sun Mengting had lived since she was a child.
When I opened the door, a faint scent of lavender hit me.
The room was not big, but it was very tidy.
A double bed took up most of the space.
The bed was covered with light blue sheets and there were a few stuffed dolls at the head of the bed.
You sit down first."
Sun Mengting hurriedly stuffed the dolls on the bed into the closet and quickly drew the curtains. Her movements were so fast that it seemed as if someone was chasing her from behind. Lu Yang stood by the door, his eyes swept across the photo frame on the desk. In the photo, Sun Ming was wearing a bachelor's gown and smiling brightly. His eyes finally fell on the double bed, and his Adam's apple rolled unconsciously.
Or, should I just sleep on the sofa? Lu Yang asked tentatively.
Sun Ming shook her head, her voice so low that it was almost inaudible.
My dad will find out, he always gets up in the middle of the night to drink water. There was silence. The sound of raindrops hitting the window was particularly clear in the silence.
You should wash up first. Sun Ming took out a brand new set of men's pajamas from the closet and handed it to him with trembling fingers.
This is my dad's, he never wore it.
Lu Yang took the pajamas and his fingertips accidentally touched the back of her hand.
Both of them quickly pulled back as if they had been electrocuted. Thanks.
He said this dryly, and then ran into the bathroom as if fleeing. The warm water washed over his body, and Lu Yang tried to calm himself down. The mirror was soon blurred by the water vapor, but he could still see the red tips of his ears.
What is going on? He muttered under his breath, wiping the water droplets from his face.
After changing into Sun's father's pajamas, which were a bit short, they still fit him well.
Lu Yang took a deep breath and opened the bathroom door.
In the room, Sun Ming had already changed into pajamas, a conservative set of cotton long-sleeve trousers, wrapping herself tightly. She was sitting in front of the dressing table, drying her hair, and her body visibly stiffened when she heard the door open.
Have you washed?
She didn't dare look back, and her voice trembled a little.
Lu Yang stood at the bathroom door and suddenly didn't know which way to go. Sun Ming saw his helpless look in the mirror and couldn't help but chuckle. Why are you standing there? Come and sit down.
Lu Yang scratched his head and walked to the bed and sat down. The mattress was very soft, and he pressed it subconsciously, then realized how ambiguous this action was and quickly stopped.
I'm going to the bathroom.
Sun Ming suddenly stood up and fled from the room.
Lu Yang let out a long sigh and fell on his back on the bed.
The star stickers on the ceiling glowed slightly under the nightlight, and it was obviously pasted there by Sun Ming when she was a child. His eyes accidentally swept to the bedside table, and suddenly he found an unopened box on it. Durex Ultra Slim, a pack of 12.
WTF.
Lu Yang sat up suddenly and felt all the blood in his body rushing to his head. At this moment, the sound of the doorknob turning was heard. Lu Yang quickly stuffed the box of condoms into the drawer, then leaned against the bed as if nothing had happened. Sun Ming pushed the door open and came in, with water droplets on her face. Obviously she had just washed her face. She saw Lu Yang sitting on the bed and her steps obviously hesitated for a moment.
Do you want to turn off the lights? She asked in a low voice.
Lu Yang nodded and reached out to press the switch on the bedside. The room fell into darkness, with only a few rays of light from the street lamp outside the window shining through the gaps in the curtains. He felt the mattress sink slightly, and Sun Ming carefully lay down on the other side of the bed, with at least half a meter between them. Silence spread in the darkness.
Lu Yang could clearly hear Sun Ming's breathing, which was shallow and rapid. Are you cold? He asked suddenly.
Still, it's okay. Sun Ming's voice trembled a little. Lu Yang reached out and touched her arm, which was cold.
Your hands are so cold, and you still say you're not cold?
He pulled the quilt over them without saying anything. This action instantly shortened the distance between them, and Lu Yang could smell the faint scent of jasmine in her hair.
Lu Yang.
Sun Ming called softly in the darkness.
Today, thank you.
Her voice was as soft as a feather brushing across my heart. To help me, he bought so many expensive gifts.
Lu Yang chuckled. It's okay, I have plenty of money anyway.
Sun Ming burst out laughing, and the tense atmosphere was relieved immediately. She turned over and faced Lu Yang. In the dim light, he could see her bright eyes.
Seriously?
Her voice became serious.
Why are you willing to help me like this?
Lu Yang was silent for a moment, then slowly reached out his hand and stroked her cheek.
Because I like you.
This sentence was like a key that unlocked some kind of confinement. Sun Ming did not dodge, but moved slightly closer to him.
Lu Yang's breathing became heavy.
He slowly lowered his head and searched for her lips in the darkness.
Etc.
Sun Ming suddenly pushed him away and turned on the bedside lamp. Under the glaring light, both of them looked a little embarrassed. Lu Yang's pajamas collar was open, revealing his strong chest. Sun Mingting's hair was messy, and her lips were slightly red from the kiss just now.
What's wrong? Lu Yang's voice was hoarse.
Sun Mingting bit her lower lip and pointed to the bedside table.
I just saw, my mom put something.
Lu Yang froze for a moment, his ears red as blood dripping out.
I put that away.
Sun Mingting's face flushed instantly, and she suddenly covered her head with the quilt.
Oh my god. How embarrassing. Lu Yang couldn't help laughing at her ostrich-like behavior.
He gently pulled off the quilt, revealing her blushing face.
Your mother is very well prepared. Don't say that.
Sun Mingting covered her ears and stamped her feet in shame. Lu Yang smiled and pulled her into his arms. Sun Mingting struggled for a few times, but finally calmed down and leaned on his chest.
Lu Yang,
she called softly.
Can we slow down a bit? There was some uncertainty in her voice. It's not that I don't want to. I just think it's too fast.
Lu Yang tightened his arms and placed a light kiss on the top of her head.
Of course, I respect your decision.
Sun Mingting raised her head, her eyes flickering with gratitude and some deeper emotions.
Thank you.
As the night deepened, the sound of rain turned into soft white noise. Lu Yang lay on his side, and Sun Mingting leaned against his back, their bodies pressed tightly together.
Are you comfortable?
Lu Yang whispered in her ear, his warm breath against her neck.
Sun Mingting nodded gently, her hair tickling his chin.
Her hands covered Lu Yang's arms around her waist, and she could feel his strong muscle lines.
Lu Yang's breathing gradually became even.
Just when Sun Mingting thought he had fallen asleep, he suddenly spoke.
You smell so good. Just a normal shower gel.
Sun Mingting answered quietly, feeling the tip of his nose brushing against her neck, causing a shudder to form. Lu Yang's hand slowly moved up from her waist, and stopped when it was about to touch the sensitive part.
May I? Sun Mingting didn't answer, but nodded slightly.
His palm finally covered that soft spot, kneading it gently through the cotton pajamas.
Sun Mingting's breathing became rapid. Lu Yang,
she called softly, with a hint of panic in her voice.
Don't be afraid.
Lu Yang's lips were pressed against her ear.
Tell me if you feel uncomfortable.
His hand continued to move, his fingertips vaguely touching her, causing her to tremble slightly. Sun Mingting unconsciously grabbed his wrist, but she didn't know whether to push it away or pull it closer.
Lu Yang's kiss fell on her neck, warm and moist.
His other hand also joined in, reaching under the hem of her clothes and directly touching her delicate skin.
Ah!
Sun Mingting let out a light cry and her body tensed.
Lu Yang stopped immediately. What's wrong? No, it's okay. Sun Mingting's voice is as thin as a mosquito. It's just a little itchy. Lu Yang chuckled and continued his exploration. His fingers deftly unbuttoned her pajamas, revealing the pure white cotton underwear underneath. You are so beautiful.
He admired sincerely, looking at her skin that glowed pink under the light with burning eyes. Sun Mingting was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in, but she was inexplicably greedy for his burning gaze. When Lu Yang lowered his head and kissed the softness on her chest, she couldn't help but let out a soft moan.
Shoo!
Lu Yang whispered in her ear.
Will be heard.
Sun Mingting bit her lower lip, trying to suppress the sound that was about to come out.
Lu Yang's hand continued to move down and reached into the edge of her pajamas. No!
Sun Mingting suddenly grabbed his hand, with a bit of panic in her eyes.
I'm not ready yet.
Lu Yang paused, took a deep breath, and forced himself to calm down.
After a moment, he nodded gently and helped her button up her pajamas. Sorry.
Sun Mingting said guiltily.
Am I such a killjoy?
Lu Yang shook his head and hugged her in his arms.
What is there to apologize for, idiot? He kissed the top of her head. I respect your choice.
Sun Mingting leaned against his chest, listening to his strong heartbeat gradually calm down. Lu Yang's hand was properly around her waist, and he did not cross the line in any way.
Thank you for understanding me, she whispered.
Lu Yang didn't answer, but tightened his arms and hugged her tighter. The two of them fell asleep in each other's arms, and the sound of rain outside the window became the best lullaby.
Chapter 17 Awkward Breakfast Time.
The morning light poured into the room through the gaps in the half-open curtains, casting a golden band of light on the light blue sheets. Lu Yang's biological clock made him wake up on time at 7 o'clock. The moment he regained consciousness, he immediately felt the soft touch in his arms. Sun Ming curled up in his arms with her back to him, her soft black hair spread on the pillow, with a few strands playfully resting on his arms. Her even breathing gently brushed against his arm, and the collar of her pajamas was slightly open, revealing a small piece of snow-white skin. Lu Yang carefully moved his numb arm, but unexpectedly woke up the girl in his arms. Sun Ming whimpered like a kitten and opened her eyes with trembling eyelashes. When she realized that she was being held in Lu Yang's arms, she came to her senses instantly and 2 red clouds appeared on her cheeks.
Good morning.
She stammered and wanted to get up but didn't dare to move too much for fear of touching something she shouldn't touch.
Lu Yang looked at her flustered look and couldn't help but want to tease her. Did Coach Sun sleep well last night?
He deliberately tightened his arms and pulled her closer to him.
Sun Ming froze.
She could clearly feel the man's strong body behind her and his unique physiological reactions in the morning. A heat rushed from the soles of her feet to the top of her head, and she felt her face was hot enough to fry an egg.
Lu Yang! Let me go!
She protested quietly, but her voice was soft and had no intimidating power.
Who slept so soundly in my arms last night?
Lu Yang whispered in her ear, his warm breath spraying behind her sensitive ears.
He just rolled over and came in, and I couldn't carry him away. You are talking nonsense.
Sun Ming turned around in embarrassment and wanted to refute, but was stunned the moment their eyes met.
The morning sun gilded Lu Yang's features.
He had a smile in his eyes and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. Looking closely, his eyelashes were unexpectedly long, casting a small shadow under his eyes. The two of them stared at each other quietly for a few seconds, and Sun Ming's heart was beating so fast that it seemed like it was about to burst out of her chest. She could smell the faint scent of shower gel on Lu Yang, mixed with his unique scent, which made her feel inexplicably at ease. Lu Yang's eyes gradually became deeper, he slowly lowered his head, shortening the distance between them.
Mang Ting. Xiao Lu. Get up and have breakfast.
Sun's mother's voice suddenly sounded, accompanied by a knock on the door, breaking the spell of the moment. Sun Ming jumped back like a frightened rabbit and almost rolled off the bed. Lu Yang quickly grabbed her, and the flustered look on their faces made him laugh out loud.
Still laughing?
Sun Ming hit him with a red face, then quickly jumped out of bed and straightened her wrinkled pajamas.
Get up quickly, my dad hates being late for dinner the most.
Lu Yang stretched and looked at Sun Ming busy in the morning light. She casually tied her long hair into a ponytail, revealing her slender neckline, and the loose pajamas could not hide her beautiful figure.
What are you looking at?
Sun Ming noticed his gaze and grabbed a pillow and threw it at him.
Lu Yang caught the pillow and said with a wicked smile.
I was thinking, Coach Sun is so strict when training me, but I didn't expect that I would be so cute when sleeping.
Shut up.
Sun Ming was embarrassed and annoyed, so she turned around and rushed into the bathroom.
Bang. Close the door.
Lu Yang was in a good mood as he listened to the sound of water coming from the bathroom. When Sun Ming came out of the bathroom, she had changed into a simple t-shirt and jeans, and her wet hair was still dripping with water. She saw Lu Yang making the bed, his movements were clumsy but serious, and her heart couldn't help but feel warm.
Give it to me. My mother will laugh at you if you fold the quilt like this. She walked over and took the quilt from Lu Yang's hand, flattening it and folding it skillfully.
Lu Yang stood aside admiring her neat movements, and couldn't help but reach out to tuck a strand of wet hair behind her ear.
Your parents are so lucky to have such a capable daughter.
Sun Ming paused, and the tip of her ear turned slightly red.
Don't give me that.
Go wash up, I found you a new toothbrush and put it on the sink. After Lu Yang finished washing up, the two walked out of the room together. At this time, Sun's mother was busy in the kitchen, and the table was filled with a sumptuous breakfast.
Hey, are you awake? Father's son was sitting at the dining table reading a newspaper.
When he saw the two of them coming out, he smiled meaningfully.
Did you sleep well? Dad.
Sun Ming stamped her feet in shame.
Lu Yang was very calm and generous. Good morning, uncle and aunt, sorry to bother you. Don't disturb, don't disturb.
Mother's son came over with some freshly fried dumplings and said with a smile.
Xiao Lu, come and try auntie's cooking. The breakfast atmosphere is warm and harmonious.
Sun's father changed from his stern attitude last night and was kind to Lu Yang. Sun's mother kept telling Lu Yang to eat more, fearing that he would not be full. Sun Ming looked at her parents' attitude towards Lu Yang, feeling both happy and a little uneasy. After all, their relationship was fake, at least for now.
Xiao Lu. Father-son put down his chopsticks and suddenly said seriously.
I drank too much last night, and some of my words were not clear. I only have one daughter, Ming Ting, who has been the apple of our eye since she was little.
Dad.
Sun Ming Ting interrupted him nervously.
Father-son waved his hand and continued. I can see that you are a reliable young man. I am relieved to leave Ming Ting to you, but... He paused, his eyes sharpened. If you dare to bully her, I don't care what group boss you are.
Lu Yang nodded seriously. Uncle, don't worry, I will treat Ming Ting well. Sun Ming Ting lowered her head, her fingers unconsciously twisting the corner of her clothes, her heart beating so fast that it seemed like it was going to jump out of her chest. Lu Yang's words sounded so sincere that she almost forgot that this was just a play.
After breakfast, the two prepared to leave.
Sun's mother forced a large bag of homemade pickled vegetables on Lu Yang, while Sun's father patted him on the shoulder and said,
Come drink often.
When I walked downstairs, the rain had stopped, but the air was still filled with a damp smell. A few middle-aged women who had just returned from morning exercise saw Sun Mingting and a strange man coming out of the building, and their eyes suddenly lit up.
Oh, Mingting brought her boyfriend back? Aunt Wang, who lives in Unit 3, asked loudly on purpose, but her eyes kept glancing at Lu Yang. Sun Mingting forced a smile. Good morning, Aunt Wang. This is my friend Lu Yang. Friend?
Aunt Wang stretched out her voice meaningfully.
A friend who comes out from home early in the morning? Lu Yang noticed Sun Mingting's embarrassment and took the initiative to help. Hello auntie, it rained heavily last night, so Mingting's parents kindly let me stay for one night. Yeah? Aunt Wang obviously didn't believe it, and glanced back and forth between the two of them. Young people nowadays. Lu Yang said no more and took Sun Mingting's hand and walked towards the Lamborghini. I heard a few ants whispering behind me. Did you see that? The daughter of the Sun family has found a rich family. What kind of car is that guy driving? It looks expensive. It looks like a Lamborghini.
My son said that car costs millions. Sun Mingting's pace became faster and faster, and she almost trotted to the front of the car. Lu Yang opened the car door and she quickly got in, as if to escape from those piercing gazes.
Don't care what they say.
Lu Yang started the car and said softly.
Sun Mingting bit her lower lip.
I don't care about what they say about me, I'm just afraid that they will spread rumors and embarrass my parents.
Lu Yang reached out and rubbed her hair. We can't control other people's mouths. What's important is that your parents like me.
Sun Mingting was amused by him.
Narcissist. Who likes you?
I don't know who it was that slept so soundly in my arms last night.
Lu Yang said with a wicked smile. Lu Yang.
Sun Mingting punched him in embarrassment, but couldn't help but smile. As the car drove out of the community, the sunlight shone through the clouds, making the streets sparkle after the rain. Sun Mingting rolled down the car window and let the fresh air blow away the heat on her face.
Where are we going now? She asked. Lu Yang thought about it. Let me take you to the outing club first. I really miss Coach Sun's unique massage skills.
Sun Mingting turned her face to the window in shame.
You wish.
While the two were chatting and laughing, the car had already entered the Dizuan outing community. When the security guard at the door saw Lu Yang's car, he immediately saluted with a standard salute.
Good morning, Mr. Lu.
Security guard Xiao Chen greeted warmly, but his eyes flashed with surprise when he saw Sun Mingting sitting in the passenger seat. Sun Mingting noticed the look in the security guard's eyes and felt a little uneasy.
Are all the security guards in your community so enthusiastic?
Lu Yang parked the car and said with a smile.
What, are you jealous?
Who is jealous?
Sun Mingting opened the car door. I just think he looks at me weirdly.
Lu Yang walked around to the other side of the car and naturally took her hand.
Don't think too much, let us go, change clothes and train.
As soon as the two of them entered the fitness club, the receptionist widened her eyes in surprise.
Coach Sun? Didn't you ask for leave today?
Sun Mingting then remembered that she had indeed asked for leave and explained awkwardly.
Temporary change of plans.
The receptionist's eyes lingered on the two people's clasped hands for a few seconds, and then a look of sudden enlightenment appeared on her face.
Oh, I see. Do you need any help? No, thank you.
Sun Mingting hurriedly pulled Lu Yang towards the locker room, fearing that if she stayed for another second she would hear more gossip. Lu Yang looked at her flustered look and thought she was adorable. He deliberately slowed down his pace and whispered in her ear. "Coach Sun, does this count as a teacher-student relationship?" "Shut up." Sun Ming pushed him away with a red face. "Go change your clothes quickly, see you in the training area in 10 minutes. Lu Yang walked towards the men's locker room with a big laugh, feeling more relaxed and happy than ever before. 10 minutes later, in the training area. Sun Ming has changed into standard coach attire, a tight sports vest and yoga pants, showing off her good figure to the fullest. She was adjusting the equipment, her expression focused and completely in professional state. Lu Yang walked over wearing a loose sports t-shirt and shorts, and my eyes couldn't help but fall on the curve of her hips. "Where are your eyes looking?" Sun Ming said without turning her head, but her ears turned red. Lu Yang spread his hands innocently. "I was carefully observing the coach's demonstration." "Come on." Sun Ming turned around, holding a training schedule in her hand. "Today we will do core training first, then upper body strength." Her voice suddenly stopped and her eyes fell behind Lu Yang. Lu Yang looked back in the direction of her gaze and saw the club manager walking towards them. "Coach Sun." The manager is a middle-aged woman in her 40s with a serious expression. "Can I talk for a moment?" Sun Ming nodded and followed the manager to the corner. Lu Yang vaguely heard. Professional ethics. Bad influence. And words like that, and Sun Ming's face became more and more uglier. A few minutes later, Sun Ming came back with red eyes. "What's wrong?" Lu Yang asked with concern. Sun Ming shook her head and forced a smile. "It's okay, the manager just reminded me to keep a distance from customers." She bit her lower lip. "Say it has a bad influence." Lu Yang frowned. "So much meddling? Unimportant." Sun Ming took a deep breath and straightened her back. "Come on, let's start training. Today, do 3 sets of bench presses, 12 reps each." Lu Yang could see that she was trying hard, but he didn't ask any more questions and just lay down on the bench obediently. Chapter 18: Two Girlfriends. In the following training, Sun Ming behaved extremely professionally, showing almost no personal emotions, and completely returned to the relationship between coach and student. Lu Yang completed the movements according to her instructions while secretly observing her expression. He knew that Sun Ming was using this method to protect herself and their relationship from gossip. "Last group, come on." Sun Ming stood above Lu Yang's head, holding the barbell with both hands just in case. From this angle, Lu Yang could see the faint cleavage beneath her tight vest and her chest line rising and falling with her breathing. "Pay attention." Sun Ming patted his shoulder lightly, but when she met his gaze she quickly looked away, her cheeks flushed. After the training, Lu Yang was covered in sweat and his muscles were sore, but he felt a sense of accomplishment. Sun Ming handed him a towel and a bottle of sports drink with quick and decisive movements, like a real professional coach. "Thank you, coach." Lu Yang deliberately spoke in a formal tone, but there was a smile in his eyes. Sun Ming finally couldn't hold it anymore, and the corners of her mouth slightly raised. "You're welcome, trainee. Don't forget to make an appointment for next training." The two smiled at each other, and the atmosphere became relaxed again. Just then, Lu Yang's cell phone rang. He took it out and saw that it was a call from Han Huihui. "Hello, Huihui?" He picked up the phone. "Mr. Lu." On the other end of the phone, Han Huihui's voice was filled with tears. "Sorry to bother you, but I really don't know what to do." Lu Yang's expression immediately became serious. "What's wrong? Speak slowly." "It's my dad. He refused treatment." Han Huihui sobbed and said. "The doctor said that the surgery must be done as soon as possible, but he just didn't agree. He said the money was not obtained legally." Lu Yang frowned. "Where are you now?" "Jiangcheng First People's Hospital, 7th floor, Department of Oncology." "I'll be right there." Lu Yang hung up the phone and turned to Sun Ming. "Sorry, something urgent happened. I have to go first." Sun Ming nodded. Although there was doubt in her eyes, she did not ask any more questions. "Go ahead and be safe." Lu Yang took a quick shower, changed his clothes, and rushed to the hospital. On the way, he sent a message to Deng Yulian, saying that he would not go to the company today. The atmosphere in the oncology ward of Jiangcheng First People's Hospital was solemn. Han Guowei, a middle-aged man in his early 50s, leaned on the hospital bed with a sallow face, but his eyes were unusually firm. Han Huihui stood beside the bed, tears streaming down her face.
Dad, please, the money is really clean. She begged. 1 million. Han Guowei coughed twice. How can you, a student, get so much money? Did you do something shameful? I don't.
Han Huihui stamped her feet anxiously.
Yes, my boyfriend gave it to me. Boyfriend? Han Guowei sneered. When did you get a boyfriend? Why have I never heard you mention him? Because.
Han Huihui was speechless and her tears flowed even more violently. Just then, the door of the ward was pushed open and Lu Yang walked in quickly.
Hello, uncle.
He walked straight to the bed and bowed slightly. I am Huihui's boyfriend, Lu Yang. Han Guowei looked up and down at the young man who suddenly appeared, his eyes full of suspicion.
You are the one who gave my daughter $1 million? Lu Yang nodded.
Yes, uncle, Huihui didn't tell you because she was afraid you would worry. We have been dating for more than half a year. I work at Huayao Group, so this little money is nothing to me.
Han Guowei's eyes were as sharp as a knife. Prove it to me. Lu Yang was well prepared.
He took out his mobile phone and checked his bank account balance. The 8-digit number was clearly visible. Then the chairman's introduction page on Huayao Group's official website was shown, with his photo and name on it.
Han Guowei's expression gradually eased, but he still had doubts. Why are you so nice to my daughter? She is just an ordinary college student. Dad!
Han Huihui shouted in shame and anger.
Lu Yang smiled, his tone sincere. Uncle, I like Huihui's kindness and strength. She has been running around for your illness.
A girl like her deserves to be treated well. As he spoke, he naturally put his arm around Han Huihui's shoulders, his actions intimate but not frivolous. Han Huihui's body stiffened, then she relaxed and leaned against him. Han Guowei stared at the two of them for a long time, and suddenly asked,
How did you two meet?
Lu Yang remained calm.
At a charity event. Huihui was a volunteer and I was a sponsor.
He turned to look at Han Huihui with encouragement in his eyes.
Remember that day when you spilled your drink on my suit? Han Huihui immediately understood, nodded, and added. Yes, the suit he was wearing was so expensive, I almost cried. This detail reduced Han Guowei's suspicion a little.
He sighed deeply, and he seemed to have suddenly aged 10 years.
Never mind, if that's the case, I'll accept the treatment.
He turned to his daughter, his eyes full of pain.
Silly girl, why didn't you tell me earlier that you have such a good boyfriend?
You made your dad misunderstand you. Han Huihui threw herself into her father's arms and burst into tears. Lu Yang stood aside, feeling both relieved and somewhat guilty. He didn't know how this white lie would end in the future.
Xiao Lu. Han Guowei suddenly said. What are the chances of my disease being cured?
Lu Yang looked at the doctor beside him, who came forward.
Mr. Han, your liver cancer is still in the middle stage. With surgery and chemotherapy, the 5-year survival rate is over 60%. The key is to have surgery as soon as possible. Han Guowei nodded and held Lu Yang's hand. Xiao Lu, thank you, uncle. But I'll just lend you this $1 million.
I'll pay you back when I recover. Lu Yang was about to say something when the door of the ward was pushed open again. He looked back and froze in place. Sun Ming was standing at the door, holding a fruit basket in her hand, looking at them with a complicated expression.
Mengting? Why are you here? Lu Yang asked in surprise. Sun Ming walked in and forced a smile.
You left so quickly, I was worried something might have happened.
Her eyes flickered back and forth between Lu Yang and Han Huihui. It seems, I came at the wrong time? The air in the ward froze instantly. Han Huihui quickly stepped away from Lu Yang and stood there at a loss.
Han Guowei keenly sensed that something was wrong in the atmosphere, and his eyes flickered back and forth between the three people.
Lu Yang's brain was working rapidly, and he cleared his throat. Mengting, this is Han Huihui and her father, Uncle Han Guowei. Uncle Han is sick, so I came to see him.
He turned to the Han family father and daughter. This is my friend Sun Ming. Sun Ming's face turned pale, but she still walked forward, put the fruit basket on the bedside table, forced a smile and said,
Hello, Uncle Han, I wish you a speedy recovery.
Han Guowei looked at his daughter's pale face, then looked at Lu Yang and Sun Ming, and seemed to understand something.
He sighed. Thank you, little girl. Xiao Lu, come here for a moment. Lu Yang walked to the bedside, and Han Guowei lowered his voice and said, I don't know what's going on between you young people, but don't hurt my daughter. His eyes are as sharp as a knife. Otherwise, I will not let you go even if I become a ghost. Lu Yang nodded solemnly. Don't worry, uncle, I will take care of it. When we left the ward, the atmosphere was suffocatingly awkward.
Sun Ming walked in front, her steps were very fast. Lu Yang caught up with her and held her hand.
Ming, let me explain.
Sun Ming shook off his hand, her eyes red.
Explain what? Explain why you hugged another girl and called yourself her boyfriend? Her voice was trembling.
Lu Yang, our story is fake, you don't need to explain it to me. But please at least respect the girl's feelings.
Lu Yang sighed. Things are not what you think. I met Han Huihui at the footbath city. She worked there to pay for her father's medical treatment. I helped her only out of sympathy. Footbath city?
Sun Ming widened her eyes.
Do you still go to that kind of place?
Lu Yang then realized that he had let the cat out of the bag and quickly explained. I just went for a massage.
A proper one. Sun Ming sneered and turned away.
Lu Yang hurriedly chased after him, and the sight of the two of them pulling each other in the hospital corridor attracted many sidelong glances from passers-by.
Let me go.
Sun Ming lowered her voice and scolded. Lu Yang suddenly pulled her into an empty stairwell, put his hands on the wall beside her ears, and trapped her between himself and the wall.
Hear me out.
His voice was low and firm.
Han Huihui is a good girl.
Her father mistakenly thought that her money came from an illegal source and refused to treat her. I pretended to be her boyfriend just to make him feel at ease to accept the surgery.
That's all.
Sun Ming was trapped in his arms and could clearly smell the faint scent of cologne on him.
She turned away from him. You don't have to explain this to me. It is necessary.
Lu Yang gently turned her face and forced her to look at him. Because I care about your feelings. Sun Ming's eyes were moist.
Lu Yang, what is the relationship between us? Is it a fake relationship? Or?
She couldn't finish her words because Lu Yang suddenly bent down and kissed her lips.
The kiss was gentle and firm, with an irresistible force.
Sun Ming struggled stiffly at first, then gradually softened in his arms.
When the two separated, Sun Ming's face was as red as a ripe apple. She punched Lu Yang's chest lightly. You scoundrel.
Lu Yang smiled and held her hand.
Now you know what I mean?
Sun Ming lowered her head and muttered softly.
Who knows if you do this to every girl?
Lu Yang was about to answer when his cell phone suddenly rang.
He glanced at the caller ID and frowned. It's the hospital calling.
After answering the phone, his expression became serious.
Uncle Han's condition suddenly worsened and he was sent to the ICU. Huihui was there alone, so I had to go back and see her.
Sun Ming bit her lip and suddenly made up her mind.
I'll go with you. Lu Yang looked at her in surprise. Are you sure? Sun Ming nodded. If it's true as you said, that girl needs friends now.
When the two returned to the ward area, Han Huihui was sitting alone on a bench outside the ICU, hugging her knees and crying like a lost child. Seeing Lu Yang and Sun Ming coming over, she hurriedly wiped away her tears and stood up.
Mr. Lu, Ms. Sun.
Her voice was as thin as a mosquito's. Sun Ming walked up to her and unexpectedly gave her a hug.
It will be fine.
Han Huihui was stunned, then broke down and cried on her shoulder. Lu Yang stood aside, looking at the two girls, feeling mixed emotions. The doctor came out of the ICU and told them that Han Guowei's condition was temporarily stable, but he had to undergo surgery as soon as possible. Without hesitation, Lu Yang asked the hospital to arrange the best team of experts to perform the surgery.
Money was not a problem. When everything was arranged, it was already evening.
The three of them sat on a bench in the hospital corridor, tired but at ease.
Thank you, Mr. Lu, and Ms. Sun. Han Huihui said sincerely. I don't know how to repay you. Sun Ming shook her head. You're welcome. Your father will be fine. Lu Yang looked at the harmony between the two girls and suddenly laughed. Chapter 19 Unexpected Passion.
Han Guowei's operation was successful and after a period of recuperation, he has been transferred to the general ward. Lu Yang and Sun Ming would occasionally visit the hospital, and every time they went they could see a smile gradually spreading across Han Huihui's face. In addition to gratitude, there was also a hint of indescribable attachment in her eyes. During this period, Lu Yang's system sign-in rewarded him with 10 million cash several times, as well as a set of
beautiful scenery. A single-family villa. Early that morning, he stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of the emperor's mansion, looking at the villa property information he had just received on his mobile phone, and decided to go and see it in person.
Daji, please prepare a cup of coffee for me.
Lu Yang spoke to the air.
Okay, master. The voice of the smart housekeeper Daji sounded gently, and a moment later, a smart coffee machine slid in front of him and handed him a cup of steaming black coffee. Lu Yang took a sip, picked up the car keys and prepared to go out. He hesitated between the Lamborghini Aventador and the Ferrari LaFerrari, and finally chose the more low-key black Aventador. Jiangshan Meijing Villa District is located on a hillside in the suburbs of Jiangshan, with a quiet environment and fresh air. Lu Yang drove the Danu slowly up the winding mountain road. There were lush forests on both sides, and occasionally a few squirrels could be seen jumping on the branches. At the entrance to the villa area is a classical stone archway, and a middle-aged security guard is sitting in the security booth. When he sees the Lamborghini approaching, the security guard immediately stands up and salutes.
Hello, sir, are you a visitor or the owner?
The security guard asked respectfully. Lu Yang lowered the car window and handed over his owner card. I just bought this villa, and I came to take a look today.
After checking the information, the security guard showed a surprised expression on his face. It's Mr. Lu. Your villa is Building 01, Area A.
I'll take you there.
No need, I can go by myself.
Lu Yang smiled, rolled up the car window, and slowly drove into the villa area. Area A is the highest-end area with beautiful views of rivers and mountains. Each villa occupies a large private territory, separated by lush green plants, and has excellent privacy. Lu Yang's Building 01 is located at the top, backed by the cliff and facing the lake, with an excellent view. He parked the car in the circular drive in front of the villa, got out, took a deep breath of fresh air, and looked at the three-story modern-style villa in front of him. The exterior walls are mainly gray and white, with large floor-to-ceiling windows, which is simple yet luxurious. Just as he was about to open the door with his key, a familiar voice came from behind him.
Lu Yang? Is that really you? Lu Yang turned around and saw Yu Jiaojiao, wearing a professional suit and high heels, staring at him in amazement.
She held a stack of documents in her hands, and the name tag on her chest read,
Jiangshan Property Account Manager. Yu Jiaojiao?
Lu Yang was also a little surprised.
Do you work here?
Yu Jiaojiao came back to her senses, a sly look flashed in her eyes.
Yes, I am the account manager here, responsible for serving the property owners in Area A.
She took a few steps closer, her eyes scanning back and forth between Lu Yang and the villa.
So, you bought this villa? Lu Yang nodded.
Just got the keys today, came over to take a look. Yu Jiaojiao's mouth curled up into a meaningful smile.
What a coincidence.
I happen to be the account manager in charge of your villa.
Would you like me to show you around?
Lu Yang wanted to refuse, but seeing her enthusiasm, he nodded.
Thank you for your help.
Yu Jiaojiao walked forward and deliberately got close to Lu Yang, the scent of her perfume drifting into his nose. She took out another access card and swiped it to open the door of the villa.
Please come in, Mr. Lu.
She slightly turned sideways to let Lu Yang enter the door first, and she followed closely behind him, her high heels making crisp sounds on the floor.
The interior of the villa is decorated very elegantly.
A crystal chandelier hangs in the center of the high-ceilinged living room. Sunlight shines in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, making the entire space bright and warm.
The first floor is the living room, dining room and kitchen, the second floor is the bedroom and study, and the third floor is the entertainment area and terrace.
While Yu Jiaojiao was introducing them, she touched Lu Yang's arm with her arm intentionally or unintentionally. This villa is the top-notch apartment here, and is worth nearly 100 million yuan. I didn't expect you to be so capable.
Lu Yang looked around and nodded with satisfaction. It's really good.
Yu Jiaojiao suddenly stopped and turned to face Lu Yang with a teasing smile in her eyes.
Mr. Lu, what do you think of me? Lu Yang was stunned. He didn't expect her to be so direct. What's the meaning?
Yu Jiaojiao chuckled and gently stroked his collar with her fingers. I can be a qualified lover, no need for a formal status, as long as you think of me occasionally. There was a hint of temptation in her voice, her eyes were fixed on Lu Yang, her red lips slightly parted, as if waiting for his response.
Lu Yang's breathing paused slightly. Yu Jiaojiao's boldness caught him off guard.
Her body is already hot, and now that she's so close to me, it's even harder to ignore her presence.
Yu Jiaojiao, stop making trouble.
Lu Yang took a step back, trying to distance himself.
We've only met once.
Yu Jiaojiao pressed on, pushing him directly to the wall, with one hand resting on the wall beside his ear.
Once was enough. That night I knew there would be a story between us.
Her fingertips drew circles on his chest.
What? Are you afraid that Xiaoyu will know? Lu Yang frowned. I don't know what you are talking about. Don't you want to pursue Xiaoyu?
Yu Jiaojiao chuckled. Lu Yang finally understood what she meant and shook his head. You misunderstood, she and I just happened to meet that day.
Yeah?
Yu Jiaojiao suddenly leaned close to his ear, and her warm breath sprayed on his earlobe.
So what are you worried about? Am I not pretty enough?
Her voice was light and soft, with a hint of seduction.
Yu Jiaojiao, you are playing with fire, do you know?
Lu Yang's voice had become low and hoarse, and his eyes fell on Yu Jiaojiao's red lips which were so close to him.
He had to admit that Yu Jiaojiao was indeed a stunner.
Every word and every action of hers was full of provocation, making it hard to resist. Yu Jiaojiao chuckled. Not only did she not retreat, but she moved closer.
So does Mr. Lu want to put out the fire? Her fingers had already unbuttoned the top two buttons of Lu Yang's shirt.
Lu Yang's rationality gradually collapsed under Yu Jiaojiao's bold teasing. He grabbed her wrist and pressed her against the wall.
Are you sure you want to do this?
Yu Jiaojiao raised her head, her eyes flashing with provocation.
What, Mr. Lu doesn't he dare? This sentence completely ignited Lu Yang's desire. He lowered his head and kissed Yu Jiaojiao's lips.
The kiss was so aggressive that Yu Jiaojiao softened instantly. She put her arms around Lu Yang's neck and responded enthusiastically. The two of them tangled all the way from the living room to the master bedroom, with clothes scattered all over the floor. When Lu Yang put Yu Jiaojiao on the king-size bed, a barely perceptible nervousness flashed in her eyes.
Wait a moment.
Yu Jiaojiao suddenly held down Lu Yang's hands as he was unbuttoning her underwear.
Lu Yang stopped. Regret it?
Yu Jiaojiao bit her lower lip and shook her head.
No. Just.
Her voice became weaker and weaker.
I have no experience. Lu Yang was stunned. What did you say? It's my first time.
Yu Jiaojiao turned her face away, her ears reddened.
So, lighten up.
This unexpected confession instantly sobered Lu Yang up a lot.
He stood up and looked at Yu Jiaojiao seriously. Are you serious?
Yu Jiaojiao nodded, her eyes flickering.
Is that weird? I look open, but I've never let a man touch me. Lu Yang took a deep breath. So why do you?
Yu Jiaojiao reached out and touched his face.
Because you are the first person who made my heart beat. She paused. And I need money, a lot of money.
I don't want to live in a shabby rental house anymore, and I don't want to see the clothes I want but not be able to buy them.
Lu Yang felt complicated.
He gently held Yu Jiaojiao's hand.
Jiaojiao, the first time is very important, you should save it for. Shut up.
Yu Jiaojiao suddenly kissed him.
I'm 25 and I know what I'm doing.
The kiss was clumsy but passionate, making Lu Yang's last bit of rationality disappear. He carefully took off Yu Jiaojiao's last piece of clothing, as gently as if he were treating a treasure. When the two of them were truly connected, Yu Jiaojiao's nails dug deeply into Lu Yang's back in pain, but she bit her lips stubbornly to prevent herself from screaming. Lu Yang kissed away the tears from the corners of her eyes with an incredibly gentle gesture. Afterwards, Yu Jiaojiao curled up in Lu Yang's arms like a sated cat. The glaring red on the bedsheet made Lu Yang feel complicated.
Does it hurt?
He asked softly. Yu Jiaojiao shook her head with a satisfied smile on her face.
Better than expected. She looked up at Lu Yang. Will you be responsible for me? This straightforward question left Lu Yang speechless for a moment.
Seeing this, Yu Jiaojiao chuckled.
Just kidding, I said, you don't need to be responsible, you just need to treat me as a pet. She stood up. I'm going to take a shower.
Looking at Yu Jiaojiao's back as she walked into the bathroom, Lu Yang rubbed his temples. He didn't expect things to turn out like this, and he didn't expect that the seemingly open-minded Yu Jiaojiao was still a virgin. The sound of water in the bathroom stopped, and Yu Jiaojiao came out wrapped in a bath towel, her hair still dripping with water. She saw Lu Yang already dressed and standing by the window, and raised her eyebrows.
What, are you leaving? Lu Yang turned around. Jiaojiao, I. No explanation needed. Yu Jiaojiao interrupted him. I said I won't bother you. She walked to the closet, took out a spare bathrobe and put it on. But since I am your account manager, there will be many opportunities for us to meet in the future. Lu Yang's phone suddenly rang. It was a message from Sun Ming. Are you okay tonight? My parents asked you to come to their house for dinner tonight. He read the message and felt a surge of guilt. Yu Jiaojiao seemed to notice something and came over to hug him gently. Don't think too much about it. Let's just keep today's events a secret between us. Lu Yang looked down at the girl in his arms and suddenly realized that he was caught in a complicated situation. But at this moment, he could only nod slightly. Good. Yu Jiaojiao stood on tiptoe and gave him a light kiss on the lips. Then I will go back to the property center first. If you have any questions about the villa, please feel free to contact me. She blinked and continued. Any questions are fine. Looking at Yu Jiaojiao's leaving back, Lu Yang sighed. Chapter 20 Shopping with Sun Ming. Lu Yang drove his Lamborghini Bull out of the Jiangshan beautiful villa district. The scenery outside the car window flew by quickly, but his thoughts remained on what had just happened with Yu Jiaojiao. His slender fingers tapped lightly on the steering wheel, and a few blue veins were faintly visible on the back of his hand with distinct knuckles. What is going on? He muttered under his breath, rubbing his temple with his free hand. The sunlight shone through the windshield onto his chiseled profile, outlining a perfect silhouette. Soon, Lu Yang figured it out. We are all adults. Since Yu Jiaojiao herself is not troubled by it, why should he be troubled by it? It's good for adults to get what they need from each other without any hesitation. This thought made his tense shoulders relax, and a relieved smile unconsciously appeared on the corners of his mouth. Back at the imperial court, Lu Yang walked straight to the bathroom. His slender fingers unbuttoned his shirt, revealing his well-defined abdominal muscles. The warm water washed over his strong body, and water droplets slid down his wheat-colored skin. He closed his eyes and let the water hit his face. His thick eyelashes were covered with tiny water droplets. Dodgy, play music. He spoke to the air, his voice sounding particularly low in the steamy bathroom. Okay, master. The voice of the smart housekeeper Dodgy sounded gently, and then the hidden speaker in the bathroom played Chopin's Nocturne. The melodious piano music echoed in the spacious bathroom, interweaving with the sound of running water. After taking a shower, Lu Yang stood in front of the floor-length mirror and wiped his wet hair with a bath towel. Drops of water slid down his angular jawline and dripped onto his collarbone. He changed into a dark blue shirt that fitted his broad shoulders, and paired it with beige casual trousers. He exuded the unique charm of a mature man. It's time to go see Ming Ting. He adjusted his collar in front of the mirror, smoothed out the slight wrinkles on his shirt with his slender fingers, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. I wonder if she would be startled if I suddenly appear. At the same time, in the fitness club, Sun Ming was sitting on the leather sofa in the rest area, her slender fingers constantly swiping the screen of her mobile phone. She tied her hair into a high ponytail today, revealing her fair neck, with a few strands of hair hanging by her ears, making her look particularly fresh and charming. Ming, what's wrong? Are you feeling down? Colleague Li Na came over and handed her a glass of lemonade. The water droplets condensed on the wall of the cup slid down Sun Ming's slender fingers. Sun Ming forced a smile, with dimples faintly visible at the corners of her mouth. Nothing, just a little tired. She bit her lower lip unconsciously, and this habitual little action revealed her inner anxiety. Li Na raised her eyebrows, a mischievous smile flashed in her eyes. Is it because Mr. Lu didn't come to training? Sun Ming's face instantly turned red, like a ripe peach. What nonsense are you talking about? She subconsciously touched her hot earlobe, where she wore a pair of small pearl earrings. Li Na came closer with a wicked smile and said in a low voice. Everyone in the gym can see that you are interested in Mr. Lu. Did he take a day off today? Sun Ming lowered her head, her thick eyelashes casting a shadow under her eyes. It's not about asking for leave, I sent him a message and he didn't reply. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's, and her fingers unconsciously twisted the corner of her sportswear. Oh.
Lina stretched out her voice, her eyes gleaming with gossip. It turns out that she was waiting for news from her boyfriend.
He is not my boyfriend.
Sun Ming retorted in embarrassment, but there was a hint of uncertainty in her tone. She looked down at her phone. The screen was still on the chat interface with Lu Yang, and the last message showed as read but not replied. Just then, the glass door of the club was pushed open and a familiar figure walked in. The sunlight came in from behind him, giving his tall figure a golden edge.
Lu Yang?
Sun Ming stood up suddenly, and her eyes lit up instantly, like stars suddenly lit up in the night sky. Her heartbeat suddenly accelerated, her chest rose and fell slightly, and the curves under her sportswear were faintly visible. Lu Yang walked towards her with a smile, each step showing a calm and unhurried demeanor. The dark blue shirt he wore today made his complexion look even healthier, and his sleeves were rolled up to reveal his sturdy forearms.
Sorry, I was busy just now and didn't have time to reply.
His voice was low and pleasant, with a hint of apology. Sun Ming tried to make her voice sound calm, but the slightly trembling ending of her voice still betrayed her emotions.
No, it's okay, I just wanted to ask if you are free tonight. My parents asked you to come over for dinner.
She didn't dare look directly into Lu Yang's eyes when she spoke, and her gaze wandered on the second button of his shirt.
Lu Yang nodded, and the smile on his face deepened. Of course I am free.
He looked at his watch, the dial gleaming with a low-key luxury under the light.
It's still early, do you want to go out for a walk? I just want to buy something. Sun Ming blinked, and her thick eyelashes fluttered gently like butterfly wings. Now.
But I'm still at work.
Lu Yang turned to the front desk and gave the receptionist a charming smile. Can Coach Sun please take a leave? There was an irresistible confidence in his voice. The receptionist looked at Lu Yang, then at Sun Ming, with an ambiguous smile on her face. Of course, Mr. Lu. She added pointedly. Coach Sun, I can help adjust the class this afternoon.
Sun Ming glared at the front desk with a red face, looking like a cat whose tail was stepped on.
Wait a minute, I'll go change my clothes.
She trotted away, her back looking both flustered and excited.
5 minutes later, Sun Ming came back wearing a light yellow dress.
The hem of her skirt swayed gently with her steps, like a blooming sunflower. Her hair was simply tied into a ponytail, revealing her delicate collarbone line, making her look fresh and beautiful.
How about it?
She asked sheepishly, her fingers unconsciously adjusting the hem of her skirt. The sunlight shone onto her through the glass window, giving her a soft halo.
Lu Yang's gaze stayed on her for a few seconds, and his Adam's apple rolled unconsciously.
Very beautiful. These two simple words made Sun Ming's ears turn red instantly. The blush spread all the way to her neck, forming a sharp contrast with her light yellow skirt. The two walked out of the gym. The early summer sun was shining brightly and a breeze blew by, bringing a hint of freshness. Lu Yang gentlemanly opened the door of the Lamborghini for Sun Ming and gently placed his hand on her head to prevent her from hitting the doorframe.
Where do you want to go? Lu Yang asked as he started the car skillfully.
Sun Ming sat in the passenger seat and gently stroked the leather seat with her slender fingers.
Let's south go to Nanjing Road Pedestrian Street. I want to buy a new skirt.
When she spoke, her eyes sparkled, as if filled with stars. Lu Yang nodded, and tapped lightly on the steering wheel with his slender fingers.
Good idea.
He glanced at the girl next to him and found that she was secretly looking at him. The moment their eyes met, Sun Ming quickly looked away like a frightened deer.
What's wrong? Is there something on my face?
He asked with a smile, tiny laugh lines forming at the corners of his eyes. Sun Ming hurriedly shook her head, her ponytail swaying gently with her movements.
No, no.
She paused, mustered up the courage to ask.
Where did you go this morning? After asking, I felt that I was too rash, so I quickly added. I'm just asking.
Lu Yang's fingers tightened slightly on the steering wheel, his knuckles turned white, but his face remained calm. I went to see a newly purchased villa with beautiful views of the mountains and rivers. His voice was steady, and there was nothing unusual in his voice.
Villa?
Sun Ming's eyes widened, her rosy lips slightly parted.
Did you buy a house again?
Lu Yang nodded casually, looking intently at the road ahead.
Well, I bought it when I saw it was suitable.
He turned the steering wheel lightly and the car turned a corner smoothly.
Sun Ming couldn't help but sigh. You are so awesome.
Her voice was full of admiration and her eyes were bright like little stars. But then, her expression became hesitant again, she bit her lower lip and asked.
How is Han Hui's father? The operation was successful and the recovery was good. Lu Yang's tone softened, and a hint of gratitude flashed in his eyes. Thank you for accompanying me to the hospital that day. He freed one hand and gently held Sun Mingting's hand. Sun Mingting smiled slightly, and two cute dimples appeared on her cheeks. She's a good girl and I just did what I had to do. Her fingers gently clenched in Lu Yang's palm, and then quickly retracted as if she had been electrocuted. The atmosphere between the two became relaxed, and Sun Mingting began to tell about the interesting things she experienced when she was a child shopping on Nanjing Road. When she got excited, she danced with joy like an innocent little girl. Lu Yang would interrupt and tease her from time to time, causing her to grumble and hit his shoulder with her pink fist. Soon, the car stopped at an underground parking lot near Nanjing Road. Lu Yang naturally took Sun Mingting's hand and walked towards the pedestrian street. His palm was broad and warm, completely wrapping Sun Mingting's slender fingers. There are so many people. Sun Mingting looked at the bustling crowd and subconsciously leaned towards Lu Yang. Her shoulder gently brushed against Lu Yang's arm, bringing a subtle touch. Lu Yang held her hand tightly and brought her closer to him. Follow me closely and don't get lost. His voice was low and contained an unmistakable protectiveness. Sun Mingting felt the warmth of his palm, and a sweet feeling welled up in her heart. She secretly glanced at their clasped hands, and the corners of her mouth rose unconsciously. They first walked into a high-end women's clothing store. The crystal chandeliers illuminate the interior of the store as bright as day, and all kinds of exquisite clothing sparkle under the lights. Sun Mingting's eyes were attracted by a light blue dress, but when she saw the price tag, she immediately retracted her hand as if she had been electrocuted. Too expensive. She whispered to Lu Yang, frowning slightly and showing an embarrassed expression. Lu Yang called the clerk directly. Please give this skirt to her to try on. Lu Yang. Sun Mingting stamped her feet anxiously, beads of sweat oozing out of the tip of her small nose. This skirt costs more than 8,000 yuan. Lu Yang smiled and rubbed her hair, his movements were intimate and natural. What's there to be afraid of? I have plenty of money anyway. The clerk covered his mouth and laughed, then quickly took out the skirt and handed it to Sun Mingting. Miss, the fitting room is over there. She added pointedly. Your boyfriend has great taste. Sun Mingting took the skirt with a red face and glared at Lu Yang, but still tried it on obediently. The lighting in the fitting room was soft. She put on her skirt carefully and turned around in front of the mirror. The hem of her skirt gently opened like petals. When she walked out of the fitting room, Lu Yang's breathing paused slightly. The light blue dress perfectly outlined her slender waist, and the V-neck design revealed her delicate collarbone and made her skin look as white as snow. The hem of the skirt hid just above her knees, showing off her long, shapely legs. How about it? Sun Mingting turned around, her skirt swaying gently in the wind, like ripples on the lake. Her cheeks were flushed with shyness, which made her look even more charming. Lu Yang walked up to her, his deep eyes flashing with amazing light. Very beautiful, like a fairy. His voice was a little hoarse and his Adam's apple rolled unconsciously. Sun Mingting's face turned red again, and she muttered softly. Slippery tongue. But the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise, revealing two sweet dimples. Wrap it up. Lu Yang said to the clerk, then turned to Sun Mingting. Go see something else. His eyes lingered on her with undisguised admiration. Chapter 21. Sun Mingting's aunt is too enthusiastic. When Lu Yang parked the car steadily downstairs of Sun's house, it was already completely dark. The streetlights in the community lit up one after another, casting mottled light and shadows on the asphalt road. Sun Mingting unbuckled her seatbelt and her fingers unconsciously twisted together. Take it easy. Lu Yang reached out and gently squeezed her shoulders. Haven't your parents accepted me? Sun Mingting bit her lower lip. It's not my parents' problem, my aunt and her family are here today too. She lowered her voice. Last time, my aunt went back and told everyone that I had found a rich boyfriend, so my aunt specially brought my cousin to see me. Lu Yang raised his eyebrows, and a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. So I was treated as an exhibit? Oh, stop making fun of me. Sun Mingting slapped his arm in embarrassment, and then added worriedly. My aunt is a very straightforward person, so don't take it seriously. Lu Yang smiled and picked up the gift bag from the back seat. Don't worry, I've seen all sorts of situations. As the two walked to the door of the unit, they heard a noise coming from upstairs. Sun Mingting's expression suddenly became complicated. Sounds like a lot of people.
When she reached the fourth floor, Sun Mingting's hands were shaking as she took out the key. The moment the key was inserted into the keyhole, the door was opened from the inside.
Oh, I'm finally back.
A middle-aged woman with curly hair and bright clothes stood at the door, staring at Lu Yang.
Is this Ting Ting's boyfriend? Wow, he's so handsome. Hello, Auntie.
Sun Mingting greeted quietly, her ears already red.
Lu Yang nodded politely. Hello, Auntie. I'm Lu Yang. Come in, come in.
Sun Ming enthusiastically pulled Lu Yang's arm, turned around and shouted into the house.
Brother! Your daughter is back with her boyfriend.
In the living room, Sun Jianjun was playing chess with a middle-aged man, and a young man wearing glasses was sitting next to him. Yang Qiuhua poked her head out of the kitchen with a helpless smile on her face.
Is Xiao Lu here?
The food will be ready soon. Lu Yang placed the gift he had bought in advance on the table. Sun Ming's eyes lit up immediately.
Oh, what other gifts did you bring?
He said this, but his hand swiftly opened the package.
Oh my god. This is the 18 trees of Longjing Imperial Palace? This small jar is worth tens of thousands, right?
The conversation in the living room came to an abrupt halt. Sun Jianjun put down the chess piece and frowned slightly.
It's too expensive.
I knew my uncle liked to drink tea, and I bought some while shopping with Ming Ting in the afternoon. Lu Yang said casually, and took out another gift box.
This is the necklace I bought for my aunt. Sun Ming couldn't wait to open it and took a deep breath. This pearl must be 10 millimeters?
It has such a good luster. She turned around and winked at Sun Mingting.
Ting Ting, you have caught a rich husband. Aunt.
Sun Mingting was so embarrassed that she wished she could find a hole to crawl into.
Ahem.
The middle-aged man who had been silent stood up. I am Mingting's uncle, my surname is Li, and this is our boy, Li Mingzhi, who is a senior this year. The young man with glasses pushed his glasses up and nodded stiffly.
Hello, brother-in-law.
Lu Yang shook hands with him.
Senior year?
Then you will graduate soon. When this was mentioned, Li Mingzhi's eyes immediately lit up.
Yes, I have a startup project. Here we go again.
Li Huayao interrupted impatiently.
Instead of thinking about starting a business all day, wouldn't it be better to just find a job honestly? Seeing that the atmosphere was about to become tense, Yang Qiuhua quickly said. The food is ready, let us eat first.
The table was filled with sumptuous dishes that were delicious and tasty.
Lu Yang was arranged next to Sun Mingting, facing Li Mingzhi. Sun Ming kept picking up food for Lu Yang, muttering. Eat more, look how thin you are. Auntie, he can clip it himself.
Sun Mingting protested quietly.
Oh, I'm just concerned about Xiao Lu.
Sun Ming disagreed and turned around and asked.
Xiao Lu, I heard that you own a company? What kind of business do you do? Lu Yang put down his chopsticks.
Mainly car sales, but also involves some investing.
Invest?
Li Mingzhi raised his head suddenly, his eyes sparkling behind his glasses.
Brother-in-law, are you interested in internet projects? Wise.
Li Huayao scolded.
Let us just eat, why talk about business? Lu Yang smiled. Uncle, it's okay. I'm quite interested. Mingzhi, what do you think?
Li Mingzhi put down his bowl and chopsticks excitedly. I am building a campus second-hand trading platform, specifically for college students. I have developed an app prototype and received very good user feedback, but I am short of startup capital.
Nonsense. Li Huayao was so angry that his face turned blue. What do you, a student, know about starting a business? What if you lose all your money? Dad.
Li Mingzhi refuted unconvincingly. Now the country encourages college students to start their own businesses, and many successful companies were founded during their student days.
Sun Jianjun frowned and tried to smooth things over. Let us eat first and talk about it after dinner.
The atmosphere at the dinner table became subtle.
Sun Ming's eyes turned and she suddenly asked. Xiao Lu, how old are you this year? What does your family do? Aunt.
Sun Mingting was so anxious that she kicked Lu Yang under the table, signaling him not to pay attention to these questions that were like checking the household registration.
Lu Yang answered frankly.
I am 26 years old and both my parents are gone.
26?
2 years older than our Ting Ting, just right. Sun Ming smiled happily.
How much is your annual salary now? Do you have a house or a car? Aunt. Sun Ming was really anxious this time. Why are you asking these questions? Oh, I'm just concerned about you.
Sun Ming was confident and righteous.
How many young girls are being cheated of their money and sex nowadays? I have to help you screen them, right?
Lu Yang held Sun Ming's hand and answered calmly. I haven't calculated my annual salary exactly, but my assets are probably over 10 billion.
I own a house and a car. Today I'm driving a Lamborghini.
The table suddenly became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Sun Ming's chopsticks.
Snap.
The egg fell on the table with a thud, and Uncle Leah's mouth opened wide enough to fit an egg.
Tens of billions?
Aunt Sun repeated stutteringly, her eyes as big as bells. Li Mingzhi stood up suddenly, and the chair made a harsh friction sound.
Brother-in-law. Please invest in my project. 5 million is enough, and I will give you 49% of the shares. Sit down. Li Huayao roared. A shame. Lu Yang nodded thoughtfully. The project sounds good, but I need to see a detailed business plan and financial budget.
Li Mingzhi was so excited that he was incoherent.
Yes. I'm all set. It's on my computer. Lu Yang.
Sun Ming pulled his sleeve worriedly and whispered.
You don't have to force. Lu Yang smiled at her. I am serious.
It is not easy for college students to start their own business.
If there are good projects, I would be happy to support them. Li Huayao's expression became complicated.
Xiao Lu, I don't want to say that Mingzhi is too naive.
How can it be that easy to start a business? Uncle.
Lu Yang said seriously. Failure is the mother of success.
It is a good thing for young people to dare to think and do. Instead of discouraging his enthusiasm, it is better to give him a chance to try.
He turned to Li Mingzhi. How about this, you send me the materials tomorrow, and if the project is indeed feasible, I will invest 5 million.
Real?
Li Mingzhi was so excited that his voice changed.
Thank you, brother-in-law. I will definitely not let you down.
Sun Ming's eyes when she looked at Lu Yang had completely changed.
It was as if she was looking at a golden Buddha. Oh, Xiao Lu, you are really.
She couldn't find the right words to describe it, so she could only keep picking up food for Lu Yang.
Eat more. Chapter 22 Deciding to invest in Li Mingzhi.
After the meal, Lu Yang took the initiative to help clean up the dishes.
Yang Qiuhua waved her hands repeatedly.
No, you are a guest, go sit in the living room.
Sun Ming blushed and pulled Lu Yang away. I'll take you to my room.
Sun Ming immediately started to make a scene.
Yo, do you two want to have a private conversation? Aunt.
Sun Ming stomped her feet in shame and anger, then quickly pulled Lu Yang and fled into her bedroom. After closing the door, Sun Ming let out a long sigh and leaned against the door.
I'm sorry, my aunt. Your aunt is very cute.
Lu Yang lay down on the bed and said with a smile.
At least better than those snobby relatives. Sun Ming walked up to him and whispered. Are you really going to invest in Mingzhi's project? It's not because of me, right?
Lu Yang sat up and looked at her seriously. I am a businessman and I will not do business at a loss. If the project does have potential, investing will benefit both parties.
He paused.
Of course, it doesn't matter if you make a loss, just consider it as supporting young people as entrepreneurship. Sun Ming was so moved that her eyes were slightly red.
Thank you.
Lu Yang reached out and gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes.
Silly girl, why are you crying? The distance between the two people unknowingly shortened, and Sun Ming could clearly smell the faint scent of cologne on Lu Yang.
Her heartbeat quickened and she closed her eyes unconsciously.
Ting. Xiao Lu. Come out and eat some fruit.
Aunt Sun's loud voice suddenly rang out outside the door. Sun Ming jumped away like a frightened rabbit, her face as red as a ripe apple. Lu Yang chuckled and ruffled her hair.
Let us go, don't keep your aunt waiting anxiously.
In the living room, Sun Ming was holding a plate of cut fruit, her eyes flickering between the two of them.
Didn't I disturb you? Aunt.
Sun Ming protested in shame and anger.
Li Mingzhi came over impatiently. Brother-in-law, I'll get the computer and show you the plan now. Wise. Li Huayao stopped him. It's so late, don't disturb them. Lu Yang waved his hand. It doesn't matter, I also want to find out sooner. Li Mingzhi rushed to get the computer. Sun Ming took the opportunity to sit next to Lu Yang and asked mysteriously. Xiao Lu, when do you and Tingting plan to get married? Puff. Sun Ming, who was drinking water, spit out a mouthful of water. Aunt. We've only been dating for a short time. Oh, isn't it popular among young people nowadays to get married quickly? Sun Ming disagrees. Xiao Lu has such a good condition. If you don't seize it, what if someone else snatches it away? Lu Yang couldn't help laughing. Aunt, don't worry, I am serious about Mingting. These words made Sun Mingting's heart skip a beat. She secretly glanced at Lu Yang and found that he was looking at her gently with sincerity in his eyes. Li Mingzhi rushed back holding his laptop. Brother Lu, look. This is my business plan. For the next hour, Li Mingzhi talked incessantly about his business plan. Lu Yang listened carefully and asked a few questions from time to time. Gradually, even Li Huayao, who was originally skeptical, was attracted and listened attentively. So I think the campus second-hand market has great potential. Li Mingzhi pushed up his glasses, his eyes gleaming with confidence. Lu Yang nodded. The idea is good, but your profit model needs to be refined. He thought for a moment. How about this, you come to my company tomorrow and I will ask the company's investment manager to help you improve the plan, and then I will invest the money. Real? Li Mingzhi was so excited that he almost jumped up. Thank you, brother-in-law. I will definitely work hard. Li Huayao's expression also eased a lot. Xiao Lu, thank you so much. But, if I lose money? Lu Yang smiled. Investing has risks, I know this better than anyone else. But I believe in Mingzhi's ability, and young people need opportunities. Sun Jianjun nodded approvingly. Xiao Lu is right. Mingzhi, you must work hard and don't let Xiao Lu down. Must. Li Mingzhi nodded solemnly, his eyes behind his glasses full of determination. Before he knew it, it was 10 p.m. Lu Yang stood up and said goodbye. It's getting late, I should go back. Why are you going back so late? Aunt Sun warmly asked me to stay. Just live here. Sun Mingting blushed and explained. Aunt, Lu Yang lives not far away. That won't work. It's so dangerous to drive so late. Aunt Sun didn't give any explanation. Just live in Tingting's room, Tingting will sleep with me. Aunt. Sun Mingting was so ashamed that she felt embarrassed. Lu Yang had a hard time holding back his laughter. Thank you for your kindness, Aunt, but I have an important meeting tomorrow morning and I have to go back to prepare. Sun Mingting walked Lu Yang downstairs, next to the Lamborghini. Lu Yang smiled and joked, Honey, aren't you going to give me a kiss goodbye? Sun Mingting blushed and said coquettishly, Get lost. Then she whispered. But today, thank you. Not only for investing in Mingzhi's project, but also for putting up with so many questions from my aunt. Lu Yang chuckled. Your aunt is very cute, at least she really cares about you. He paused. As for investment, I am serious. Mingzhi's project does have potential. Sun Mingting looked up at him. In the moonlight, Lu Yang's profile was angular and exceptionally handsome. She mustered up her courage, stood on tiptoe and kissed him on the cheek. Drive carefully. Lu Yang was stunned for a moment, then he smiled gently. He gently held Sun Mingting's face and kissed her on the forehead. Good night, see you tomorrow. Looking at the taillights of the Lamborghini going away, Sun Mingting touched her forehead that had been kissed, and her heart felt as sweet as if it were filled with honey. When I got home, Sun Ming was excitedly discussing something with Yang Xiuhua. Seeing Sun Mingting coming back, they immediately surrounded her. Tingting, good men like Xiao Lu are rare, you have to seize the opportunity. And? Sun Mingting sighed helplessly, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. In the bedroom, she lay on the bed, thinking about every detail of the day. My phone suddenly vibrated. It was a message from Lu Yang, I'm home. Good night. Just a few simple words made Sun Mingting's heart beat faster. She rolled over on the bed holding the phone, buried her face in the pillow and screamed silently. At this moment, she was sure that she had fallen hopelessly in love with this man. Chapter 23 Late Night Racing.
The night breeze was cool, and Lu Yang was driving the Lamborghini Bull on the way back to the emperor's mansion. The car window was half open, and the unique fragrance of grass and trees in early summer brushed across his cheek, slightly diluting the lingering warmth of Sun Ming's parting kiss in his mind.
Ding dong.
The phone notification tone suddenly rang.
Lu Yang glanced at the central display screen and saw a message from Yu Jiaojiao.
He clicked it casually, and a photo instantly occupied the entire screen. In the photo, Yu Jiaojiao was only wearing a white shirt, the hem of which just covered the base of her thighs, and she was lying on the bed with her long legs crossed. The 3 buttons of the shirt collar were open, revealing a piece of snow-white skin and deep cleavage.
The photo was accompanied by a line of provocative text. Master, I miss you a little bit? It's so cold sleeping alone. Lu Yang's Adam's apple rolled unconsciously, and his fingers gripping the steering wheel tightened slightly.
He was about to reply when a shrill horn sounded from the left.
Drop, drop.
A silver-gray Porsche 918 overtook the Lamborghini from the left lane like a ghost, whizzing past it almost brushing the rearview mirror of the Lamborghini, and the strong wind it brought caused the car body to shake slightly. What's even more outrageous is that the other car deliberately stepped on the brakes twice after overtaking, and the red taillights were particularly dazzling in the night.
Damn it!
Lu Yang slammed on the brakes and almost rear-ended the car. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead and his heart was beating violently in his chest.
Is this person sick?
The Porsche seemed to sense his anger.
Instead of speeding away, it lowered the window and hooked its finger provocatively. Lu Yang's anger. Tug. The earth came up.
He took a deep breath, quickly switched his right hand to manual mode, gripped the steering wheel with his left hand, and his eyes instantly became sharp.
Lamborghini's V12 engine let out a low roar, and the tachometer needle quickly climbed to the red zone. Lu Yang aimed at the curve ahead and stepped on the accelerator at the last second before entering the curve.
The car body shot out like an arrow, instantly closing the distance with the Porsche.
2 top supercars engaged in a silent battle on the streets late at night.
The Porsche apparently also noticed the pursuers behind it and began to change lanes frequently, trying to get rid of Lu Yang. But no matter how it darted left and right, the Lamborghini always followed closely and even almost overtook it several times.
Interesting. Lu Yang curled his lips into a sneer, his eyes fixed on the rear of the Porsche in front of him. He could feel that the other party was also an expert, and each lane change was just right, blocking all overtaking routes. The 2 cars drove onto Yanjiang Avenue one after the other. The roads here are wide and traffic is sparse, making it the perfect place to decide the outcome.
Lu Yang seized the opportunity and suddenly downshifted and added gas at the starting point of a long straight road. The speed of the Lamborghini instantly exceeded 7,000 RPM, and the engine emitted a deafening roar.
The time is now.
He slammed the steering wheel and the car passed the center guardrail almost without touching it.
When the 2 cars were side by side, Lu Yang turned his head to look at the driver's seat of the Porsche, but only saw a vague silhouette, long hair, white neck, and well-defined jaw. Is it a woman?
This discovery made him stunned for a moment and he almost missed the bend ahead.
The Porsche seemed irritated by the overtake and began to drive more aggressively.
The 2 cars were chasing each other on Yanjiang Avenue, and the speedometer needle was approaching 200 kilometers per hour. The river wind whistled in through the open car window, ruffling Lu Yang's hair and taking away the last bit of his sanity. There was a sharp turn ahead, and the road sign clearly indicated that the speed limit was 60 kilometers. The Porsche had no intention of slowing down, but instead stepped on the accelerator before entering the corner.
Madman. Lu Yang cursed inwardly, but was not willing to be outdone.
He gripped the steering wheel tightly with both hands, and his right foot quickly switched between the brake and the accelerator, and the car body cut into the center of the corner at a perfect angle. The tires screeched as they rubbed against the ground, and the G-force pressed his body firmly against the seat.
At the moment of exiting the corner, Lu Yang was surprised to find that the Porsche did not leave him behind, and the 2 cars completed this dangerous turn almost at the same time. There was a viewing platform not far ahead. The Porsche suddenly turned on the turn signal and slowly drove into the parking area. Did he admit defeat?
Lu Yang frowned, slowed down and drove in, intending to argue with her. There was no one on the viewing platform, with only a few dim street lights casting mottled light and shadows. The Porsche stopped at the edge of the platform, its lights turned off, and the engine noise gradually died down. Lu Yang parked the Lamborghini 5 meters away from it, turned off the engine and pushed open the car door. The night wind blew towards me, bringing with it the scent of the river. The door of the Porsche also opened at this time, and a foot wearing high heels stepped out first, shining coldly under the streetlight.
Lu Yang was stunned.
A tall woman got out of the car, at least 175 centimeters tall. With her high heels on, she was almost at eye level with him.
She was wearing a well-tailored black suit with a deep V-neck silk shirt underneath, revealing her snow-white skin and delicate collarbone. A simple platinum necklace was worn around her slender neck, sparkling with a low-key glow under the light.
The most eye-catching thing is her face. Her facial features are three-dimensional like a sculpture, her eyebrows are sharp, her eyes are slightly upturned, and her thin lips painted with dark red lipstick are pursed into a straight line. Her long hair is like a waterfall, dancing gently in the wind. The whole person exudes an aura that keeps strangers away, but people can't take their eyes off him.
Handsome guy, you are a pretty good driver. You can actually catch up with me.
The woman spoke in a low, magnetic voice, with a hint of laziness and arrogance.
Lu Yang came back to his senses and immediately remembered his purpose, so he glared at the other party and shouted. Are you fucking sick?
You almost caused me to get into a car accident. The woman chuckled, took out a pack of ladies' cigarettes from her suit pocket, and lit them gracefully.
Didn't it come out?
She slowly exhaled a puff of smoke and continued.
Lin Yufei. What? Lu Yang didn't quite hear it. Lin Yufei, my name.
She continued speaking again, then took a few steps closer, her high heels making crisp sounds on the concrete floor.
What about you, the handsome guy driving a Dainyu?
Lu Yang smelled a faint scent of perfume on her body. The top note was cold cedar, while the base note revealed a faint sweet fragrance.
Lu Yang. He answered briefly, still upset about his dangerous driving.
Lin Yufei seemed to see his dissatisfaction and raised her red lips slightly.
Are you angry?
She suddenly reached out and gently lifted Lu Yang's chin with her index finger.
Do you want me to buy you a drink as an apology? This frivolous action left Lu Yang speechless for a moment.
He took a half step back and got rid of her fingers.
That's not necessary.
But please be more careful when driving next time, not everyone is as good as me.
Lin Yufei shrugged disapprovingly.
The technology is really good, but...
She looked Lu Yang up and down. Judging from the way you are dressed, you don't look like a professional racer.
Where did you learn this?
Lu Yang did not answer this question, but asked. Do you often drive fast on the road like this? Generally not, unless you meet an interesting opponent.
Lin Yufei put out the cigarette butt and threw it into the trash can.
Like you tonight.
She suddenly leaned in and whispered in Lu Yang's ear.
Do you know that there are no more than 3 people in Jiangqing who can keep up with my car?
The warm breath sprayed on the ear, with a faint smell of tobacco and perfume.
So how about we find a place to have another proper fight?
Lu Yang's ears felt hot unconsciously, but he forced himself to stay calm.
I'm really honored. But I'm not interested in racing. Bye.
After saying that, Lu Yang turned around, got into his car, and drove away.
Lin Yufei leaned on the fence of the viewing platform and watched Dainyu leave, muttering in a low voice, what an interesting guy. Chapter 24 Sun Mingting's Dream.
The early morning sunlight poured in through the floor-to-ceiling windows on the 33rd floor of Emperor Mansion. Lu Yang woke up from his sleep and stretched. The smart curtains sense when the owner wakes up and automatically open slowly, allowing you to take in the morning view of the entire river city.
System, sign in.
Lu Yang habitually recited this to himself.
Ding. Sign in successful.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining all ownership of the top floor of Guanghua Building. The property rights information has been distributed to the system space and can be retrieved at any time. Hearing this mechanical yet friendly system prompt, Lu Yang's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a barely perceptible smile. He reached out and picked up the exquisite black mobile phone on the bedside table. His fingers skillfully unlocked the screen and dialed Deng Yulian's number.
Manager Deng, good morning.
Lu Yang said as he clamped the phone between his shoulder and ear, then walked towards the bathroom with light and calm steps.
Good morning, Chairman. Any instructions?
Deng Yulian's voice came from the other end of the phone, with a hint of doubt and confusion.
Today a young man named Li Mingzhi will come to the company.
He has a project for a campus second-hand trading platform.
I have preliminarily agreed to invest 5 million.
Please arrange for the manager of the investment department to help him improve the plan.
Deng Yulian on the other end of the phone seemed a little surprised. Chairman, are you sure you want to invest in a college student's entrepreneurial project? Is the risk too high? Lu Yang raised his lips slightly. I am willing to pay for youth. I understand, Chairman. I will arrange for someone to follow up on this matter.
Deng Yulian finally came back to her senses, her tone filled with admiration and decisiveness. After hanging up the phone, Lu Yang stood under the shower, the warm water washing over his strong muscles. He thought of Sun Ming's shy farewell kiss last night, and couldn't help but feel in a good mood. After washing up, Lu Yang changed into a brand new dark gray sportswear. The simple lines and high-quality fabrics made his tall and slender figure even more perfect.
He walked to the mirror, raised his hand and gently scratched his hair.
The man in the mirror had clear features and his deep eyes revealed confidence and calmness. The down-and-out young man who was ruthlessly abandoned by his girlfriend and was being urged to pay rent by the landlord had long become a thing of the past.
Daji, please prepare a cup of protein powder for me. Lu Yang spoke to the air.
Okay, master. The smart butler responded gently, and soon, a smart beverage machine slid in front of him and handed him a prepared protein drink.
Lu Yang raised his head and drank the protein drink in one breath.
A refreshing feeling instantly spread throughout his body. He stretched his neck and walked out the door with a relaxed pace. The elevator went down to the first floor and Lu Yang strode towards the fitness club. The Emperor Mansion was quiet and elegant in the early morning, with a few residents who were jogging occasionally nodding to him. When he was about to reach the door of the gym, a deliberate and extremely low voice came from the corner. Sun Ming, that girl, has taken advantage of her status as a high-ranking official and has recently ignored the manager. A shrill female voice said with a hint of jealousy and dissatisfaction. Lu Yang subconsciously slowed down his pace, but his ears pricked up involuntarily.
That's right.
Yesterday the manager asked her to work overtime to organize the equipment, and she actually said she had an appointment. Another voice echoed, with a tone full of contempt and ridicule, if you ask me, Mr. Lu is just playing around, who would take it seriously?
Shoo, keep your voice down. I heard that Mr. Lu is quite influential, and seems to be the boss of a large group.
TSK, so what? Men, once the novelty wears off, they'll change.
Look at Sun Ming's aloof appearance, how long can she keep him? Lu Yang frowned and his face became increasingly gloomy.
He deliberately increased the weight of his footsteps, and walked towards them as if every step was stepping on the nerves of the two discussants. The discussion stopped abruptly, and the two women in coach uniforms turned their heads in panic. Their faces turned pale in an instant, and beads of sweat rolled down their foreheads.
Good morning, Mr. Lu.
One of them greeted him stutteringly, his voice trembling like fallen leaves in the autumn wind. Lu Yang glanced at them coldly, a hint of disdain and warning flashed in his eyes, and without saying anything, he strode straight into the fitness club. I heard two people's hurried footsteps behind me, and they were obviously frightened. When the receptionist saw Lu Yang, a professional smile immediately bloomed on her face, and that smile was as bright as a flower blooming in spring. Good morning, Mr. Lu, Coach Sun is waiting for you. Lu Yang nodded slightly in greeting, his eyes naturally sweeping towards the training area. Sun Ming was organizing equipment with her back to the door. She had her hair tied in a high ponytail today and looked full of energy. The tight sports vest and shorts on her body perfectly outlined her figure. Her slender waist looked even more graceful in the sun, and her long legs were as straight and slender as a model's. The sunlight shone on her through the floor-to-ceiling windows, giving her a layer of golden light and outlining a perfect silhouette that seemed like a dream.
As if sensing Lu Yang's gaze, Sun Ming suddenly turned around.
The moment she saw Lu Yang, her eyes suddenly lit up and the corners of her mouth unconsciously rose. That smile was like the first ray of sunshine in the morning, warm and charming. You're here. She trotted over, her cheeks flushed from exercise, like a blooming peach blossom.
I just designed a new training plan for you.
Lu Yang stared into her bright and clear eyes. The gossip he had just heard seemed to still echo in his ears, and his chest couldn't help but feel stuffy. He suddenly reached out and gently brushed away a strand of hair on Sun Ming's forehead. This intimate gesture made Sun Ming stun for a moment, and then her ears turned slightly red, like a ripe apple. She looked around and her voice became a little coquettish. Don't do this, someone will see us. Lu Yang smiled and deliberately leaned close to her ear, his warm breath spraying on her ear. So what if they see it?
I just want everyone to know that you are my girlfriend. Sun Ming's face flushed all the way to her neck.
She took a step back in panic and almost bumped into the equipment behind her. Who is your girlfriend?
We just.
Just what? Lu Yang asked with a wicked smile, his eyes full of smiles. Sun Ming bit her lower lip, suddenly frowned, and switched back to coaching mode. Student Lu Yang, please come over here and do warm-up exercises. Lu Yang burst into laughter and followed her obediently to the training area. He could feel the curious looks from other coaches and members in the club, but at the moment, he didn't care. His mind was only on the girl in front of him who made his heart beat fast. After the warm-up, Sun Ming began to professionally guide Lu Yang in equipment training. Her professionalism was impeccable. She explained every movement in great detail, demonstrating everything from the essentials of the movements to the techniques of exerting force clearly for Lu Yang. However, when she had physical contact with Lu Yang, her fingers would still tremble slightly unconsciously, as if she were electrocuted.
"Why are you so absent-minded today?"
Sun Ming asked with a frown, reaching out to adjust Lu Yang's posture, her movements still gentle and professional. "Keep your back straight and your core tight." Lu Yang felt the warmth of her soft palm on his back, as if a warm current flowed into his heart.
He suddenly asked, "Ming, have you ever thought about what your dream is?" "Dream?"
Sun Ming was stunned for a moment, and her hand stopped moving. She tilted her head, and a gleam of thought flashed in her eyes.
"Why do you suddenly ask this?"
"Just curious." Lu Yang maintained his training posture, but his eyes stayed on her face, with a hint of expectation and tenderness. "For example, my biggest dream before was not to worry about rent." Sun Ming lowered her head slightly, a trace of heartache flashed in her eyes, and she said softly, "You have far exceeded that dream now."
"Yeah, so I'm thinking of new dreams."
Lu Yang smiled, his eyes still deep and focused. "What about you?
Do you want to be a fitness coach for the rest of your life?"
Sun Ming was silent for a while, as if lost in memories. Then she walked to the water dispenser, took a glass of water and handed it to Lu Yang. "Actually,
I have a little dream."
Lu Yang took the cup of water and looked at her expectantly, as if waiting for a mysterious and beautiful answer.
"I want to own my own fitness club."
Sun Ming's voice was very soft, but it was filled with yearning and longing that could not be concealed. "Not a chain store, but a truly high-end, personalized fitness studio. I can design courses according to my own ideas and carefully select the most professional coaching team." Her eyes became brighter and brighter, and her hands gestured unconsciously, as if she was already in the club of her dreams.
"It needs to have the most advanced equipment, a nutritious food bar, a rehabilitation therapy area." What am I talking about? This investment is too huge. It may be a luxury in my lifetime."
Lu Yang quietly watched her immersed in her dreams, and a warm feeling surged in his chest. He put down the water cup and suddenly said, "I'll take you somewhere."
"Now."
Sun Ming looked at the time and showed a look of surprise on her face. "But your training is not over yet."
"Right now."
Lu Yang had already stood up and stretched out his hand to her, his eyes firm and determined. "Trust me, it's worth skipping a training session." Sun Ming hesitated for a moment, looked at Lu Yang's expectant eyes, and finally placed her hand on his palm. Then, "I'll go ask for leave." Watching Sun Ming walk towards the manager's office, Lu Yang took out his cell phone and quickly dialed a number. "Manager Deng, help me check which are the most high-end fitness clubs in Jiangcheng."
"Yes, I need it now."
20 minutes later, Lu Yang drove the cool Lamborghini Bull slowly into the Jiangcheng CBD area. The sunlight shines on the car body, reflecting a dazzling light, as if showing its extraordinariness to the world. Sun Ming, who was sitting in the passenger seat, looked out the window curiously, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and excitement. "Where are you taking me?"
"The first stop of the dream journey."
Lu Yang smiled mysteriously, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised with a hint of smugness.
He then parked the car in front of a modern glass-walled building. "Extreme Fitness Club?"
Sun Ming read out the eye-catching sign at the door, her eyes widened instantly, her eyes full of surprise and envy. "This is the top fitness club in Jiangcheng."
"It is said that the annual membership fee is hundreds of thousands."
Lu Yang had already gotten out of the car, walked around to her side, opened the door for her like a gentleman, and bowed slightly. "Let's go, I have an appointment with their manager."
Sun Ming looked at him in surprise. "When did you make the appointment?"
"When you asked for leave just now." Lu Yang blinked and naturally took her hand, which was warm and powerful.
"I want to see what the top club looks like and give you some inspiration."
The decoration of the Extreme Fitness Club is indeed worthy of its reputation. The spacious and bright hall is filled with various modern art sculptures, each of which exudes a unique artistic atmosphere, as if telling of the high-end and taste of this club. The wall behind the reception desk is covered with various international certification certificates, and those golden plaques bear witness to the glory and splendor of this place. A middle-aged man in a suit and tie came up to us warmly. His face was filled with a professional smile and his eyes revealed respect and welcome for the guests.
"Mr. Lu, welcome to Extreme Fitness."
The manager extended his hand respectfully, with a hint of admiration in his eyes. "I am Mark, the operations director, and it is an honor to serve you." Lu Yang shook his hand with moderate strength, revealing a kind of confidence and calmness. This is Ms. Sun Ming, a professional fitness coach. We would like to visit your facilities. Mark's eyes stayed on the two people's clasped hands for a second, and he smiled knowingly, with a hint of cunning and blessing in his smile. Of course. It's rare for Miss Sun to become a coach when she is so young and beautiful. Led by Mark, they began to visit the club.
Sun Ming's eyes were almost not enough. Like a curious child, she kept asking various professional questions.
Each question showed her love and persistence for the fitness career. Mark patiently answered all the questions one by one, detailing everything from the smart fitness equipment imported from Germany, its unique functions and technological content, to the nutritional plans customized based on the member's DNA. Sun Ming was amazed by the sophisticated yet extremely attractive cutting-edge technology and every service, with excitement and yearning flashing in her eyes. Private lessons here cost 2,000 yuan per hour. Mark pointed to the coach who was guiding the members in their training and proudly introduced, "Our members are all executives of listed companies and celebrity artists."
Sun Ming couldn't help but whisper to Lu Yang, "My current tuition fee is only 300.
Lu Yang gently squeezed her palm, comforting and encouraging her, "It will be higher in the future." After the tour, Mark walked them to the door, still with a warm smile on his face. "If Mr. Lu is interested, you can consider applying for our diamond membership card.
The annual fee is 500,000, including."
"No need." Lu Yang interrupted him politely, his voice gentle but firm, "Thank you for your time."
Chapter 25. Resign now.
Back in the car, Sun Ming was still immersed in excitement. She clenched her fists tightly, with the light of dreams flashing in her eyes.
Oh my god, their underwater treadmill is so cool. And that 3D body analysis system, I saw it in a magazine.
Lu Yang started the car with a smile, his eyes full of love and support for Sun Ming. "Do you like it?"
"Of course I like it."
Sun Ming answered without thinking, and then suddenly realized something, deflated, and whispered, "But this kind of investment is too big, I may never be able to make it in my lifetime."
Second stop.
Lu Yang said suddenly, with a hint of mysterious excitement in his eyes, then he turned the car around and drove in another direction.
"Anything else?"
Sun Ming looked at him in surprise, her eyes full of curiosity and confusion. This time the destination is Guanghua Building, a newly built commercial building located on the riverside.
Lu Yang took Sun Ming directly to the top floor by elevator.
When the elevator door slowly opened, the scene in front of her made Sun Ming gasp. There is an open space that has not yet been renovated, which is more than 2,000 square meters, spacious and bright. Through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, you can overlook the entire river view. The river water is sparkling under the sunlight, and the mountains in the distance and the high-rise buildings in the city complement each other, forming a beautiful picture.
This place is so big.
Sun Ming walked to the window and was so shocked by the view that she was speechless. She covered her mouth with her hands unconsciously, her eyes full of surprise and disbelief.
Lu Yang stood beside her and asked softly, "If you were asked to design, how would you plan this space?"
Sun Ming was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. She smiled bitterly and shook her head, "Don't be ridiculous, the rent for this location and this area."
"Don't worry about the rent for now."
Lu Yang interrupted her and looked at her firmly, as if he saw endless possibilities in her eyes.
"Just tell me, if it was your gym, how would you design it?"
Sun Ming hesitated for a moment, but the power of her dream made her start to describe it. Her eyes gradually became firm and bright. "There should be a large reception area at the entrance, with warm wood and greenery to create a warm feeling. There can be an equipment area here to put the most advanced equipment. That is the classroom for group classes.
There should be a whole wall of mirrors. A healthy food bar can be set up in the corner."
She became more and more engaged as she spoke. She walked back and forth in the open space, gesturing to the locations of various areas with her hands, as if a complete club was already in sight. The sunlight shone onto her through the floor-to-ceiling windows, giving her a golden halo, and her whole body seemed to be glowing. Lu Yang leaned against the window, staring at her intently.
At this moment, Sun Ming is more beautiful than ever.
Her pure passion for her dream makes her whole body shine like the brightest star in the night sky. We also need a rehabilitation and physiotherapy area and a professional physiotherapist. As Sun Ming was talking, her voice suddenly lowered.
She stopped and smiled a little embarrassedly. "What am I daydreaming about? It's not a pipe dream."
Lu Yang walked up to her, gently put down his hand, and looked at her seriously, his eyes full of affection and tenderness. "This will be your fitness club, Ming Fitness."
Sun Ming widened her eyes and covered her chest with her hands, as if she couldn't believe her ears. "What? I have already bought this floor.
Lu Yang said calmly, taking out a document from his pocket and handing it to her. As long as you are willing, you can start the decoration design tomorrow. Sun Ming took the document, her fingers trembling so much that she could hardly hold it. When she saw the contents of the document clearly, tears welled up in her eyes instantly, like beads that had broken off a string, rolling down non-stop. This is too expensive.
I can't accept it. Why not?
Lu Yang asked softly, his eyes locked on her, as if waiting for her answer.
You have talent and passion, you just lack an opportunity. And I happen to be able to give you this opportunity.
Sun Ming shook her head, tears streaming down her face. But why are you so nice to me? Lu Yang reached out and wiped away the tears on her face, and said softly, because I like the way you pursue your dreams, and... He paused, his eyes becoming deeper and more affectionate. I want to be a part of your future. These words hit the softest part of Sun Ming's heart. She could no longer control herself and threw herself into Lu Yang's arms and burst into tears, her tears and sobs intertwined. Thank you, Lu Yang. Lu Yang hugged her gently, wrapped his arms around her, and gave her the warmest comfort. He felt her warmth in his arms, and at that moment, he suddenly understood what he really wanted. It's not just about the accumulation of wealth and material enjoyment, but also the sense of satisfaction of helping loved ones realize their dreams. It's a kind of happiness that comes from deep within the heart. But... Sun Ming suddenly raised her head and looked at him with tearful eyes, her eyes full of anxiety and confusion.
What should I do with my current job? I have no management experience and I don't know how to run a club.
Lu Yang smiled and scratched her nose, his eyes full of pampering and encouragement. Silly, I'm here. I will hire the best design team and management consultants, and you can learn slowly.
As for your current job,
there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. You can quit now.
Now.
Sun Ming opened her mouth in surprise, her eyes full of hesitation and anxiety. But the contract hasn't expired yet, and...
Trust me.
Lu Yang held her hand tightly, his eyes firm and confident. Some things should be put to an end. It was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon when we returned to the Dizuan Haoding Fitness Club. The afternoon sun shines through the windows onto the floor of the club, creating patches of mottled light and shadows. Sun Ming was nervous all the way, twisting the corners of her clothes with her fingers, frowning tightly, and feeling as if countless ants were crawling in her heart.
Do you really want to resign now?
She asked in a low voice, with a hint of uneasiness in her voice. She turned to look at Lu Yang with a look of help in her eyes. Should I write a resignation letter first? Lu Yang patted her shoulder, and his broad arm gave her a sense of strength. Just follow me. In the fitness club, members are training on their own. When Lu Yang walked in holding Sun Ming's hand, many people looked at them curiously. The door of the manager's office was open. The club manager Lina, a stern woman in her 40s, was standing at the door and loudly scolding a young coach. Her loud voice echoed in the quiet club, breaking the original harmonious atmosphere.
Seeing Lu Yang and Sun Ming, Lina frowned and showed an unhappy expression on her face. Coach Sun, why did you ask for leave again today?
Lu Yang took a step forward, straightened his back, and his eyes revealed an unquestionable majesty. Managerly, Sun Ming is here to resign.
Resign?
Lina's voice suddenly rose, attracting the attention of the coaches and members around her, their eyes full of curiosity and surprise. If you resign before the end of the contract, you have to pay a penalty.
Did you know that?
Sun Ming nervously grabbed Lu Yang's sleeve, her body trembling slightly. There was a hint of fear and anxiety in her eyes, as if she had lost her backbone.
Lu Yang just smiled coldly, with a hint of disdain and coldness in his smile. How much is the penalty? I will pay it now.
Lina narrowed her eyes, with a trace of calculation and resentment in her eyes. Mr. Lu, this is an internal matter of our company.
50,000? 100,000?
Lu Yang interrupted her impatiently, frowning, his voice full of authority. Name your price. The club was completely silent, and everyone watched the confrontation with bated breath, as if time had stopped at this moment. Lina's face turned ugly, turning red and white, as if she had been slapped hard in the face. She suddenly sneered, with a hint of sarcasm and unwillingness in her laughter. I understand, Sun Ming, you have climbed up the social ladder, and you look down on this job, right?
Sun Ming's face turned pale, as if she had been greatly insulted.
She hurriedly explained, no, managerly, I just...
Just what? Lina said tartly. Do you think you can become a phoenix?
Let me tell you, I have seen many girls like you, and they all end up being dumped by the girls because they are tired of playing with them.
Enough!
Lu Yang shouted sternly, his voice like thunder in the quiet club. He took a step forward, his aura fully revealed. Managerly, please be careful with your words. Sun Ming is my girlfriend and I respect her.
Please be respectful too. Li Na was shocked by his momentum and was speechless for a moment. Lu Yang looked around and suddenly raised his voice.
Since everyone is here, I have a message to announce. Sun Ming will open her own high-end fitness club, Mingting Fitness, in Guanghua Building. It is expected to open in 3 months. If you are interested in joining, please contact her. These words were like a bomb, and the club exploded instantly. The coaches were whispering to each other, looking at Sun Ming with eyes full of surprise and envy.
Li Na's face turned pale and blue. You.
I'll let a lawyer handle the penalty for breach of contract. Lu Yang said coldly, took Sun Ming's hand.
Let's go. Under everyone's complicated gazes, Sun Ming followed Lu Yang out of the fitness club.
It wasn't until the elevator door closed that she breathed a long sigh of relief, and her legs went weak and she almost sat on the ground.
I really have my own gym?
She murmured to herself, as if she still couldn't believe that all this was true.
Lu Yang smiled and put his arm around her shoulders.
Not only that, I guess it won't be long before your current colleagues will line up to join you. Sun Ming suddenly turned around and hugged Lu Yang tightly, burying her face in his chest.
Thank you, Lu Yang, it's great to have you. Lu Yang lowered his head and kissed the top of her head. As long as you are happy.
The elevator reached the 33rd floor and the door slowly opened. Sun Ming suddenly remembered something, looked up and asked. By the way, what you said before about Mingting Fitness, was that just something you said casually or was it true?
Of course it's true. Lu Yang led her out of the elevator. Unless you want to change your name? No, I like it very much.
Sun Ming's eyes sparkled. It's just, it all happened so fast, I feel like I'm dreaming.
Lu Yang opened the door, and the intelligent housekeeper Daji immediately greeted him. Welcome home, master. Hello, Miss Sun.
Sun Ming looked at this high-tech mansion in surprise.
Does it know me? I have recorded your voice print and facial information.
Lu Yang said it lightly, as if it was a very normal thing. Sun Ming stood in the middle of the spacious living room and suddenly felt a sense of unreality. In just one day, she went from being a small fitness coach to an entrepreneur who was about to own her own high-end club, and all this was because of this mysterious and generous man.
Are you hungry? Lu Yang asked. I asked someone to bring up the food.
Sun Ming shook her head, walked to the French window, and looked down at the city below.
Lu Yang, can I ask you a question? Certainly. Why are you so nice to me?
Sun Ming turned around and looked at him seriously.
Is it really just because you like me? Lu Yang walked over to her and looked at the scenery outside the window with her. At first, I was just attracted by your professionalism and seriousness. Later. He paused. I find that you have a quality that I rarely see in others. What characteristics? Purely.
Lu Yang said softly. Your pure pursuit of dreams, pure love for work, and pure sincerity towards people are rare in this complex world.
Sun Ming's eyes became moist again. She leaned on Lu Yang's shoulder. The two of them quietly admired the beautiful scenery of the setting sun. No one spoke.
At this moment, the seeds of dreams have been sown, and no one can predict what kind of flowers they will bloom into.
Chapter 26. Can you spend my birthday with me?
The afterglow of the setting sun shone through the floor-to-ceiling windows onto the living room floor. Sun Ming leaned on Lu Yang's shoulder, and suddenly raised her head, with anticipation flashing in her eyes.
Lu Yang, shall we cook for ourselves tonight?
She suggested softly, her fingers twisting the corner of his shirt unconsciously. I haven't cooked for you yet. Lu Yang looked down at her and found that her cheeks were slightly flushed and her eyelashes cast a small shadow under the light, making her look particularly soft. He couldn't help but stretched out his hand and pinched the tip of her nose, and said with a smile, Okay, but there's nothing in my refrigerator. Sun Ming chuckled, with a sly look in her eyes, then let's go to the supermarket to buy it. I know there is an imported fresh food supermarket nearby, the ingredients are very fresh. Lu Yang looked at her excited expression and felt a warm feeling in his heart. He had seen too many women swooning over his wealth, but Sun Ming would get excited about small things like cooking for him. This kind of pure happiness made him want to hold her in his arms. With a sweet atmosphere of fireworks, the two drove to the supermarket and pushed the shopping cart between the shelves.
Sun Ming is like a happy little deer.
When picking up the ingredients, she will carefully compare the origin and shelf life, and occasionally turn back to ask Lu Yang for advice.
Do you like spicy food? Would you like to try this Australian steak?
Lu Yang followed behind her, his eyes always on her. She tied her hair into a simple ponytail, and the ends of her hair swayed gently with her movements. The hem of her loose t-shirt was occasionally lifted up, revealing her slender waistline. Sun Ming noticed his gaze and her ears started burning. She deliberately slowed down her pace and pretended to study the seasoning bottle, but her heart was actually beating so fast that it seemed like it was going to jump out of her chest.
Does he think I'm too homely? Will he be bored?
She took a furtive glance at the ingredients in the cart and suddenly worried that the dishes she had chosen were too ordinary. Lu Yang suddenly approached from behind, put his arm over her shoulders, and took a bottle of black truffle sauce from the top shelf. Add this, it tastes good with steak. His breath brushed past her ear, causing her to shiver slightly.
After returning home, Sun Ming tied on an apron and skillfully prepared the ingredients.
Lu Yang wanted to help, but she smiled and pushed him out of the kitchen. You go and have a rest, let me do it today.
But Lu Yang didn't walk far.
He leaned against the doorframe and watched her back as she cut vegetables. Under the warm yellow light, her necklines are soft and graceful. Occasionally, she raises her hand to tuck her hair behind her ears, revealing her white earlobes. Sun Ming could feel his gaze and her hands unconsciously slowed down their movements. She deliberately turned sideways to make her curves more obvious under the light, cursing herself in her heart. Sun Ming, what are you doing? Suddenly, Lu Yang walked behind her, put his hands on the edge of the cooking table, and held her in his arms. Do you need my help? His chest was pressed against her back, and his body temperature could be felt through the thin fabric. Sun Ming's hands trembled and she almost cut her fingers. She stammered, then you cut the onions. The table was set with grilled steak, cream of mushroom soup and a salad.
Sun Ming nervously watched Lu Yang take the first bite. How is it?
Lu Yang chewed slowly and suddenly frowned. Too much salt. Sun Ming's face fell instantly, and she twisted the tablecloth with her fingers. I'm sorry, I
was kidding.
He interrupted her with a smile and ruffled her hair.
It's delicious, really.
Sun Ming breathed a sigh of relief, but noticed that Lu Yang's glass had been empty twice. His eyes were darker than usual, with a hint of lazy aggression that made her afraid to look directly at him.
After the meal, Lu Yang stood up to clean up the dishes. Shall I take you home?
Sun Ming stood still, her fingers clenched around the corner of her clothes, her voice as thin as a mosquito's. Today, can we stay here? Lu Yang paused and turned to look at her. Her face had turned red to her ears, but she looked up stubbornly and looked at him, with anxiety and expectation in her eyes.
Lu Yang's Adam's apple rolled.
He knew the weight behind her words. This was not a momentary impulse, but a complete trust. He took a deep breath, suppressed his surging desire, and asked softly, Are you sure? Sun Ming nodded, mustered up the courage to take a step closer, and gently hooked her fingers around his. Well, I want to stay with you for a while, just a little while. Lu Yang took her to the guest room and took out new pajamas and towels. Go to bed early, call me if you need anything.
Sun Ming grabbed his wrist. Won't you accompany me?
Her fingertips trembled slightly, but she refused to let go. Lu Yang closed his eyes and cursed in his heart. Of course he wanted to stay, but he was more afraid of losing control. Finally, he just rubbed the top of her hair. Don't test my self-control, good night. After closing the door, Sun Ming threw herself on the bed, buried her face in the pillow and screamed silently. She was grateful for his respect, but also a little disappointed. The next day, when Sun Ming woke up, she walked barefoot to the living room and found Lu Yang was talking on the phone on the balcony.
The morning light outlined his tall figure.
Sun Ming suddenly realized that she had fallen hopelessly. It wasn't because of the club he gave her, nor because of his gentleness, but because at this moment the way he stood in the sun made her want to run to him regardless of everything. Lu Yang hung up the phone and turned around, and saw Sun Ming standing not far away, with the collar of her pajamas slightly open, and a faint moisture from last night's bath still on her collarbone.
Good morning.
His voice was hoarse. Did you sleep well? Sun Ming didn't answer, but walked over, stood on tiptoe and kissed the corner of his lips. The early morning sunlight shone into the ward through the gauze curtains. Han Hui gently opened the curtains to let in more sunlight. She turned around to look at her father who was still sleeping, and the corners of her mouth rose unconsciously. After the operation and a period of recuperation, Han Guowei's complexion has improved a lot. The doctor said he can be discharged from the hospital after a few more days of observation. Han Hui picked up the kettle quietly and prepared to get water. When she passed the bathroom, she stopped and fixed her hair in front of the mirror. Today Lu Yang said she was coming to the hospital to visit her father. She got up early, put on some light makeup, and changed into her newly bought light blue dress.
Hui. My father's weak voice came from the hospital bed. Dad, are you awake? Han Hui quickly put down the kettle and walked to the bed. Would you like some water or something to eat?
Han Guowei shook his head, his eyes fixed on his daughter's carefully dressed appearance.
Are there any guests today?
Han Hui's ears felt slightly hot.
Brother Lu said he would come to visit you today. Oh.
Han Guowei stretched out his tone meaningfully, with a knowing smile on his face.
No wonder my daughter starts dressing up early in the morning. Dad. Han Hui stamped her feet in embarrassment. I just
think it should be more formal. After all, Brother Lu has helped us so much. Han Guowei struggled to stand up, and Han Hui hurried forward to help him sit down. He looked at his daughter seriously.
Hui, tell Dad the truth, are you in love with Lu Yang?
Han Hui's fingers twisted the corners of her clothes unconsciously, her eyes wandering.
I'm just grateful to him. My daughter. Han Guowei sighed.
Dad is an experienced person, he can tell.
Every time you mention him, your eyes light up. Han Hui lowered her head and did not deny it.
During this period, Lu Yang often came to the hospital to visit them, bringing various expensive supplements and fruits every time, and also specially arranged for the best doctor to treat Han Guowei.
His gentleness, thoughtfulness, maturity and stability seeped into Han Hui's heart bit by bit.
But, Han Guowei said worriedly, a rich man like him will never lack women around him.
Dad is afraid that you will get hurt. I know.
Han Hui said softly, with a determined light in her eyes when she raised her head.
But I couldn't control my heart. Dad, you know what? The first time he helped me, he didn't even know my name. He didn't help me for anything.
Han Guowei looked at his daughter's obsessed expression and knew that it was useless to persuade her. He could only shake his head helplessly.
Never mind, just know how to handle it properly.
Han Hui nodded and turned to get some water, but she felt mixed emotions inside. She knew that what her father said made sense. There must be no shortage of women around Lu Yang, and Sister Sun seemed to have a very close relationship with him. But every time she saw Lu Yang, her heart beat uncontrollably faster.
The feeling was too real to ignore.
After fetching water, Han Hui helped her father wash up, eat breakfast, and then sat by the window to read a book. But her attention was not on the pages of the book at all. From time to time, she looked up at the door, expecting the familiar figure to appear.
At around 10 o'clock in the morning, there was a gentle knock on the ward door.
Han Hui's heart skipped a beat and she almost jumped up to open the door.
Brother Lu.
Her voice trembled slightly with excitement. Lu Yang, who was standing at the door, was wearing a dark blue shirt today with his sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing his strong forearms. He was holding an exquisite fruit basket and a bouquet of flowers, and looked at Han Hui with a smile.
Good morning, Hui. How is Uncle Han today? I'm much better now.
The doctor said I can be discharged from the hospital after a few more days of observation. Han Hui stepped aside to let him in. She smelled the faint scent of cologne on him and couldn't help but take a deep breath.
Lu Yang walked to the bed and placed the bouquet on the bedside table. Uncle Han, how do you feel today? Han Guowei forced a smile.
I'm much better now, thanks to your help, Xiao Lu.
The doctor said the operation was successful and I'm recovering well.
That's good. Lu Yang pulled a chair over and sat down, then took out a few exquisite boxes from the fruit basket.
These are some supplements I just bought.
I heard they help with post-operative recovery. Han Hui stood aside, her eyes unconsciously lingering on Lu Yang's profile. The sunlight filtered through the window and shone onto his silhouette, outlining the perfect lines. His Adam's apple rolled slightly as he spoke, and a small piece of his collarbone was exposed from his shirt collar, which made her involuntarily think of the sudden kiss in the dormitory that day.
Hui? Lu Yang's voice brought her back to reality. Could you get me a glass of water?
Huh?
Oh. Okay.
Han Hui turned around in a panic to pour water and almost bumped into a chair. She could feel her face burning and her heartbeat so loud it seemed the whole room could hear it. Lu Yang and Han Guowei talked about his condition and rehabilitation plan for a while Han Hui sat quietly by the side, occasionally glancing at Lu Yang. She noticed that he was wearing a new watch today. The dial shone with a low-key light in the sunlight, just like him, unobtrusive yet impossible to ignore.
By the way, Hui. Lu Yang suddenly turned to Han Hui. How is your school doing? Will taking such a long leave affect your studies?
Han Hui shook her head. I explained the situation to my tutor and he was very understanding.
My classmates also helped me organize my notes.
That's good.
Lu Yang smiled and said. If you need any help, just let me know.
His eyes were gentle and sincere, and Han Hui felt her heart skip a beat.
At that moment, she almost blurted out. I need you.
But reason pulled her back in time.
Thank you, Brother Lu, you have helped us a lot.
She lowered her head, trying her best to hide the emotional fluctuations in her eyes. When Lu Yang was about to get up and say goodbye, Han Hui suddenly summoned up the courage to stop him.
Brother Lu, wait a minute.
Lu Yang turned around and saw Han Hui clenching her hands together, her knuckles turning white, and 2 blushes on her cheeks.
What's wrong, Hui? Is there anything else?
That. Han Hui bit her lower lip and her voice became smaller and smaller.
The day after tomorrow is my birthday. Han Guowei coughed on the hospital bed. Hui, don't bother Xiaolu. It's okay, Uncle Han. Lu Yang smiled gently and turned to Han Hui. So you have a birthday? Happy birthday in advance.
Han Hui raised her head, her eyes sparkling with anticipation.
Brother Lu, I know this request may be a bit presumptuous, but can you spend my birthday with me? Chapter 27 Becoming Chao Xiaoyu's Boss.
The ward suddenly became quiet, and even Han Guowei stopped flipping through the newspaper. Lu Yang could feel the eyes of both father and daughter were focused on him.
Just have a simple meal.
Seeing that Lu Yang did not answer immediately, Han Hui hurriedly added, her voice trembling slightly with nervousness. No need to prepare any gifts, no need for a formal occasion. I just. Her fingers twisted the hem of her skirt unconsciously, and her voice became smaller and smaller.
I just want someone to accompany me.
Lu Yang looked at the shy and expectant girl in front of him, and thought of her hard work in taking care of her father during this period, and his heart softened.
Of course, I am. Happy to celebrate your birthday with you. Really?
Han Hui's eyes lit up instantly, like lit stars.
Do you really want to?
Lu Yang nodded, with a gentle smile on his face. Where would you like to celebrate?
Is there anything in particular you'd like to eat?
Han Hui excitedly took a small step forward, then suddenly realized that she was too excited, so she quickly restrained herself.
I can do anything. Yes. Brother Lu, you decide. Han Guowei sighed on the hospital bed. Hui, Xiaolu is so busy, please don't. It's okay, Uncle Han. Lu Yang interrupted. I just didn't have any plans that day. Hui, how about this? I know there's a new restaurant opening by the river. Wrong restaurant, great environment, can see the whole river view. Really? Great.
Han Hui clapped her hands happily, then lowered her head shyly.
I mean, that sounds very great. Lu Yang was amused by her childish reaction. Then it's settled. I'll pick you up from school at 6 o'clock the day after tomorrow? Han
Hui nodded vigorously, her ponytail swaying slightly with her movements.
I'll wait for you. Okay, I'll go first.
Lu Yang walked towards the door, then turned back and said to Han Guowei.
Uncle Han, please have a good rest.
If you need anything, please feel free to contact us.
Tai me. Han Guowei nodded. Thank you, Xiaolu. I'm sorry to have cost you money again.
When he reached the door, Lu Yang suddenly remembered something and turned around and asked.
By the way, Hui, is there any particular birthday gift you want?
Han Hui quickly shook her head, her cheeks flushed.
No. Your presence is the best gift. Lu Yang smiled. No, how can a birthday be without a gift? Let me prepare it myself and I guarantee it will be a surprise for you. Brother Lu.
Han Hui's eyes were filled with tears of emotion.
You really don't have to. It's settled.
Lu Yang waved his hand to interrupt her.
See you the day after tomorrow.
After closing the door, Han Hui leaned against the door, covering her hot cheeks with both hands, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously raised.
Shook his head helplessly. My daughter. Dad! Han Huihui stamped her feet in embarrassment. Stop it, I know what you want to say. Han Guowei sighed. Just so you know. Dad just doesn't want you to get hurt. Han Huihui walked to the window, watched Lu Yang walk out of the hospital building, and said softly. I know, Dad, but some feelings are not rational. Intelligence can control. After coming out of the hospital, Lu Yang remembered that he had not signed in today. System, sign in. He muttered to himself. Ding! Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100% of the shares of Marriott Media Group. The relevant equity certificates and legal documents have been stored in the system space and can be retrieved at any time. At the same time, the system has automatically arranged a professional lawyer team for the host to assist in handling equity-related matters. Marriott Media. Lu Yang repeated the name in a low voice. It sounded familiar to him, but he couldn't remember where he had heard it. He took out the equity document from the system space. The thick stack of papers was densely printed with legal provisions, and the last few pages were signed by him, although he himself could not remember when he had signed. Lu Yang picked up his phone and searched for Marriott Media. According to the information on the internet, founded in 2010, Huayao Media is one of the largest integrated media groups in Zhangcheng. Its main businesses include advertising planning, film and television production, and artist management. The company currently has more than 100 employees and an annual turnover of approximately 200 million yuan. Lu Yang has nothing to do now, so he plans to go to Marriott Media to take a look. Lu Yang drove a Lamborghini Bull towards Marriott Media headquarters, and the city scenery flew past the car window. As he drove, he thought about the Marriott Media shares he had just acquired, and couldn't help feeling a little excited. The car stopped downstairs of Marriott Media Company, and Lu Yang took the elevator to the 15th floor where Marriott Media Company was located. As soon as he got out of the elevator, Lu Yang heard a noise coming from the front. Get out of here! Don't be an eyesore here! A burly security guard was pushing a girl rudely. Lu Yang looked closely and found that the girl was Chao Xiaoyu. She was wearing a business suit and holding a cardboard box in her arms. She looked like she was kicked out of the company. Her black framed glasses were a little crooked, and tears welled up in her eyes, but she bit her lips stubbornly to stop herself from crying. Standing next to him was a bald middle-aged man in a suit and tie, with an impatient look on his face. Next to him was a heavily made-up female colleague who was covering her mouth and laughing secretly, her eyes full of sarcasm. Chao Xiaoyu, you are fired. Why are you still staying here? The bald man said harshly, his voice sharp and piercing. Manager Wang, I demand a reasonable explanation. I clearly completed the project, why did you suddenly fire me? Chao Xiaoyu's voice trembled a little, but she still insisted. Explain? You, a small employee, deserve an explanation? The female colleague interrupted sarcastically, the company doesn't support idlers, understand? Lu Yang frowned and strode over. What's going on? He asked in a deep voice, his eyes sweeping over the people present. The security guard glanced at him and waved his hand impatiently. What does it have to do with you? Get out of the way. The bald manager Wang looked Lu Yang up and down, a trace of contempt flashed in his eyes. Where did you come from, you little brat? Mind your own business. Lu Yang looked at him coldly. I asked, what's going on? Manager Wang sneered, oh, you're still installing it? Get out of here. The female colleague also started laughing, her eyes full of mockery. Chao Xiaoyu then noticed Lu Yang and her eyes widened in surprise. Lu Yang? Why are you here? She quickly pulled his sleeve and whispered, never mind, let's go. Lu Yang didn't move. Instead, he stared at Manager Wang and said word by word, call your general manager out. Manager Wang was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Who do you think you are? Can you meet our general manager whenever you want? The female colleague also laughed shrilly. That's right, a young boy, why is he pretending to be a big shot? Several employees around were also attracted by the commotion here, and they stopped to watch and whispered. Lu Yang's eyes became increasingly cold. He spoke again, my name is Lu Yang. Ask your general manager to come out and see me. Lu Yang? Ha ha ha. Manager Wang laughed even more exaggeratedly. I don't care if you are a cow or a sheep, just get out of here, or I'll ask the security guards to throw you out. Just then, there was a commotion at the back of the crowd. A middle-aged man in a well-dressed suit walked over quickly with a serious face. What's going on? You're making so much noise, how disgraceful. When Manager Wang saw the newcomer, he immediately changed his face to a flattering one. Boss Wei, why are you here? It's nothing serious. It's just that a fired employee refused to leave, and there's also a brat who's making trouble here. Wei Gang, the general manager of Marriott Media, glanced at everyone and finally landed on Liu Yang. He frowned, feeling that the young man in front of him looked familiar. Liu Yang looked directly at Wei Gang and said for the second time, "My name is Liu Yang. You should know who I am, right?" Wei Gang was startled and his pupils suddenly contracted. He suddenly remembered that he received a notice from his boss yesterday that the company was acquired by a mysterious rich man and the new boss name was Liu Yang. You are Chairman Liu? Wei Gang's voice trembled a little, and cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. The smiles on Manager Wang and his female colleague's faces froze, their eyes filled with disbelief. Liu Yang nodded calmly. Now, can we talk properly? Wei Gang bowed quickly, and said in an extremely respectful tone, Director Liu, I'm sorry. I didn't know you would come to the company today. Please forgive me for not welcoming you in person. The whole place was dead silent. Director Liu? Manager Wang's face turned pale instantly and his legs unconsciously went weak. The female colleague was so frightened that her lips were shaking and the folder in her hand fell to the ground with a bang. Chao Xiaoyu stared at Liu Yang blankly, as if she was meeting him for the first time. Liu Yang ignored everyone's shock, but walked to Chao Xiaoyu and asked softly, Xiaoyu, what happened? Chao Xiaoyu finally came back to her senses, her voice choking, I was fired. They said my project was not up to standard, but they praised me for doing a good job yesterday. Liu Yang turned his gaze to Manager Wang, his eyes sharp as a knife. Explain it. Manager Wang stammered, Mr. Liu, this is a misunderstanding. Chao Xiaoyu's project does have some problems, so Bullshit. The female colleague suddenly screamed and pointed at Manager Wang. It was you who wanted to take advantage of Chao Xiaoyu, and she didn't agree, so you deliberately found an excuse to fire her. And you even asked me to play along with you. Manager Wang was furious. What nonsense are you talking about? Wei Gang's face was terribly gloomy. He shouted, Shut up. Then he turned to Liu Yang and asked cautiously, Director Liu, how do you think we should deal with this? Liu Yang glanced at Manager Wang coldly. Why keep this kind of scum? Fire him, report to the industry, and never hire him again. Manager Wang was struck by lightning and fell to his knees. Boss Liu, I was wrong. Please give me a chance. Liu Yang didn't even bother to look at him. He turned to his female colleague and said, You are aiding and abetting the evil. You will be suspended for investigation. If it is proven that you participated in coercing employees, you will also be fired. The female colleague turned pale, slumped to the ground, and could no longer speak. Wei Gang nodded repeatedly. Yes, I'll take care of it right away. Liu Yang looked at Chao Xiaoyu again and softened his tone. Xiaoyu, from now on, you will take over Manager Wang's position and report directly to President Wei. Chao Xiaoyu's eyes widened, unable to believe her ears. I'm a manager? Liu Yang smiled slightly. I believe in your ability. Wei Gang immediately agreed. Manager Chao, welcome back. The company will definitely fully support your work. The employees around finally reacted and applauded, looking at Chao Xiaoyu with eyes full of envy and admiration. Chao Xiaoyu's eyes were red. She took a deep breath and bowed deeply to Liu Yang. Thank you, Liu Yang. Liu Yang patted her shoulder and said with a smile, Old classmate, don't be so polite. Seeing this, Wei Gang hurried forward and said, Director Liu, do you want to go to the office and sit down? I'll report to you about the company's situation. Liu Yang nodded. Let's go. Under the awe-filled gaze of the crowd, Liu Yang and Chao Xiaoyu walked into the building side by side. Chapter 28. Now it's just the two of us. In the general manager's office of Marriott Media, the sunlight from the floor to ceiling windows casts a golden hue over the entire space. Liu Yang sat on the leather sofa, tapping the armrest lightly with his slender fingers, listening to Wei Gang's report. Mr. Liu, these are the company's financial statements for the past 3 years. Wei Gang handed over a document respectfully, beads of sweat oozing from his forehead. Liu Yang took the document casually and quickly scanned the numbers. When he turned to the marketing department's project summary, his fingertips paused slightly. The return rates of several projects that Chao Xiaoyu was in charge of were surprisingly high. This Chao Xiaoyu. Liu Yang pointed to a set of data on the report. The average return on projects she handled was 20% higher than the company average. Wei Gang wiped his sweat. Yes, Manager Chao. Manager Chao is indeed very capable. It's just that manager Wang deliberately suppressed him before. Lu Yang snorted coldly and closed the file. The company does not need this kind of scum who suppresses talents. If I find this happening again, you can just get out. Following the principle of giving a sweet date after a good beating, Lu Yang paused and continued, Of course I can't deny your ability, so I decided to give you a 10% salary increase. You should work hard in the future. Okay, you can get busy first. Thank you, Mr. Lu. I will continue to work hard. Wei Gang was relieved by Lu Yang's change of attitude and he hurriedly thanked him. The midday sun shone through the blinds, casting dappled shadows on the floor. Lu Yang looked at his watch and it was almost 11:30. Just as he was about to leave, there was a light knock on the office door. Come in. Lu Yang looked up and saw Chao Xiaoyu standing at the door. She changed into a beige business suit, and her eyes were still a little red and swollen behind her black-framed glasses, but she looked much more energetic. Lu, Mr. Lu. Chao Xiaoyu twisted her fingers nervously. I wanted to thank you for your help today. Lu Yang stood up and smiled gently. There's no need to be so polite between old classmates. Chao Xiaoyu's cheeks are slightly red. I'd like to treat you to lunch, is that okay? She paused, then hastily added. I also called Jiaojiao to come along, you should remember her, right? Lu Yang's Adam's apple rolled unconsciously. Of course he remembered Yu Jiaojiao, the beauty who spent the night with him in the villa. Of course I remember. Lu Yang picked up his suit jacket. Come on, I'll treat you. Half an hour later, the three of them sat. Cloud. In the VIP booth of a Chinese restaurant. This is one of the more popular internet celebrity restaurants in Zhengcheng. The 270-degree panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows offer a panoramic view of the city. The restaurant also pays great attention to the privacy of its customers. Each booth is independent and covered by a screen. Chao Xiaoyu and Yu Jiaojiao sat together, and Lu Yang sat opposite them. Yu Jiaojiao was wearing a tight V-neck sweater today. The neckline was just right, revealing her snow-white skin and faint cleavage. She was wearing a hip-hugging miniskirt, her long legs were crossed, and her black stockings were shining alluringly under the light. Lu Yang's gaze unconsciously stayed on her for a second, and then he smiled nonchalantly. Jiaojiao, you look very beautiful today. Yu Jiaojiao blinked and gave him a meaningful look. Boss Lu is so sweet. She deliberately prolonged the last syllable and pouted her red lips slightly. Lu Yang noticed that she was wearing dark red lipstick today, which matched her dress perfectly. She looked like a blooming rose, dangerous and charming. Chao Xiaoyu seemed unaware of the undercurrent between the two of them, and was concentrating on looking at the menu. The foie gras here seems to be very famous. Would you like to try it? Just order it, I'm fine with anything. Lu Yang took the menu with a smile, but his fingers accidentally touched the fingertips of Yu Jiaojiao, who was sitting opposite him. Instead of retracting her hand, she gently hooked his palm with her little finger. Lu Yang raised his eyes and met Yu Jiaojiao's smiling eyes. She blinked, her long eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings, then she withdrew her hand as if nothing had happened, picked up the water glass and took a sip, leaving a faint lip mark on the rim of the glass. After the meal was served, Chao Xiaoyu enthusiastically talked about the company's new projects. Yu Jiaojiao would interject a few witty remarks from time to time, making Chao Xiaoyu giggle. Xiaoyu, the planning copy you just mentioned is really great. Lu Yang praised as he cut a piece of steak. Chao Xiaoyu's eyes lit up immediately after hearing this. Lu Yang, do you think so too? When I discussed this with Jiaojiao before, she kept saying that I was daydreaming. Yu Jiaojiao patted Chao Xiaoyu coquettishly. I don't have. While listening, Lu Yang picked up his drink and took a sip, but his eyes inadvertently met Yu Jiaojiao. Her toes brushed lightly against his calves under the table. The touch of the smooth stockings made Lu Yang pause, and he looked up at her. Yu Jiaojiao pretended to be calm as she picked up a piece of sausage, slightly parted her red lips, and chewed slowly, but her eyes were staring at him straight with a teasing look. Chao Xiaoyu was picking up food at the time and didn't notice the interaction between the two. Yu Jiaojiao's feet slowly moved up, and the tip of her high heels gently touched the inside of Lu Yang's thigh, rubbing it vaguely. The corners of her lips curled up in a smirk, and the tip of her tongue gently licked her lips, as if hinting at something. Lu Yang's Adam's apple rolled, his body slightly tensed, and he couldn't help but let out a hiss. Lu Yang? What's wrong with you? Chao Xiaoyu looked at him puzzledly. Fine. Lu Yang took a sip of the drink, trying to cover up his gaffe, and said awkwardly. This dish is a bit spicy. Is the food spicy? I don't think it's spicy at all. Chow Xiaoyu felt a little strange. Could it be that Lu Yang didn't eat chili? However, as a Jiangcheng native, it was hard to find someone who didn't eat spicy food. Yu Jiaojiao chuckled, but her feet did not stop moving. Instead, they became more intense. The tip of her shoe slowly moved upwards, almost touching his sensitive area. Lu Yang suddenly grabbed her ankle, tightened his fingers, and squeezed it warningly. Yu Jiaojiao took a deep breath, and her toes curled up unconsciously. At the same time, she made a hum sound, which was so charming that it made people's bones numb. Jiaojiao, what's wrong with you? Chow Xiaoyu looked at Yu Jiaojiao, who had suddenly fallen silent. No. It's okay. Yu Jiaojiao's voice trembled a little. It just felt a little hot suddenly. Lu Yang raised his lips into a wicked smile, and his fingers slowly moved up along her ankle, gently pinching her calf. Yu Jiaojiao almost screamed out loud and quickly picked up the drink cup to cover it up. Seeing that Yu Jiaojiao was about to collapse, Lu Yang finally let go of her hand, and Yu Jiaojiao finally retracted her foot. The lunch ended in a subtle atmosphere. Chow Xiaoyu looked at Lu Yang, then at Yu Jiaojiao, and always felt that something was wrong with these two people today, but she couldn't tell what was wrong. So the right thing to do is to just ignore it and concentrate on enjoying the delicious food in front of you. When it was time to check out, the waiter handed over a bill with a 4-digit amount on it, and Lu Yang paid before Chow Xiaoyu. Chow Xiaoyu had no choice but to take back her phone in dismay. Then she checked the time. Lu Yang, Jiaojiao, I have to go back to the company. I have work to finish in the afternoon. She looked at Lu Yang and said a little embarrassedly, thank you so much today. Please send Jiaojiao off later. Lu Yang nodded, okay, go ahead and get busy. After watching Chow Xiaoyu leave, Yu Jiaojiao immediately became like a different person. She stood up and moved closer to Lu Yang, her beautiful red lips almost touching his earlobe, and then she whispered, Master, where are we going next? Her breath was warm, with a faint scent of perfume, and her fingers rested lightly on his arm, her nails scratching his skin vaguely. Lu Yang turned his head to look at her and said in a low voice, where do you want to go? Yu Jiaojiao smiled charmingly, her fingertips slid from his arm to his chest, drawing circles gently, I'll go wherever you take me. Lu Yang chuckled, grabbed her wrist, looked into her eyes and whispered, you're so flirty. Yu Jiaojiao moved closer to him, the softness of her chest rubbing against his arm, her red lips slightly parted, Master, don't you like it? Then I'll leave? Her eyes were direct and passionate, full of suggestive meaning. Lu Yang didn't answer, but just put his arm around her waist and led her towards the parking lot. Yu Jiaojiao leaned in his arms, smiling like a triumphant little fox. As the Lamborghini drove towards the Jiangshan Jingjing Villa district, Yu Jiaojiao's hands were restless. Careless. Touched Lu Yang's thigh, and then, unintentionally, set the air conditioning temperature very high. It's so hot. She deliberately prolonged her tone and slowly took off her jacket, revealing her round shoulders and delicate collarbones. Lu Yang glanced at the rearview mirror, his throat rolling. Fasten your seatbelts and don't make a fuss. Yu Jiaojiao not only didn't listen, but moved closer, whispering against his ear with her red lips. Don't you like me like this? That night, that's not what you said. Her fingers were already working on his belt buckle. Squeak. Lu Yang slammed on the brakes and stopped the car on the side of the road. He grabbed Yu Jiaojiao's wrist with a dangerous look in his eyes. You are playing with fire. Yu Jiaojiao was not afraid at all. Instead, she met his gaze and licked the corner of her lips gently with the tip of her tongue. So, Master, are you going to punish me? Lu Yang couldn't bear it any longer and lowered his head to kiss her lips hard. The kiss was aggressive. Yu Jiaojiao hummed softly, wrapped her arms around his neck, and responded passionately. Then she unbuckled her seatbelt, sat on Lu Yang's lap, and held his face with both hands. Now, there are only two of us here. Chapter 29 Shopping Incident. Chapter 29 Shopping Incident. An hour later, the violently shaking Lamborghini finally stopped steadily. Yu Jiaojiao leaned lazily on the chair, a few strands of hair playfully falling beside her cheeks, and her originally delicate lipstick spread out, adding a bit of alluring charm to her. She stretched out her slender fingers, and with a hint of teasing, she gently stroked Lu Yang's chest, her voice so gentle that it seemed to drip water. Master, are you satisfied just now? Should you give me a little reward? Lu Yang raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a meaningful smile, and then picked up his mobile phone and operated it quickly a few times. After a moment, Yu Jiaojiao's phone made a crisp notification sound.
She hurriedly looked down, her eyes widened instantly, and her face was full of shock. 5 million.
It actually arrived. This is too much, right?
Yu Jiaojiao's voice trembled slightly. Although she was looking forward to the reward, she never expected Lu Yang to be so generous. Lu Yang started the car, his tone calm, but with unquestionable dominance. In order to reward you well, I decided to take you shopping. Surprise flashed across Yu Jiaojiao's eyes, and then a cunning light appeared in her eyes. As she spoke, she leaned closer, almost touching Lu Yang's legs. Master is so good to me, how can I repay you?
How about, do it again? Lu Yang felt his Adam's apple rolling.
He held the steering wheel tightly with both hands and tried to keep himself calm. Don't make trouble, I'm driving. Half an hour later, the Lamborghini slowly drove into the underground parking lot of Emperor Plaza, Zhongqing's top luxury shopping mall.
Yu Jiaojiao held Lu Yang's arm affectionately and walked into the mall with a graceful figure, instantly attracting countless people's attention.
She was wearing a tight V-neck sweater and a hip-hugging miniskirt today, which perfectly outlined her figure, and her long, straight legs looked even more dazzling under the light.
Lu Yang is tall and handsome.
The two of them walking side by side looked like a celebrity couple who walked out of a fashion magazine.
Which store do we want to go to first?
Lu Yang tilted his head and asked softly.
Yu Jiaojiao's eyes lit up and she said excitedly, Chanel, right? I've always wanted that new bag they released.
As soon as they entered the Chanel store, they were instantly enveloped by bright lights, and various luxury goods exuded charming light in the glass cabinets. Yu Jiaojiao immediately locked onto the diamond-studded chain bag on the central booth.
She jumped up excitedly and held Lu Yang's hand tightly. That's the one. I've been eyeing it for a long time.
A saleswoman with exquisite makeup walked over with a proud step and quickly swept her eyes over the two of them. When she saw that the clothes Yu Jiaojiao was wearing were not of a famous brand, a hint of barely perceptible contempt flashed in her eyes.
This bag is priced at 380,000 yuan, and you need to match the goods before you can buy it. The female salesperson spoke in a cold tone and didn't even look at Yu Jiaojiao. The smile on Yu Jiaojiao's face froze instantly, and she asked in confusion, matching goods? What does this mean?
The saleswoman sneered, her tone full of sarcasm. You have to buy other products first and reach a certain amount before you are eligible to buy this bag. In your case, I advise you not to consider the limited edition, just look at the regular edition. Lu Yang frowned and said in a low and dignified voice, call your store manager. The saleswoman crossed her arms and showed no intention of taking action. The store manager is very busy, so he doesn't have time to serve ordinary customers.
At this moment, a sharp female voice came from behind. Hey, isn't this Yu Jiaojiao? Why, are you here to buy Chanel too?
Yu Jiaojiao turned around and saw Lin Mimi, who was wearing heavy makeup, walking towards her with the arm of a bald middle-aged man.
Lin Mimi was dressed in designer clothes and had an exaggerated jewel necklace around her neck. She gave off the air of a nouveau riche. Nini Yu Jiaojiao's expression looked a little unnatural, and her voice lowered unconsciously.
Lin Mimi looked Yu Jiaojiao up and down exaggeratedly, deliberately raising her voice. Oh my god, how dare you enter a store like this?
Do you know that any bag here is worth half a year's salary?
She turned to the man next to her and said coquettishly, honey, this is the poor former colleague I told you about.
He can't even pay the rent and has to share the house with others.
The bald man smiled contemptuously, breathing out through his nose. Young people nowadays love to pretend to be rich. Seeing this, the saleswoman immediately put on a flattering face and walked quickly towards Lin Mimi. Ms. Lin, the bag you ordered has arrived.
I'll get it for you right away. Lin Mimi glanced at Yu Jiaojiao complacently and said sarcastically, some people should know their own limitations. This is not a place you should come to.
Yu Jiaojiao was so angry that she was shaking all over, her eyes were red, and her nails were almost digging into her palms. Lu Yang gently held her hand, giving her strength, and then looked coldly at the saleswoman and Lin Mimi. I'll ask you one last time, where is the store manager?
The saleswoman waved her hands impatiently. Security. Get these two troublemakers out.
The two security guards stepped forward and were about to take action. Lu Yang calmly took out a black card from his pocket and slapped it on the counter. Call your store manager, immediately. In an instant, the entire store became so quiet that even the sound of breathing could be heard clearly. The black card glowed dark gold under the light, and the gold-embossed words World Bank on it were particularly eye-catching.
The saleswoman's face turned pale instantly, her lips trembled, and she couldn't speak clearly. This is...
Lin Mimi also widened her eyes, her face full of disbelief. The bald man next to her gasped. As a small business owner, he knew too well the importance of this black card. The application requirement for this World Bank Black Card was at least 100 million in cash. In less than 3 minutes, the store manager came running over, sweating profusely. When he saw Liu Yang, he immediately bowed deeply and said, "Sir, I'm so sorry. It's our employees who are blind." Liu Yang stared at the store manager with cold eyes and said, "The salesperson is so mean. I demand that you fire her immediately." The store manager nodded hurriedly, "Yes, yes, yes. I will fire her immediately and will never hire her again." He turned to the saleswoman and shouted angrily, "You, pack your things and get out now." The saleswoman's legs went limp and she collapsed to the ground, her face ashen. Seeing this, Lin Mimi and the bald man quietly slipped towards the door. "Stop." Liu Yang's voice was not loud, but it seemed to carry an invisible force that made the two of them unable to move as if they were under a spell. He walked up to Lin Mimi and looked down at her. "Go over here right now and apologize to my girlfriend." Lin Mimi's face turned pale, and her lips trembled for a long time before she squeezed out a few words. "I'm sorry." "Don't apologize to me." Liu Yang turned sideways, motioning her to apologize to Yu Jiaojiao. Lin Mimi looked at Yu Jiaojiao with reluctance in her eyes, but under Liu Yang's powerful intimidation, she still lowered her head reluctantly. "Jiaojiao, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that to you." Yu Jiaojiao finally came back to her senses. She held Liu Yang's arm tightly, straightened her back, and showed a hint of revengeful pleasure on her face. "Mimi, do you know? I used to envy you very much." Lin Mimi was stunned for a moment, with a hint of surprise in her eyes. Yu Jiaojiao continued, "I envy you for being with a man older than your father just for money. But now I don't have to envy you anymore, because I have found someone who truly loves me and has money." Lin Mimi's face turned red instantly, like cooked pork liver. The bald man was so angry that he was shaking all over, and his face turned pale and red. Liu Yang was too lazy to pay attention to them, so he turned to the store manager and said, "Pack up all the new bags in the store and send them to Building E3 of Jiangshan Meijing." The store manager bowed repeatedly and said respectfully, "Yes. I will arrange it right away." After leaving Chanel, Yu Jiaojiao jumped around Liu Yang like a happy little bird. "Master, you were so handsome just now. Did you see Lin Mimi's expression? It was so refreshing." Liu Yang reached out and ruffled her hair, then asked lovingly, "Which other place do you want to go to?" Yu Jiaojiao rolled her eyes and said cunningly, "Hermes. I want to buy that Himalaya bag. It will piss Lin Mimi off to death." Liu Yang laughed heartily, "Let's go." In the next few hours, the two of them swept through all the high-end stores in the Emperor Plaza like autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves. Yu Jiaojiao tried on gorgeous clothes one after another, while Liu Yang paid with his credit card without hesitation. When Yu Jiaojiao walked out of the fitting room wearing a Dior haute couture dress, all the staff in the store couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. The dress seemed to be tailor-made for her, perfectly outlining her graceful figure. The backless design showed off her smooth jade-like back, and she looked like a princess from a fairy tale. "Master, does it look good?" Yu Jiaojiao turned lightly in front of Liu Yang, and the hem of her skirt fluttered like petals. Liu Yang's eyes flashed with amazement, and he praised sincerely, "It's beautiful, so beautiful that I can't take my eyes away." Yu Jiaojiao leaned close to his ear, her voice as gentle as the spring breeze. "I also picked out a set of super sexy underwear. I will wear it for you tonight, and only for you." Liu Yang felt his Adam's apple rolling uncontrollably, and was about to respond when his cell phone suddenly rang. It was a message from Sun Ming. "I'm at your house now, when will you come back?" Yu Jiaojiao accidentally glanced at the screen, a hint of disappointment flashed across her eyes, but she soon smiled again and asked casually, "Master, is there something wrong?" Liu Yang put away his phone and nodded, "Yes, there is a dinner party tonight." Yu Jiaojiao nodded sensibly, "Then let's go check out. We've bought enough today." When they walked out of the mall, the afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled on the earth. Yu Jiaojiao was carrying a lot of bags in her hands, with a happy smile on her face. She suddenly stopped and looked at Liu Yang seriously. "Liu Yang, thank you, not just for these gifts." Liu Yang raised his eyebrows, with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. "Why is that?" Yu Jiaojiao stood on tiptoe and gently kissed him on the lips, "To let you know that I deserve to be loved well." Liu Yang was slightly startled, with a complex emotion welling up in his heart. He smiled and ruffled her hair. "Silly." Yu Jiaojiao leaned her head on his shoulder, her voice as soft as whispering to herself, "Liu Yang, no matter how many women are around you in the future, as long as you don't dislike me, I will always be by your side." These words were like an electric current, instantly striking Liu Yang's heart. He looked down at the girl in his arms and for the first time seriously thought about their relationship. The setting sun stretched the two people's shadows into long, tightly intertwined ones, making it impossible to distinguish one from the other.
Chapter 30. Something happened to Han Huihui.
The early morning sunlight poured in through the floor-to-ceiling windows on the 33rd floor of Emperor Mansion, and Lu Yang woke up from his sleep. He habitually recited in his mind.
System, sign in. Ding. Sign in successful.
Congratulations to the host for winning a 10 million cash reward, which has been deposited into the host's bank account. Now Lu Yang no longer feels anything about cash rewards.
I remember that when I signed in yesterday, the system also rewarded combat mastery
skills. At this moment he felt his whole body was full of strength, and various fighting skills seemed to be imprinted in his muscle memory.
Dodgy, please help me check today's schedule, Lu Yang said to the smart butler. Master, today is Saturday.
You need to go to Jiangcheng University of Finance and Economics at 6 p.m. to pick up Miss Han Huihui.
Today is her birthday, the smart butler responded gently. Lu Yang nodded, stood up and walked towards the bathroom.
The warm water washed over his strong muscles, making his body lines even more perfect after being systematically strengthened. He thought of Han Huihui's clear eyes and shy smile, and couldn't help feeling happy.
After washing up, Lu Yang changed into a dark blue casual suit with a pure white shirt underneath. He looked casual yet elegant.
He stood in front of the mirror and adjusted his collar. The man in the mirror had clear features and his eyes showed confidence and calmness.
Master, do you need me to recommend a gift for Miss Han?
The smart butler asked.
No need, I'm ready. Lu Yang took out an exquisite gift box from the drawer.
Inside was a necklace that he thought was very suitable for Han Huihui. He looked at it with satisfaction and then put it in his pocket. It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon and Lu Yang was about to send a message to Han Huihui to confirm the meeting time when his cell phone suddenly rang.
Brother Lu, I want to see you now, I really want to see you.
On the other end of the phone, Han Huihui's voice was tearful and trembling violently, as if someone was strangling her throat.
Lu Yang's heart. Click.
Suddenly, he heard an unprecedented despair in Han Huihui's crying. His brows furrowed instantly, and various possibilities flashed through his mind rapidly. A pure and kind girl like Han Huihui is most likely to become a victim of school bullying.
Huihui, don't be so anxious. Tell me slowly what happened. Lu Yang's voice is steady and powerful.
Just tell me and I will help you solve it. There was only intermittent sobbing on the other end of the phone. Han Huihui was crying so hard that she could hardly breathe and could not organize any words.
She just repeated over and over again. Want to see you. These 3 words. Lu Yang took a deep breath, suppressed his anxiety, and tried to keep his voice gentle. Huihui, don't cry first, tell me where you are and I will come to find you right away. Dormitory.
Han Huihui finally squeezed out a word, her voice as soft as a mosquito.
Okay, stay in the dormitory and don't move. I'll be there in 20 minutes.
Lu Yang hung up the phone decisively, with a cold gleam in his eyes.
Lu Yang walked quickly to the elevator and headed straight for the underground garage.
The engine of the Lamborghini Bull roared like a beast and rushed out of the garage like a silver lightning.
It was a weekend evening and the streets were crowded with traffic.
Lu Yang gripped the steering wheel tightly with both hands, his eyes as sharp as an eagle.
He skillfully controlled this steel beast, weaving in and out of traffic with ease, attracting the attention of passers-by. Get out of the way.
Lu Yang honked the horn and did a beautiful drift to overtake a slow-moving taxi. At this moment, he had no time to care about traffic rules.
All he could think about was Han Huihui's desperate cry. 15 minutes later, Lu Yang arrived at the gate of Jiangcheng University of Finance and Economics. Since it was the weekend, the campus was crowded with people and cars could not pass quickly. He decisively parked the car in a roadside parking space, got out of the car and strode towards the girls' dormitory area. The afterglow of the setting sun shining on the tree-lined avenue of the campus should have been a peaceful and beautiful picture, but Lu Yang had no intention of appreciating it at the moment. He walked quickly across the campus, attracting the attention of many students. This handsome man in a high-end suit and with an extraordinary temperament seemed out of place in the campus environment. Soon, Lu Yang arrived downstairs of the girls' dormitory. This is a 6-story dormitory building. There is a small duty room next to the entrance. Through the window, you can see a middle-aged female administrator sitting with her legs crossed, reading a magazine and humming a little tune. Because it was a weekend afternoon, there were people coming and going in front of the dormitory building. When many girls saw Lu Yang, a strange man,
standing in front of the building, they couldn't help but cast curious glances at him and whispered in groups of 3 or 4.
Who is he? So handsome. Judging from his attire, he is definitely not an ordinary person. Maybe he's here to find his girlfriend?
Lu Yang turned a deaf ear to these discussions. After confirming that this was the dormitory building where Han Huihui lived, he was about to go in.
Stop. The female administrator's sharp voice came from behind. What do you do?
Her fat body almost blocked the entire passage, and her eyes were full of vigilance.
I'm here to find someone.
Lu Yang spoke in a hurried tone, his eyes full of anxiety.
This is the girls' dormitory, men are not allowed in. The female administrator was tough and reached out to grab Lu Yang's arm. Find someone to wait outside. Lu Yang's eyes shone, and a fierce aura suddenly emanated from his body. Don't touch me. I have to see my friend urgently. If I am delayed, you will be responsible.
The female administrator was intimidated by the momentum and stopped her hand in mid-air, not daring to move forward. But she still forced herself to shout.
You wait. I'll call security.
Then he ran back to the duty room to make a phone call. Lu Yang ignored him and rushed straight up the stairs. His footsteps were particularly clear in the quiet corridor, and every step was on his heart. Arriving at the floor where Han Huihui was, Lu Yang quickly searched for the house number along the corridor. There were posters of various club activities on the walls of the corridor, which looked blurry under the dim light.
Finally, he arrived at the door of Han Huihui's dormitory.
The door was ajar, and faint sobbing could be heard from inside.
Lu Yang's heart tightened, and he pushed the door open and walked in. Squeak!
With a sound, the door was pushed open violently. The scene before him made Lu Yang's heart feel like it was being tightly grasped by an invisible hand. Han Huihui curled up on the bed, her hair messy like a bunch of weeds, with a few strands stuck to her tear-stained face. Her eyes were red and swollen from crying, and her look revealed endless fear and helplessness. He was wrapped in a blanket, his hands clutching the edge of the blanket so tightly that his knuckles turned white. The dormitory was in a mess. Han Huihui's bed was turned upside down and her personal belongings were scattered all over the floor. The most heartbreaking thing was that there were several torn pieces of clothing scattered on the ground. When Han Huihui saw Lu Yang coming in, she was stunned at first, and then a glimmer of hope flashed in her eyes. She threw off the blanket, staggered into Lu Yang's arms, and burst into tears. Lu Yang hugged Han Huihui distressfully. He could feel her frail body trembling constantly. She was crying so hard that she could hardly breathe. Her tears soon wet his shoulders. He stroked her hair gently without saying a word, but gave her silent comfort with his strong arms. After a long while, Han Huihui's emotions finally stabilized a little.
Lu Yang asked softly. Huihui, what is going on?
Han Huihui bit her lip and hesitated for a long time before she told the story in a halting manner. It turned out that she had never gotten along with her roommates Li Wen, Zhang Yu, and Wang Shui.
These 3 girls come from wealthy families and usually like to bully other students. This afternoon, they suddenly accused Han Huihui of stealing Li Wen's gold necklace and started rummaging through her things without any explanation. I really didn't steal. Han Huihui's voice trembled. They didn't even listen to my explanation.
Later, they took advantage of Han Huihui's inattention, forcibly held her down, stripped her clothes off, and took nude photos of her with their mobile phones. They said, if I didn't obey, they would post the photos online. When Han Huihui said this, she couldn't help crying again.
My dad is still in hospital. If you see these photos.
After hearing this, Lu Yang felt a surge of anger rushing to his head. His hands were clenched tightly into fists, and his joints made a sound.
Click.
There was a sound, and a dangerous light flashed in his eyes.
These 3 beasts. Lu Yang's voice was terribly low. Where are they now?
At this time, the dormitory door was gently pushed open, and a thin girl wearing glasses timidly poked her head in. Seeing Lu Yang, she was obviously startled, but still whispered.
You are the brother Lu that Huihui mentioned, right? Lu Yang nodded. Who are you?
I am Lin Xiaoyu, and I am Huihui's roommate. The girl pushed up her glasses.
Li Wen and her friends were so mean. Huihui didn't steal anything.
They were just looking for trouble. I wanted to help, but they were outnumbered.
Lu Yang took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He looked at Han Huihui and said seriously. Huihui, we can't just let this go. We must make them pay for their actions.
Han Huihui raised her head and looked at Lu Yang with tears in her eyes. But, they said if I didn't obey, they would spread the photos. Lu Yang gently wiped away the tears from her face.
Don't be afraid, I'm here. Did they tell you what to do next?
Han Huihui hesitated for a moment and whispered.
They just called me and asked me to go to Xingchen KTV near the school at 8 p.m. They said if I don't go.
A cold light flashed in Lu Yang's eyes.
Okay, let us go meet them. Chapter 31, Treat Others in Their Own Way.
Xingchen KTV is located on a commercial street at the back door of Jiangcheng University of Finance and Economics.
The neon sign was lit up in the evening, flashing a gaudy pink light. Lu Yang stood at the door of the KTV, squinting his eyes as he looked at the ordinary-looking three-story building. Is this the place? Lu Yang asked softly, feeling Han Huihui trembling slightly beside him.
Han Huihui nodded, her fingers tightly clenched on Lu Yang's suit cuffs, her knuckles turning white. She had changed into a simple t-shirt and jeans, but her eyes were still red and swollen, and there were still traces of tears on her face.
Don't be afraid, I'm here.
Lu Yang patted the back of her hand gently, his voice steady and powerful.
Remember, no matter what happens, you're standing behind me. Han Huihui looked up at Lu Yang's resolute profile.
His deep eyes seemed to be burning with invisible flames, which made her feel inexplicably at ease. She took a deep breath and nodded. As you push open the glass door of the KTV, the deafening sound of music immediately hits you. The waiter at the front desk looked up lazily, and when his eyes fell on Lu Yang, he was obviously stunned. This man in a well-dressed suit and with an extraordinary temperament was out of place in the noisy environment of the KTV.
Excuse me, which box are Li Wan and the others in? Lu Yang asked directly, his voice was not loud but carried an authority that could not be refused. The waiter hesitated. Are you? I am her cousin.
Lu Yang lied calmly, and at the same time took out a few hundred yuan bills from his wallet and placed them on the counter.
Which room is she in? The magic of money is immediate. The waiter quickly collected the bills and smiled. On the third floor, box V888, the largest one. Lu Yang nodded and took Han Huihui towards the stairs. With every level he climbed, his heart beat faster, not out of fear, but because of the anger boiling in his blood. These crappy college students, instead of learning good things at such a young age, are even engaging in bullying.
They really dare to get involved just because they have a flaw in their body. When we got to the third floor, the ornately decorated door at the end of the corridor was indeed marked with
V888. Even through the door, you can hear the deafening music and the laughter of men and women inside. Lu Yang stopped and turned to Han Huihui. Are you ready?
Han Huihui bit her lip and nodded, her eyes flashing with anxiety and fear, but more of trust in Lu Yang.
Lu Yang took a deep breath and pushed open the door of the box.
The scene inside the box came into view. The spacious space was filled with smoke, and the coffee table was piled with beer bottles and snacks. A music video of a trumpet player was playing on the huge screen, but no one was singing and everyone was sitting around the coffee table. Sitting in the center were three girls with heavy makeup on. They were Li Wen, Zhang Yu, and Wang Shui. Each of them was accompanied by a young man dressed in a shabby manner, with rough tattoos on his arms, and he looked like a gangster. One of the men with dyed yellow hair was hugging Li Wen's waist, and holding a mobile phone in the other hand as if showing something, which made everyone laugh. The moment the door was pushed open, the laughter in the box stopped abruptly, and everyone's eyes turned to the door.
Yo, our thief is finally here?
Li Wen shook the wineglass, and her blonde hair shone brightly under the light. She was wearing a revealing suspender dress and had a malicious smile on her heavily made-up face. Soon her eyes swept over Han Huihui, and then fell on Lu Yang, with a hint of surprise in her eyes.
And brought a flower protector? Lu Yang glanced around coldly, taking in the situation in the box.
The three girls were dressed seductively and revealingly, with an arrogant look on their faces. The three gangster-like men had a ruffian look on their faces and frivolous eyes. The screen of the mobile phone on the coffee table was still on, and he could vaguely see a few photos. Lu Yang's pupils suddenly contracted, and he was almost sure what it was.
Are you Li Wan?
Lu Yang's voice was low and dangerous, like a beast ready to pounce. Li Wan was stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting this strange man to call out her name directly. She looked Lu Yang up and down, her eyes lingering on his expensive suit, and watched for a moment, a hint of jealousy and anger flashing in her eyes.
It's me, what's wrong?
She raised her chin and spoke arrogantly.
Who are you to Han Huihui?
She stole my gold necklace and I haven't settled the score with her yet.
Stealing? Lu Yang sneered. Where is the evidence? What evidence do you need? If I say she stole it, then it's stolen.
Li Wen said sharply, turning to the yellow-haired man beside her.
Ajay, look how arrogant this guy is. The yellow-haired man named Ajay stood up. He was half a head shorter than Lu Yang, but had a fierce look on his face. He walked up to Lu Yang and deliberately puffed out his chest. Brother, you have none of your business here, get out of here if you know what's good for you.
As he said that, he reached out to push Lu Yang's shoulder.
Lu Yang's eyes flashed coldly, and at the moment when Ajay's hand was about to touch him, his right hand grabbed the other's wrist like lightning and twisted it hard. Ah!
Ajay let out a scream and was forced to bend over, his face twisted in pain.
There was an uproar in the box.
The other two thugs immediately stood up, and one of them picked up a beer bottle and rushed towards Lu Yang.
Lu Yang was not in a hurry.
He kicked Ajay on the knee, knocking him to the ground. At the same time, he dodged the beer bottle and used his right hand as a knife to accurately chop the opponent's wrist.
Beer bottle. Bang!
The thug fell to the ground with a thud, covering his wrist in wailing. Seeing this, the third gangster pulled out a folding knife from his pocket, the blade flashing coldly under the light.
Brother Lu, be careful! Han Hui exclaimed.
Lu Yang curled his lips into a sneer. The moment the opponent stabbed, he dodged with a sidestep, grabbed the opponent's knife-holding wrist with his right hand, and made a fist with his left hand, hitting the gangster's axillary nerve plexus hard. The gangster's entire arm was paralyzed instantly and the knife fell to the ground.
Lu Yang followed up with an elbow strike, hitting the opponent's chin.
The gangster staggered back a few steps, hit the wall and slid to the ground. The whole process took no more than 10 seconds, and all three thugs fell to the ground groaning. The box was completely silently won and the other two turned pale.
Now!
Lu Yang clapped his hands, as if he was just brushing off the dust.
We can have a good talk now. He walked to the coffee table and picked up the phone with the lit screen. On the screen was a nude photo of Han Hui, shot from an extremely obscene angle.
The anger in Lu Yang's eyes grew stronger, and his fingers turned white from the force.
Is this what you did?
His voice was as cold as ice.
False accusations, insults, threats, who do you think you are?
Li Wen pretended to be calm, but her voice was shaking.
What do you want? I'm warning you, my father is.
I don't care who your father is.
Lu Yang interrupted her.
Now, hand over all the photos and negatives immediately.
Why?
Zhang Yu shouted bravely. She should be punished for stealing. Lu Yang sneered, suddenly reached out and grabbed Zhang Yu's collar, pulling her up from the sofa.
Really? Why don't we let you experience this kind of punishment as well?
Zhang Yu screamed and struggled desperately. Wang Shui saw this and hurriedly took out her phone from her bag.
Here you go. The photos are all here.
Lu Yang took the phone, checked the photo album, and confirmed that there was a photo of Han Hui in it, then said coldly.
Any backups? No more. Wang Shui stuttered. Lu Yan looked at Li Wen. Your mobile phone.
Li Wen bit her lip, her eyes full of resentment, but under Lu Yang's gaze, she slowly handed over her phone. After checking, Lu Yang deleted all the photos of Han Hui from the two mobile phones and then formatted the phones.
There is also cloud backup. He added coldly. No cloud.
Li Wen said with her head down. Lu Yang stared at her for a few seconds, then suddenly reached into her bag and pulled out a small USB flash drive.
What's this? Li Wen's face turned pale in an instant.
Lu Yang inserted the USB drive into the song ordering computer in the box, and more photos of Han Hui and even a few videos immediately appeared on the screen. His fists were clenched so hard that they made a creaking sound. He suppressed his anger and completely deleted all the files, then formatted the USB drive.
You three?
He turned to Li Wen, Zhang Yu, and Wang Shui, his voice low and dangerous.
Do you like taking photos?
The three girls huddled together, trembling, no longer having their previous arrogance. Lu Yang took out his mobile phone from his pocket and turned on the camera function.
Now, it's your turn. What are you going to do? Li Wen asked in horror. Give someone a taste of their own medicine.
Lu Yang said coldly.
Take off your clothes. No.
The three girls screamed at the same time. Lu Yang remained unmoved.
Either you take it off yourself, or I will do it for you. Choose one. The atmosphere in the box was frozen to the extreme.
The three thugs were still groaning on the ground, unable to provide any help. Han Huihui stood at the door, watching all this with a complicated expression. Finally, under Lu Yang's gaze, the three girls began to take off their clothes tremblingly.
Li Wen sobbed and begged. Please, don't do this.
When they were left with only their underwear, Lu Yang raised her phone.
Continue. No. Don't.
Zhang Yu has already cried like a tearful person.
We know we are wrong. We really know we are wrong. Wang Shui knelt down directly. Please let us go. We won't dare to do it again. Lu Yang pressed the shutter button expressionlessly, took a few photos, and then said coldly, Now, do you know what it feels like to be threatened?
The three girls hugged each other and cried bitterly, no longer having their usual arrogance.
At this moment, Han Huihui suddenly stepped forward and gently pulled Lu Yang's arm. Brother Lu, that's enough.
Lu Yang turned to look at her and found tears in the girl's eyes. They have been punished, just delete the photos.
Are you sure? Lu Yang frowned. They treat you like that. I know. Han Huihui whispered. But I don't want to be like them, please.
Lu Yang looked at Han Huihui deeply, finally sighed, and deleted all the photos in his phone. The three girls felt relieved and cried even harder.
Listen. Lu Yang said coldly. That's all for today. But if I ever hear that you bully anyone again, especially Han Huihui, I promise to make you regret coming into this world.
The three girls nodded vigorously.
Lu Yang turned to the three thugs on the ground. And you, stay away from this school from now on. Otherwise.
He clenched his fists, and his knuckles made a crisp sound. The thugs turned pale and nodded repeatedly. Lu Yang took one last look around, making sure everyone was stunned, then took Han Huihui's hand.
Let us go. Chapter 32 Don't leave tonight. When we walked out of Xingchen KTV, it was already late at night. The street lights swayed gently in the breeze, stretching the shadows of the two people very long.
Han Huihui's hands were tightly grasping the corner of Lu Yang's clothes, as if she was afraid that he would disappear in the next second.
Are you hungry?
Lu Yang turned his head to look at her, his voice gentle.
Han Huihui nodded gently, her eyes still red. Come on, I'll take you to eat something.
Lu Yang ruffled her hair and said in a relaxed tone, I know there's a good restaurant nearby. Their signature dish is sweet and sour pork ribs.
I heard it can make people feel better.
Han Huihui forced a smile and whispered, Thank you, Brother Lu. The restaurant is elegantly decorated, with warm yellow lights shining on the wooden tables and chairs, creating a cozy atmosphere.
Lu Yang chose a seat by the window.
Outside the window was the night view of Jiangcheng with dim lights.
The waiter brought the menu and Lu Yang pushed it directly to Han Huihui. Order whatever you want to eat. It's my treat tonight.
Han Huihui opened the menu, her fingers trembling slightly, as if she had not yet fully recovered from the shock.
Seeing this, Lu Yang simply took the menu, skillfully ordered a few signature dishes, and specially added a dessert. Brother Lu, you ordered too much.
Han Huihui said in a low voice.
Not much.
You need to eat more to calm your nerves.
Lu Yang smiled and lowered his voice deliberately.
Also, I heard that the owner of this restaurant is very stingy.
If the customer orders less, he will secretly add coriander to the dishes. Ah? Han Huihui was stunned. Is it true? Of course it's fake.
Lu Yang shook his head seriously, but seeing your expression just now, I almost believed it. Han Huihui finally couldn't help it and burst out laughing, and her tense shoulders relaxed a little.
The dishes were served quickly, and Lu Yang picked up food for her while telling some nonsensical jokes. Do you know why math books are always so sad? Why? Because it has too many unsolvable problems.
Han Huihui bit her chopsticks, her eyes curved into crescents. Brother Lu, your level of telling jokes is really cold.
It's cold, it helps cool you down.
Lu Yang shrugged and poured her another bowl of soup.
Come on, drink something hot to warm your stomach.
Gradually, Han Huihui's mood improved a lot, and she even took the initiative to chat with Lu Yang about interesting things in school. Lu Yang listened patiently, agreeing from time to time, and the atmosphere at the table gradually became relaxed.
After dinner, Lu Yang looked at the time and it was almost 10 o'clock in the evening. Shall I take you back to school? He asked, tentatively.
Han Huihui clenched the tablecloth tightly with her fingers, shook her head, and said in a voice so low that it was almost inaudible, I don't want to go back. Lu Yang was silent for a moment, understanding her feelings. After what happened today, the dormitory is no longer safe for her and may even become the source of nightmares.
Then, I'll find you a hotel to stay in first? He suggested.
Han Huihui raised her head, a hint of gratitude flashed in her eyes, and she said softly.
Lu Yang took her to a high-end hotel in Jiangcheng and booked a suite.
The room is spacious and bright, with a brilliant city night view outside the floor-to-ceiling windows.
You can stay here tonight and have a good rest.
Lu Yang handed her the room card.
Call me anytime if you need anything.
Han Huihui took the room card but did not move. She just stood there with her head down.
What's wrong? Lu Yang asked.
She was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly reached out and grabbed Lu Yang's sleeve, her voice trembling slightly. Brother Lu, don't leave?
Lu Yang was stunned and looked down at her.
Han Huihui's eyes were red again, with tears still hanging on her eyelashes. She looked like a frightened little rabbit, pitiful and stubborn.
I'm scared alone, she added quietly.
Lu Yang sighed and reached out to ruffle her hair. Okay, I won't leave. Han Huihui felt relieved and her tense body finally relaxed. She took a step forward and threw herself into Lu Yang's arms, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist, burying her face in his chest, and said muffledly, Brother Lu, thank you.
Thank you so much. Lu Yang patted her back gently and whispered, It's okay, I'm here.
The room fell silent, leaving only the sound of the two people's breathing. Han Huihui buried her face in Lu Yang's chest. She breathed in the faint scent of his cologne, mixed with a hint of tobacco, which made her heart beat faster. Her fingers unconsciously fisted his shirt, the fabric wrinkling slightly in her palms.
Lu Yang could feel the girl in his arms trembling slightly, like a frightened little animal. He sighed, put his hand on her back and patted her gently. Don't be afraid, it's okay now.
Han Huihui raised her head, her eyes were still red and her eyelashes were wet. Her lips trembled slightly, and her voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible. Brother Lu. Before she finished speaking, she suddenly stood on tiptoe, closed her eyes, and kissed Lu Yang's lips. The kiss was awkward and clumsy, but with a desperate courage. Lu Yang froze in place, his mind going blank for a moment.
Han Huihui's lips were incredibly soft, with a faint sweetness, probably the aftertaste of the dessert just now.
She wrapped her arms around his neck and pressed herself closer to him. Lu Yang could feel her pounding heart, as well as the faint scent of shower gel on her body, mixed with a hint of the sweet scent unique to a young girl. His mind told him to push her away, but his body went against his will. His hands unconsciously clasped her waist and pulled her into his arms. Han Huihui let out a light hum, as if she was frightened, but also as if she was encouraged. The kiss gradually deepened.
Lu Yang's tongue tip tentatively touched her lips.
Han Huihui opened her mouth slightly and responded awkwardly. She inserted her fingers into his hair and unconsciously pulled at it, causing a slight tingling sensation. Lu Yang's last bit of sanity collapsed at this moment. His palm slid along her waistline, into the hem of her clothes, and touched her silky smooth skin. Han Huihui whimpered like a kitten and curled up in his arms. Lu Yang could feel her trembling, but he mistook it for a sign of arousal. Just as he unbuttoned her last button, a violent shudder suddenly came from Han Huihui. It was not a slight tremor of passion, but a deep-seated fear. Lu Yang suddenly stopped and found that the girl in his arms had a pale face and big tears were rolling down silently.
Huihui?
He hastily let go of her hand, his voice full of self-blame.
I'm sorry.
Han Huihui shook her head desperately, but she couldn't stop her body from shaking. Her knuckles were white from clenching her clothes tightly, like a drowning person grabbing the last piece of driftwood.
Lu Yang understood something instantly.
He gently pulled the quilt over her, keeping a perfect distance.
It's because of what happened today, right?
Han Huihui bit her lip and nodded, tears falling even more fiercely.
I thought I could, but when your hand, I suddenly remembered them. Lu Yang's heart seemed to be grasped by an invisible hand.
He took a deep breath and held her in his arms, but carefully avoided any contact that might cause misunderstanding.
Shoo. It's okay.
He patted her back and soothed her gently like he was coaxing a child.
I was in a hurry. Do you remember what I said? I'll wait until you're ready.
Han Huihui buried her face in his shoulder, her tears soaking his shirt.
But, I disappointed you. Silly girl.
Lu Yang smiled bitterly.
You never need to force yourself to please anyone, including me.
The neon lights outside the window shone through the gauze curtains, casting mottled shadows on the wall. The two of them snuggled up quietly until Han Huihui's trembling gradually subsided.
Go to sleep.
Lu Yang gently placed her on the pillow and tucked in the quilt for her.
I just sat on the couch and wasn't going anywhere.
Just as he stood up, Han Huihui grabbed the corner of his clothes.
Can you just lie here? I promise I won't.
Lu Yang looked at her red and swollen eyes, and finally compromised and lay down on the other side of the bed, leaving enough space for another person to sleep in between.
Good night, Huihui. Good night, Brother Lu.
In the darkness, each of them had their own thoughts. Lu Yang stared at the ceiling, feeling the restlessness in his body that had not yet subsided and the lingering self-blame in his heart. Han Huihui curled up on the other side of the bed, her fingers gently touching the corners of her lips that were wet with tears. This unfinished night became a subtle boundary between the two of them, intimate yet distant, close yet far away.
Chapter 33 Uncle, add me on WeChat.
The next morning, sunlight poured into the hotel suite through the gaps in the curtains. Lu Yang woke up from the sofa and rubbed his sore shoulders. He turned his head to look at the bed. Han Huihui was still sleeping soundly, her eyelashes trembling slightly and her breathing even and calm. Lu Yang got up quietly, walked to the window and opened the curtains, and the sunlight instantly filled the entire room. He looked back at Han Huihui and saw that she frowned, as if disturbed by the light, so he gently pulled half of the curtains again.
Brother Lu.
Han Huihui opened her eyes drowsily, her voice soft.
Awake? Lu Yang walked to the bedside and asked gently, Did you sleep well last night?
Han Huihui nodded, her cheeks slightly flushed, as if she remembered what happened last night. She whispered, Thank you, for staying with me. Lu Yang smiled and reached out to ruffle her hair. Don't think too much, go wash up first, I'll take you back to school later.
Han Huihui nodded obediently, got up and went to the bathroom.
Lu Yang sat on the sofa and habitually said to himself, System, sign in.
Ding. Sign-in successful.
Congratulations to the host for winning a Range Rover Evoque Extended Edition. The vehicle has been stored in the system space and can be retrieved to any parking lot at any time. Lu Yang's eyes lit up and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. The last time he and Yu Jiaojiu exercised in the Lamborghini, he really felt that the space in the supercar was too small and he couldn't stretch out. This Land Rover Range Rover came at the right time.
Pick it up at the parking lot near the University of Finance and Economics.
He muttered to himself.
Extraction successful.
The vehicle has been parked in the East Gate parking lot of the University of Finance and Economics, and the key is in the host's pocket. Lu Yang touched his pocket and found a brand new car key. He was in a good mood and decided to try out the new car directly after sending Han Huihui off. Half an hour later, Lu Yang and Han Huihui walked out of the hotel together. Han Huihui's emotions have stabilized a lot, but there is still a hint of uneasiness in her eyes.
Brother Lu, I'm a little scared to go back to school,
she said in a low voice. Lu Yang understood her feelings and comforted her. Don't worry, Li Wan and the others won't dare to trouble you again.
If they dare to bully you again, feel free to call me. Han Huihui nodded and forced a smile. Yes, I will.
Lu Yang drove her to the school gate and watched her walk into the campus before turning the car around and heading for the East Gate parking lot. In the parking lot, a brand new Land Rover Range Rover Evoque was parked there quietly, its black body glowing with a low-key and luxurious luster under the sun.
Lu Yang walked closer and pressed the unlock button on the key.
The car door opened with a slight click, as if welcoming his arrival. He opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat. The spacious space made him relax. The leather seats have an excellent wrapping feeling, and the wood grain trim and metal buttons on the center console look exquisite and high-end. Lu Yang started the engine, and the low and powerful roar made him nod with satisfaction.
This is what we call a car,
he said to himself, then stepped on the accelerator and slowly drove out of the parking lot.
The driving experience of a Range Rover is completely different from that of a Lamborghini. Supercars pursue ultimate speed and control, while Range Rover focuses more on comfort and space.
Lu Yang leaned back in the wide seat, his hands resting lightly on the steering wheel, enjoying the leisurely driving experience. He couldn't help but imagine the scene of deep communication with Yu Jiaojiu in this car. The back seat is spacious enough for people to express themselves freely, and the excellent soundproofing effect can also ensure privacy. Thinking of this, a sly smile appeared on his lips, and he decided to give it a try next time they met.
The car drove into the city.
Lu Yang was planning to find a place to have lunch when he suddenly saw three girls surrounding a boy on the side of the road, seemingly arguing about something. The boy looked to be about 17 or 18 years old, fair-skinned, wearing a school uniform, and had a somewhat timid expression. The three girls were dressed very maturely, wearing short skirts and belly-bearing tops, which was totally inconsistent with their age. The leading girl was particularly eye-catching. She was tall, wore heavy makeup, had long dyed brown hair draped over her shoulders, and was wearing a tight dress. At this moment, she was pulling the boy's hair and scolding him. The boy lowered his head and dared not resist, looking submissive. Lu Yang frowned, pulled the car over and decided to get out to see what was going on. As he approached, he heard the leading girl scream, "Deng Yifan, you bumped into me and you want to run away without even saying sorry? I caught you today, and you can't leave unless you pay me 500 yuan. The boy named Deng Yifan whispered in defense, "Yang Shui, I already apologized at the time, and I really don't have that much money." "No money?" Yang Shui sneered and reached out to grab Deng Yifan's collar. "Then your family must have money, right? Ask them to transfer the money to you." Her two companions also surrounded her, looking unwilling to give in. Lu Yang couldn't bear to watch any longer, so he walked forward and asked in a deep voice, "What are you doing?" The four of them turned to look at him at the same time. Yang Shui looked Lu Yang up and down. Seeing that he was wearing a high-end suit and a famous watch on his wrist, a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes, but she quickly returned to her arrogant attitude. "Uncle, what does this have to do with you? Stop meddling in other people's business." Lu Yang said coldly, "Three girls bullied a boy and extorted money. Do your parents know about this?" Yang Shui sneered, "Parents? They don't bother to take care of me." She pointed at Deng Yifan and said, "This kid bumped into me yesterday and made my new skirt dirty. It's only right that he should pay me compensation." Deng Yifan hurriedly shook his head, "No, I just bumped into her accidentally, it's not that serious." Lu Yang looked at Yang Shui and said sternly, "Even if he hit you, there's no need to extort 500 yuan. You're breaking the law, do you understand?" Yang Shui was shocked by his momentum, but she straightened her chest quickly. "Illegal? Who are you trying to scare?" "I'm telling you, my cousin is a gangster. Do you believe me? I'll call someone to deal with you." Lu Yang sneered, not wanting to waste any more time talking to her. He reached out and grabbed Yang Shui's wrist, pulling her away from Deng Yifan. "You are so young, but you don't learn well. Do you want to follow others and become a gangster?" Yang Shui didn't expect him to do that. She struggled and shouted, "Let me go. What are you doing?" While pulling, Lu Yang accidentally pulled Yang Shui's clothes, and with a hiss, a hole was torn in the collar of her shirt. Yang Shui was stunned for a moment, then she screamed, "You rascal, compensate me for my clothes. I just bought them." Lu Yang was also a little embarrassed, so he let go of her hand and said, "I didn't mean it." Yang Shui refused to give in, pointing at Lu Yang's nose and scolding, "You damaged my clothes, you must pay for it. This dress cost more than 1,000 yuan, not a cent less." Lu Yang was too lazy to argue with her, so he took out a stack of bills from his wallet and handed it over without counting them. "Take it, and don't bother this boy anymore." Yang Shui took the money, counted it, and found that there was actually 10,000 yuan. Her eyes suddenly lit up. She looked up at Lu Yang, her tone suddenly softened, "Uncle, you really give so much?" Lu Yang said calmly, "The extra money is just compensation for your mental damage. Don't bully your classmates anymore." Yang Shui blinked and suddenly showed a sweet smile, "Uncle, you were so nice and handsome, how about adding WeChat? I will treat you to a meal in the future." Lu Yang frowned, "No need." He turned to Deng Yifan, "Little classmate, are you okay?" Deng Yifan nodded gratefully, "Thank you uncle, I'm fine." Just then, a white Mercedes came speeding and stopped on the side of the road. The car door opened and a woman in a business suit walked over quickly. It was Deng Yulian. She walked quickly to Deng Yifan and asked anxiously, "Yifan, what's going on?" "Mom, you're here." I'm fine." Deng Yifan didn't dare tell Deng Yulian that he had been beaten and blackmailed. Having grown up without a father, he suffered from the ridicule of others at school. Deng Yulian, who was busy with work all day, did not understand this, which led to Deng Yifan's extreme inferiority complex and a very cowardly character. Deng Yifan was timid and didn't dare to tell his mother about it. He just lowered his head and said nothing. "Manager Deng, this is what's going on." Lu Yang couldn't bear to watch it anymore and walked forward. Deng Yulian looked at Lu Yang in surprise and said respectfully, "Chairman, why are you here?" When Yang Shui and her two companions heard the word chairman, they were stunned and looked at each other, wondering what Lu Yang's identity was. Lu Yang briefly explained the situation, and after listening to it, Deng Yulian's face suddenly darkened. She turned to look at Yang Shui, her eyes full of majesty. "Classmate, you actually blackmailed Deng Yifan. I will definitely go to your teacher to ask for an explanation." Yang Shui's face turned pale instantly, and her two companions were so scared that they lowered their heads and dared not make a sound. Deng Yulian looked at Lu Yang again, her tone much softer. "Chairman, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, Yifan would have been bullied to no end." Lu Yang waved his hand. "Manager Deng, it's all a small matter. I just happened to pass by and ran into him. I didn't expect it to be your son." Deng Yulian nodded, and then reminded Deng Yifan not to be afraid if he encountered such things in the future, and to tell his teacher or parents in time. Afterwards, Deng Yulian took Deng Yifan into the car and drove away. After Deng Yulian left, Lu Yang looked at Yang Shui and the other two, then shook his head and walked towards the Land Rover Range Rover on the side of the road. After Lu Yang left, her two companions came over, and one of them said in a trembling voice, "Yang Shui, the uncle just now was obviously not an ordinary person. I didn't expect that he was the chairman. I was scared to death." Yang Shui's face gradually turned from white to red, and she suddenly smiled. "Look how scared you are. What is there to be afraid of this uncle?" The two companions looked at each other and muttered in their hearts, "You were scared enough just now, and now you are making sarcastic remarks." But they didn't dare to refute and just nodded silently. Yang Shui looked at the direction where Lan Shang left, and a strange light flashed in her eyes. "I feel that this uncle is very impressive, handsome, and rich. If I can follow him in the future, I will be very impressive." Her family background is not simple. Her parents are both businessmen and her family is wealthy, but they are very lax about her education. Yang Shui was instilled with the idea that studying is not important, marrying a rich man is the right thing to do since she was a child. Her parents never cared about her grades, they only cared about whether she dressed beautifully. Because of this, Yang Shui was unrestrained at school, dressed maturely and behaved rebelliously. But she has always had a goal in her heart to find a rich and powerful man, so this is also the reason why she doesn't have a romantic relationship at school. Those young guys in school basically have no money and are not worth her time. As for the gangsters outside the school, they can barely afford to eat, so how can we expect them to support her? Today she met Lu Yan, who was driving a big Land Rover. He was so handsome and he casually threw out 10,000 yuan without even blinking, which made her heart beat instantly. "Let's go find Deng Yifan later," Yang Shui said suddenly. "Ah? Still looking for him?" The two companions were stunned. They thought that Deng Yifan's mother seemed to be very familiar with the uncle driving the Land Rover. If they still went to find trouble with Deng Yifan, wouldn't that be courting death? Yang Shui smiled and said, "What are you afraid of? We are not going to cause trouble for him, we are just going to build a relationship with him. As long as we have a good relationship with him in the future, maybe we can meet that uncle again." The two companions looked at each other, but did not dare to object, so they had to follow Yang Shui away. Chapter 34, Driving a Land Rover and Eating Ramen. Lu Yang was driving his Land Rover Range Rover slowly on the city streets. The hunger in his stomach made him think about finding something to eat. Along the way, various restaurant signs flashed outside the car window, but he had no particular appetite. Suddenly, a Lanzhou ramen restaurant on the roadside came into his sight. The simple storefront, with its red sign that had faded a little in the sun and a few red lanterns hanging at the door, exuded a simple yet friendly atmosphere. Lu Yan looked at the ramen restaurant, and his mind involuntarily emerged the scene of eating ramen to fill his stomach when he had no money in the past. At that time, a bowl of steaming ramen could bring a full sense of happiness. Although he now has huge wealth and has tasted all kinds of delicacies, at this moment, he misses that simple and pure taste very much. Just eat ramen, it can be considered as a way to recall the past. Lu Yang muttered to himself, then parked the car steadily in front of the ramen restaurant. The huge and luxurious body of the Land Rover Range Rover looks particularly out of place against the simple environment of the ramen restaurant. Several passers-by looked sideways, and some even took out their cell phones to secretly take pictures. Lu Yan was already accustomed to this. He straightened the collar of his suit, opened the door and got out of the car. Pushing open the door and walking into the ramen restaurant, the decoration inside is very simple, with a few wooden tables and chairs neatly arranged, and a few paintings introducing the Lanzhou ramen culture hanging on the wall. Although a bit old, it is still clean and tidy. The business in the store was pretty good, it was almost full. "Boss, give me a big bowl of ramen and a big portion of beef." Lu Yang walked to the cashier counter and said loudly. The boss was a simple and honest middle-aged man. After hearing Lu Yang's words, he first glanced at the Range Rover at the door, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and then he responded with a smile.
Okay, please wait. Lu Yang found a seat by the window and sat down.
Other customers in the store looked at him.
Hey, look at this guy, driving such a nice car and actually coming here to eat ramen. Is he trying to show off?
A man in work clothes muttered quietly.
That's right, this car might be rented, just to show off.
An older lady nearby also echoed the sentiment.
What do you know?
Rich people also want to eat some common food occasionally. A young girl retorted.
I think he is quite genuine, not like those nouveau riches.
When Lu Yang heard these discussions, he just smiled and didn't take it to heart. He looked at the busy street outside the window and his thoughts drifted back to the past. Once upon a time, he struggled for a living and had no time to care about what others thought. Although he is rich now, he still feels there is no need to care too much about these insignificant opinions.
After a while, the boss came over with steaming ramen and beef. Please enjoy your noodles and beef.
The boss smiled and added a few more slices of beef.
Since this is your first time here, I'll give you 2 extra slices of meat to try.
Thanks. Lu Yang nodded, picked up the chopsticks and began to enjoy the long-lost bowl of ramen.
Lu Yang took a big mouthful of noodles and didn't bother to wipe the hot soup off his t-shirt. Boss! Give me another Rujiamo!
He shouted while holding up his chopsticks, and was suddenly startled by the vibration of the mobile phone in his trouser pocket. An unfamiliar number was displayed on the screen, and Lu Yang mumbled with a mouthful of noodles.
Hello. A sound. Hello, uncle.
A playful female voice came from the other end of the phone.
Guess who I am? Lu Yang almost choked on his noodles. Ahem, who are you? Don't you remember me, this super invincible young and beautiful girl?
The girl on the phone continued, with a few girls giggling in the background.
What young and beautiful girl? Did you call the wrong number?
Lu Yang was a little confused, as he didn't know what beautiful girl was.
Oh, uncle, how come you forgot about me so quickly?
The other party pretended to be wronged and said. We talked on the street this afternoon when you helped Deng Yifan out of trouble.
Lu Yang then remembered the troubled girl who was wearing heavy makeup and blackmailing Deng Yifan, and he couldn't help but have a headache. Oh, it's you. What's going on? Hee hee, I knew that uncle would not forget me. Yang Shue's voice is even sweeter. Uncle, are you free now? I want to buy you some milk tea.
Lu Yang rubbed his temples and said helplessly.
Sorry, I'm busy. I'm eating. Where are you eating? I can come find you. Yang Shui kept asking. Why do you care where I eat? I'm on a date with a beautiful girl, don't disturb me. Lu Yang sounded a little impatient. Yang Shui pretended to be wronged and replied, Uncle, you are lying. I saw your car parked in front of the ramen restaurant and you were eating ramen alone inside. I didn't expect that you would eat ramen even though you were so rich.
Lu Yang turned his head and looked out the window, and sure enough, he saw 3 figures peeking out from across the street. He was somewhat speechless.
How did you follow me? Uncle, I'm here to eat ramen too.
The girl's voice suddenly became closer. Lu Yang looked up and found that the girl had sneaked into the noodle shop without him noticing. She was leaning against his table and waving her phone. Behind her were 2 girls he had met in the afternoon. She didn't continue wearing the tight dress, but changed into an oversized denim jacket. 2 dazzlingly white legs extended from under the hot pants. The makeup on her face was lighter than in the afternoon, which showed a bit of youthfulness. Where did you get my number? Lu Yang hung up the phone directly and glanced at the 2 girls who were peeking behind her. Yang Shui pulled out a chair and sat down nonchalantly, twirling her phone with her fingertips. I will tell you if you promise to do me a favor. Lu Yang didn't want to pay attention to her and stopped asking questions. He lowered his head and started eating noodles. Yang Shui obviously didn't expect Lu Yang's reaction, so she said angrily, Deng Yifan asked his mother for it. Seeing Lu Yang's eyes suddenly turn cold, she quickly added. I swear I didn't threaten him. I just told him I wanted to apologize to the uncle. Lu Yang suddenly grabbed her wrist. To be honest. Pain. Yang Shui's eyes instantly turned red, but she raised her face stubbornly. I told him that as long as he helped me get your phone number, I would protect him at school and no one would dare to bully him. This unexpected answer made Lu Yang let go of his hand a little embarrassed. There were already red fingerprints on the girl's wrists, but she was still grinning. Uncle, your arms are really strong. You must work out a lot, right?
Lu Yang was almost laughing because of her. What kind of train of thought was this? Uncle? Seeing that Lu Yang didn't say anything, Yang Shui said coquettishly. Actually, I really have something I want to ask you for help with. What's up? Lu Yang asked casually while eating noodles. We have a party in our circle of friends next week. I want you to be my date. Yang Shui said excitedly. You drive such a nice car and you look so handsome, all the girls will definitely envy me. Lu Yang was almost laughing at this ridiculous request. You're a high school student, and you want me to be your date? Do your parents know? They don't care about me. Yang Shui said nonchalantly. Uncle, just promise me, I promise I won't cause you any trouble. Lu Yang suddenly pinched her chin. Are you an adult? Girl's face. Swish. The ground turned red, but she licked her lips deliberately. I'll be 18 next month. Uncle, are you thinking of something bad? Lu Yang was stunned by what he said, and Yang Shui took the opportunity to slip a note into Lu Yang's hand. Address and time. Wear your coolest clothes. After saying this, he jumped up and ran away like a rabbit, then turned back and shouted at the door. I added you on WeChat. Lu Yang unfolded the note. In addition to the address, there was a heart drawn on it, and the words scribbled on the back were, P.S. My name is Yang Shuiyin, don't call me the wrong name again. The phone vibrates, and a friend request pops up. Shuya super sweet apply to add you as a friend. Additional message, Uncle, you are not allowed to regret. Omega. After Lu Yang passed the verification, her chat interface was immediately flooded with messages. I've sent you the location. You must drive that Land Rover here. Uncle, you must be laughing now. But you are not allowed to laugh. Lu Yang did laugh. He put down his phone and found that a layer of oil had formed on the noodle soup. Outside the store, 3 girls were crowding in front of a Land Rover to take selfies, and Yang Shui even boldly lay on the hood. It's great to be young. The boss suddenly sighed and took away the empty bowl. Are those girls your nieces? Lu Yang. After paying and walking out of the noodle shop, he found a sticky note with a picture of a little devil sticking out his tongue stuck on the driver's door of his Land Rover. The moment I tore off the note, a crisp laugh came from behind me. At the corner, Yang Shui was running with her best friend, the arc of her short hair shining with golden brown light in the sunset. Chapter 35 Love and the Dim Lights. The afterglow of the setting sun shines into the living room through the floor-to-ceiling windows, giving the entire space a warm golden hue. Lu Yang stood in front of the window, overlooking the city landscape below, but his mind was still echoing with what had happened today. The phone vibrated, and a message from Sun Ming popped up on the screen. Lu Yang, I've bought the food and will be at your house in half an hour. I'll make braised pork ribs for you tonight. Lu Yang's mouth corners rose unconsciously. Since helping Sun Ming realize her dream of opening a fitness club, this once shy girl has become more and more cheerful and appears more and more frequently in his life. Dodgy, prepare the kitchen. Lu Yang said to the smart butler. Okay, master. The kitchen lighting and temperature have been adjusted for you. The smart butler responded gently. Need some background music? Well, some relaxing jazz. The melodious sound of the saxophone immediately spread throughout the room, creating a romantic atmosphere for the upcoming night. Lu Yang walked into the bathroom, took a shower, and changed into comfortable home clothes, a dark gray cotton t-shirt and casual pants. The doorbell rang exactly half an hour later. Lu Yang opened the door and was dazzled by the sight of Sun Ming in front of him. She didn't tie her hair into her signature ponytail today. Instead, she let her soft black hair fall on her shoulders. The ends of her hair were still slightly damp, obviously she had just taken a shower. She was wearing a light pink sweater and a white skirt, with a pair of flat sandals on her feet, and she looked fresh and homely. What, you want tea? Let me in? Sun Ming tilted her head, holding 2 bulging shopping bags in her hands. Lu Yang came back to his senses and quickly stepped aside to let her in. Sorry, you are beautiful today. Sun Ming's cheeks immediately flushed. She lowered her head and walked quickly to the kitchen, placing the shopping bag on the marble countertop. Stop talking nonsense and help me tie my apron. Lu Yang tied the apron string for her from behind, his fingers inadvertently brushing against the back of her neck, feeling the slightly cool touch of her skin. Sun Ming obviously froze for a moment, but did not dodge. Why did you think of cooking today? Lu Yang leaned against the kitchen island and watched her skillfully prepare the ingredients.
Sun Ming answered while cutting onions, ginger, and garlic.
Didn't you say you wanted to eat home-cooked food yesterday?
I learned how to make braised spare ribs from my mom. She paused and lowered her voice.
And, I want to thank you.
The design of the clubhouse is ready and I like it very much. Lu Yang stared at her focused profile. The sunlight shone through the window onto her eyelashes, casting a small shadow on her cheek. Her movements in cutting vegetables were neat and tidy, and her wrists were slender but strong, which were the marks left by her long-term work as a fitness coach.
Need help? Lu Yang asked.
Sun Ming looked up at him with a smile in her eyes.
Can you cook? Don't underestimate me.
Lu Yang walked up to her and picked up a carrot.
Although I'm not as good as a chef, I can still cut vegetables.
The two stood side by side in front of the cooking table, and Sun Ming instructed him how to cut the carrots into even dices. Their arms touched from time to time, and every slight contact felt like a faint electric current running through them.
Oops, that's not how you cut it. Sun Ming suddenly grabbed Lu Yang's wrist and corrected his knife-holding posture.
This can easily hurt your hands. Her palm was warm and soft, covering the back of Lu Yang's hand. They both realized the intimacy of this action at the same time. Sun Ming immediately let go of her hand and her ears turned red.
I'll go see if the rice is ready.
She turned around in a panic to check the rice cooker. Lu Yang felt a warm feeling in his heart as he looked at her at a loss.
This confident and professional coach in the gym actually has such a lovely side in private. The kitchen was soon filled with the aroma of food.
When Sun Ming put the ribs into the pot, she instinctively took a step back as the oil splashed everywhere, and bumped into Lu Yang's arms.
Careful.
Lu Yang held her shoulders and did not let go immediately. Sun Ming looked up at him, their faces were very close. Her eyes were a clear amber in the kitchen light, and her lips were slightly pursed with nervousness.
Time seemed to stand still at this moment.
Lu Yang could smell the faint scent of shampoo in her hair, mixed with the aroma of pork ribs, forming a wonderful, homely scent.
The pot is going to burn. Sun Ming reminded quietly but did not look away.
Lu Yang finally came to his senses and let go of her hand to let her continue cooking.
He walked to the wine cabinet and took out a bottle of red wine. Want some wine? Okay, but I can only drink a little.
Sun Ming nodded, and the sound of the spatula stirring in the pan covered up her accelerated heartbeat.
Dinner was ready soon.
Sun Ming's braised spare ribs are bright red in color, with tender meat. Served with stir-fried seasonal vegetables and a bowl of seaweed egg drop soup, it is simple yet heartwarming.
Try it.
Sun Ming looked at Lu Yang expectantly as he picked up a piece of pork ribs. The ribs melt in your mouth, with a rich sauce flavor and a hint of sweetness, perfectly blending the flavors of various spices.
Lu Yang couldn't help but admire. It was so delicious, better than the restaurant ones. Sun Ming's eyes lit up. Really? First time making this? Real. Lu Yang said sincerely. You have a talent for being a chef.
The two ate and chatted, and the topic progressed from the decoration of the club to Sun Ming's childhood fun, and then to Lu Yang's recent business. The red wine was gradually finished, Sun Ming's cheeks were flushed with an intoxicating red, and she talked more than usual.
Did you know?
She held her chin with her hands, her eyes a little blurry.
I never thought I could own a fitness club. Whenever I passed by those high-end clubs, I only dared to watch from afar.
Lu Yang reached out and covered her hand.
Now you're the boss, and the prettiest one. Sun Ming smiled and shook her head. You will make me happy.
But she did not pull her hand back, allowing Lu Yang's thumb to gently stroke the back of her hand. After dinner, the two moved to the sofa in the living room. The city lights outside the window are bright, like a galaxy reflected on the ground.
Want to see a movie?
Lu Yang picked up the remote control. Sun Ming nodded and unconsciously leaned towards him.
What are you looking at? How about Roman Holiday? A classic.
The movie began to play, and images of Audrey Hepburn riding a motorcycle through the streets of Rome were projected on a huge screen. Sun Ming gradually relaxed and her head unconsciously leaned on Lu Yang's shoulder. Lu Yang gently put his arms around her shoulders, feeling the warmth of her body and the gentle rise and fall of her breathing. The romantic plot in the movie seems to have created just the right atmosphere for the two people in real life. Halfway through the film, Lu Yang noticed that Sun Ming's breathing became steady and slow. When he looked down, he saw that she had fallen asleep in his arms, her eyelashes casting tiny shadows on her cheeks and a faint smile on the corners of her mouth. Lu Yang couldn't bear to wake her up, so he gently turned off the TV and carefully adjusted her position to make her more comfortable. His fingers accidentally brushed against her collarbone, feeling as smooth as silk. Sun Ming hummed softly in her sleep and unconsciously snuggled into Lu Yang's arms, with her cheek resting on his chest. Lu Yang held his breath, afraid of waking her up. He looked down at the sleeping girl in his arms, and a strong desire to protect her surged in his heart. Time passed minute by minute, and the city lights outside the window gradually dimmed. Lu Yang gently stroked Sun Ming's hair, wondering whether to wake her up or carry her to the bedroom. At this moment, Sun Ming suddenly moved and slowly opened her eyes. When she realized that she was lying in Lu Yang's arms, she immediately tried to sit up in panic.
Sorry. I fell asleep. Her voice was a little hoarse because she had just woken up. Lu Yang held her shoulders. It's okay, you're too tired. Their faces were close together, their breaths blending. The movie had ended long ago, leaving only the soft background music and the sound of their two heartbeats in the room. Sun Ming's eyes fell on Lu Yang's lips, then quickly moved away, her fingers unconsciously twisting the corner of her clothes. What time is it now? It's almost 11 o'clock. Lu Yang answered softly. Would you like to stay?
The rooms are always ready. Sun Ming bit her lower lip, as if she was struggling with something inside. Finally, she raised her head and looked directly into Lu Yang's eyes.
I want to stay. But not in the guest room.
Her voice became smaller and smaller, and finally almost inaudible, but Lu Yang completely understood what she meant. He felt a heat spreading from his chest to his entire body, but he forced himself to remain calm.
Are you sure?
He asked softly, lifting her chin gently with his fingers.
I don't want you to regret it.
Sun Ming nodded, with determination and a hint of shyness in her eyes.
I'm sure. I've been thinking about this for a long time.
Lu Yang slowly lowered his head and kissed her lips. The kiss was gentle and tentative, giving Sun Ming enough room to retreat. But she didn't back off, instead she wrapped her arms around his neck and responded to the kiss. As their lips and tongues intertwined, Lu Yang could taste the sweetness of the red wine lingering in her mouth, mixed with her unique breath, which was intoxicating. His hands moved slowly up from her waist, and he could feel the curves of her body through the thin sweater.
When Lu Yang's fingertips accidentally touched Sun Ming's skin on her waist, she trembled slightly but did not push him away. To the bedroom?
Lu Yang whispered in her ear, his hot breath spraying on her earlobe. Sun Ming nodded, her cheeks flushed. Lu Yang picked her up, she screamed and instinctively hugged his neck. The heartbeats of the two people were clearly audible in the quiet room. The smart sensor light in the master bedroom automatically lit up as they entered, adjusting to a soft warm light. Lu Yang gently placed Sun Ming on the bed, leaned over and kissed her lips again, this time more deeply and passionately. His fingers found the hem of her sweater and slowly pushed it upwards. Sun Ming cooperated by raising her arms, allowing the clothes to be taken off smoothly, revealing the white lace underwear underneath. Under the soft light, her skin was as smooth as fine porcelain.
You are so beautiful.
Lu Yang whispered in admiration, his fingers gently stroking her collarbone, feeling her slight shudder at the touch. Sun Ming turned her face away shyly, but took the initiative to unbutton Lu Yang's t-shirt with her hands.
When her fingertips touched his firm abdominal muscles, she couldn't help but take a deep breath. Will Coach Sun be nervous too? Lu Yang asked with a chuckle. Sun Ming gave him a reproachful look. Shut up.
Then she kissed him on the lips to stop him from continuing.
Pieces of clothing fell to the ground one by one. 10,000 words omitted here.
The two hugged each other to calm their breathing, and the only sound in the room was the sound of their intertwined breathing. Lu Yang pulled the quilt to cover both of them and held Sun Ming in his arms. She pressed her cheek against his chest, listening to his heartbeat gradually steadying.
This time, let me do it.
She blushed and said. Watching her movements, her expression changed from shy to intoxicated, her long hair flying with her movements. The scene was so beautiful that it took his breath away.
The second round was more prolonged and intense than the first.
When the battle was over, Sun Ming was already drowsy, but her fingers were still unconsciously drawing circles on his chest.
Go to sleep.
Lu Yang kissed her forehead lightly and turned off the bedside lamp. In the darkness, Sun Ming's voice rang softly.
Lu Yang, will you always be nice to me?
Lu Yang hugged her tighter.
I promise.
The simple answer seemed to reassure her, and soon her breathing became steady and long.
Chapter 36 President of Century Group.
The next morning, the warm sun shone through the gauze curtains and onto the big bed.
Lu Yang and Sun Ming woke up slowly and looked at the time.
It was already 10 o'clock. Considering that Sun Ming was busy decorating a gym and needed to travel frequently, Lu Yang handed her the keys to the Ferrari.
After Sun Ming left, Lu Yang prepared to take a shower.
As soon as I stood up, my cell phone rang suddenly, and the 3 words Chao Xiaoyu kept flashing on the screen.
Hello, Xiaoyu? Lu Yang answered the phone with a relaxed tone. On the other end of the phone, Chao Xiaoyu spoke quickly, unable to hide her anxiety. Lu Yang, are you available now? There's a problem at the company.
Lu Yang put down the coffee cup he was about to pick up, and frowned subconsciously. What's going on? Chao Xiaoyu took a deep breath, tried to calm down, and tried to make her voice sound steady. The cooperation contract between Marriott Media and Century Group has expired, and we were planning to renew it. But the other party suddenly changed their mind and insisted that the boss come out in person to negotiate.
Lu Yang raised his eyebrows, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Century Group?
Our cooperation with them has always been smooth in the past, why did this sudden change happen?
Chao Xiaoyu smiled bitterly and responded, who said it wasn't true?
This time, the president of Century Group specifically asked you to meet him, and he threatened that if the boss didn't come, he wouldn't sign the contract. I've just taken over as a manager, and if I lose this big client, I won't be able to hold my head up in the company. Lu Yang pondered for a moment, then raised a confident smile. Okay, help me contact the other party and arrange a time.
I'll go there this afternoon.
Chao Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. After hanging up the phone, Lu Yang walked into the bathroom to take a shower while thinking about this matter.
Century Group is an old enterprise in Jiangcheng with many large shopping malls.
Marriott Media has cooperated with them for many years. This time, the president of the other party specifically asked to see me, and there may be other hidden stories behind it.
Daji, help me collect relevant information about Century Group. Lu Yang ordered to the air.
Okay, master. The clear voice of the intelligent housekeeper Daji sounded, and then a detailed profile was projected in the room. Century Group, current president Lin Yufei, 32 years old, graduated from Harvard Business School, as the heir to the family business, hobbies racing and equestrianism.
Wait.
Lu Yang suddenly stood up from under the shower head, his eyes full of surprise. Lin Yufei?
In an instant, the scene of that night emerged clearly in his mind. On the riverside observation deck, the moonlight was hazy, and a woman in a black suit and cool red lips was driving a Porsche 918, whizzing past him like lightning.
It turned out to be her.
Lu Yang's lips curled up with a playful smile. It's quite interesting. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Lu Yang drove a Land Rover Range Rover to the Century Group headquarters.
The Century building rises high into the clouds, and its glass curtain walls reflect dazzling light under the sunlight.
Lu Yang parked the car, adjusted the collar of his suit, and walked into the building with steady steps. The receptionist smiled sweetly and asked politely, "Hello, sir, do you have an appointment?"
Lu Yang smiled slightly and said in a gentle voice, "Lu Yang, the person in charge of Marriott Media, has an appointment with Mr. Lin." The receptionist was slightly startled, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, and then nodded respectfully. "Okay, Mr. Lu.
Mr. Lin is already waiting for you, please follow me."
The elevator went directly to the top floor, and Lu Yang was taken to a spacious and elegant office. From the floor-to-ceiling windows, you can see the whole picture of Jiangcheng, with its bustling traffic and bustling scene.
At the desk, Lin Yufei was flipping through documents attentively.
Hearing the footsteps, she slowly raised her head, her red lips slightly raised, revealing a meaningful smile. "Mr. Lu, long time no see."
Lu Yang raised his eyebrows and pretended to be surprised. "Lin Yufei?
I didn't expect that the president of Century Group would be you."
Lin Yufei chuckled and stood up.
Her high heels tapped the floor, making a crisp and pleasant sound. "Why, are you surprised?" Today, Lin Yufei is still wearing a black professional suit, a deep V-neck shirt inside, and a simple platinum necklace on her slender neck. With every gesture, a cool and powerful aura comes over you. Lu Yang shrugged, walked up to her, and said in a teasing tone, "It's a bit unexpected.
The last time we met, you almost caused me to have a car accident."
Lin Yufei narrowed her eyes and smiled. "That's because you were such a good driver."
"I couldn't help but want to test your limits." Lu Yang took a step forward, staring at her with a sharp gaze. "What about this time? Mr. Lin specifically asked to see me. Does he want to race with me again?"
Lin Yufei did not flinch at all. She raised her head slightly and opened her red lips. "What if I say yes?" The distance between the two of them was instantly shortened, so close that they could almost feel each other's breath.
An ambiguous atmosphere quietly spread in the air. Lu Yang chuckled and took a step back. Tell me, what do you want from me?
Lin Yufei turned and walked to the desk, took out a contract from the drawer, and pushed it in front of Lu Yang. I have already signed the renewal contract of Marriott Media.
Lu Yang raised his eyebrows, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. So happy?
Lin Yufei crossed her hands and supported them on the table, her eyes as sharp as an eagle. But I have a condition.
Sure enough. Lu Yang chuckled. Tell me, what are the conditions?
Lin Yufei took a deep breath and her tone became serious. This Friday, the Jiangcheng Supercar Club will hold an underground competition, and I need you to help me participate.
Lu Yang was slightly stunned. Competition?
Lin Yufei nodded, a hint of coldness flashed in her eyes. I made a bet with Zhao Tian, the young master of Dafa Group.
Zhao Tian? Lu Yang frowned. Dafa Group? Isn't that your competitor?
Lin Yufei sneered, her face full of disdain. That's right. He found 2 professional racing drivers and agreed with me to play 2 out of 3. If I lose, I will have to get engaged to him. If he loses, the 5 shopping malls under the Dafa Group will have to be transferred to the Century Group for free.
Lu Yang whistled and exclaimed, You two are betting big.
Lin Yufei stared at Lu Yang closely. I originally found 2 foreign players, but I didn't expect that one of them was bribed by Zhao Tian and fled at the last minute. Now the game is imminent, and I really can't find a suitable replacement. She paused and looked at Lu Yang with burning eyes. So, I thought of you.
Lu Yang touched his chin and pretended to think. So, you want me to be your foreign aide? Lin Yufei nodded without hesitation. As long as you agree, the contract with Marriott Media will take effect immediately. And?
She leaned forward slightly, her red lips parted. If you win, I can give you an extra promise. The content is up to you to decide.
Lu Yang couldn't help laughing. Boss Lin, the conditions you offer are really hard to refuse.
Lin Yufei straightened up and regained her composure. So, what is your answer? Lu Yang put away his smile and looked serious. I can help you, but I have a question.
Explain. Why do you trust me so much?
What if I lose? Lin Yufei was silent for a moment, her voice calm but firm. Because that night, you were the only one who could keep up with my speed. A complex emotion flashed in her eyes. Besides, I have no way out. Lu Yang looked at her and suddenly smiled. Okay, I promise you.
Lin Yufei's eyes flashed with surprise, but she quickly concealed it. Really?
Lu Yang shrugged, looking relaxed. I like racing anyway, so why not help you? Lin Yufei let out a long sigh, her lips slightly raised. Thank you.
Lu Yang walked up to her and held out his hand. Happy cooperation, Mr. Lin.
Lin Yufei glanced at him, stretched out her hand and shook it. Happy cooperation. The two held hands in the air. Lu Yang deliberately pinched her fingertips lightly, and said with a smile, But, I have a small request.
Lin Yufei raised her eyebrows. What request?
Lu Yang leaned close to her ear and whispered, After the game, no matter if we win or lose, you have to have a meal with me.
Lin Yufei was stunned for a moment, then chuckled and said, Deal.
After leaving Century Building, Lu Yang got into the car and called Xiaoyu.
Xiaoyu, the contract has been finalized. You can arrange the follow-up work. Xiaoyu's surprised voice came from the other end of the phone. So fast? Lu Yang, you are amazing. Lu Yang smiled and replied, It's a small matter. By the way, are you free this weekend? Xiaoyu asked curiously, What's the matter? Do you need help? Lu Yang glanced at the Century Building moving further and further away in the rearview mirror, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Nothing, I helped you, shouldn't you thank me? Chapter 37 Lonely Soul.
After coming out of Century Group, Lu Yang sat in the Land Rover Range Rover, tapping the steering wheel lightly with his fingers, Lin Yufei's racing invitation still echoing in his mind. He originally planned to go directly to Huayao Company, but the car inexplicably turned at a certain intersection towards the Jiangshan-Meijing Villa district.
TSK, what's wrong with me?
Lu Yang laughed at himself, but there was no sign of loosening the accelerator.
The car drove into the villa area. Security guard Xiao Chan saw the domineering Land Rover Range Rover from afar and immediately saluted with a bright smile. Sir, good afternoon. Lu Yang lowered the car window and nodded casually. Is Manager Yu from the property management department here? Xiao Chen winked and said, Yes, Manager Yu happens to be on duty today. Do you need me to take you there?
Lu Yang waved his hand. No, I can go by myself. The car slowly drove into the villa area, and Lu Yang's mind flashed with Yu Zhejiao's bright face. She always smiled cunningly, but with a hint of imperceptible fragility. Lu Yang parked his car in front of the villa. As soon as he got out of the car, he saw Yu Zhejiao walking quickly out of the property office, her high heels making crisp sounds on the ground. She was wearing a white business suit today, with the collar of her shirt slightly open, revealing her delicate collarbone, and her long legs were even more attractive against the backdrop of her hip skirt.
Hey, how come Boss Lu has time to come for inspection today?
Yu Jiaojiao crossed her arms with her chest, a signature sly smile on her lips.
Lu Yang walked closer to her, stretched out his hand and gently pinched her chin. I miss you, is that okay?
Yu Jiaojiao was stunned for a moment, then she smiled even brighter. Okay, of course, but... She leaned close to Lu Yang's ear and lowered her voice. Are you sure you just miss me? Lu Yang chuckled, put his arm around her waist, and led her to the villa. Let's talk inside.
As soon as the door of the villa was closed, Yu Jiaojiao was pushed against the wall by Lu Yang.
Her back was against the cold wall, but in front of her was Lu Yang's hot body temperature. The strong contrast made her shiver slightly.
Why are you so enthusiastic today?
Yu Jiaojiao looked up at him with a hint of provocation in her eyes.
Lu Yang didn't answer, but lowered his head and kissed her lips. This kiss was more intense than any previous one, with an indescribable restlessness and possessiveness.
Yu Jiaojiao was almost unable to breathe due to his kiss, and her fingers unconsciously clutched his shirt.
1 hour later.
In the bedroom, Yu Jiaojiao lazily lay on Lu Yang's chest, her fingertips drawing circles on his strong abdominal muscles. Master, there is something wrong with you today.
Lu Yang closed his eyes and asked lazily, what's wrong? Yu Jiaojiao propped herself up and looked at him seriously. Usually you wouldn't be so impatient.
Lu Yang opened his eyes, met her gaze, and suddenly asked, Jiaojiao, why do you need money so much?
Yu Jiaojiao's smile froze for a moment, but soon returned to normal. Why do you suddenly ask this? Lu Yang didn't miss her abnormality at that moment.
He reached out and pinched her chin, forcing her to look at him. Tell me.
Yu Jiaojiao was silent for a few seconds, then chuckled and said in a relaxed tone, why else? Of course I like money, who doesn't like it?
Lu Yang stared at her and said nothing. The air suddenly became quiet.
Yu Jiaojiao's smile gradually faded.
Finally, she sighed, turned over and sat up, took out a pack of cigarettes from the drawer of the bedside table, and lit one. In the smoke, her voice was a little vague. I grew up in an orphanage.
Lu Yang was stunned for a moment. Yu Jiaojiao exhaled a puff of smoke and continued, have you heard of Jiangqing Sunshine Welfare Home? That's where I came from.
Her tone was calm, as if she was telling someone else's story. The conditions in the orphanage were very poor.
There was no heating in the winter and no air conditioning in the summer. We always ate cabbage and potatoes.
Occasionally we had a meal of meat, and the children would be happy for several days. She flicked the ash off her cigarette and chuckled, I was lucky.
I was pretty and did well in school. I was admitted to university and was able to leave that place.
But those younger brothers and sisters are still there.
She turned her head and looked at Lu Yang, with a softness in her eyes that Lu Yang had never seen before. Some of them were born with disabilities, and some were abandoned by their parents. If no one helps them, they won't even have the chance to grow up. Lu Yang was silent for a while, then asked, so you need money for them? Yu Jiaojiao nodded. The funds in the hospital have always been insufficient. The children's clothes, books, and medical expenses, which one doesn't cost money?
Although my salary is not low, it is far from enough.
She laughed at herself, that's why I need money so much. I even wanted to sell myself for a good price until I met you.
She didn't finish, but Lu Yang understood what she meant.
Not hesitating to use one's body in exchange for benefits.
The room was so quiet that the only sound was the two people's breathing.
After a long while, Lu Yang suddenly asked, Sunshine Welfare Home, is it a private institution? Yu Jiaojiao nodded, yes, there is no government funding, it all depends on social donations.
Lu Yang picked up his phone and made a call. Manager Deng, please help me check the information of Jiangqing Sunshine Welfare Home, and contact their person in charge and tell them that Huayao Group is interested in donating some funds.
Yu Jiaojiao raised her head suddenly and looked at him in disbelief. You.
Lu Yang hung up the phone and ruffled her hair. Don't do this again in the future.
Yu Jiaojiao's eyes instantly turned red. She threw herself into Lu Yang's arms, her voice choking with sobs. Why did you help me?
Lu Yang hugged her and whispered, because you are my woman now.
Yu Jiaojiao's tears finally fell.
This was the first time Lu Yang saw her cry. In the evening, the afterglow of the setting sun shines into the room through the curtains.
Yu Jiaojiao curled up in Lu Yang's arms like a sated cat. Lu Yang.
She called his name softly.
Thank you.
Lu Yang looked down at her and found that her eyes were softer than ever before. He couldn't help but kiss her forehead. If you have any difficulties in the future, just tell me directly. Yu Zhaozhao nodded, then seemed to remember something and smiled slyly. Then,
I have a problem now. What? I'm hungry. She blinked. Master, would you like to treat me to a meal? Lu Yang laughed and pinched her face. Okay, what do you want to eat? Yu Zhaozhao thought about it, and suddenly her eyes lit up. Hot pot. I want to eat the most expensive one. Lu Yang laughed. Okay, let's eat hot pot.
When the two were about to go out, Lu Yang's cell phone suddenly rang.
It was a message from Sun Ming. Lu Yang, the draft design of the fitness club is out. Do you want to take a look?
Lu Yang glanced at Yu Zhaozhao, who was applying lipstick beside him, and replied, Tomorrow, I have something to do today.
Yu Zhaozhao glanced at him and said with a half smile, Girlfriend? Lu Yang put away his phone and said calmly, It's about work.
Yu Zhaozhao didn't ask any more questions, but just smiled meaningfully. Let's go and have dinner.
Chapter 38 Unexpected Neighbors. Lu Yang and Yu Zhaozhao chose a high-end hot pot restaurant with luxurious decoration and excellent privacy.
Yu Zhaozhao ordered a table full of meat and seafood, her eyes sparkling like a greedy kitten.
Boss Lu, you're going to have to spend money today.
She picked up a piece of marbled beef with a smile, dipped it in the boiling pot, dipped it in the sauce, put it in her mouth, and squinted her eyes in satisfaction. Lu Yang looked at her satisfied expression and couldn't help but smile. Eat slowly, no one is going to snatch it from you.
Yu Zhaozhao's mouth was full of food, and she said incoherently, No, I have to eat my money back.
She deliberately picked up a piece of fresh shrimp paste with chopsticks and handed it to Lu Yang's mouth, with a sly look in her eyes. Would you like to try it? Lu Yang raised his eyebrows, opened his mouth and bit it, his tongue tip accidentally brushing against the tip of her chopsticks. Yu Zhaozhao's ears turned slightly red, but she soon returned to her playful expression.
Just then, her chopsticks accidentally fell to the ground.
Oh! She cried softly, but the corners of her lips curled up quietly. Just as Lu Yang was about to bend down to help her pick it up, Yu Zhaozhao had already slid off the chair and squatted beside his legs.
I'll do it myself.
She looked up at him and smiled, but her fingers accidentally brushed across his knee.
Lu Yang's breathing stagnated.
The next second, her fingertips slid slowly down his calf, and under the cover of the tablecloth, she gently hooked his ankle.
Lu Yang suddenly tensed his muscles and his Adam's apple rolled.
Yu Zhaozhao stood up as if nothing had happened, shook the chopstick she had picked up, and looked innocent. What's wrong?
Your face is so red. Lu Yang gritted his teeth. Did you do this on purpose? Yu Zhaozhao blinked. What do you mean by intentional? The chopsticks just fell.
She turned around and asked the waiter to change a new pair of chopsticks. When she turned back, she licked her lower lip lightly with the tip of her tongue and gave him a wink.
Lu Yang took a deep breath, stood up and said, I'm going to the bathroom.
Yu Zhaozhao held her cheek and smiled like a cat stealing fish. Go quickly and come back soon. Lu Yang came out of the bathroom and just turned the corridor when he bumped into someone.
Ah!
With a light cry, the other person seemed to be walking in a hurry, her high heels tilted, and the whole person fell forward. Lu Yang was quick to put his arm around her waist and subconsciously supported her shoulders with his other hand. The tentacles were soft, and the plump curves made Lu Yang slightly stunned. The woman looked up in shock, and a delicate and mature face came into view. Willow-shaped eyebrows, almond-shaped eyes, red lips slightly parted, with a hint of panic. She looked to be around 35 or 36 years old, wearing a well-cut beige dress. Her figure was plump but not bloated, and instead she had the charm unique to a mature woman. Lu Yang's hand was still on her shoulder, and his fingertips could even feel the warmth of her skin. For some unknown reason, he pinched it lightly. A light hum escaped from the woman's throat, and then she suddenly reacted, her cheeks flushed instantly. She pushed Lu Yang away, and took 2 steps back.
You?
She glared at him in shame and anger, her chest heaving violently. Lu Yang then realized what he had just done, and quickly withdrew his hand, coughing awkwardly. Sorry, I didn't mean it. The woman bit her lip and seemed to want to say something, but in the end she just glared at him fiercely, turned around and walked away quickly. Lu Yang stood there, looking at her back, cursing himself in his heart. Damn, what's wrong with me? When she returned to her seat, Yu Zhaozhao had already finished most of the plate of meat. Seeing him coming back, she looked up and asked, Why did you take so long? Lu Yang sat down and said casually, I encountered a little accident.
Yu Zhaozhao glanced at him suspiciously. Did you have an affair in the bathroom? Lu Yang raised his eyebrows. How do you know?
Yu Zhaozhao rolled her eyes. Come on, just look at your expression and you're obviously guilty. Lu Yang smiled and said nothing more, but he was still thinking about the woman just now, her reaction, her eyes, and that soft touch. After dinner, Lu Yang drove Yu Jiaojiao back to the property center to work. On the way, Yu Jiaojiao leaned back in her seat and said lazily, "Master, don't come to the property to look for me next time." Lu Yang turned his head to look at her. "Why, do you dislike me?" Yu Jiaojiao shook her head. "No, I just think it's not good for my colleagues to see it." Lu Yang was silent for a moment, then said, "Actually, you can resign and move directly to Jiangshan Meijing.
The villa is empty anyway."
Yu Jiaojiao chuckled. "No need, I have already rented a single apartment nearby with the money you gave me.
The environment is not bad. You can go there to find me next time."
After sending Yu Jiaojiao off, Lu Yang returned to the underground garage of Dizuan Mansion. Just after parking the car, he suddenly saw a white Land Rover Aurora slowly driving into the next parking space. The door opened, and a pair of slender legs in high heels stepped out. Lu Yan looked up and was stunned. It was the woman he bumped into in the hot pot restaurant. The woman seemed to notice him as well. She paused and a trace of panic flashed across her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure, pretended not to have seen it, and lowered her head to organize her bag.
Lu Yan raised the corner of his mouth slightly, walked over deliberately, stood beside her car, and asked lazily, "Do you need help?"
The woman raised her head suddenly and glared at him. "No need."
Lu Yang shrugged. "What a coincidence, we meet again."
The woman took a deep breath and pretended to be calm. "Sir, please stay away from me, or I will call the police."
Lu Yan laughed. "Call the police? What's the reason? This man approached me in the garage?"
The woman was choked and her face turned red. She simply ignored him and got back into the car. Seeing this, Lu Yang touched his nose and walked towards the elevator.
Lu Yang walked into the elevator and pressed the button for the 33rd floor.
Just as the door was about to close, a hand suddenly reached in and the elevator door opened again. It was that woman. The moment she saw Lu Yang, she froze for a moment, but eventually she walked in, stood in the corner farthest from him, and pressed the button for the 32nd floor. The elevator slowly rose, and in the small space, neither of them spoke. Lu Yang looked at her quietly through the mirror in the elevator. Her profile was soft, her neck was slender, and she wore a pair of small pearl earrings on her earlobes, making her look elegant and intellectual.
"Have you seen enough?"
the woman suddenly asked in a cold voice. Lu Yang retracted his gaze and said with a smile, "I haven't introduced myself yet.
My name is Lu Yang and I live on the 33rd floor."
The woman pursed her lips and ignored him.
Lu Yang continued, "What about you? What's your name?" The woman was silent for a few seconds, and finally spoke, "Suya."
"Suya." Lu Yang read it again and said with a smile, "What a nice name."
Suya didn't say anything else.
When the elevator reached the 32nd floor, she walked out quickly without looking back. Lu Yang looked at her back, a playful smile appearing on the corner of his mouth.
Neighbors, interesting. Chapter 39 System Upgrade.
Lu Yang had just returned to the mansion on the 33rd floor and was still immersed in the thoughts of his encounter with Yu Jiaojiao and Suya. The gentle voice of the intelligent housekeeper Daji sounded in my ears. "Master, you haven't signed in today."
"Sign in."
Lu Yang called the system in his mind while loosening his tight tie and leaning lazily on the sofa. In an instant, a deep blue light bloomed before his eyes, and the system interface slowly emerged. The golden lines flow freely on the virtual screen like mysterious runes. The originally simple interface seems to be given life and becomes more and more gorgeous.
Ding! It is detected that the host has signed in for 30 consecutive days, and the novice period is over. The sign-in system for the super rich will be upgraded soon. Lu Yang raised his eyebrows slightly and watched the changes in front of him with interest. In his eyes, this is not only a system upgrade, but more like the beginning of an unknown adventure. As the light flickered, the system prompt sounded again. Upgrade completed. Current system version, elite version of Xinhao. New function unlocked, task system.
The system will release tasks from time to time to enhance the host's godly temperament and life experience.
Task system?
Lu Yang suddenly became alert, with curiosity gleaming in his eyes. All along, he has gained countless wealth by signing in and has lived an extremely comfortable life, but this newly emerged task system has undoubtedly added new excitement and challenges to his life of a wealthy man. Just when he was full of anticipation, a striking red task reminder popped up like a flash of lightning. Limited time task, spend 10 million within 1 hour. Success reward, overall physical enhancement strength plus 30%, endurance plus 30%, reaction speed plus 30%.
Failure penalty, all wealth values are reset to 0. What?
Lu Yang stood up from the sofa suddenly, as if he had been electrocuted, with shock written all over his face.
Spending 10 million in an hour? He looked at his watch anxiously.
The ticking sound of the second hand seemed like a countdown alarm, and every sound struck his heart heavily. 5 minutes of precious time had been wasted unknowingly, and now the time left for him was even more urgent. It was obviously too late to rush out to spend money. At this critical moment, Lu Yang was quick-witted and a lightbulb suddenly flashed in his mind. Oh, right, live broadcast reward. He quickly took out his mobile phone, tapped his fingers quickly on the screen, and downloaded the Douyin Live app. During the registration process, his eyes were fixed on the screen, revealing a hint of nervousness and concentration, for fear of wasting even a second. Soon, a first-level trumpet named Proud of Yourself was born. Immediately afterwards, he recharged 10 million without hesitation. The notification sound of the recharge being received was particularly loud in this quiet room, relaxing his tense nerves a little. At this moment, he is like a soldier about to go to the battlefield, ready to start a crazy money feast in the live broadcast room.
Lu Yang began to randomly enter various live broadcast rooms frantically.
The first person that caught my eye was a young lady singing. Her voice was clear and pleasant. Although her singing skills were not top-notch, she had a unique charm.
Lu Yang did not hesitate at all.
He clicked on the screen with his fingers like flying. Swish, 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 10 carnivals bloomed in the live broadcast room like gorgeous fireworks.
The dazzling special effects instantly attracted everyone's attention. The young lady was so excited that her voice trembled a little. Thank you for the Yangyang Date Carnival. Families, please pay some attention to this rich man.
Before the young lady could finish her words of thanks, Lu Yang had already slid to the next live broadcast room. Here is a dancing host whose dance moves are passionate, unrestrained, and full of energy.
He waved his hand and gave out another 10 carnivals.
The live broadcast room was instantly flooded with comments like "Thank you, Big Brother," and the audience exclaimed, "This Big Brother is so generous. This is the first time I've seen such a crazy reward."
Lu Yang's fingers continued to slide the screen without stopping for a moment.
When he met a host with unique looks, he was even more generous and directly gave him 10 carnivals.
Thanks for the proud carnival.
The host's surprised voices echoed in his ears. In this tense pace, he watched the account balance decrease at a speed visible to the naked eye, silently calculating the time in his mind, and every second seemed like a race against fate. At this moment, his sliding fingers suddenly stopped. The person who appeared on the screen made him slightly stunned.
It turned out to be Suya.
Suya was sitting in a simple live broadcast room, and judging from the background, she should be in the living room. She was wearing a plain white shirt and her hair was simply tied into a ponytail without too much decoration. She looked a little tired, and there was a hint of loneliness in her eyes.
Family, let's have one last PK today.
Her voice was soft, but if you listened carefully you could hear a hint of helplessness and loneliness in it. The host on the other side was a young girl wearing heavy makeup. She was twisting her body exaggeratedly with a hint of provocation in her eyes. Sister Sue, your health bar is too pitiful, isn't it?
How about you dance to Shake the Sun and I'll let you go? In Suya's live broadcast room, barrages of comments rolled like snowflakes. Jump 1. Jump 1. The host is too relaxed. It's boring, let's go.
Looking at these comments, Suya forced a smile and said softly, I really can't dance. There was a hint of pleading in her voice, hoping that everyone could understand. Lu Yang noticed that the number of viewers in her live broadcast room was decreasing rapidly, and the originally small number of viewers now decreased to less than 100. What surprised him even more was that the title of Suya's live broadcast room read, The Last Live Broadcast, Thank You for Meeting Me. It turns out that she encountered difficulties. Lu Yang thought of her stubborn look in the elevator during the day, and an inexplicable impulse surged in his heart. He seemed to be able to feel Suya's helplessness at the moment, and suddenly understood why she was so lonely.
Lu Yang clicked on the gift column without hesitation. Proudly send Carnival 1. Proudly send Carnival X10. Proudly give away Carnival 50. Proudly give away Carnival X100. In the end, he directly gave away 100 carnivals.
In an instant, the entire live broadcast room seemed to be hit by a blockbuster bomb and instantly boiled over.
Fuck. 100 carnivals. 300,000. This is truly a wealthy man. Yang De turns out to be a real big shot. Sister Sue is going to strike back.
Various exclamations of amazement scrolled wildly, almost filling up the screen. Those viewers who were originally preparing to leave were also attracted by the sudden huge reward. They stopped and began to like and comment crazily. The heat of the live broadcast room rose sharply, and the popularity value soared like a rocket. Suya was completely stunned. Her eyes were wide open, full of shock and disbelief. She looked at the suddenly surging health bar and the gorgeous special effects that filled the screen. She sat there for a while, speechless. The host on the other side was also dumbfounded, with his mouth open for a long time. This
is impossible? System prompt: there are 3 minutes left before the mission ends. Current consumption, 9,850,000 yuan. Lu Yang didn't bother to see Suya's reaction.
At this moment, his mind was all on completing the task. His fingers moved quickly on the screen, and he gave out all the remaining 1.5 million do coins as rewards.
Ding! Mission accomplished. Rewards are being distributed.
A warm current suddenly surged through Lu Yang's body, and he could clearly feel that wonderful changes had taken place in his body. The muscles became tighter, as if filled with infinite power. The vision became clearer, and everything around seemed especially real. Even breathing became especially smooth, and every breath seemed to absorb the essence of heaven and earth.
Is this the feeling of having an enhanced physical fitness?
Lu Yang felt the changes in his body, his heart filled with surprise. This feeling made him feel like he was reborn, and he was full of confidence in the challenges of the future.
At this moment, the phone suddenly vibrated.
Lu Yang clicked it and saw that it was a private message notification from Douyin.
Sender, Suya. Thank you.
Although I don't know who you are, this is the first warmth I have received since I started live streaming.
If possible, can you tell me why you are helping me?
Lu Yang looked at the message, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a playful smile. He thought for a moment and replied, because I want to watch you dance to Shaking the Sun alone. After sending this message, he leaned back on the sofa, and couldn't help but imagine Suya's embarrassed and angry expression when she saw this message, and he couldn't help laughing out loud.
Chapter 40: Underground Car Race. On Friday evening, the setting sun dyed the Jiangcheng sky orange.
Lu Yang stood in the underground parking lot of the Imperial Court, and gently stroked the streamlined body of the Lamborghini Aventador with his fingers.
This beast-like sports car glowed with a cold metallic luster under the dim light.
Master, according to my calculations, your chances of winning are about 67.8%. Daji's voice came from the headphones. However, there are more variables in the underground track, so it is recommended to turn on the sports mode.
Lu Yang smiled. Don't worry, we won't lose tonight.
He opened the car door and was about to get in when his phone suddenly vibrated. It was the location Lin Yufei sent him, an abandoned industrial area on the outskirts of Jiangcheng, where there was a little-known underground racetrack.
Lin Yufei, 8 o'clock, don't be late. Lu Yang replied. Wait till you see my taillights.
The outskirts of the industrial zone are filled with all kinds of supercars, including Ferrari, McLaren, Porsche. The roar of the engines can be heard one after another. Lu Yang rolled down the car window and immediately smelled a pungent mixture of gasoline and rubber. Sir, please show me your invitation.
A burly man wearing sunglasses blocked the way.
Lu Yang was about to speak when a cold female voice came from behind.
He is my man.
Lin Yufei walked over wearing 10-centimeter stilettos, her black leather jacket outlining her perfect figure, and her long hair tied into a neat ponytail. She handed the sturdy man a golden card, and he immediately stepped aside respectfully.
Arrived quite on time. Lin Yufei glanced at Lu Yang's Lamborghini. It's a nice car, but don't expect to beat the pros with it.
Lu Yang got out of the car and leaned close to her ear. I'm better at having people look at my taillights, both on the track and in bed.
Lin Yufei's ears turned red, she snorted coldly and turned around. Come with me.
After passing through several iron gates, the view suddenly opens up a circular track with a diameter of about 2 kilometers, surrounded by well-dressed rich second generations and hot racing girls.
The odds scrolled across the central LED screen. Zhao Tian team 1 minute and 1.2 seconds. Lin Yufei team 1 minute and 3.5 seconds. It seems that no one thinks highly of us. Lu Yang whistled. Lin Yufei frowned.
Zhao Tian found the runner-up of last year's Asian GT Championship, and her words were interrupted by a burst of noise. The crowd parted automatically, and a young man in a white suit came over with his arms around 2 models, the Patek Philippe on his wrist sparkling under the light.
Yufei, I thought you didn't dare to come.
Zhao Tian smiled frivolously, his eyes unscrupulously scanning Lin Yufei's figure.
Is this the substitute you're looking for? He doesn't look that good.
Lu Yang noticed that there were 2 men in racing suits standing behind Zhao Tian, one of whom was looking at him with a provocative look.
Cut the crap, Lin Yufei said coldly. According to the agreement, it's best of 3. I won the title deeds of 5 shopping malls you won. She bit her lip. I will marry you. Zhao Tian covered his chest exaggeratedly. For this day, I specially invited a professional driver. He suddenly moved closer to Lu Yang. Brother, it's not too late to quit now. I can give you 1 million for tea. Lu Yang slowly took out a cigarette and lit it. How about this, we raise the stakes? If I win, you kneel down and call me daddy. The surroundings suddenly became quiet. Zhao Tian's face darkened. You are looking for death. The referee appears at the right time. Please get ready, drivers. The first time trial will start in 5 minutes. Lu Yang sat in the cockpit, and when adjusting his seat he found Lin Yufei standing outside the car window, seeming to want to say something but stopping himself. Why, you want to give me a lucky kiss? He pointed to his cheek with a smirk. Unexpectedly, Lin Yufei really leaned over and whispered in his ear. There are oil stains on the third bend, Zhao Tian did something. Be careful. Before Lu Yang could react, she turned and left, leaving behind only a faint scent of perfume. Engines roared as 3 cars lined up side by side on the starting line: Lu Yang's Lamborghini, Zhao Tian's McLaren Senna, and a modified Porsche 911 driven by a professional driver. The green light is on. The Porsche rushed out like an arrow, followed closely by the McLaren, but Lu Yang deliberately lagged behind by half a car body. Through the rearview mirror, he noticed the smug smile on Zhao Tian's lips. The Porsche passed the first corner with a perfect drift, sparking cheers. Lu Yang suddenly accelerated and turned the steering wheel sharply when entering the corner. Is he crazy? The audience exclaimed. The Lamborghini cut into the inner lane at an almost suicidal angle, and the tires made a sharp scream as they rubbed against the ground. Just when he was about to hit the guardrail, Lu Yang accurately corrected the direction, and the car body brushed the guardrail and made a thrilling turn, instantly surpassing the McLaren. Pretty. Lin Yufei couldn't help but clench her fist. On the second straight, Porsche was still in the lead. Lu Yang stared ahead and suddenly discovered that there was indeed a suspicious reflection on the third bend. Someone had spilled engine oil. At the critical moment, Lu Yang gave up conventional drifting and stepped on the accelerator the moment the wheels ran over the drainage ditch. The Lamborghini spun like a wild animal out of control, but miraculously kept its balance and barely avoided the oily area. The Porsche was not so lucky. The professional driver drifted along the normal route, and as soon as the rear wheel touched the oil, it spun out of control and slammed into the tire wall. Hold! Zhao Tian smashed the steering wheel angrily. In the end, Lu Yang narrowly beat McLaren by 0.3 seconds. When he took off his helmet, he found that Lin Yufei's nails had dug into his palm. 1 o'clock. He gave Zhao Tian a middle finger. Are you ready to call daddy? The second round was changed to a chase race. 30 seconds after the front car started, the following car began to catch up, and the one who overtook within 5 laps won. Zhao Tianyin announced with a smile. I will play this game myself. He chose a modified Nissan GT-R with 1,200 horsepower. According to the rules, Lu Yang had to use the same Lamborghini. This is not fair. Lin Yufei protested. The GT-R has been modified specifically for straight-line acceleration. Zhao Tian spread his hands. The rules don't say you can't modify it. When the race started, the GT-R shot out like a rocket. After the 30-second countdown, Lu Yang sprinted with all his strength. In the first 2 laps, the taillights of the GT-R were always out of reach, and the distance was even widening. It's over. Lin Yufei looked pale. In the third lap, Lu Yang suddenly changed his strategy. When passing an S-curve, he deliberately did not slow down, and the Lamborghini almost flew close to the guardrail. Snap! The ground breaks. This crazy move shortened the distance instantly. Zhao Tian saw the approaching Lamborghini from the rearview mirror and braked prematurely in a panic, causing the GT-R to skid severely at the next corner. The time is now. Lu Yang stepped on the accelerator and the Lamborghini forced an overtake from the gap on the inside. When the 2 cars were parallel, Zhao Tian suddenly turned the steering wheel and hit him. Lu Yang had anticipated this and braked suddenly to make the GT-R miss, and he took the opportunity to overtake. Violation! The referee yelled, but the victory was already decided. When Lu Yang got off the car, the audience burst into thunderous applause. Zhao Tian smashed his helmet in frustration. Last match. I want to compete with you in the ring of death. So-called Circle of Death. It is a steel circular track with a diameter of only 50 meters built in the center of the track. Two cars start from the bottom at the same time and run along the vertical wall. The one who completes 3 laps first wins. Are you crazy? Lin Yufei grabbed Lu Yang. The centrifugal force of that thing is enough to make someone faint. Lu Yan looked at Zhao Tian, who had already driven onto the runway. He's betting on your future, I'm betting on. He blinked. He has the right to call Dad. The audience held their breath as the two cars sped side by side on the vertical wall. The steel structure groaned under the heavy pressure and sparks flew from the friction of the tires. In the second lap, Zhao Tian's car suddenly lost control and crashed into Lu Yan under the centrifugal force. At the critical moment, the Lamborghini made a horizontal drift on the vertical wall and avoided it perfectly. This is impossible. Zhao Tian watched in horror as his car crashed into the guardrail. Lu Yan crossed the finish line calmly. The first thing he did after parking was to walk over to Zhao Tian, who was vomiting non-stop. Title deed, and... He made a kneeling gesture. You know. In the parking lot late at night, Lin Yufei stuffed 5 deeds into her briefcase, and suddenly turned around and pressed Lu Yang's shoulder. Thanks. Before Lu Yang could react, she kissed him. This kiss smelled of mint cigarettes and blood, short but passionate. This is the interest. She pulled away, panting. The principal will be repaid at another day. Chapter 41 Deng Yulian's Trouble. Chapter 41 Stand Up. Huayao Group Headquarters, 10 a.m. Deng Yulian was sitting in her office, looking down at a financial statement. She was wearing a dark gray business suit, her hair was tied up in a neat bun, and she had light makeup on her face, but there was a hint of fatigue between her brows. Suddenly, there was a noise outside the office. Deng Yulian. Come out. A rough male voice shouted in the corridor. Deng Yulian frowned, put down the documents in her hand, and just stood up when the office door was pushed open with a bang. A middle-aged man in a cheap suit and with a fat face rushed in, followed by an old lady in a flowered shirt and a young woman with heavy makeup. Deng Yulian, why are you hiding? You must make things clear today. The man pointed at her, spitting. Deng Yulian's face instantly turned cold. Zhang Detsai, this is the company, let's talk about it in private. In private? It's only been 3 years since my brother died, and you've turned your back on me? Zhang Detsai sneered, turned to the old lady behind him and said, Mom, look, this is the good wife my brother married, and now that she's rich, even her family members don't recognize her. The old lady leaned on a cane and trembled as she walked forward, with resentment in her cloudy eyes. Yulian, our Zhang family has treated you well. Now that De Gouet is gone, are you so cruel? Deng Yulian took a deep breath and suppressed her anger. Mom, I give you living expenses every month, and I have never missed a penny. What can you do with that little money? Zhang Detsai slammed the table. My brother is dead. Where's his inheritance? Where's his compensation? You swallowed it all. Deng Yulian clenched her fists, her nails almost digging into her palms. Zhang Detsai, your brother died of a work-related injury, and the compensation was used to pay off his debts before his death. There is not a penny left. Bullshit. Zhang Detsai roared, my brother has worked on the construction site for more than 10 years, how could he not have savings? You just don't want to share it with us. He turned to look at the employees who were peeking out of the office and deliberately raised his voice, everyone come and take a look. This woman, her husband died only 2 years ago, and she hooked up with a rich man. Now even her in-laws don't recognize her. Deng Yulian's face turned pale instantly, and her lips trembled slightly. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm talking nonsense? Zhang Detsai sneered, took out a photo from his pocket and held it high, then explained who this is. The photo shows Deng Yulian and Lu Yang talking in front of the company gate. The shooting angle is tricky and looks quite ambiguous. There was an uproar in the office. Just as Deng Yulian was shaking with anger, a deep voice came from the door. What are you arguing about so early in the morning? Everyone turned around and saw Lu Yang with his hands in his pockets, leaning lazily against the doorframe, looking at Zhang Detsai and his group with cold eyes. Zhang Detsai was stunned for a moment, then reacted and pointed at Lu Yang and shouted, that's him. The big boss that Deng Yulian hooked up with. Lu Yang sneered, walked in slowly, and stood next to Deng Yulian. Who are you? Zhang Detsai straightened his chest and pretended to be tough. I am her brother-in-law. Zhang Degouet's biological brother. Lu Yang raised his eyebrows. Oh, so what? So? Zhang Detsai's eyes widened.
She swallowed my brother's inheritance and now she has to spit it out.
Lu Yang turned to look at Deng Yulian. What's going on?
Deng Yulian bit her lip and whispered, his brother is getting married and is short of 500,000 yuan for the betrothal gift, so he came to the company to make trouble.
Lu Yang understood, and his eyes fell on Zhang Detsai again, and he said in a playful tone, so, you are here to ask for money?
Zhang Detsai felt a little scared by his gaze, but thinking of the 500,000 yuan betrothal gift, he still said, this is my brother's money.
She must give it. Lu Yang nodded, suddenly took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Hello, security department?
Send a few people up, I have a few troublemakers here.
Zhang Detsai's face changed. What do you want to do? Lu Yang hung up the phone and said with a half smile, you want money, don't you?
Let's go to another place and talk. 5 minutes later, the security guard invited Zhang Detsai and his family into the conference room. Lu Yang sat in the main seat, Deng Yulian stood beside him, still looking grim. Zhang Detsai and his mother sat opposite, while the heavily made-up young woman stood aside, her eyes flickering.
Tell me, how much money do you want? Lu Yang went straight to the point. Zhang Detsai was stunned.
He didn't expect him to be so direct. Then he rubbed his hands greedily, 500,000.
Not a penny less. Lu Yang nodded, reason? I'm getting married.
Zhang Detsai said confidently, my brother is dead, and his money should belong to our Zhang family.
Lu Yang looked at the old lady, do you mean the same thing?
The old lady wiped away the non-existent tears from her eyes and choked up, Yulian, Degui is gone, just help Detsai, it's not easy for him to find a wife.
Deng Yulian sneered, what does his marriage have to do with me? He has no ability to make money, so he comes to blackmail me? Zhang Detsai slammed the table and stood up, Deng Yulian. Don't be so shameless.
Lu Yang raised his hand to signal him to sit down, and said calmly, 500,000, I can give it to you.
Deng Yulian turned her head suddenly, Boss Lu?
Lu Yang waved his hand and continued to say to Zhang Detsai, but this money is not given for free.
You have to sign an agreement. After taking this money, you are not allowed to harass Deng Yulian again.
Zhang Detsai rolled his eyes and thought to himself that he would deal with it first after he got the 500,000 yuan, as for the future, could he still deny his debt?
Okay. I'll sign it. Lu Yang smiled and asked his secretary to bring an agreement. Zhang Detsai signed it without even looking at it.
Lu Yang put away the agreement and said to his secretary, go to the finance department and withdraw 500,000 yuan in cash. 10 minutes later, the secretary came in with a black briefcase and placed it on the table. Zhang Detsai couldn't wait to open it and was stunned when he saw the neatly arranged banknotes inside.
I've given you the money, and the agreement has been signed.
Lu Yang stood up and looked down at him, now, get out. Zhang Detsai picked up the box and grinned at Deng Yulian proudly, sister-in-law, thank you. After saying that, he took the old lady and the woman and swaggered out of the meeting room. After they left, Deng Yulian finally couldn't hold it anymore, her eyes reddened, Boss Lu, I will pay you back.
Lu Yang shook his head, no need to pay it back. Deng Yulian was stunned, what? Lu Yang took out his cell phone from his pocket and played a recording. Detsai, is this possible? Will Deng Yulian really give me money? Woman's voice. Don't worry.
She cares most about her reputation.
As long as I make a fuss at the company, she will definitely compromise. Zhang Detsai's voice. But what if Lu Yang calls the police? Call the police? Oh, I've asked around. Deng Yulian has a special relationship with him.
For the sake of his reputation, he will definitely pay to keep things quiet.
After the recording ended, Deng Yulian's expression changed completely. Did they do this on purpose? Lu Yang sneered, Zhang Detsai doesn't have anyone to marry. He hired that woman just to blackmail you.
Deng Yulian was so angry that she was shaking all over, shameless. Lu Yang patted her shoulder and said, don't worry, they can't hold on to the 500,000 yuan. That afternoon, Zhang Detsai happily walked into an underground casino carrying a cash box.
Boss, let's exchange chips.
He slammed the box on the counter with great pride. The casino owner opened the box, looked through it, and suddenly his face darkened, fake.
What? Zhang Detsai's eyes widened, impossible.
The boss sneered, pulled out a stack of bills and threw it in his face, look for yourself. Zhang Detsai picked it up and took a look at it, and instantly collapsed to the ground except for the top one, which was a real bill. The ones below were all blank paper.
How dare you come here and use fake money?
The boss waved his hand and several thugs surrounded him, beat them up. At the same time, Lu Yang was sitting in the office, listening to the report on the other end of the phone, with a slight smile on his face. Well, do it cleanly and don't cause any deaths. After hanging up the phone, he looked at Deng Yulian who was standing beside him. Solved. Deng Yulian was silent for a moment, then suddenly bowed deeply. Mr. Lu, thank you.
Lu Yang waved his hand. It's a small matter. If you have any trouble in the future, just come to me directly.
Deng Yulian raised her head, a complex emotion flashed across her eyes, and finally turned into a faint smile. Okay.
Chapter 42 The Charm of a Mature Woman. After solving Deng Yulian's trouble, Lu Yang returned to his office, sank into the leather boss chair, and breathed a sigh of relief. He casually picked up the coffee on the table and took a sip. With his other hand, he swiped the screen of his mobile phone and scrolled through his circle of friends out of boredom. Suddenly, a new message popped up on WeChat. Suya, video. Lu Yang raised his eyebrows and tapped his finger lightly, and the video started playing automatically. In the picture, Suya is wearing a tight white sweater and a black hip-hugging miniskirt, and is dancing to the recently popular song Shake the Sun facing the camera. Her movements were not coordinated, even a little clumsy, but her body proportions were exaggerated. The fullness of her chest swayed slightly with her dance steps, and the curve of her hips wrapped in a short skirt was faintly visible as her waist twisted. Puff Lu Yang almost spit out a mouthful of coffee. He put down the cup, squinted his eyes, and read it again with interest. Suya is obviously not very good at dancing, but she is very relaxed. She even blew a kiss to the camera at the end of the video, her red lips slightly parted and her eyes showing a hint of teasing. Lu Yang chuckled and tapped on the screen with his fingers. He said proudly, Miss Su, this dance is quite creative, isn't it? Less than 5 seconds after the message was sent, the other party replied. Suya, shy, it's my first time dancing, I'm not very experienced. He was very proud. It's good to be unskilled, but it's boring to be too skilled. Suya, really? Then, do you like watching it? Lu Yang raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and deliberately paused for a few seconds before replying. Smugly, I like it, especially the part where you twist your waist. Suya, blushing, you observe very carefully. Lu Yang leaned back in his chair, tapping the table lightly with his fingers, feeling happy. Suya didn't he know that Yang Yang de was Lu Yang, and he also enjoyed this ambiguous game between strangers. After all, the last time I met Suya in real life, she seemed quite aloof and distant. But on the internet, she became more relaxed when she didn't know who the other person was. Suya, actually, I seldom dance. I only learned it because you said you wanted to see me dance the sun-shaking dance a few days ago. Smugly, so obedient? Then I want to see you continue to dance other dances. Suya, chuckling, what dance do you want to see me do? I can learn it right away. Lu Yang chuckled and continued typing. He said proudly, I am so honored. How about another dance? Suya, what do you want to see? He said complacently, it's up to you. You look good in any dance anyway. Suya, shy, then, wait for me. A few minutes later, Suya sent another video, and it turned out that she was dancing to the pendulum. This time, she changed into a low-cut black suspender dress, with her hair loosely tied to one side, and swayed her body slowly to the music. Her movements were smoother than before, but still a bit awkward, which added a different kind of temptation. Especially when she turned around, the hem of her skirt lifted up slightly, revealing a section of her white thigh, which was then quickly covered by the cloth, making it vaguely visible, which made Lu Yang's throat tighten. He said complacently, beautiful Miss Su, you are trying to kill me. Suya, chuckling, don't you like it? He said proudly, I like it very much, but I am a little angry. Suya, then, do you need to cool down? Lu Yang's eyes darkened, his finger paused on the screen for a moment, then he smiled and replied. Smug, how to surrender? Suya, guess. Lu Yang was just about to continue teasing her when there was a knock on the office door. Mr. Lu, Manager Deng is looking for you. The secretary's voice came from outside the door. Lu Yang sighed and quickly replied. Smugly, I have something to do first, we can talk in the evening. Suya, okay, I'll wait for you. Lu Yang put away his phone and adjusted his expression, come in. Deng Yulian pushed the door open and walked in, holding a document in her hand, her face returning to its usual capable look. Mr. Lu, this is the financial statement for last quarter. I need your signature. Lu Yang took the document, glanced at it casually, and signed his name. Deng Yulian took the document, hesitated for a moment, and whispered, thank you for today's matter.
Lu Yang waved his hand. It's just a small matter, don't take it to heart. Deng Yulian nodded and turned to leave, but at the moment of closing the door, her eyes inadvertently swept across Lu Yang's mobile phone screen and happened to see the latest message from Suya.
Suya, what do you want to see me wearing tonight? Shy.
Deng Yulian paused for a moment, then closed the door as if nothing had happened.
At 9 o'clock in the evening, Lu Yang returned to the mansion of Dizuan Mansion. Just after taking a shower, his cell phone vibrated. He picked it up and saw that it was a message from Suya. Suya, what are you doing?
Lu Yang wiped his hair and typed with one hand.
Smug, just finished taking a shower, how about you? Suya, me too.
Then she sent a photo in front of the bathroom mirror. Suya was wrapped in a bath towel, her wet long hair was draped over her shoulders, a few drops of water were hanging on her collarbone, and her skin was glowing with a delicate luster under the warm yellow light.
Lu Yang's eyes darkened and his Adam's apple rolled. Smugly, does this count as a foul? Suya, chuckling, don't like it?
He said proudly, I like it, but it tests my concentration a bit.
Suya, then, do you want a video?
Lu Yang raised his eyebrows, not expecting her to be so bold. He made the video call directly, but turned off his camera. A few seconds later, Suya's face appeared on the screen. She seemed a little nervous, her cheeks slightly red, but she still smiled at the camera. Good evening.
Lu Yang leaned against the head of the bed and said lazily, Good evening, Miss Su. Suya bit her lower lip and said softly, You really want to see me dance?
Lu Yang laughed softly, Of course, but it's nice to chat like this now.
Suya blinked, suddenly moved closer to the camera, and lowered her voice, Actually, I have a secret.
What secret?
I've never been like this in front of anyone before.
Her voice was a little shy.
I don't know why, but I always feel relaxed when I talk to you. Lu Yang's eyes moved slightly, and he deliberately asked, What if I am someone you know?
Suya was stunned for a moment, then laughed and said, Impossible, I don't know anyone who is as good at flirting as you.
Lu Yang smiled but said nothing, thinking to himself, If you knew who I am, I wonder what expression you would have.
The two chatted for a while, and Suya seemed to be more and more relaxed, and even joked that she would dance a special version of Shake the Sun for him. Lu Yang was about to respond when suddenly a new message popped up on his phone screen. Deng Yulian, Mr. Lu, I have sorted out the meeting materials for tomorrow morning.
Would you like to review them now? Lu Yang frowned and replied, Let's talk about it tomorrow. When the video was switched back, Suya was already lying on the bed, holding her chin and looking at him. Are you busy? Not busy. Lu Yang smiled, Continue?
Suya nodded and was about to speak when suddenly, there was a knock on her door.
Mom! Are you asleep?
A clear female voice came from outside the door. Suya's face changed, and she quickly said to Lu Yang, My daughter is back, I'll hang up first. The video disconnected instantly.
Lu Yang looked at the black screen and laughed. Is this considered exciting?
He put down his phone and lay down on the bed, Suya's panicked expression still echoing in his mind.
Chapter 43 No More Live Broadcasts.
About an hour later, Lu Yang came out of the bathroom after taking a shower, his hair still wet. While wiping his hair, he picked up his phone and found a WeChat message from Suya.
Suya, my daughter is asleep, I'm going to do a live broadcast, do you want to come and support me? Naughty. Lu Yang raised his lips, thinking that this woman was quite proactive. He replied. He said proudly, Okay, what are you going to play? Are you going to dance to Shaking the Sun? Suya, laughing, If you want to see it, I can dance. Lu Yang opened Douyin and searched for Suya's live broadcast room.
When the picture was loaded, Suya was already sitting in front of the camera, wearing a loose beige sweater, with her hair loosely tied behind her ears, looking lazy and gentle. There were not many people in the live broadcast room, only about 200 people, but the comments were very fast.
Sister has a beautiful figure. This weapon is amazing. Can the anchor dance?
Wear black stockings.
How much can I pay offline? Private message me. Auntie, I want to play poker with you.
Lu Yang frowned when he saw these comments, and suddenly felt inexplicably unhappy.
Damn, why are these people so rude?
He muttered, tapping his fingers on the screen. Suya obviously saw those explicit comments, but she just smiled, her tone gentle but distant. Thank you for your support, but today we are just chatting, no dancing.
Why are you pretending to be so noble? Who will watch you if you don't dance?
That's right, wearing such tight clothes is boring. It would be a shame if you don't twist your body if you have such a good figure. Lu Yang stared at the screen, his eyes gradually turning cold.
Damn it, do you really think I don't exist? He opened the gift bar and directly swiped 10 carnivals.
The gorgeous special effects instantly dominated the screen, and the live broadcast room was filled with comments.
WTF? 10 carnivals? 30,000 yuan. Big boss, this is awesome. Are you interested in the anchor?
Suya was stunned for a moment, then she smiled softly with her hands covering her lips. Thank you for the proud carnival.
Before she finished speaking, Lu Yang swiped 20 more in a row.
The audience in the live broadcast room was completely excited, and the male netizens who had been talking nonsense just now suddenly fell silent.
Lu Yang sneered and sent a private message to Suya directly.
Smugly, get off the live stream, now. 1 minute later, Suya's live broadcast was suddenly interrupted. Her video call came immediately.
Lu Yang turned off her camera as usual. On the screen, her cheeks were slightly red and her eyes were a little flustered. Why did you give so many gifts? The platform takes a commission.
Lu Yang leaned against the head of the bed and said in a calm tone, I'm not happy with those people's bad mouths.
Suya bit her lip and said, actually, I'm used to it.
It's inevitable to encounter such people when doing live broadcasts.
Get used to it? Lu Yang sneered, I'm not used to it.
He clicked on the transfer page and his fingers moved quickly on the screen.
3 seconds later, Suya's cell phone dinged.
She looked down, her pupils suddenly contracted. I am proud to transfer 1,000.00 yuan to you.
This. Suya raised her head suddenly, her voice trembling, did you turn the wrong way?
Lu Yang supported his chin with one hand and said lazily, I didn't turn it wrong.
It's for you. But this is too much. I can't take it. I told you to keep it.
Lu Yang said in a tone that brooked no refusal, pay off your debt first, and then stop live streaming in the future.
Suya clenched her phone, her eyes slightly red, but... Don't you think it's too little? No. Suya hurriedly shook her head, I just don't know how to repay you.
Lu Yang curled his lips, that's easy, just learn a few more dances and then dance for me alone.
Suya bit her lip and finally whispered, okay, I'll try to learn it. At 9 o'clock the next morning, Lu Yang was still asleep when his cell phone suddenly rang. He answered the phone dazedly, hello? Brother Lu, it's me.
Han Huay's timid voice came from the other end of the phone.
Lu Yang rubbed his eyes and sobered up a little, Hui? What's wrong? I want to move out of the school dormitory. Han Huay's voice was a little hesitant. My father has been discharged from the hospital and returned to his hometown. The dormitory environment is not very good. I want to rent a house. Lu Yang sat up and asked, has your father returned to Dongha County? How is his recovery? Well, the doctor said that I've recovered well and I just need to go home and rest.
Han Hui paused and added in a low voice, it's just that.
I'm a little scared to rent a house by myself.
Lu Yang heard her concerns and said directly, okay, I happen to have nothing to do today, I will take you to see the house later.
Han Huay's voice immediately became cheerful, really? Thank you, Brother Lu. Wait for me at the school gate. I'll be there soon.
After hanging up the phone, Lu Yang stretched and went to the bathroom to wash up.
Half an hour later, Lu Yang drove his Range Rover to the gate of Jiangcheng University, but did not see Han Hui. He was just about to call her.
I saw Han Hui looking around under a big tree about 100 meters away from the school gate. She was wearing a simple t-shirt and jeans, carrying a backpack, and looked like a freshman. Lu Yang drove the car directly to Han Hui, then lowered the window and deliberately shouted to her.
Beauty, want a date? Han Hui looked up and saw that it was Lu Yang.
Her face instantly turned red with embarrassment. As soon as she got in the car, she whispered, Brother Lu, thank you for your help.
Lu Yang smiled and said, don't be polite. Let's go. I'll show you the house.
They looked at several houses and finally chose a one-bedroom apartment not far from the school, with a monthly rent of 3,000 yuan, a quiet environment and good security. After signing the contract, Lu Yang directly transferred a year's rent to the landlord. The landlord was a woman in her 40s.
She looked at Han Hui, then at Lu Yang, with an ambiguous look in her eyes. Girl, is this your boyfriend?
Han Huay's face instantly turned red, and she waved her hands quickly. No.
He is my brother. Lu Yang also smiled. Yes, I am her brother. The landlady said oh meaningfully and didn't ask any more questions.
After all, it was not uncommon for rich men to have mistresses in their mansions near the university. After paying the deposit, Lu Yang helped Han Huihui move her luggage. While tidying up the room, Han Huihui suddenly whispered, "Brother Lu, actually, I'm a little afraid of living alone." Lu Yang was helping her install the curtains. Hearing this, he turned around and looked at her. "What are you afraid of? The security in this neighborhood is pretty good." Han Huihui lowered her head and twisted her fingers together. "It's just, I feel a little scared at night." Lu Yang thought for a moment and said, "How about I find you a roommate?" Han Huihui quickly shook her head. No. I just said it casually." Seeing her nervous look, Lu Yang couldn't help but laugh. "Okay, then call me anytime if you have anything." Han Huihui nodded, and finally a smile appeared on her face. "Yeah." It was almost noon, and Lu Yang was about to leave when Han Huihui suddenly said, "Brother Lu, can I treat you to a meal? Just as a thank you for helping me today." Lu Yang wanted to refuse, but seeing her expectant eyes, he nodded. "Okay, what do you want to eat?" Han Huihui's eyes lit up. "I know there's a small restaurant nearby, the food is really good." The two came to an inconspicuous little restaurant and ordered some home-cooked dishes. During the meal, Han Huihui gradually became more talkative, talking about interesting things at school and even mentioned her father's recovery. "Brother Lu, thank you so much. If it weren't for your help, my father's illness would," she said with red eyes. Lu Yang waved his hand. "Let's not talk about the past, let's eat." Han Huihui nodded, lowered her head and took 2 mouthfuls of rice, then suddenly raised her head again and said with courage, "Brother Lu, I'm ready." "What are you ready for?" "It's about that last time." Han Huihui was too shy to speak. Lu Yang almost spit out a mouthful of water. Ahem. Han Huihui's face instantly turned red to her ears. "Brother Lu, I want to be your woman." Lu Yan looked at her flustered look and couldn't help laughing. "Have you really thought it through? I'm a very fickle person." Before he could finish his words, his cell phone rang. It was a WeChat message from Suya. "Suya, video, I just learned a new dance. What do you think of it?" Lu Yang clicked on the video. In the video, Suya was wearing a tight black dance costume and performing a sexy dance. Her movements were much smoother than yesterday. The corners of his mouth rose unconsciously, and he replied. He said proudly, "That's quite a progress. How about I reward you with 10 carnivals?" Suya, chuckling, "I don't want a carnival, I want you to praise me." Lu Yang was about to continue teasing her, but when he looked up, he found Han Huihui looking at him eagerly. "Ah, a message from a friend." He laughed dryly and put away his phone. Han Huihui said oh and lowered her head to continue eating, but her eyes were obviously dimmed. Chapter 44, Women's Thoughts. The sunlight shone through the car window onto Han Huihui's profile, casting a soft halo on her fair skin. She lowered her head and fiddled with the seatbelt, her fingertips trembling slightly, as if she had something to say but didn't dare to speak. Lu Yang glanced at her and the Land Rover Range Rover was driving smoothly on the way back to school. "What's wrong?" "He hasn't spoken since he came out of the restaurant." Han Huihui bit her lower lip and suddenly looked up. "Brother Lu, I was serious about what I just said." The car happened to pass over a speed bump, and the slight bump caused the girl's body to unconsciously lean towards the driver's seat. She took the opportunity to grab Lu Yang's right arm, her voice as light as a feather. I want to be your woman." Lu Yang's fingers tightened on the steering wheel. Her red ears and sparkling eyes were reflected in the rearview mirror, like a little deer mustering all her courage. "You were still young." He was interrupted just as he began to speak. "I'm not little anymore." Han Huihui suddenly raised her voice, then immediately lowered her head in embarrassment. "I know you have another woman, the one who just sent you a message, right? I don't care." Her nails scratched the leather seat unconsciously, making a slight sound in the quiet cabin. "From the day you helped pay for my dad's medical expenses, The traffic light turned from green to red and Lu Yang stepped on the brakes. Han Huihui seized this brief moment of stillness, suddenly unbuckled her seatbelt, and threw herself forward. The girl's lips, with the sweet scent of strawberry lipstick, pressed against his awkwardly. Her eyelashes trembled violently, and her hands were tightly grasping the collar of his shirt, wrinkling the expensive fabric into messy folds. She clumsily imitated the kissing scene in the movie, tentatively touching the seam of his lips with the tip of her tongue, then shrinking back like a frightened rabbit. The honking of a vehicle behind them startled the two men. When Han Huihui hurriedly returned to her seat, her lips were still wet. The way she fumbled with her seatbelt made Lu Yang's throat tighten.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Her voice was filled with tears.
Am I too? Lu Yang suddenly turned on the turn signal and turned the car into an empty alley.
After turning off the engine, he unbuckled his seatbelt and turned to stare at her.
Look at me.
Han Huihui looked up timidly and found that the man's gaze was deeper than ever before. He reached out and touched her hot cheek, his thumb brushing across the corner of her wet lips.
Don't you regret it? The girl responded by kissing him again.
This time she boldly straddled the driver's seat. Lu Yang could feel her rapid heartbeat through the thin fabric, like a frightened bird.
I arrived to school.
Han Huihui blushed as she straightened her ruffled collar, her fingertips lingering on the car door handle.
When my period is over.
Lu Yang looked at her reddened face and teased her deliberately.
What?
That is. She stamped her feet in shame and anger, the sound was as soft as a mosquito.
I give you my whole self.
After saying that, he jumped out of the car like a frightened rabbit. Lu Yang looked at her back as she fled, the hem of her school uniform skirt fluttering gently as she ran. It was not until the figure disappeared around the corner of the dormitory building that he smiled, shook his head and started the car.
The car stereo was playing a DJ music that Lu Yan liked. Look into my eyes, why don't you look at me? I'm obsessed with you, I never tell you when you make a mistake.
Even if others say it's my fault, I still love you deeply. The phone screen lit up, and it was a new dance video sent by Suya. This time she was dancing to Dangerous Party in a silk nightgown, and her shoulder strap slid down and pulled up as she moved.
He pressed the voice button.
The dance is good, but I prefer to see black stockings and high heels.
Almost at the same time, Han Huihui's message popped up. Brother Lu, I checked the information. Is there anything to prepare after that? I bought new underwear. Lu Yang burst out laughing.
Two women, two completely different styles, just like two glasses of fine wine from different years waiting to be tasted. Just then, a familiar white Audi A4 slowly drove by, the window rolled down, revealing a delicate and mature-faced Deng Yulian. She seemed to recognize Lu Yang's car, hesitated for a moment, and finally pulled over, rolled down the window, and smiled at him. Boss Lu, what a coincidence.
Lu Yang nodded and said, Manager Deng, are you taking a day off today?
Deng Yulian pursed her lips, seeming a little embarrassed, but quickly adjusted her expression. Yes, I just sent my son to my mother. She paused, and as if mustering up the courage, she said, I haven't thanked you properly for what happened last time.
How about I buy you a cup of coffee?
Lu Yang raised his eyebrows.
He didn't expect that the usually restrained Deng Yulian would take the initiative to invite him.
He smiled and said, okay, I'm fine too. The two chose a quiet coffee shop.
Deng Yulian ordered a latte and Lu Yang ordered an American coffee.
She stirred her coffee gently, her eyes lowered, as if she was choosing her words.
Actually, I've been wanting to find an opportunity to thank you.
She finally spoke, her voice soft but with a hint of fatigue. Lu Yan looked at her and found that she was not wearing a professional suit today, but a simple beige sweater with a slightly open neckline, revealing her collarbone. She looked less sharp and more gentle than usual.
It's just a small favor, don't take it to heart.
He smiled faintly.
Deng Yulian shook her head and smiled bitterly. For me, it's not a small matter.
She took a deep breath and said as if she had made up her mind, my husband has been dead for 7 years. He was a gambler and owed a lot of debts. Her fingertips tapped lightly on the coffee cup, her voice trembling a little. During that time, I worked very hard just to prevent my son from being affected, but sometimes
I really felt like I couldn't hold on any longer. Lu Yan listened quietly without interrupting.
She looked up at him, then quickly looked away. So, I'm really grateful for your help that time. Lu Yan looked at her tense shoulders and suddenly said, you are suppressing yourself too much.
Deng Yulian was stunned. What?
You're taking too much stress on yourself. Lu Yang picked up his coffee, his eyes deep. Work, family, son. You've been taking care of others, but what about yourself? Deng Yulian was stunned, her eyes slightly red, but she quickly forced a smile. I'm used to it, there's nothing I can do about it. Lu Yang stared at her for a few seconds, then suddenly smiled. How about, go and howl a few times?
She didn't react. KTV.
He raised his eyebrows, drink some wine, sing some songs, and let off some steam. Deng Yulian subconsciously wanted to refuse, but when the words came to her lips, she nodded in a mysterious way. Okay.
The lights in the box were dim.
Deng Yulian was a little reserved at first and just sipped the red wine. But with the effect of alcohol, she gradually relaxed. Lu Yang ordered a few songs, deliberately choosing Hiroshima Mon Amour, and handed her a microphone. Try it? Deng Yulian hesitated for a moment, but finally took it. Her voice was unexpectedly beautiful, with the unique charm of a mature woman. When she sang to the climax, her emotions seemed to be aroused and her eyes turned slightly red. Lu Yang sat next to her, his arm casually resting on the sofa behind her, touching her shoulder vaguely. Deng Yulian noticed it and her heart beat faster, but the alcohol made her bolder than usual and she did not dodge. After singing the song, she put down the microphone, her cheeks slightly tipsy, her eyes a little blurry. It's been a long time.
I haven't been so relaxed.
Lu Yang looked at her, and suddenly reached out and gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. You should live for yourself more often. Deng Yulian's breathing stagnated and her heart almost skipped a beat. In the box, the music continued, but the distance between the two people was getting closer and closer.
Chapter 45: An Unexpected Encounter.
In the KTV box, under the dim lights, Deng Yulian's singing gradually stopped and the air was filled with a faint aroma of red wine. Her cheeks were slightly flushed and her eyes were a little blurry. It was obvious that the alcohol had made her relax a lot. Lu Yang sat beside her, his arm naturally resting on the sofa behind her, his fingertips lightly touching her shoulders.
You sing so beautifully, Lu Yang whispered, with a hint of temptation in his voice.
Deng Yulian turned her head and met his gaze, her heart beating faster unconsciously. She pursed her lips and whispered, I haven't been so relaxed in a long time.
Thank you.
Lu Yang smiled slightly, stroked her hair gently with his fingers, and said in a low voice, You are usually too tense, you should live for yourself once in a while. Deng Yulian's breathing stagnated slightly, and Lu Yang's approach made her feel a little palpitated. The distance between the two was getting closer and closer, and just when their lips were about to touch each other.
Ding-ling-ling. The shrill ring of a cell phone suddenly rang, breaking the ambiguous atmosphere in the box.
Deng Yulian suddenly came to her senses and hurriedly took out her cell phone from her bag. The word Sun was displayed on the screen.
Hello, Yifan?
Her voice was still a little unstable.
Mom, why haven't you come back yet?
The boy's voice came from the other end of the phone, with a hint of dissatisfaction. Deng Yulian woke up instantly, the blush on her face faded, replaced by a trace of panic and guilt. She stood up hurriedly and straightened her messy collar. I'm sorry, Mom was delayed by something.
I'll be back soon.
After hanging up the phone, she took a deep breath, looked at Lu Yang, and forced a smile. Sorry, I have to go back, my son is waiting for me. Lu Yang leaned on the sofa, his eyes still deep, but his tone had returned to his usual calmness. It's okay, I'll take you there. Deng Yulian shook her head, picked up her bag and walked quickly to the door. No need, I can just take a taxi myself. Her back looked a little hurried, as if she was running away from something. Lu Yang watched her back disappear at the door, sighed softly, picked up the red wine on the table and drank it all.
The next morning, Lu Yang just got up and his cell phone vibrated.
He picked it up and saw that it was a WeChat message from Yang Xueyan.
Xue is super sweet, uncle. Don't forget our appointment tonight. See you at Jianghu food stall at 6 o'clock. Don't stand me up.
Lu Yang smiled and replied, I know, I won't forget it. He put down his phone, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, and overlooked the scenery of Jiangcheng. The sunlight came in through the glass, shining on his profile, outlining a sharp outline. The ambiguous scene with Deng Yulian last night is still vivid in his mind, but today he has to deal with that girl Yang Xueyan. At 5:30 in the evening, Lu Yang changed into a casual suit and drove his Ferrari 488 to the agreed location.
The Jianghu food stall mentioned by Yang Xueyan is a street food stall near Jiangcheng University.
It is said that it is a place where she and her friends often gather. When the car stopped in front of the food stall, it immediately attracted the attention of passers-by. The roar of the Ferrari made several yellow-haired young men who were smoking on the roadside open their eyes wide. As soon as Lu Yang got off the car, he saw Yang Xueyan rushing out of the food stall. She wore an oversized denim jacket today, paired with hot pants and over-the-knee socks, and had a slightly mature makeup on her face, making her look a few years older than her actual age.
Uncle! You're really here! Yang Xueyan rushed over excitedly, hugged Lu Yang's arm, and rubbed against him like a clingy kitten.
Lu Yang rubbed her hair helplessly. I said I would come, so I won't lie to you. Yang Xueyan smiled and pulled him towards the food stall. Come in.
My friends are waiting.
The food stall was filled with smoke. A few simple folding tables were put together, and sitting around them were young boys and girls dressed in exaggerated styles. Most of the girls wore heavy makeup and revealing clothes, while the boys all had blonde hair, tattoos, cigarettes in their mouths, and acted like social men.
Seeing Yang Shuiyan pulling Lu Yang in, everyone's eyes turned to them.
Especially when they saw that Lu Yang was the man who had just got off the Ferrari parked at the door, the group of young people widened their eyes.
Oh shit. Sister Shui, is this really your boyfriend?
A girl with dyed blonde hair exclaimed.
Yang Shuiyan raised her chin proudly, of course. My uncle is awesome. Lu Yang's mouth twitched, and he whispered to her, when did I become your boyfriend? Yang Shuiyan winked slyly, just acted out temporarily, otherwise it would be so embarrassing.
Lu Yang shook his head helplessly, too lazy to argue with her.
Several yellow-haired young men came over, their eyes full of envy and admiration. Brother, how much did you pay for this car?
Lu Yang said calmly, about 10 million.
Fuck. Awesome.
The yellow-haired people immediately exploded and surrounded him with a lot of chatter.
Brother, what business are you in? Can you take my little brother with you? Is your watch real? Patek Philippe?
Lu Yang was getting a headache from the noise, so he raised his hand to signal them to be quiet. Alright, have fun today, I'll pay for the meal.
Really? Everyone cheered again. Yang Shuiyan proudly took Lu Yang's arm and glanced at her friends ostentatiously, as if to say, look, my uncle is so awesome. Lu Yang didn't plan to stay long. After briefly speaking, he prepared to leave. Seeing this, Yang Shuiyan quickly followed out, Uncle, are you leaving? Lu Yang nodded, you guys go ahead and have fun, I have something else to do. Yang Shuiyan pouted and held his arm tightly, stay with me for a while.
Lu Yang pinched her face helplessly, don't make trouble, I'll accompany you next time. At this moment, a cold female voice came from behind.
Yang Shuiyan. What are you doing? Lu Yan looked back and saw a tall young woman standing not far away.
She was wearing a white windbreaker, her long hair was like a waterfall, her face was delicate but cold as ice, and she stared at them sharply.
Yang Shuiyan's face changed, and she subconsciously let go of Lu Yang's arm, stammering, cousin, cousin. Cousin?
Lu Yang raised his eyebrows and looked at the woman in front of him.
The woman walked over quickly, pulled Yang Shuiyan behind her, and glared at Lu Yang. Who are you? Why did you seduce an underage girl? Lu Yang was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Deception? Did you misunderstand something? Yang Shuiyan hurriedly explained. Cousin, you misunderstood. Uncle is my friend. Friend? The woman sneered, her eyes swept over Lu Yang's clothes and the Ferrari, her tone became even colder. What good intentions can a man of this age have for approaching you? Lu Yang spread his hands, too lazy to explain. Whatever you think.
The woman grabbed Yang Shuiyan's wrist and said sternly, come home with me. If I see you associating with this kind of person again, I will show you how I will deal with you.
Yang Shuiyan struggled to turn around and shouted to Lu Yang, Uncle, I'm sorry. My cousin has a bad temper.
Lu Yang waved his hand, indicating that she shouldn't worry about it. He looked at the two people's backs as they left and shook his head helplessly. Back in the car, Lu Yang just started the engine when his cell phone rang.
This is a WeChat message from Yang Shuiyan. Shui is super sweet, Uncle. I'm sorry.
My cousin is not usually like this, she may have misunderstood.
Lu Yang smiled and replied, it's okay, your cousin is just concerned about you.
Shui is super sweet, she is usually very aloof and cold to everyone. I don't know what happened today, she suddenly got so angry.
Lu Yang thought of Bai Rushuan's cold eyes and found it interesting.
He replied, okay, explain it to her and don't let her worry. Putting down his phone, Lu Yang stepped on the accelerator and the Ferrari slowly drove away from the food stall. The neon lights on the street reflected on the car window, outlining his deep profile.
Chapter 46, Social Death Moment.
The night is as dark as ink, and the glass curtain wall of the emperor's mansion reflects the lights of thousands of homes in Jiangcheng. Lu Yang parked the Ferrari steadily in the underground garage and tapped the steering wheel twice with his slender fingers, as if recalling everything that happened today. The elevator went directly to the top floor, and the intelligent recognition system automatically lit up a soft blue light when he approached.
Welcome home, master.
Daji's gentle electronic voice sounded at the entrance, as the lights in the room gradually lit up. The smart glass of the floor-to-ceiling windows automatically adjusts its transparency, perfectly framing the city's night view into a flowing picture. Lu Yang casually threw the car keys onto the storage table in the entrance hall, and the collision of metal and marble made a crisp sound. He untied his tie, and the expensive silk fabric slipped from his fingers, gleaming with a delicate luster under the light. The leather sofa sank slightly with his weight, making a comfortable squeak.
Play today's financial news.
He rubbed his temples and closed his eyes to rest.
Important information has been selected for you.
Dodgy responded, and the projection screen in the living room slowly lowered.
Lu Yang's eyes fell on the bottle of treasured Macallan whiskey on the coffee table.
The amber wine flows under the light, and the sound of ice cubes colliding is crisp and pleasant. He tilted his head back and drank it all. The heat of the alcohol spread from his throat to his chest, but it could not extinguish the inexplicable flame in his heart. At this moment, the mobile phone screen suddenly lit up, and the video invitation sent by Suya was particularly eye-catching in the darkness.
Lu Yang's lips curled slightly, and his fingertips hovered over the answer button for a second.
He quickly pressed the answer button, but forgot the crucial step of turning off the camera. On the other side of the screen, Suya was tilting her head and wiping her wet hair with a towel. The straps of her silk suspender nightgown slipped down to her arms, revealing her round shoulders. Drops of water slid down her slender neck and into the hollow of her collarbone, sparkling in the light. When she saw clearly that it was Lu Yang's face that appeared on the screen, the action of wiping her hair froze instantly.
You?
Her wide eyes were filled with astonishment, and her pink lips were slightly opened, revealing a bit of her white teeth.
The originally relaxed body instantly straightened, and the fingertips unconsciously tightened the towel. Lu Yang saw her reaction clearly and his Adam's apple rolled unconsciously. He deliberately lowered his voice. "Good evening, Miss Su."
His voice was hoarse, soaked in whiskey. Suya's face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye, spreading from her ears to her snow-white chest. She hurriedly tried to grab her phone, but accidentally knocked over the water cup on the bedside table. The video stopped abruptly with the sound of breaking glass.
The air in Suya's apartment seemed to freeze.
She remained frozen in place, holding the phone in her hand.
Water droplets fell from the ends of her hair, leaving dark marks on the silk sheets. The chat records of the past few days replayed in my mind like a revolving lantern. "Honey, do you want to see me wearing this pajamas?" The way she chewed her lower lip for the camera. Follow the sexy wave that internet celebrities have learned, and the extent to which the nightgown is lifted when the waist is twisted. There was even one time when she unbuttoned 2 buttons in front of the camera, looking seductive. Ah!
Suya threw herself into the duvet, her legs kicking wildly, her toes curling and unclenching. She grabbed a pillow and smashed it against her face, as if that would help her escape reality. The silk pajamas rolled up to the base of the thighs during the struggle, revealing her fair and tender skin.
The phone suddenly vibrated, giving her a fright. A new message popped up on the screen. Why did it suddenly hang up? Is the network bad? Suya's fingers trembled as she hovered over the screen.
She typed a line of words and deleted it 3 times before sending it out.
"You bastard. I regretted it right after I sent it."
The tone of her voice was just like that of a little girl who was being bullied.
She added hastily, "Why didn't you tell me you were Lu Yang?"
After sending it out, I felt it was inappropriate and quickly clicked to withdraw it. But the other party had obviously seen it.
"It's not too late to know now." Attached with a meaningful smiley emoji.
Suya buried her burning face in her palms, and suddenly remembered that when they first met at the hot pot restaurant, she scolded him coldly.
Rogue.
And now, she looked down at her translucent nightgown and her toes curled up in shame.
Lu Yan looked at the screen constantly showing. The other party is typing.
Imagining Suya's flustered look at this moment, the smile in his eyes deepened. He slowly unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of his shirt, revealing his well-defined collarbone.
"Before you block me, finish the dance you owe me first." He deliberately brought up the past. The phone vibrated, and Suya replied quickly. "Who owes you a dance?" "That's all, you lied to me." I can imagine her angry look even through the screen.
Lu Yang picked up the wine glass and took a sip, then continued typing. "Last night at 2:17, you said you wanted to dance to me in a black stockings and high heels version of Dangerous Party."
This time the other party was silent for a full 3 minutes.
When the message alert sounded again, the content made him laugh out loud.
That was sent automatically by the system. My phone was stepped on by a cat when I fell asleep. The poor excuse is so cute that it makes people want to continue bullying. Lu Yang tapped the screen with his slender fingers. "I see. Then make up for it now? My cat wants to see it too." "Lu Yang."
Suya sent a voice message directly, her voice trembling with anger and shame.
"You, don't go too far. Lu Yang pressed the record button and deliberately lowered his voice. Is that too much? That was not your attitude in the underground garage that day.
He paused, letting the sound of his breathing clearly enter the microphone.
Miss Su.
After the message was sent successfully, he looked at the chat interface with satisfaction.
The other party is typing. But there was no reply yet.
As for Suya, she had already thrown her phone aside. She curled up at the head of the bed, hugging her knees and staring blankly. The moonlight shines through the gauze curtains, casting mottled shadows on her body, outlining her graceful outline.
Every encounter with Lu Yang keeps replaying in my mind.
The warmth of his palms as he supported himself in the corridor of the hot pot restaurant.
The tremor when his half-smiley eyes swept across her collarbone in the elevator.
Even when the video was connected just now, his shirt was slightly open to reveal a small piece of wheat-colored skin.
Stop.
Suya shook her head violently, and her long hair drew messy arcs in the air. She grabbed the pillow and pressed it against her face, but it couldn't stop the temperature on her cheeks from rising.
The phone suddenly vibrated, and she almost jumped up in fright. This is a message from my bestie. Sister, what happened to that rich guy you mentioned last time?
Suya stared at the screen, her finger hovering in the air for a long time before replying.
Is a jerk.
After posting it, I felt it was not accurate enough, so I bit my lip and added.
But the asshole has to be kind of handsome.
I regretted it as soon as I sent it out and quickly withdrew it. Unfortunately, my bestie has already seen it and sent me a series of smirking emojis.
Oh, something's wrong. When can you bring him out to meet me? He can't be a bigger bastard than your ex-husband, right?
Suya threw her phone aside and collapsed on the bed. The chandelier on the ceiling gradually blurred in her sight, and she remembered the question her daughter asked her before going to bed.
Mom, you seem happier recently?
At that time, she just smiled and rubbed her daughter's hair.
Now she realized that these days and be complacent. When chatting, I was indeed looking forward to something.
Lu Yang stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, the whiskey glass at his fingertips reflecting the neon lights of the city. He tilted his head back and drank the last sip of the wine, his Adam's apple rolling up and down as he swallowed. The phone screen lit up, and it was the last message from Suya. Let's just pretend nothing happened.
He chuckled and didn't reply.
Some games are more fun if you play them slowly.
Chapter 47 Different Faces.
The early morning sunlight filtered into the bedroom through the gaps in the curtains, and Lu Yang was awakened by a rapid ring of his cell phone. He squinted his eyes and reached for the phone on the bedside table.
The screen showed Yu Jiaojiao. 3 words. Hello?
Lu Yang's voice was still hoarse from having just woken up.
Good morning, master.
Yu Jiao's sweet voice came from the other end of the phone.
Lu Yang rubbed his temples. Jiao, is there something that is causing you to call so early? Are you free today? I want to ask you for a favor.
Yu Jiao returned to her normal speaking tone and replied.
I want you to accompany me to Sunshine Welfare Home. Yu Jiao's voice suddenly became a little nervous. It's the orphanage I told you about before.
Lu Yang thought of the past events that Yu Jiao mentioned that day, and his sleepiness suddenly dissipated a little.
Why do you suddenly want to go back?
There was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds, and Yu Jiao's voice lowered.
Today is the dean's birthday. She raised me from childhood, and I want to go back to see her, and by the way. She paused. I want her to meet you. Lu Yang raised his eyebrows. See me?
Yu Jiao's voice was filled with anticipation.
May I? Lu Yang looked at the time, 8:12 a.m. Okay, where are you? I'll come pick you up. Very good. Yu Jiao's voice immediately became excited.
I'm at Spring Lake Apartments now, I'll send you the location. Half an hour later, Lu Yang's Range Rover stopped at the entrance of Chunhu apartment and saw Yu Jiao waiting on the roadside with 2 large bags. She only wore light lipstick today, tied her hair into a simple ponytail, and wore a white t-shirt and jeans.
She looked refreshing and sunny.
Lu Yang got out of the car, opened the trunk, and helped Yu Jiao put the things in.
He couldn't help but ask, what are these 2 big bags? Yu Jiao said cheerfully, of course it's a gift for the children. I promised them before.
After getting in the car, Lu Yang fastened his seatbelt while looking at Yu Jiao.
What, don't you recognize me? Seeing Lu Yang staring at her, Yu Jiao blinked mischievously. Lu Yang smiled and said. The first time I saw you dressed like this, I almost didn't recognize you.
Yu Jiaojiao stuck out her tongue and said playfully.
Back to the orphanage, I can't wear too fancy clothes in front of the children, as it will teach them bad lessons.
The car drove onto the road, and Yu Jiaojiao operated the central control screen and started playing music. She hummed along and tapped her fingers on the car door, looking in a good mood.
Do you go back often? Lu Yang asked while holding the steering wheel and tilting his head.
Yu Jiaojiao nodded. Well, I go there basically once or twice a month and bring some snacks and toys for the kids.
She paused. Actually, most of the money you gave me last time was donated to the welfare home. Lu Yang was a little surprised. Why didn't you tell me?
Yu Jiaojiao pursed her lips. I'm afraid you'll think I'm pretending to be pitiful, or have ulterior motives. Lu Yang looked at her rare serious profile and suddenly felt that this usually charming and enchanting woman had an indescribable sense of purity at this moment. As the car drove into the suburbs, the buildings on both sides of the road gradually became low and dilapidated. After driving for about 20 minutes, a gray-white 3-story building appeared in sight.
Sunshine Welfare Home. Some of the words have faded. Yu Jiaojiao took a deep breath and looked at Lu Yang. Here we are.
As soon as he got off the car, Lu Yang heard the sound of children playing in the yard. Yu Jiaojiao had already taken out 2 large bags from the trunk, which were filled with snacks, toys, and school supplies. Please help me get it. She handed one of the big bags to Lu Yang. After pushing open the iron gate, Lu Yang was slightly startled by the scene in front of him. A dozen children of different ages were playing in the yard. The moment they saw Yu Jiaojiao, they cheered in unison.
Sister Jiaojiao is here. The children swarmed over and surrounded Yu Jiaojiao.
A little girl jumped into her arms, raised her little face and said excitedly, Sister, I miss you so much. Yu Jiaojiao squatted down and hugged the little girl gently.
Sister misses you too.
She looked up at the other children.
Is everyone being well behaved?
Have. The children answered in unison. Lu Yang stood aside, watching Yu Jiaojiao being surrounded by children, and suddenly felt a little strange. The innocent smile on her face was something he had never seen before.
This is brother Lu Yang. Yu Jiaojiao introduced to the children.
He came here specially to see you all today. The children looked at Lu Yang curiously, and a little boy boldly asked,
Is brother sister Jiaojiao's boyfriend? Yu Jiaojiao's face instantly turned red. Don't talk nonsense.
She secretly glanced at Lu Yang and was relieved to see that he was not angry.
Where is the dean?
She changed the subject.
In the kitchen.
The children answered in unison.
Making a cake.
Yu Jiaojiao smiled and rubbed the children's hair.
Then let us go find the dean first and then play with you later, okay?
The children cheered and dispersed to continue their games. Yu Jiaojiao led Lu Yang towards the main building with brisk steps.
You can see that the kids like you very much. Lu Yang said. A hint of tenderness flashed in Yu Jiaojiao's eyes.
They are my brothers and sisters. I grew up here and I know what it is like to not have parents.
She paused.
So, I want to make them as happy as possible. Lu Yang looked at her slightly red eyes and suddenly understood why she needed money so much and why she was willing to sell herself to him. It was all for these children. In the kitchen, a woman in her 60s was busy. Hearing the footsteps, she turned around, and a surprised smile immediately appeared on her face.
Jiaojiao. Dean Mom.
Yu Jiaojiao put down the box, walked over quickly and hugged the old man.
Happy birthday.
The dean patted her back lovingly.
Kid, I told you don't have to make a special trip. She looked at Lu Yang. Who is this?
This is Lu Yang, my friend.
Yu Jiaojiao introduced.
He heard that today is your birthday and came here to congratulate you.
Lu Yang took a step forward. Hello, Dean.
The dean looked Lu Yang up and down, his eyes gentle but scrutinizing.
Thank you for coming to see us old people and children. Yu Jiaojiao took out an exquisite gift box. Dean Mama, this is for you.
The dean opened the box and found a soft cashmere scarf inside. Her eyes were slightly red. Silly child, spending money recklessly again.
It's not a waste of money.
Yu Jiaojiao said coquettishly.
You have a bad neck and need to keep warm in the winter.
The dean shook his head and smiled helplessly yet dotingly.
She turned to Lu Yang.
Jiaojiao has been like this since she was a child.
She is reluctant to spend money on food and clothing and always thinks about others.
Lu Yan looked at Yu Jiaojiao's slightly red ears and suddenly felt a little stuffy in his chest.
Go play with the children first.
The dean wiped his hands.
The cake will be ready in no time.
In the yard, Yu Jiaojiao was pulled by the children to play eagle catches chicken. She opened her arms and protected a string of chick with a bright smile on his face.
Sister Jiaojiao, run faster. The big bad wolf is coming.
Lu Yang sat on a bench nearby, watching this scene, the corners of his mouth unconsciously raised.
A little girl came up to him timidly and handed him a painting. Brother, this is for you. Lu Yang took the painting, which showed 3 people scribbled on it in crayons, 2 adults holding a little girl. This is? Sister Jiaojiao said that you are a good person.
The little girl said seriously.
Good people should be happy. Lu Yan was stunned.
He looked down at this childish painting and suddenly understood how important Yu Jiaojiao was in the children's hearts.
Thank you,
he whispered, carefully folding the painting and putting it in his breast pocket. The game came to an end, and Yu Jiaojiao came over breathlessly, with beads of sweat on her forehead.
I'm so tired.
Lu Yang handed her a bottle of water.
You are good at taking care of children.
Yu Jiaojiao took a big sip of water and said with a smile. I have been used to taking care of my younger brothers and sisters since I was a child. She looked at the children playing in the distance with gentle eyes. They are all very well behaved, but too sensible. Lu Yang followed her gaze and noticed a boy about 7 or 8 years old patiently helping a younger child tie his shoelaces.
Xiao Ming has congenital heart disease,
Yu Jiaojiao whispered. The surgery was too expensive, so I never had it done. She bit her lip.
I'm saving money.
Lu Yan looked at her clenched fist and suddenly said, I'll pay for the surgery. Yu Jiaojiao turned her head suddenly.
What?
I said I would pay for the surgery.
Lu Yan repeated calmly. Including other children in need. Yu Jiaojiao's eyes instantly turned red. Are you serious? Lu Yan nodded. Just consider it as a birthday present for the dean. Yu Jiaojiao burst into tears and hugged Lu Yang. Thank you.
Lu Yang patted her back gently, feeling her slightly trembling body. At this moment, he suddenly felt that compared to that Yu Jiaojiao, the one crying for the children in front of him was the real her. At noon, more than 20 children and staff members from the hospital sat around a long table, and the director cut the birthday cake himself. The children rushed to sing birthday songs for the dean, and the atmosphere was warm and joyful.
After dinner, Yu Jiaojiao took Lu Yang to visit the welfare home.
Simple dormitories, crowded classrooms, dilapidated amusement facilities, everything shows the financial difficulties here.
Let us go out for a walk,
Yu Jiaojiao suggested. The two came to the small hill behind the welfare home, where the view was wide and they could see the outline of the city in the distance. Yu Jiaojiao sat down under a big tree and patted the grass beside her.
This was my secret base when I was a kid.
Lu Yang sat down beside her, and the breeze blew by, bringing the fragrance of green grass. I was sent to an orphanage when I was 5 years old. Yu Jiaojiao looked into the distance and said softly.
My parents died in a car accident and I have no other relatives.
She smiled.
When I first arrived, I cried every day, so the dean brought me here and told me that if I wanted to cry, I should shout into the valley and the echo would take away my sadness.
Lu Yan listened quietly without interrupting. Then I grew up and started taking care of younger children. Yu Jiaojiao picked up a leaf and turned it between her fingers. I wanted to make a lot of money to give back to the orphanage, but it was not until I graduated from college that I realized making money was not as easy as I thought. She raised her head, and the sunlight cast mottled shadows on her face through the leaves. So I started looking for a rich man to sell me for a good price. Her voice dropped.
Later I happened to meet you.
Lu Yan looked at her slightly trembling eyelashes, and suddenly reached out and held her hand.
Yu Jiaojiao looked up in surprise, tears in her eyes. It's all over,
Lu Yang said softly.
Yu Jiaojiao took a deep breath and forced a smile.
The two were silent for a while, and Yu Jiaojiao suddenly said. You know, my biggest wish is to make enough money one day and come back to rebuild the orphanage.
She gestured.
There should be bright classrooms, comfortable dormitories, professional medical rooms.
Lu Yan looked at her sparkling eyes and suddenly said. I can help you realize this wish.
Yu Jiaojiao was stunned.
What? Rebuilding the welfare home. Lu Yang said seriously. I pay, you do the work. Yu Jiaojiao's tears welled up again. Why are you so nice to me? Lu Yang wiped the tears from her face. Because today, I saw the real Yu Jiaojiao. Yu Jiaojiao could no longer control herself and threw herself into Lu Yang's arms and burst into tears. All the grievances, hardships and persistence were finally understood and recognized at this moment. Lu Yang hugged her gently, feeling the person trembling in his arms. The city in the distance sparkled in the sun, as if witnessing this promise. As the sun sets, it's time to say goodbye. The children held Yu Jiaojiao's hands reluctantly, and the dean repeatedly reminded them to be careful on the road. I'll see you guys next week. Yu Jiaojiao squatted down and hugged the children one by one. A little girl pulled Lu Yang's clothes. Will my brother come again? Lu Yang touched her head. Yes, I will bring you more gifts next time. On the way back, Yu Jiaojiao became much quieter. It was not until the car entered the city that she whispered. Thank you, today was special. Lu Yan looked at her gentle profile and suddenly felt that this woman who was once just a plaything. The woman at this moment actually has an indescribable charm. Jiao. If you have any difficulties in the future, just tell me directly. Lu Yang said seriously. Don't put yourself in a difficult position anymore. Yu Jiaojiao's eyes turned red again. She nodded, with a hint of happiness on the corner of her mouth. Chapter 48 I Just Want to Eat You. Lu Yang was driving his Land Rover on the way back to the city. Out of the corner of his eye he saw Yu Jiaojiao fiddling with her seatbelt with her head down. Her slender fingers were unconsciously wrapping around the belt, round and round. What are you thinking about? Lu Yang broke the silence, his voice deep and magnetic. Yu Jiaojiao raised her head, with a charming smile on her lips. I was thinking, would you like to come and take a look at my little nest? She deliberately prolonged the ending of the syllable, with a teasing look in her eyes. No one has visited my new apartment yet. Lu Yang's Adam's apple rolled, and his fingers tightened on the steering wheel. Are you inviting me? What does the master think? Yu Jiaojiao tilted her head, a strand of hair fell on her rosy lips and was gently bitten by her. The Range Rover made a sharp turn and drove into the underground parking lot of Spring Lake Apartments. The tires made a harsh sound as they rubbed against the ground. Yu Jiaojiao screamed and her body leaned towards Lu Yang due to inertia. The softness of her chest accidentally rubbed against his arm. In such a hurry? She steadied herself, a sly gleam in her eyes. Lu Yang parked the car, unbuckled his seatbelt, turned around and looked her straight in the eye. What do you think? The moment the two looked at each other, the air seemed to freeze. Yu Jiaojiao's breathing became noticeably faster, and her chest rose and fell slightly, but she did not back down. Instead, she stretched out her tongue and gently licked her lips. Then, come with me? She unbuckled her seatbelt and opened the car door. In the elevator, Yu Jiaojiao stood beside Lu Yang, vaguely close to his body. She was wearing a tight white t-shirt today with a slightly open neckline, revealing her delicate collarbone and faint cleavage. She wore a pair of high-waisted jeans that perfectly outlined her slender waist and perky hips. Which floor? Lu Yang pressed the elevator button, his voice a little hoarse. 12th floor. Yu Jiaojiao replied, her fingers inadvertently brushing across the back of his hand. Room 1203. The elevator slowly rose, and the narrow space was filled with the faint scent of Yu Jiaojiao's perfume, mixed with a hint of body odor, which aroused Lu Yang's nerves. Bite. With a sound, the elevator arrived at the 12th floor. Yu Jiaojiao walked out of the elevator first. She turned around and looked at Lu Yang, her eyes filled with invitation and a hint of barely perceptible nervousness. This is it. She stopped in front of room 1203 and took out the key from her bag. The moment the key was inserted into the keyhole, her hands trembled slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. The door opened, and Yu Jiaojiao stepped aside to let Lu Yang go in first. Welcome to my little nest. The apartment is not big, but it is decorated warmly and exquisitely. The sofa in the living room is covered with a beige knitted blanket, and a bunch of fresh lilies is placed on the coffee table, exuding a faint fragrance. There was a white gauze curtain hanging in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, swaying gently in the breeze. Much neater than I thought. Lu Yang looked around, his lips slightly raised. Yu Jiaojiao closed the door and hung her bag on the hook behind the door. Why, am I just a slob in my master's eyes? She walked to the kitchen area and opened the refrigerator. What would you like to drink? There's wine, juice, and me. She spoke the last word almost into Lu Yang's ear, and her warm breath sprayed on his earlobe, causing a shiver. Lu Yang turned around and grabbed her waist. What do you think I'd like to drink now? Yu Jiaojiao chuckled and slid out of his arms flexibly. Don't be impatient, master. She took out some ingredients. I'm going to cook for you myself so you can taste my cooking. Lu Yang raised his eyebrows. Can you cook? What, you look down on me? Yu Jiaojiao pretended to be angry and pouted her red lips. I often help in the kitchen at the welfare home. She tied her apron skillfully and began to process the ingredients. Lu Yang leaned against the kitchen doorframe, watching her busy figure with interest. Yu Jiaojiao looked completely different when cooking. Her expression was focused and serious, and she would occasionally hum a few tunes. Need help? Lu Yang asked. Yu Jiaojiao turned around and smiled slyly. The master just needs to sit and wait, but... She paused. If you want to see something more exciting, you can come and help me. Lu Yang walked behind her, put his hands on the cooking counter, and trapped her between himself and the counter. Yu Jiaojiao's body obviously stiffened for a moment, but she quickly relaxed, and even leaned back deliberately to make their bodies closer. How can I concentrate on cooking if you're like this? Her voice was trembling, but she was smiling. Lu Yang lowered his head and whispered in her ear. Who told you to concentrate? Yu Jiaojiao's ears turned red, and she turned around and gently pushed him away. Bad guy, go sit over there, the food will be ready soon. Lu Yang smiled and stepped back, then walked over to the sofa in the living room and sat down. The aroma wafting from the kitchen gradually became stronger. Looking at Yu Jiaojiao's busy back, he suddenly felt a wonderful sense of warmth. Half an hour later, Yu Jiaojiao came to the table carrying 2 plates of delicious dishes. It's time to eat. Lu Yang stood up and saw braised pork ribs, stir-fried seasonal vegetables and a bowl of seaweed egg drop soup on the table. The aroma was so fragrant that it whetted his appetite. Want to try it? Yu Jiaojiao looked at him expectantly, with anticipation gleaming in her eyes. Lu Yang picked up a piece of pork ribs. The meat was tender and the sauce was rich. The taste was unexpectedly good. Not bad, much more delicious than I thought. Yu Jiaojiao's eyes lit up. Really? Then eat more. She diligently picked up food for Lu Yang, and soon a small mountain of food formed in his bowl. Lu Yang looked at her expectant eyes and couldn't help but smile. Are you trying to make me fat? It's better to be fatter. Yu Jiaojiao blinked. It feels comfortable to hold. Lu Yang almost choked on his food, while Yu Jiaojiao smiled triumphantly, her eyes curved into crescents. Halfway through the meal, Yu Jiaojiao suddenly picked up a piece of pork ribs with chopsticks, slightly opened her red lips, gently bit one end, then moved in front of Lu Yang with a teasing look. Master, would you like to try this? She slurred, her voice seductive. Lu Yang's eyes darkened. He reached out and grabbed the back of her head, biting the other end of the ribs directly. Their lips almost touched, their breaths blended together. Yu Jiaojiao's eyelashes trembled slightly, but she did not retreat, but took a step closer. The ribs fell on the table, but no one cared. Lu Yang's lips covered hers directly, tasting the delicious taste in her mouth. Yu Jiaojiao responded enthusiastically and put her arms around his neck. After the kiss, Yu Jiaojiao was panting and her cheeks were flushed. Master, the food is getting cold. Lu Yang looked at her swollen lips and said in a hoarse voice. I don't want to eat vegetables now. So what do you want to eat? Yu Jiaojiao asked knowingly, with a cunning look in her eyes. Lu Yang picked her up, let her sit on the dining table, leaned over and whispered in her ear. I just want to eat you now. Yu Jiaojiao exclaimed softly, and put her hands on his chest. Master is good or bad? But her eyes were full of anticipation. Lu Yang said no more, kissed her neck directly, and put his big hand into her clothes. Go to the bedroom. Yu Jiaojiao spoke intermittently. Lu Yang picked her up and strode towards the bedroom. Yu Jiaojiao's bedroom is also decorated in a warm and feminine style, with several soft pillows scattered on the light pink sheets. He laid her gently on the bed and leaned over her. Yu Jiaojiao took the initiative to unbutton his shirt and put her red lips on his collarbone. Master, will you please listen to my arrangements today? Lu Yang's Adam's apple rolled. How would you like to arrange it?
Yu Jiaojiao smiled mysteriously, then suddenly turned over and pressed him under her. She straddled Lu Yang's waist and slowly unbuttoned her shirt, every movement full of temptation.
Today, let me take the drive.
She leaned over and whispered in his ear, her warm breath spraying on his earlobe.
The master just needs to enjoy himself. Lu Yang's eyes darkened and he let her do whatever she wanted.
Yu Jiaojiao's red lips moved all the way down from his forehead, passing his eyes, nose bridge, lips, and finally stopped at his Adam's apple, sucking gently.
Her fingers nimbly unbuckled his belt, movements gentle but firm.
Lu Yang's breathing became heavier and heavier, and his hands unconsciously pinched her waist.
Jiaojiao.
His voice was hoarse and warning.
Yu Jiaojiao remained unmoved and continued her actions.
Her long hair fell and swept across Lu Yang's chest, causing a shudder.
Doesn't the master like it?
She looked up with a sly smile in her eyes. Lu Yang couldn't bear it any longer, and turned over and pressed her under him.
You're playing with fire, little goblin.
Yu Jiaojiao giggled and put her arms around his neck.
Then master, are you going to punish me?
Lu Yang's answer was a passionate kiss, their bodies pressed tightly together without leaving a single gap.
Yu Jiaojiao twisted under him, and every friction brought Lu Yang's sanity to the brink of collapse. Gently, master.
She begged for mercy intermittently, but her eyes were full of expectation. Lu Yang slowed down his movements and instead used his lips and tongue to please her.
Yu Jiaojiao's breathing became more and more rapid, and her fair skin turned a faint pink.
Outside the window, the night deepened. The city lights shone into the bedroom through the gauze curtains, casting a hazy halo on the intertwined figures of the two. Yu Jiaojiao's long hair was scattered on the pillow, her red lips were slightly parted, and her eyes were watery. Lu Yang leaned over and kissed away the tears from the corners of her eyes, but his movements became more intense.
Master, I.
Her voice broke into pieces and finally turned into a sigh. After an unknown amount of time, the two finally calmed down. Yu Jiaojiao curled up in Lu Yang's arms, her cheek against his chest, listening to his strong heartbeat.
Are you tired?
Lu Yang stroked her long hair gently, his voice gentle.
Yu Jiaojiao shook her head and looked up at him. Is the owner satisfied? Lu Yang laughed softly. What do you think?
Yu Jiaojiao smiled slyly and drew circles on his chest with her fingers.
So, do you want to do it again?
Lu Yang's eyes darkened, and he turned over and put her down again.
As you wish. Chapter 49 Jiaoyang Charity Fund. It was a dark night, and the only sound in the bedroom was the two people's intertwined breathing.
Yu Jiaojiao lazily lay on Lu Yang's chest, her fingertips unconsciously drawing circles on his strong muscles, with a blush still on her face. Lu Yang put one hand behind his head and stroked her smooth back with the other hand. His eyes were on the ceiling, as if he was thinking about something.
Jiaojiao.
He suddenly spoke, his voice low and magnetic.
Yu
Jiaojiao raised her head slightly, with a hint of tiredness in her eyes, but more of satisfaction.
You said before that you grew up in an orphanage, right?
Yu Jiaojiao's fingers paused slightly, and then she said softly, with a hint of barely perceptible loneliness in her tone.
Lu Yang turned his head and looked at her. Do you want to do more for those orphans?
Yu Jiaojiao was stunned for a moment, then she stood up, her long hair falling on Lu Yang's chest, with confusion and a hint of expectation in her eyes. Master, what do you mean? Lu Yang raised his lips slightly and pinched her cheeks. I plan to set up a charity fund to help orphanages and welfare institutions.
Yu Jiaojiao's eyes lit up instantly, but soon a hint of hesitation emerged. Do you want me to participate? Not participating. Lu Yang chuckled and gently stroked her chin with his fingers. It's to make you responsible. Me? Yu Jiaojiao's eyes widened and her voice became a little louder. No, how can I understand these things? I haven't even finished college, let alone managing a fund.
Seeing her panic, Lu Yang couldn't help laughing and patted her hips with his big hand.
Why are you panicking?
You just need to be able to manage people and spend money, and we can hire employees to do the rest. Yu Jiaojiao's cheeks turned slightly red after he slapped her, but she was still a little hesitant. But
no buts.
Lu Yang said firmly, you understand the situation of those children better than anyone else, and you want to help them more than anyone else, right? Yu Jiaojiao was silent for a moment, with a complicated look in her eyes. She really knew better than anyone else the suffering of those children, and she understood better than anyone else those days of being abandoned and neglected.
Lu Yang, do you really believe me?
She asked softly. Lu Yang looked at her with a rare serious look in his eyes. You are mine. If I don't trust you, who should I trust? Yu Jiaojiao's heart warmed and her eyes felt a little sore. She bit her lip, suddenly turned over and sat on Lu Yang, holding his face with both hands, and said seriously, "Okay. I will definitely not let you down." Lu Yang raised his eyebrows, amused by her sudden momentum. "So motivated?" "Certainly." Yu Jiaojiao's eyes flashed with determination, "But you have to promise me one thing." "Oh? What's the matter?" Lu Yang looked at her with interest. "Tell me about it." "I have to come up with the name of this charity fund." She smiled slyly. Lu Yang laughed. "Okay, what do you want to be called?" Yu Jiaojiao tilted her head and thought about it, and suddenly her eyes lit up. "Let's call it Jiaoyang Charity Fund." "Jiaoyang?" Lu Yang raised his eyebrows. Yu Jiaojiao smiled brightly. "How about the homonym of Jiao and Yang?" Lu Yang looked at her smug look and couldn't help but pinch her nose. "Little goblin, you're quite playful." Yu Jiaojiao giggled, leaned over and pecked him on the lips. "Then the master agreed?" "Promise." Lu Yang put his arm around her waist, turned over and pressed her under him, his voice low and sexy. "But now you have to repay me first." Yu Jiaojiao pushed him with a red face. "Master, why are you so greedy?" Lu Yang laughed softly. "I will always be greedy for you." Just when the two were about to make love again, Lu Yang's phone suddenly rang with a video call ringtone. "Who is it?" Lu Yang frowned and reached out to touch his cell phone. The three words Sun Ming were clearly displayed on the screen. Yu Jiaojiao glanced at him, and a sly smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. "Oh, the master has other little fairies?" Lu Yang coughed lightly and patted her hip. "Stop it, I'll take it." He got out of bed, walked quickly to the bathroom, and closed the door before connecting the video. On the screen, Sun Ming's face appeared in the camera. She was wearing a simple sports vest and her hair was casually tied into a ponytail. Her face still looked a little tired, but her eyes were sparkling. "Lu Yang," she said briskly, "what are you doing?" Lu Yang leaned on the sink and pretended to be calm. "I just went to the toilet, what's wrong?" Sun Ming wrinkled her nose. "Hey, you're still answering the video while you're in the bathroom? I'm afraid you'll get impatient waiting." Lu Yang laughed dryly. "How's the gym being decorated?" "It'll be ready soon," Sun Ming said excitedly, and the camera turned to the site under renovation. "Look, the equipment area has been almost decorated, but I am a little confused about the color of the sofa in the rest area. Do you think dark gray or light gray is better?" Lu Yang was about to answer when he suddenly felt heat under his body. Yu Jiaojiao had slipped into the bathroom at some point and was kneeling in front of him, her red lips slightly parted, gently kissing him. He took a breath and almost dropped his phone. "What's wrong?" Sun Ming asked puzzledly. "No, it's okay." Lu Yang resisted the urge and tried to make his voice sound normal. "You, just follow your own ideas. I support you." Sun Ming blinked. "Why are you so weird today?" "Is there?" Beads of sweat oozed out of Lu Yang's forehead, and his fingers unconsciously clenched the edge of the sink. Yu Jiaojiao looked up at him, her eyes full of a smile of success, and her tongue lightly swept across him, her movements becoming more and more bold. "Lu Yang?" Sun Ming tilted her head. "Why is your face so red?" "Maybe the toilet is too stuffy." Lu Yang gritted his teeth and tried to maintain his expression. "Ming, how about we talk later? I have something urgent here." "Oh." Sun Ming seemed a little disappointed, but still nodded. "Okay then, remember to send me a message when you're done." "Okay, sure." Lu Yang quickly hung up the video, looked down at Yu Jiaojiao, and said in a hoarse voice, "Little goblin, did you do this on purpose?" Yu Jiaojiao licked her lips and smiled charmingly. "Master's expression just now is really interesting." Lu Yang pulled her up and pressed her against the wall, saying in a dangerous voice, "It seems like you deserve to be punished." Yu Jiaojiao hooked her arm around his neck and blew softly into his ear. "Then master, are you going to punish me?" 10,000 words are omitted here, please imagine it yourself. Chapter 50. Yuan Hua is always the one who gets hurt. The early morning sunlight shines into the bedroom through the gauze curtains, casting mottled shadows on the floor. Lu Yang slowly opened his eyes and felt the soft touch on his arm. Yu Jiaojiao curled up beside him like a kitten, hugging his arms tightly with both hands, her rosy lips slightly pouting, her long eyelashes casting a shadow on her cheeks, looking innocent and cute. Lu Yang gently pulled his arm out, leaned against the head of the bed, and silently said in his heart, "Sign in." Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 30% of the shares of Qianshan Entertainment Company. The relevant equity documents have been stored in the system space and can be retrieved at any time.
Qianshan Entertainment?
Lu Yang raised his eyebrows.
Of course he knew this company.
It was not only the largest entertainment company in Jiangqing City, but also one of the top 10 entertainment giants in the country.
It has countless artists under its banner, the most famous of whom is the national goddess Song Yi.
While he was thinking, Yu Jiaojia woke up in a daze, rubbed her eyes, and said in a soft voice,
"Master, what time is it?"
"Just after 8 o'clock. Lu Yang reached out and rubbed her hair.
"Did you sleep well?"
Yu Jiaojia stretched, and the quilt slipped off, revealing her white shoulders and delicate collarbones.
She leaned lazily on Lu Yang. "With the owner around, of course I sleep well." Lu Yang pinched her cheeks. "Get up, there is something important to do today." "What's the important matter?"
Yu Jiaojia tilted her head, a sly look flashing in her eyes.
"Aren't you going to accompany me all day?"
"I will transfer 100 million to you first as the starting capital for Jiaoyang Charity Fund."
Lu Yang picked up his phone and started operating it. "You register a company, hire people to build it, and then..." Before he finished speaking, Yu Jiaojiao's phone rang.
She picked up the phone and looked at it, her eyes widened immediately.
100 million? What? You think it's not enough?"
Lu Yang raised his eyebrows. Yu Jiaojia rushed over and kissed Lu Yang on the face.
"The master is the best."
But then he showed a worried look.
"But, with so much money, I'm afraid I can't do it well." Lu Yang patted her hips. "What are you afraid of?"
"I told you, you just need to be able to manage people and spend money.
Leave professional matters to professionals." Yu Jiaojiao's eyes sparkled with tears of emotion and she nodded heavily. "Well, I will definitely not let my master down."
After they finished washing up, Yu Jiaojia changed into a professional outfit, a white shirt with a black hip skirt. Her long legs were wrapped in black stockings as thin as cicada wings and she wore a pair of red high heels. She looked both capable and sexy.
"How about it?" She turned around in front of Lu Yang. "Does she look like a female CEO?"
Lu Yang looked her up and down, with a wicked smile on his face.
But.
He pulled her into his arms.
"More like my little secretary."
Yu Jiaojia pushed him with a red face.
"Master, stop making trouble. Aren't we going out?" "Eat breakfast first." Lu Yang let her go.
"I had the takeaway food delivered."
After breakfast, the two drove to the city center.
Lu Yang decided to accompany Yu Jiaojia to buy a car first. After all, as the head of a charity fund, he couldn't do without a decent car.
"What car do you like?" Lu Yang asked while driving.
Yu Jiaojia tilted her head and thought for a while.
Something more practical, right? After all, I might have to go to the welfare home more often in the future."
"Then let's go with the Range Rover, which has a large space and is suitable for Lu Yang to make a direct decision."
"It's the same model as mine, but I'll give you a white one." The car quickly drove into the Land Rover 4S store under the Huayao Group.
From a distance, I saw a young man in a neat suit standing at the door, pacing back and forth anxiously. Yu Jiaojia narrowed her eyes and looked at it, and suddenly her expression changed.
"Yuan Hua?" Lu Yang looked at Yu Jiaojia strangely and asked. "Do you know him?" "My high school classmate." Yu Jiaojia's expression became a little strange. He's chased me before." Lu Yang raised his eyebrows.
"Oh?" Yu Jiaojia hurriedly explained.
"Don't get me wrong. I never agreed to him. He pursued me for 3 years, from the first year of high school to the 3rd year of high school, writing me love letters and sending me breakfast every day. It was so annoying." Lu Yang laughed.
"It seems that he is a lovesick person." The car slowly stopped in front of the 4S store. When Yuan Hua saw Lu Yang's Land Rover Range Rover, he immediately straightened his tie and walked up to him with a smile on his face.
"Hello. Welcome to Huayao Land Rover 4S store.
I am Yuan Hua, the sales manager."
"You?"
His words came to an abrupt halt as he saw Yu Jiaojia getting down from the passenger seat.
Jiaojio? Yuan Hua's eyes widened and his mouth opened wide enough for an egg to fit in.
Yu Jiaojia smiled awkwardly.
"Hi, Yuan Hua, long time no see." Yuan Hua's eyes moved back and forth between Yu Jiaojia and Lu Yang, finally stopping on the hand that Yu Jiaojia was holding Lu Yang's arm.
His expression suddenly became colorful, as if he had been hit on the head with a stick.
This is? Yuan Hua asked stutteringly. Lu Yang smiled slightly. I am her boyfriend. Boyfriend? Yuan Hua's voice changed tone and his face turned pale and blue.
Seeing this, Yu Jiaojiao quickly changed the subject.
Yuan Hua, we are here to buy a car.
My boyfriend wants to buy me a Range Rover, a white one.
Buy it for you? Yuan Hua's voice rose another octave. Range Rover? Lu Yan nodded. Yes, the top of the line one. Yuan Hua's expression was as if he had been stabbed. He nodded mechanically. Okay, please follow me.
Walking into the showroom, Yuan Hua was absent-mindedly introducing the car models, but his eyes kept glancing at Yu Jiaojiao. When he saw the faint kiss mark on Yu Jiaojiao's neck, his whole body shook.
Yuan Hua? Yuan Hua!
Yu Jiaojiao shouted twice.
Are you okay? Yuan Hua woke up from his dream. Huh? Oh. No. It's okay.
He wiped the sweat from his forehead.
Jiaojiao, where do you work now?
Yu Jiaojiao puffed out her chest proudly. My boyfriend just set up a charity fund for me and I'm now the person in charge.
Responsible for?
Yuan Hua's voice became smaller and smaller.
Lu Yang added at the right time. The starting capital is 100 million. Puff. Yuan Hua spat out a mouthful of water. How much? Yu Jiaojiao blinked. 100 million, what's wrong? Yuan Hua held onto the wall, feeling his legs go weak. No. Nothing. The process of selecting a car was carried out in Yuan Hua's absent-minded state.
When he saw Lu Yang swiping his card to pay the full amount without blinking, he completely wilted.
Jiao. While Lu Yang was on the phone, Yuan Hua couldn't help but ask. You, how could you? Yu Jiaojiao sighed.
Yuan Hua, so many years have passed, you still.
Yuan Hua suddenly became excited. Jiaojiao. Do you know?
I haven't been in a relationship for these years.
It's because I can't forget you. I look at your high school photos every day. Yuan Hua. Yu Jiaojiao interrupted him. Don't be like this. I'm very happy now, really. Yuan Hua's eyes were red. But our promise back then. What agreement? Lu Yang's voice suddenly came from behind. Yuan Hua shuddered with fear. No. Nothing. Yu Jiaojiao quickly took Lu Yang's arm. Master, let's go. We have completed the procedures for the car. We can just come and pick it up in 2 days.
Lu Yang nodded, and before leaving, he gave Yuan Hua a meaningful look.
Manager Yuan, thank you for your service. Yuan Hua forced a smile. Should.
When Lu Yang and Yu Jiaojiao drove away, Yuan Hua stood at the door, looking at the car going away, and suddenly fell to his knees, looking up to the sky and howling.
No.
The other salespeople in the 4S store looked at each other in bewilderment, and someone whispered.
Manager Yuan is ill again. I heard this is his 108th heartbreak. This time it seems to be particularly serious. In the car, Yu Jiaojiao couldn't help laughing. Master, did you see Yuan Hua's look? It made me laugh to death. Lu Yang also laughed. It seems that he really likes you. Yu Jiaojiao curled her lips. He is a stubborn person.
He always pestered me in high school, saying things like, Jiaojiao, when I have money in the future, I will definitely buy you a luxury car.
Jiaojiao, I will definitely let you live a good life.
As she spoke, she suddenly turned to look at Lu Yang, her eyes full of tenderness.
But now, I have met someone who can bring me happiness.
Lu Yang reached out and rubbed her hair.
Fool.
Yu Jiaojiao suddenly thought of something and smiled slyly.
Master, do you want to listen to the love letters Yuan Hua wrote to me?
I still have a few of them saved in my phone.
Lu Yang raised his eyebrows. Oh?
Yu Jiaojiao took out her cell phone, flipped through a few photos, cleared her throat, and read in an exaggerated tone.
Dear Jiaojiao. Today is another day where I think about you. Do you know? Yesterday I dreamed that we got married.
You were wearing a white wedding dress and I rode a bicycle to take you to the Civil Affairs Bureau.
Although the bicycle chain broke down halfway, we still reached the end happily. Lu Yang almost burst out laughing. Bike? Yu Jiaojiao continued reading. Jiaojiao, I know you don't like me now, but when I become a manager and earn 10,000 yuan a month, I will definitely buy you the best electric car. I will make you the most beautiful girl in the school. Lu Yang finally couldn't help laughing. 5,000 yuan? Electric car? Yu Jiaojiao also laughed so hard that she fell backwards. The funniest thing is, he is now a manager, and when he saw my boyfriend, he bought me a car worth more than 1 million. The two of them burst into laughter. Yu Jiaojiao wiped away the tears from her laughter. Master, thank you for not only buying me a car, but also letting me vent my anger. Lu Yang pinched her cheeks. Are you satisfied with this? Yu Jiaojiao blinked. What else? Lu Yang nodded. All right. He checked the time. Now let's register your charitable fund. Yu Jiaojiao nodded excitedly. The car drove towards the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. The sunlight shone through the window onto the two of them, casting a pair of happy silhouettes. At this time in the 4S store, Yuan Hua was holding a stack of documents and muttering to himself. Jiajiao. Jiajiao. Suddenly, he raised his head, with a hint of determination in his eyes. No. I can't give up. As long as they haven't gotten married, I still have a chance. Seeing this, the colleague next to him silently dialed the number of the mental hospital. Chapter 51 Meeting Song-Yi again. Jiaoyang Charity Fund was quickly registered. Lu Yang and Yu Jiaojiao walked out of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. Just as Lu Yang was about to drive, his cell phone rang. The caller ID showed an unfamiliar number. Hello, who is this? Excuse me, is this Mr. Lu? A passionate middle-aged male voice came from the other end of the phone. I just received a notice that you have become a major shareholder of our company. It is such an honor. I don't know when you are free. We would like to report the company's situation to you in person. Lu Yang thought about it. Wait until I'm free. Okay, call me before you come. We will definitely be ready to host you. After hanging up the phone, Yu Jiaojiao asked curiously. Master, what's the matter? Lu Yang briefly explained that he had acquired shares of Qianshan Entertainment, and Yu Jiaojiao opened her mouth in surprise. Qianshan Entertainment? Isn't that Song-Yi's company? What, you like Song-Yi? Lu Yang raised his eyebrows. Yu Jiaojiao nodded repeatedly. She is the national goddess. She has good acting skills, sings beautifully, and never gets involved in any scandals. She is simply the perfect idol. Lu Yang nodded thoughtfully. How about I take you to see the lights? Maybe you can see your idol. Is it really possible? Yu Jiaojiao's eyes lit up. Lu Yang nodded and said, of course, no problem. It's good to see the world in advance. In less than an hour, Lu Yang brought Yu Jiaojiao to Qianshan Entertainment headquarters on Binjiang Road. He did not inform Zhang Mingyuan in advance, but directly entered the company as the largest shareholder with the share certificate. The receptionist saw Lu Yang and asked politely. Hello sir, do you have an appointment? Lu Yang smiled faintly. No, but I think Mr. Zhang would be happy to see me. He showed the equity document, and the receptionist's face suddenly changed. He quickly dialed the internal line. Mr. Zhang, Mr. Lu is here. In less than 3 minutes, Zhang Mingyuan and several executives hurried to the hall with smiles on their faces. Mr. Lu. Why didn't you tell us in advance so that we could arrange a reception? Lu Yang glanced at the people behind him. They were all middle-aged men with greasy faces and flickering eyes. They were obviously old-timers who had been hanging around the drinking table for many years. No need to bother. Lu Yang said calmly. I came here today to understand the company's actual operations. Zhang Mingyuan's smile froze, but he quickly recovered. Of course. Mr. Lu, please come this way. Let us go to the conference room to discuss in detail. In the conference room, Lu Yang looked through the financial report handed over by Zhang Mingyuan and frowned slightly. The company's net profit last year was 300 million, but there is only 50 million in liquid funds left in the account? He looked up at the financial director. Where did the money go? The CFO's forehead was sweating, and he was hesitant. This, mainly investing in several new dramas, as well as artist training. Lu Yang sneered. Really? Then why did I find that 80 million yuan flowed into the shell company under Mr. Sheng's name?
The whole place fell silent instantly. Zhang Mingyuan's face changed drastically.
Mr. Lu, this must be a misunderstanding. Lu Yang was too lazy to talk nonsense and directly threw out an investigation report. Misappropriation of public funds, false reporting of costs, taking kickbacks. Mr. Zhang, do you think I'm a fool?
Zhang Mingyuan looked ashen and was still trying to argue, but Lu Yang had already stood up.
From now on, you are fired.
The finance department and the human resources department are all suspended for investigation, and the company's accounts are sealed and awaiting audit.
Several executives panicked. Mr. Lu. We were not aware of this.
Lu Yang glanced at them coldly.
Not knowing? Then what are you doing sitting here?
After the meeting, Lu Yang went directly to the artist management department.
As soon as I walked into the corridor, I heard a quarrel. Song Yi, don't be shameless.
Mr. Zhang asked you to accompany him for drinks because he thinks highly of you.
I said, I want to go. Song Yi's voice was cold and firm.
Lu Yang pushed open the door and saw a bald middle-aged man pulling Song Yi's wrist with a ferocious look on his face.
What's going on? Lu Yang asked coldly.
The bald man was stunned, turned around and cursed.
Who are you? Get out. Song Yi took the opportunity to break free and stepped aside, her face pale.
Lu Yang walked forward and kicked the bald man in the stomach, knocking him to the ground.
I am Lu Yang, the largest shareholder of Qianshan Entertainment. Now, you are fired.
The bald man held his stomach and looked at him in horror.
Lu? Mr. Lu?
Lu Yang was too lazy to pay attention to him and turned to look at Song Yi.
Are you okay?
Song Yi looked at Lu Yang and felt that he looked familiar, but she couldn't remember him at once, so she whispered.
Thank you, Mr. Lu.
There was fatigue and numbness in her eyes, and it was obvious that this was not the first time this had happened. Lu Yang soon discovered that Qianshan Entertainment's problems were not just high-level corruption, but also serious factional struggles. Truly capable people are marginalized, while flatterers occupy high positions. He looked through the personnel files and found a marginalized department manager, Lin Feng. Lin Feng is 35 years old.
He has worked in Qianshan Entertainment for 10 years. He started from the grassroots and has outstanding abilities. However, because he refused to go along with the crowd, he was suppressed by Zhang Mingyuan. Now he is just a nominal position. Deputy Director of Artist Training. Lu Yang called him directly to the office. Lin Feng, starting from today, you will temporarily take over the position of CEO and be responsible for the company's reorganization. Lin Feng was stunned. Mr. Lu, do you dare to answer it?
Lu Yang stared at him.
Lin Feng took a deep breath and nodded heavily. Dare.
That afternoon, Lu Yang convened a general meeting of all employees. Zhang Mingyuan and several senior executives were escorted out of the company by security guards, and the bald man was taken directly away by the police for investigation.
The whole place was silent, and everyone was shocked by Lu Yang's thundering methods.
Lu Yang stood on the stage, his eyes grim.
Qianshan Entertainment has changed its rules starting today.
First, all unspoken rules in drinking culture are prohibited.
Second, financial transparency must be achieved, and every penny must be recorded. Third, the capable ones will be promoted and the mediocre ones will be demoted. Whoever is capable will get a high salary. Offstage, the artists looked at each other in bewilderment, and some whispered. Is this true or false? Song Yi stood in the corner, looking at Lu Yang with complicated eyes. After the meeting, Lu Yang met with Song Yi alone. Miss Song, I heard that your contract still has 3 years left? Lu Yang asked. Song Yi nodded, her tone calm.
Yes, but I have already decided to terminate the contract.
Because of Zhang Mingyuan? More than. Song Yi smiled bitterly. This is how the world is. Without a background, you can only be manipulated by others. Lu Yang looked at her. What if I tell you that I can let you do whatever you want without any interference? Song Yi was stunned. What's the meaning?
I plan to set up an independent studio, which will be affiliated with Qianshan Entertainment, but it will be completely operated by you.
Lu Yang said calmly. You can choose the script and partners yourself.
The company only provides resources and does not interfere with your decisions.
Song Yi's eyes flashed with disbelief. Why help me? Lu Yang smiled.
Because I can see that you are someone who truly loves performing, and not one of those fancy dress types who relies on hype to get ahead.
Song Yi was silent for a long time, and finally nodded. Okay, I promise. 3 days later, Jianshan Entertainment released an announcement.
Zhang Mingyuan and other senior executives prosecuted for corruption.
Raymond Lam officially takes over as CEO. Song Yi established her own studio and cooperated deeply with Jianshan Entertainment. The entertainment industry is in shock.
Lu Yang, on the other hand, was sitting in the office looking at Song Yi, who was sitting upright opposite him.
Chapter 52. Do you remember my neighbor?
In the president's office of Jianshan Entertainment, sunlight shines through the floor-to-ceiling windows onto the dark brown solid wood desk. Lu Yan leaned lazily on the leather seat, tapping the table rhythmically with his slender fingers, and looked at Song Yi, who was sitting upright opposite him, with a playful look.
Miss Song, don't you recognize me as your neighbor?
Lu Yang suddenly spoke, with a hint of sarcasm in his voice. Song Yi was slightly startled, raised her iconic almond-shaped eyes, and looked at Lu Yang in confusion.
What neighbor?
Lu Yang stood up, walked around the desk, and stopped just one step away from Song Yi. The faint scent of ambergris mixed with cedar on his body wafted towards her, causing Song Yi to hold her breath unconsciously.
You live on the 30th floor of Emperor Mansion, right?
Lu Yang leaned forward slightly and lowered his voice.
We have met before, don't you remember? Song Yi's pupils suddenly contracted, and a memory suddenly flashed back to her mind.
It was noon more than a month ago, and she had just returned home from a press conference.
I got into the elevator before it closed.
There was a young man in casual clothes in the elevator. I said thank you to him and then turned my back to him. But she saw from the reflection of the elevator door that the man behind her was looking at her legs unscrupulously. His gaze was so hot that it made her feel uncomfortable all over.
Even the man's sweatpants had an obvious tint.
At that time, she thought she had met a wretched man.
It's you?
Song Yi blurted out, then realized that she had said something wrong and quickly pursed her lips.
Lu Yang chuckled, stood up and walked back to his desk. It seems that Miss Song has a good memory.
Song Yi quietly looked at the man in front of her, and he was different from the man in her memory.
Dirty man. Completely two different people.
Lu Yang is now wearing a well-tailored dark blue suit with 2 buttons of her shirt casually undone, revealing her sexy collarbone. His eyes were still fiery, but with a bit more calmness and confidence, and he exuded the unique charm of a mature man.
I didn't know you were.
Song Yi's voice became smaller and smaller, and a faint blush appeared on her fair cheeks.
Don't you know that I'm the new boss of Jianshan Entertainment?
Lu Yang took over the conversation, a hint of mischief flashed in his eyes.
Still, don't you know that I will be your savior?
Song Yi's fingers twisted together unconsciously, and her neatly trimmed nails left a few shallow crescent marks on the palms. She never thought that the man who made her run away in the elevator would now become the key figure in determining her career.
Song Yi took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. Mr. Lu, let the past be the past. Should we talk about the studio now? Lu Yang raised his eyebrows and put down his coffee cup. What's the hurry? He pressed the intercom on the table.
Secretary Lin, please bring me my treasured Di Hong Pao.
After hanging up the phone, Lu Yang walked around the desk and sat down on the single sofa next to Song Yi.
This distance allowed Song Yi to clearly smell the faint scent of cologne on him, and she unconsciously tensed her body.
Relax. Lu Yang chuckled. I won't eat you. He deliberately dragged out the tone. At least not now. Song Yi's face. Tug. The ground turned red.
Just then, there was a knock on the office door and Secretary Lin walked in with tea set.
Mr. Lu, this is the tea you requested.
Secretary Lin respectfully put down the tea tray, glanced curiously at Song Yi who was fidgeting, and tactfully withdrew. Lu Yang began to brew tea slowly and leisurely, his slender fingers moving among the tea sets, his movements as graceful as a professional tea artist. Song Yi secretly observed him and found it difficult to connect this calm man with the frivolous neighbor in her memory.
Try it. Lu Yang pushed a cup of amber tea in front of Song Yi. The annual output of Dahongpo from the mother tree in Wui Mountain is less than 1 kilogram. Song Yi took it carefully, the aroma of tea was refreshing.
She took a small sip, and the mellow taste blossomed on the tip of her tongue, making her relax unconsciously.
Good tea.
She was sincerely amazed.
Lu Yang nodded with satisfaction. It seems that Miss Song knows tea.
He changed the subject. Just like this tea, some people need to taste it slowly to get the true flavor.
Song Yi's hands trembled and she almost knocked over the teacup.
She heard the hint in Lu Yang's words and her heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably.
Let us get down to business,
Lu Yang suddenly said seriously, taking out a document from the drawer.
This is the studio plan for you.
Song Yi took the document and was surprised to find that it met almost all her requirements: complete autonomy in casting, script decision-making, and even the right to veto over cooperating brands. What shocked her even more was the budget: 50 million in operating funds per year, which was far more than her current salary at Qianshan Entertainment.
This. Song Yi looked up in disbelief.
Mr. Lu, are you sure? Lu Yang leaned on the sofa with her long legs crossed.
What? Too little? No, it's too much, Song Yi said honestly.
With such conditions, I can definitely sign artists with greater commercial value than me.
A hint of admiration flashed in Lu Yang's eyes. I like honest people. He stood up and walked to the French window. Miss Song, do you know why I chose you? Song Yi shook her head. Because you are one of the few understanding people in this circle.
Lu Yang turned around, and the sunlight formed a halo behind him. He has reached his current position entirely through his own strength, without relying on hype from scandals or support from financial sponsors.
Song Yi's heart warmed.
She didn't expect that Lu Yang understood her persistence so well.
But
Lu Yang suddenly changed the subject.
Your persistence has also made you lose a lot of opportunities, hasn't it? Song Yi clenched her fists.
Indeed, because she refused certain unspoken rules, she missed out on the leading female role in several big productions.
In my company, you don't need to do anything that goes against the principles.
Lu Yang walked back to her, leaned over the armrest of the sofa, and trapped Song Yi in a small space.
I just want you to do one thing. Song Yi held her breath and could clearly feel Lu Yang's warm breath brushing her cheek. Be your true self.
After Lu Yang finished speaking, he straightened up, and the feeling of oppression disappeared instantly. Song Yi let out a long sigh, only to find that a thin layer of sweat had appeared on his back. She had never met anyone like Lu Yang, who could put so much pressure on people while chatting and laughing, and yet make people feel relieved in an instant.
I need time to think about it, Song Yi finally said. Lu Yang smiled without commenting. Sure. That's right.
Lu Yang seemed to suddenly remember something.
Miss Song, you look really sexy in a hip skirt. Chapter 53, Ex-Husband's Entanglement.
In the underground parking lot of Emperor Mansion, Lu Yang parked the Range Rover steadily in the exclusive parking space. The sound of the car door closing echoed in the empty parking lot. He adjusted his suit cuffs and walked towards the elevator. At the elevator entrance, Sun Jiqiang, the corridor steward in a neat uniform, had been waiting for a long time. When he saw Lu Yang, he bowed slightly with a professional smile on his face. Mr. Lu, good afternoon. Lu Yang nodded and was about to swipe his card to enter the elevator, but Sun Jiqiang stepped forward and politely handed him a document. Mr. Lu, I'm sorry to bother you.
This is this year's property fee payment slip. I need you to confirm it.
Lu Yang took the document, glanced at it casually, and raised his eyebrows slightly.
588,000?
Sun Jiqiang kept smiling and explained, yes, the property fee of Dizuan Mansion is calculated at 58 yuan per square meter. Your mansion is larger, so the fee is relatively higher. Lu Yang chuckled, took out his phone from his pocket, and transferred the money directly. To him, this amount of money was just a drop in the bucket, but such a price was indeed not something that ordinary people could afford.
The money has been received. Thank you for your cooperation. After confirming, Sun Jiqiang respectfully made way. Lu Yang stepped into the elevator and pressed the button for the 33rd floor.
Soon the elevator reached the 33rd floor. When Lu Yang was about to get out of the elevator, he heard a fierce quarrel coming from downstairs.
Get out. I don't want to see you again.
A woman's voice was crying, sharp and angry.
Suya, don't be so shameless. I must make things clear today.
The man's voice was rough and fierce, accompanied by the sound of bang bang knocking on the door.
The design of the Emperor Mansion is one apartment per floor, and Suya is the only one living on the 32nd floor. How could there be a man's voice?
Lu Yang was worried that something might happen, so he quickly walked out of the elevator and headed towards the fire escape. In order to protect the safety and privacy of all owners, each owner can only go directly to his or her floor via the elevator. If they want to go to other floors, they can only take the fire escape stairs. Through the glass window of the fire door on the 32nd floor, he saw a middle-aged man with a slicked back hair and wearing a fancy suit banging on Suya's door and cursing in dirty words.
Suya! Open the door for me! Don't think you can get away with hiding.
The man's face was red, and veins on his neck were bulging.
He was obviously furious. I know you're in there. If you don't open the door, I'll break it down.
Lu Yang pushed open the fire door suddenly. The loud noise of the metal door hitting the wall startled the man, and he turned and stared at the source of the sound.
Who are you?
Lu Yang asked in a cold voice, while looking at the other party calmly. He was about 40 years old, wearing a green Rolex Submariner on his wrist, but the strap was a little worn. His suit was an out-of-season Armani model, and it was crooked, and he exuded the temperament of a down-and-out rich man.
Who the hell are you?
Lu Yang's eyes turned cold. He strode forward, grabbed the man's shoulders, and pulled him back violently.
What are you doing?
The man staggered a few steps due to the sudden force, turned around, stared at Lu Yang with wide eyes.
Who the hell are you? It's none of your business.
Lu Yang stared at him coldly, his voice low and dangerous. Huayao has nothing to do with you, but this is not the place for you to act wild.
The man looked Lu Yang up and down.
Seeing that he was wearing a high-end suit and the Patek Philippe on his wrist was shining coldly under the light, he immediately sneered. Oh, you are dressed like a man. What's the matter? Are you Suya's new lover? Lu Yang did not answer, but his eyes became even colder. Seeing this, the man became even more arrogant, pointing at Lu Yang's nose and scolding. I'm warning you, stay out of my business.
This is my and Suya's family affair, it's not your turn to interfere.
Lu Yang slapped his hand away and said in a cold voice, I'll say this for the last time, get out. The man was enraged and punched Lu Yang in the face. You're looking for death. Lu Yang dodged easily by moving sideways, then threw a backhand punch, hitting the man directly in the abdomen. The man groaned, covered his stomach and fell to his knees, his face instantly turning pale. You. The man was in so much pain that he couldn't speak, and cold sweat oozed from his forehead.
Lu Yang looked down at him and said indifferently, if you don't get out of here, I don't mind letting you crawl out.
The man gritted his teeth, got up, glared at Lu Yang fiercely, and staggered towards the elevator.
Before leaving, he turned around and yelled at the door, Suya! Just wait for me. This is not over yet.
After the man disappeared in the elevator, Lu Yang turned around and walked to Suya's door and knocked gently. Suya, it's me, Lu Yang. There was silence in the room for a few seconds, and then the sound of light footsteps was heard. The door lock opened with a click, and Suya's face appeared from the crack in the door. Her eyes were red, with tear marks on her cheeks, her long hair was scattered messily on her shoulders, and she looked haggard.
Lu Yang.
Her voice was a little hoarse, obviously she had just cried.
Lu Yang frowned slightly. Are you okay?
Suya shook her head and forced a smile. It's okay.
Thank you. Lu Yang glanced at the living room behind her and asked, do you want me to come in and sit down?
Suya hesitated for a moment, and finally stepped aside. Please come in.
Lu Yang stepped into the house and closed the door.
Suya's apartment is decorated in a simple and warm style, with a beige sofa, a white coffee table, several landscape paintings hanging on the wall, and a piano in the corner. However, the living room was a little messy at the moment. The water cup on the coffee table was overturned, and the water stains had not yet dried.
Suya walked over quickly, picked up a tissue and wiped the coffee table, and said in a low voice, sorry, the house is a bit messy. Lu Yang didn't care and walked to the sofa and sat down. Who was that person just now? Suya paused for a moment, then took a deep breath and sat down opposite Lu Yang.
Her fingers were twisted together so tightly that her knuckles turned white, and she was obviously extremely uneasy. His name is Zhao Daqing, and he's my ex-husband. She finally spoke, her voice bitter. Lu Yang did not urge her, but just waited quietly for her to continue. Suya raised her head, a trace of pain flashed in her eyes. We have been divorced for half a year, but he suddenly came to my house today and said he wanted to remarry.
Lu Yang raised his eyebrows. Remarry?
Suya smiled bitterly and shook her head. How is it possible? He cheated me at the beginning, and now he is desperate and wants to pester me again.
Lu Yang looked at her tired expression and asked, can you tell me more about it?
Suya was silent for a moment, as if she was organizing her thoughts. Finally, she opened her mouth slowly and told the story of the past that she could not bear to recall. 3 years ago, Zhao Daqing and Song Chang jointly opened a company to deal in building materials. The business was good at first, but then he suddenly told me that the company's capital chain had problems and it was in debt. Suya's voice was calm, but Lu Yang could hear the trembling in it. He said that in order not to implicate me and my daughter, he suggested that we get a fake divorce first, transfer the property to my name, and then remarry after the company is through. She smiled bitterly and said, I believe it. Lu Yang's eyes were slightly cold. Fake divorce? Suya nodded. We went through the formalities, the house and the savings belonged to me, and he left the house with nothing. But not long after, he came to me again, saying that the company was in urgent need of money to turn around, and asked me to help him borrow 2 million. Her fingers unconsciously rubbed the edge of the teacup, her knuckles turning white from the effort. I agreed, took out a loan in my name, and gave him the money. Lu Yang had already guessed the ending, but he didn't interrupt her. Later, I found out that there was no problem with the company at all. Suya's voice finally choked up a little. He kept a woman outside, named Lu Tsueyu, and gave birth to a son. Lu Tsueyu forced him to divorce and register her and the child, so he directed and acted in this drama himself. Lu Yang's eyes turned completely cold. Suya took a deep breath and continued. He secretly transferred the company's shares to Song Chang, and then took Lu Tsueyu back to her hometown, Donghai City. I thought I would never see him again in this life, but in the end. She smiled sarcastically. Lu Tsueyu cheated him. The child is not his at all, but her lover's. They worked together to cheat him of all his money, and then kicked him away. Lu Yang sneered. Retribution. Suya wiped her eyes and lowered her voice. He was desperate. I don't know where he heard that I had paid off my debts, so he came back to me and said he wanted to remarry me. I didn't agree, so he threatened me and asked me to give him 1 million, otherwise he would come to make trouble every day. Lu Yang looked at Suya's tired expression, and anger rose in his heart. He stood up, walked in front of her, and said in a deep voice, I will handle this matter. Suya looked up at him, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. You? Lu Yang smiled faintly. Don't worry, I have a way to make him never dare to harass you again. Suya opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end she just nodded slightly. Thank you. Lu Yang took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Hello, Wei Gang, help me check this person, Zhao Daqing, who used to do building materials business in Jiangcheng. He should be down and out now. Yes, give me news as soon as possible. After hanging up the phone, he looked at Suya. Don't go out alone these few days. Contact me anytime if you have anything. Suya pursed her lips and whispered, Actually, you don't have to be like this. I'm used to it. I should be able to handle it myself. Lu Yang raised his eyebrows. Habit? Were you often harassed by him before? Suya smiled bitterly. After the divorce, he occasionally came to ask for money, but I never gave it to him. This time he might really be desperate, so he is so crazy. Lu Yang's eyes turned cold. This kind of person is not worth your mercy. Suya was silent for a while, and suddenly asked, Lu Yang, why are you helping me so much? Lu Yang looked at her red eyes and said softly, No reason, I just want to help you. Suya was stunned for a moment, then showed a sincere smile. Thank you. Lu Yang stood up and said, It's getting late. You should have a good rest. Feel free to contact me if you need anything. Suya nodded and walked into the door. Just as Lu Yang was about to leave, she suddenly called him, Lu Yang. Lu Yang turned around. What's wrong? Suya hesitated for a moment, and finally shook her head. Nothing, be careful on the road. Lu Yang smiled slightly, turned and walked towards the fire escape. Chapter 54 Dealing with Zhao Daqing. The next morning, Lu Yang received a call from Wei Gang. Chairman, we have already found out. Zhao Daqing is now living in a shabby rental house in the east of the city. He is in debt and is being chased by loan sharks every day. Lu Yang sneered, Send me his address. In the afternoon, Lu Yang drove alone to an old residential area in the east of the city. According to the address, he found Zhao Daqing's residence, a residential building with mottled walls and a damp and moldy smell in the corridor. Lu Yang knocked on the door, and Zhao Daqing's vigilant voice came from inside. Who is it? Open the door. Lu Yang's voice was cold. The door opened a crack, revealing Zhao Daqing's face. When he saw clearly that it was Lu Yang, his expression changed instantly. It's you? Lu Yang pushed the door open and strode into the house. The room was small and dark, with beer bottles and instant noodle boxes piled on the floor, and the air filled with the stench of alcohol and cigarettes. Zhao Daqing took a few steps back and pretended to be calm. What do you want to do? Lu Yang looked at him coldly. Let me give you 2 choices. Zhao Daqing swallowed his saliva. What choice? First, take this money, leave Jiangcheng forever, and never appear in front of Suya again. Lu Yang took out a check from his pocket and threw it on the table. Zhao Daqing glanced at the number on the check. 500,000.
A trace of greed flashed in his eyes, but then he became alert again. What about the second one? Lu Yang's eyes suddenly became sharp. Second, I will make it impossible for you to survive in Jiangcheng, and even, life will be worse than death. Don't doubt my ability. Huayao Group, Marriott Media, Xianshan Entertainment, these are all my businesses. If you don't believe me, you can check it out. Zhao Duqing trembled all over and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He knew that the man in front of him was definitely capable of doing it. I choose the first one. He finally lowered his head and said in a trembling voice. Lu Yang sneered, I hope you can stay smart. Remember, if I find out that you harass Suya again, you will bear the consequences. Zhao Duqing nodded repeatedly, I understand. Lu Yang turned and left, and behind him he heard the sound of Zhao Duqing impatiently picking up the check. In the evening, Lu Yang knocked on Suya's door. After the door opened, Suya was a little surprised. Lu Yang? It's so late, is there something wrong? Lu Yang smiled slightly, I'm here to tell you some good news. Suya asked him to come in suspiciously. After Lu Yang sat down, he said directly, Zhao Duqing will not come again. Suya was stunned, what? Lu Yang briefly recounted what happened today, of course, omitting some details. After listening to this, Suya's eyes turned red. You gave him money? Lu Yang nodded, 500,000, by him to disappear forever. Suya stood up suddenly, her voice a little excited, you shouldn't give him money. People like him don't deserve it at all. Lu Yan looked at her angry expression and said softly, money means nothing to me, but your peace is important. Suya was stunned, and the anger in her eyes was gradually replaced by complex emotions. She lowered her head and spoke in a voice so soft that it was almost inaudible, thank you. I will pay you back your money slowly. Lu Yang stood up, walked up to her, and patted her shoulder gently, it's okay, everything is over, you can start a new life. Suya looked up at him, tears in her eyes, Lu Yang, I owe you too much. Lu Yang smiled and said, then please treat me to a meal. It will be considered as a way of repaying the favor. Suya burst into laughter and nodded, okay, then you sit for a while, I'll go make dinner. Lu Yang raised his eyebrows, then I will look forward to it. The two smiled at each other, and the atmosphere in the room finally relaxed. The evening glow poured into Suya's apartment through the floor-to-ceiling windows, dyeing the living room a warm orange color. Lu Yang sat on the beige sofa, his eyes sweeping across the tidy living room. There was a vase of fresh lilies on the coffee table, and the faint fragrance filled the air. From the kitchen came the sound of spatulas colliding, accompanied by the melody Suya hummed softly. Lu Yang picked up the teacup and took a sip. The tea has a clear aroma and is a top-quality Longjing tea. He couldn't help but think of the first time he met Suya in the hot pot restaurant. She looked cold and frosty, completely different from the gentle woman busy in the kitchen now. Just then, a burst of brisk footsteps came from the corridor. Lu Yang looked up and saw a little girl with two ponytails poking her head out of the room, blinking her big eyes and looking at him curiously. The little girl was about 5 or 6 years old. She was wearing pink cartoon pajamas and holding a plush rabbit in her arms. Her eyes are very similar to Suya's, bright and with a child's innocence. Who are you? The little girl asked, tilting her head, her voice soft. Lu Yang put down the teacup and smiled slightly. My name is Lu Yang, and I'm your mother's friend. Oh. The little girl nodded, seemingly not surprised by the answer. She held the rabbit and slowly walked to the sofa opposite Lu Yang and sat down, her legs swinging. My name is Xiaoyu and I am 5.5 years old. She introduced herself in a serious manner. This is my good friend, Mr. Rabbit. Lu Yang was amused by her serious look and reached out his hand in cooperation. Hello, Xiaoyu, nice to meet you and Mr. Rabbit. Xiaoyu giggled and stretched out her little hand to shake his. Her palms are small and soft, like a ball of cotton. Uncle Lu Yang, are you here to eat the food my mother cooks? Xiaoyu asked, blinking. Yes, I heard your mother cooks delicious food. Lu Yang smiled. Xiaoyu proudly puffed out her chest. My mom is the best cook in the world. The braised pork she makes is so delicious. As he was speaking, Suya came out of the kitchen carrying 2 plates of food. Seeing Xiaoyu, she was stunned for a moment. Xiaoyu, why did you come out? Didn't I tell you to play in your room? I'm scared alone in the room. Xiaoyu pouted and acted coquettishly. Suya shook her head helplessly, put the dishes on the table, and smiled apologetically at Lu Yang. Sorry, Xiaoyu is a little shy and is not like this usually.
Lu Yan looked at Xiaoyu's quirky appearance and said with a smile. It's okay, she's cute. When Xiaoyu heard the compliment, she immediately jumped off the sofa, ran to Suya and hugged her legs.
Mom, Uncle Lu said I was cute.
Suya touched her daughter's hair, her eyes full of tenderness.
Then do you want to help Mom serve the dishes?
Want. Xiaoyu raised her hands excitedly and ran to the kitchen. Lu Yang felt a warm feeling in his heart as he watched the interaction between the mother and daughter.
He stood up and walked to the dining table. Need help?
Suya shook her head.
No, it will be ready soon.
She paused and whispered.
Thank you for being so kind to Xiaoyu.
Lu Yan looked at her slightly red ears and said softly.
She is very likable.
The table was soon filled with dishes, attractive braised spare ribs, juicy steamed sea bass, a plate of green seasonal vegetables, and a bowl of fragrant seaweed egg drop soup. Xiaoyu sat on a special children's chair, holding a small spoon, staring at the food on the table.
Can I eat it now? She asked impatiently. Suya smiled and nodded.
Yes, but be careful with the heat. Xiaoyu immediately picked up a piece of pork ribs, but because it was too hot, she quickly put it down and blew on her fingers.
Whoosh, it's so hot.
Lu Yang was amused by her appearance, picked up a piece of pork with the serving chopsticks and placed it in her small bowl to let it dry.
It won't be hot after a while. Xiaoyu smiled sweetly. Thank you, Uncle.
Suya looked at this scene, with a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. She served Lu Yang a bowl of rice and said softly. I don't know if it suits your taste. Lu Yang tasted the braised spare ribs, the meat was tender and the sauce was rich, and he couldn't help but praise it. Very delicious.
A satisfied smile appeared on Suya's face. That's good. While eating, Xiaoyu looked at Lu Yang curiously. Uncle, what do you do? Xiaoyu, don't ask so many questions.
Suya stopped him softly.
Lu Yang smiled. It doesn't matter.
He turned to Xiaoyu. My uncle runs a company and does business.
Wow. Xiaoyu opened her eyes wide. Does that mean you are very rich? You can buy lots of toys? Like rain. Suya was a little embarrassed. Lu Yang laughed. Yes, you can buy a lot of toys.
What toys does Xiaoyu like?
I love Lego. Xiaoyu said excitedly. There are also talking dolls. Then Uncle will bring you some next time, okay? Lu Yang said gently. Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. Really?
She turned to look at Suya.
Mom, is it okay?
Suya hesitated a little, but seeing her daughter's expectant eyes, she finally nodded.
Say thank you. Thank you, Uncle. Xiaoyu clapped her hands happily. The dinner was held in a pleasant atmosphere.
Xiaoyu chattered about interesting things that happened in kindergarten, Suya gently corrected her table manners from time to time, and Lu Yan listened quietly, occasionally agreeing with a few words. At this moment, he felt the long-lost family warmth. After dinner, Xiaoyu was coaxed by Suya to take a bath and go to bed. Lu Yang stood in front of the French window, watching the sky gradually darken outside. The night scene of Jiangcheng began to light up, with neon lights flashing and traffic flowing.
Thank you for your hospitality today.
Lu Yang turned around and said to Suya, who came out of the bathroom. Suya wiped her hands and smiled slightly.
I should be the one thanking you. If it weren't for you, Zhao Daqing might have continued to pester me. Lu Yang shook his head. It's just a piece of cake. The two were silent for a while, and Suya suddenly asked. Do you often help others like this? Lu Yang raised his eyebrows. Why are you asking this suddenly?
Suya lowered her head and said softly.
I just feel that someone like you should have a lot of people around you.
Why are you so? Her voice became quieter and quieter until it was almost inaudible.
Lu Yang walked up to her, gently lifted her chin and said. Because I like watching you dance.
Suya raised her head, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, and her face instantly turned red to her ears. Just then, a flash of lightning suddenly flashed outside the window, followed by thunder, and raindrops as big as beans hit the glass with a crackling sound.
It's raining?
Suya took the opportunity to change the subject and walked to the window to watch the heavy rain pouring down. The weather forecast didn't say it would rain today.
Lu Yang looked at his watch. It's getting late. I should go. Suya hesitated for a moment. How about sitting for a while longer? Lu Yang looked at her tangled expression and said with a smile, "No, I'll go back and wait for your WeChat video." Chapter 55 Double Temptation. Back on the 33rd floor, Lu Yang went straight to the bathroom. The warm water washed over his muscular body, and the water droplets slid down the texture of his muscles. He closed his eyes, but the image of Suya tonight involuntarily emerged in his mind, those tearful eyes, the slightly trembling lips, and the home clothes that outlined her perfect curves. This woman. Lu Yang whispered to himself and lowered the water temperature. After taking a shower, he wiped his hair casually and walked out with just a bath towel around his waist. Water drops dripped from the ends of his wet hair, leaving a few streaks on his chest. He picked up his phone and the screen lit up. There was no new message. "Didn't you say you would post a video?" Lu Yang frowned. His finger stayed on Suya's chat interface for a few seconds, but in the end he did not send a message to urge her. He threw his phone on the bed, changed into a loose home t-shirt and sweatpants, and walked towards the esports room. The top-of-the-line computer worth $100,000 started up automatically when it sensed his approach, and its RGB lights slowly lit up like breathing. When the game started, Lu Yang focused on the battle. His operations were precise and sharp, and he quickly led the team to an advantage. But somehow, tonight's game couldn't seem to fully capture his attention like it usually did. Every few minutes, his eyes would unconsciously glance at the mobile phone placed beside him. After 3 games, it was almost 10 o'clock. Lu Yang stretched and was about to quit the game when his phone suddenly vibrated. He grabbed his phone almost instantly. It was a message from Suya. "A video file is being transferred," followed by a text below. "Sorry to have kept you waiting for so long, I just coaxed Xiaoyu to sleep. I promised you the dance, I hope you like it." Lu Yang's Adam's apple rolled unconsciously. He clicked on the video and saw Suya standing in front of a floor-to-ceiling mirror, wearing a tight black dress that perfectly outlined her curvy figure. The hem of the skirt only reaches the middle of the thigh, revealing her slender and white legs. She is wearing a pair of high-heeled shoes with thin heels, which adds a bit of sexiness. The music started. It was a dance song that has been very popular on Douyin recently. Suya began to twist her body to the rhythm. Her movements were not professional, but they carried the unique charm of a mature woman. Her long hair swayed gently as she moved, sometimes covering half of her face, adding a bit of mystery and temptation. Lu Yang's breathing unconsciously became heavier. In the video, Suya sometimes casts a shy look at the camera, and sometimes bites her lower lip. Her reluctant but willing attitude is more seductive than any straightforward teasing. Halfway through the dance, Suya suddenly turned her back to the camera, put her hands on the wall, and twisted her hips to the rhythm of the music. The curves wrapped in the tight skirt were clearly visible, and Lu Yang felt a hot current rushing straight to her lower abdomen. The video ends with Suya looking back with a charming look, and finally freezes on her slightly parted red lips. Lu Yang stared at the black screen and didn't come back to his senses for a long time. He took a deep breath and tapped his fingers on the keyboard. "Is this why you kept me waiting all night?" After the message was sent, he immediately added, "Very good dancing, but don't dance in the living room next time." Suya's reply came quickly. "Why?" "Because next time I want you to dance in front of me, just for me." Lu Yang typed without hesitation. The dialog box displays, "The other party is typing." This lasted for nearly a minute, and in the end Suya just replied with a shy emoticon. Lu Yang chuckled and was about to tease her a few more times when his phone suddenly rang with a video call request. He thought it was Suya, so he picked up the phone without even looking, but it was Sun Ming's face that appeared on the screen. "Lu Yang." Sun Ming's energetic voice came out from the loudspeaker. "Guess where I am?" Only then did Lu Yang notice that the background behind her seemed to be a 24-hour supermarket. "Are you still going out so late?" He adjusted his sitting position to make sure the camera wouldn't capture his already obvious reaction. "My mother made some dumplings and insisted that I send them to you early tomorrow morning." Sun Ming shook the shopping bag in her hand. "I bought some ingredients and plan to make you some fried dumplings for breakfast tomorrow." Lu Yang raised his eyebrows. "So virtuous?" "Of course." Sun Ming raised her chin proudly. "I am the perfect girlfriend who is good at both housework and cooking." She tied her hair into a high ponytail today and wore a tight sports vest, looking energetic even under the fluorescent lights of the supermarket. Completely different from Suya's mature and charming temperament, Sun Ming is like a fresh and juicy peach, exuding the breath of youth. "So what time will you come tomorrow?" Lu Yang asked, but in his mind he couldn't help but compare the two women's completely different charms. "Around 7:30, it's best to eat it while it's hot. Sun Ming blinked. Remember to leave the door open for me. After hanging up the video, Lu Yan lay on the bed, tossing and turning. Suya's dancing posture and Sun Ming's smiling face appeared alternately in his mind, making it difficult for him to fall asleep. It was not until 3 in the morning that he managed to fall asleep, and his dreams were all about black tight skirts and sports vests intertwined together. At 7 in the morning, the doorbell rang on time. Lu Yang, wearing only his shorts, went to open the door while rubbing his temple. Sun Ming was standing outside the door, holding a thermos bag in her hand. She was still wearing sportswear for her morning run, with beads of sweat on her forehead. Good morning. She greeted him energetically and walked straight into the kitchen. The dumplings are still hot, I'll go fry them, they'll be ready soon. Lu Yang leaned against the kitchen doorframe and watched her busy back. Sun Ming's sweatpants were tightly fitted to the curve of her hips, rising and falling slightly with her movements. The sweat from her morning run made her vest a little wet, and the outline of her sports bra was faintly visible. What are you looking at? Sun Ming suddenly turned around and caught Lu Yang's gaze. Instead of being shy, she deliberately straightened her chest. Look at you. Lu Yang spoke frankly and approached her. I didn't sleep well last night and now I urgently need to replenish my energy. Sun Ming poured the dumplings into the pan and the oil immediately started to boil. Sizzle. The sound. Just 5 more minutes. Before she could finish her words, Lu Yang had already hugged her from behind. I can't wait any longer. His voice was low and husky, and his hands moved up along her waistline. Sun Ming's breathing became noticeably faster, but she still pretended to be calm as she flipped the dumplings in the pot. Lu Yang, dumplings need. Let it mushy. Lu Yang bit her earlobe and felt the body in his arms tremble slightly. Spatula. Clang. With a sound of falling on the stove, Sun Ming turned around and put her arms around Lu Yang's neck. You are really, Her complaints were silenced by Lu Yang's kiss. The kiss was passionate and urgent, with the desire of a sleepless night. Sun Ming responded quickly. Her kissing skills had improved a lot compared to last time. Her tongue tip actively probed into Lu Yang's mouth, entwining it teasingly. Lu Yang picked her up and placed her on the kitchen island. The dumplings were smelling burnt in the pot, but neither of them cared. Sun Ming wrapped her legs around Yang's waist and eagerly pulled at his t-shirt with her hands. So urgent? Lu Yang chuckled and let her take off his shirt. Sun Ming's fingers slid across his firm abdominal muscles, her eyes gleaming with desire. Who told you to look at me like that in the video last night? I almost didn't sleep well all night. Lu Yang raised his eyebrows. It turns out that I'm not the only one suffering? He said no more and ripped off her sports vest. Sun Ming's skin glowed with a healthy luster in the morning light, and her plumpness wrapped in underwear rose and fell with her rapid breathing. Lu Yang bent down and kissed her collarbone, while unbuttoning her sweatpants with one hand. Lu Yang. Let's go to the bedroom. Sun Ming said breathlessly. It's too late. Lu Yang's voice was already hoarse. The kitchen soon echoed with blushing sounds, mixed with the smell of gradually burnt dumplings, forming a strange and ambiguous atmosphere. The morning light shines through the floor-to-ceiling windows onto the entangled bodies, giving this early morning passion a golden halo. Chapter 56. The dumplings are all mushy. The kitchen was filled with a burnt smell. The dumplings in the pan had long since turned into a ball of charcoal. The water at the bottom of the pan had completely evaporated, leaving only dry black residue stuck to the surface of the pan. The range hood was still buzzing, but it couldn't cover up the two people's rapid breathing. Sun Ming collapsed in Lu Yang's arms, her forehead resting on his collarbone, sweat sticking her hair to both sides of her cheeks. Lu Yang's hand was still on her smooth back, his fingertips drawing circles unconsciously. The pot is burnt dry. Sun Ming's voice was lazier than usual, and her fingers were drawing patterns on Lu Yang's chest. Lu Yang turned his head and looked at the horrible frying pan on the stove, and chuckled. If your mother knew we wasted her dumplings like this, would she kill me? She could only be happy that her daughter had found such a capable boyfriend. Sun Ming raised her head, her eyes glittering with cunning, and deliberately. Capable. The tone was emphasized on the two words. Lu Yang pinched the tip of her nose. Such a sweet mouth? It seems that you are not tired enough just now. Sun Ming immediately begged for mercy, but couldn't help but lean over and kiss his chin again. Seriously, are you free today? I want to take you to see the progress of the renovation of the fitness club. Lu Yang raised his eyebrows. Is there progress so quickly? Of course. Sun Ming suddenly became alert and stood up, not caring at all about her nakedness. The renovation team my dad hired worked in 2 shifts, 24 hours a day. Plus I supervised the work every day, so the progress was much faster than expected. His eyes were involuntarily drawn to the rise and fall of her chest as she spoke. Sun Ming noticed his gaze, and instead of being shy, she deliberately straightened her chest. Does it look good? Nice. Lu Yang answered honestly, and covered the soft curve with his big hand. But now, we need to take a shower. Unless you want to go out smelling like dumplings. Sun Ming blushed and slapped his hand away, but he picked her up and hugged his neck with a scream. Lu Yang carried her to the bathroom. When passing the living room, Sun Ming's long hair swept across the coffee table, knocking the phone that Lu Yang had placed there last night to the ground. Wait, your phone. Just as Sun Ming was about to remind him, Lu Yang kicked open the bathroom door and put her under the shower. I'll pick it up later. He turned on the faucet and warm water immediately poured down, soaking both of their bodies. The bathroom quickly became filled with mist, blurring the outlines on the glass door. When Sun Ming was washing Lu Yang's hair, the foam slid down the muscles of his back, and she couldn't help but follow the track of the water droplets with her fingers. If you keep doing this, we'll never be able to leave the house. Lu Yang grabbed her restless wrist and pressed her against the tile wall, with the water from the shower head directly hitting her face. Sun Ming screamed, then laughed and fought back. The two of them started a water fight in the not-so-spacious bathroom and had fun. Finally, Lu Yang trapped her in a corner and their lips touched again. This time the kiss was gentle and long, completely different from the eager one in the kitchen before. Nearly an hour had passed by the time the two dried themselves and walked out of the bathroom. Lu Yang picked up the phone on the ground. The screen lit up, showing several unread messages, one of which was from Suya. Good morning, did you sleep well last night? Lu Yang's finger paused on the screen for a second, and in the end, instead of replying immediately, he put the phone in his pocket. How about wearing this? Sun Ming took out a white belly-bearing t-shirt and light gray yoga pants from the closet and tried to pose in front of the mirror. Lu Yang leaned against the door frame to admire her choosing clothes. You look good in anything, but... He walked over and pulled out a pair of black denim shorts from the depths of the closet. I like this better. Sun Ming took the shorts and a mischievous smile appeared on her face. So you like this style? She deliberately put on her shorts in slow motion, showing off her long legs. Is that satisfactory, dear? Lu Yang's eyes darkened, and just as he was about to step forward, Sun Ming had already nimbly dodged, grabbed her bag and ran to the door. If we don't leave now, it will be noon. We have to go and see our business blueprint today. Lu Yang shook his head, grabbed a black polo shirt and put it on, then walked out the door. In the elevator, Sun Ming naturally took Lu Yang's arm and rested her head on his shoulder. Only then did Lu Yang notice that she had sprayed perfume today. It was a fresh citrus scent mixed with her own body fragrance, which made people want to get closer. Are you driving today? Sun Ming asked as she walked out of the elevator. Lu Yang shook his head. I'm too lazy to drive. You drive and I'll ride in your car. Good. Sun Ming's eyes lit up, and she took Lu Yang's hand and walked to the side of the Ferrari. Come up. Sun Ming had already jumped into the driver's seat and patted the steering wheel. Let me show you my driving skills. Lu Yang sat in the passenger seat. This Ferrari LaFerrari was originally untouched in his hands, but now that it was handed over to Sun Ming to drive, there were some cute ornaments placed in the car, as well as the pleasant scent of gardenia. It turned out that the interiors of men's and women's cars are different. Sun Ming pressed the start button, and the V12 engine emitted a deep and powerful roar, like a beast ready to go. Fasten your seatbelts. Sun Ming reminded while stepping on the accelerator. The Lamborghini suddenly rushed out of the parking space, and Lu Yang's back was pressed tightly against the seat. Sun Ming's driving style is just like her, bold, direct, and with a bit of reckless drive. She steered the wheel deftly, weaving in and out of traffic, overtaking from time to time, causing other drivers to honk their horns in dissatisfaction. Drive slower. Lu Yang couldn't help but remind. I was a little scared sitting in the passenger seat. Sun Ming stuck out her tongue and slowed down the car a little, but the excitement in her eyes remained the same. How about it? My driving skills are pretty good, right? Well, it's okay, but a bit stressful.
Lu Yang said half jokingly, but couldn't help but admire her focused profile while driving slightly pursed lips, twinkling eyes, and cheeks slightly flushed with excitement. While waiting for the red light, Sun Ming suddenly came over and kissed Lu Yan on the face. Now everyone in my neighborhood knows that I found a rich boyfriend, and he even gave him a Ferrari LaFerrari as a gift. The old men and women in the neighborhood are much more polite when speaking to my parents.
Lu Yang laughed and didn't answer.
His eyes fell on the street scene passing by outside the window, but his thoughts drifted to the dance video Suya sent last night, the graceful curves under the black tight skirt, the eyes that were reluctant to refuse but also welcomed.
Arrive! Sun Ming's voice brought him back to reality. Guanhua Building is a newly built business building in the city center, with glass sparkling in the sun.
Unlike the empty scene when I came last time, the lobby is now crowded with people, several shops are being renovated, and workers are coming in and out.
That is quite a big change. Lu Yang looked around and commented.
Sun Ming raised her head proudly.
This is just the beginning.
Once our fitness club opens, it will become the most popular fitness destination in the city.
She held Lu Yang's hand and walked towards the elevator.
Along the way, decoration workers and security guards kept greeting her. It was obvious that she had become a regular here.
The elevator went directly to the top floor. As soon as the door opened, the noisy sound of construction immediately hit us.
The originally empty floor has now been divided into different functional areas. The walls are painted in a fashionable dark gray, and part of the floor is covered with non-slip wooden flooring. More than a dozen workers are busy, some are installing lamps, some are debugging equipment, and some are moving large fitness equipment.
Boss Sun is here.
A middle-aged man wearing a helmet came up to me. Today the water and electricity have been inspected and accepted, and the flooring in the equipment area has also been laid.
We are waiting for you to come and see the results.
Sun Ming nodded, turned to Lu Yan and introduced. This is Mr. Wang, our project manager. Mr. Wang, this is my boyfriend Lu Yang, who is also the big boss behind the fitness club. Mr. Wang shook hands with Lu Yang enthusiastically.
Mr. Lu, I have heard a lot about you. Boss Sun often mentions you. Lu Yang responded politely while quickly scanning the entire space.
Although the decoration has not been completed yet, Sun Ming's intentions can be seen from the selection of materials to the design. It reveals a sense of quality.
Come, let me show you around. Sun Ming excitedly took Lu Yang's hand and introduced each area as if showing a treasure.
This is the equipment area, which will have 20 of the latest aerobic equipment and a full set of strength training equipment. Over there is the free weight area, all of which adopt international competition standards. The innermost is the private training area, which is separated by glass, which is both transparent and private. Lu Yang followed her around the construction site, nodding or offering suggestions from time to time. In the VIP area, he stopped and touched the newly installed wooden wall.
Why not make it semi-open?
If it is fully enclosed, it will affect the sense of space.
Sun Ming frowned and thought for a while. But VIP members need absolute privacy. Privacy does not mean isolation. Lu Yang walked to the wall and gestured.
You can use smart dimming glass, which is transparent at ordinary times to increase the sense of space, and can be atomized with one button to ensure privacy when needed.
This is both beautiful and practical. Sun Ming's eyes lit up. This is a good idea.
Mr. Wang, please take note and redesign the VIP area. Mr. Wang quickly made a note in his notebook and at the same time looked at Lu Yang with admiration. When visiting the rest area, Lu Yang noticed a small water bar on the design.
What are you going to sell here? Sports drinks, protein powder, etc.
Sun Ming answered as a matter of course.
Lu Yang shook his head. It's too ordinary. Since it is positioned as a high-end restaurant, it should provide customized services.
It can introduce cold-pressed juice, organic light meals, and even hire a nutritionist to prepare meals on site.
The price will double, but the guests will think it is worth it.
Sun Ming bit her lower lip and thought for a while, then suddenly clapped her hands.
That's right. Why didn't I think of that?
She turned to Mr. Wang and said.
Double the size of the water bar area, and I'm going to add a light snack bar. Mr. Wang looked embarrassed.
But Boss Sun, this will take up space in the locker room. Then make the locker room smaller. Sun Ming said without hesitation. Anyway, we focus on private training and small group classes, so there won't be too many people using the locker room at the same time. Lu Yang admired her decisive decision-making. Sun Ming is completely different when she is working.
She has clear thinking and makes quick decisions. There is no trace of the little girl who acts coquettishly in his arms. After the tour, the two stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the city view. From this height, you can see almost half of the city's outline, and the distant horizon meets the blue sky, creating a magnificent view.
How about our fitness club?
Sun Ming leaned on Liu Yang's shoulder, her tone filled with anticipation and a hint of nervousness.
Liu Yang answered honestly.
It exceeded my expectations. The design, positioning and details are all in place.
As long as it is operated properly, it will definitely be successful.
Sun Ming's face bloomed with a bright smile.
Really? You're not kidding me, are you? When have I ever told a lie?
Liu Yang pinched her nose and smiled.